Chapter 97. Is Hail approaching? After assigning the responsibilities of the breeding tasks to the leopard woman, she promptly ventured westward to inspect the condition of the various animals. The others withdrew their gazes and busily attended to their individual tasks. Kai Wenji, Li Xiaoning, and the elderly Wang Yun continued their fishing. Shi Jigang, along with several other men, worked diligently to craft crossbow bolts, applying cement to the sharpened wooden tips. At that moment, Hua Xiubing emerged with 2 crafted wooden bows in hand, presenting them to Jiang Tian. "My lord, they are ready for your inspection." Jiang Tian accepted the bows, scrutinizing them closely. The wooden bow was noticeably larger than those he had previously encountered, its surface polished to perfection, providing a substantial feel in his grasp, unlike the lightweight bows he had obtained earlier, with his left hand gripping the bow and his right hand drawing the string. The bow and string formed a triangular shape, reminiscent of sliced pizza. A taut counterforce surged through his fingertips. Sensing this power, Jiang Tian nodded appreciatively. Truly, the bow crafted from wood was formidable. Had it not been for his enhanced physique, drawing the string would have been quite a challenge. In other words, its lethality was undoubtedly significant. "Excellent work. Your effort is appreciated." "Your praise is excessive, my lord," Hua Xiubing replied with a nod. "Since this bow meets your approval, I shall now proceed to craft the arrows." Jiang Tian instinctively nodded, then called out to Hua Xiubing, "Wait, I have something to give you." With that, Jiang Tian approached the fishing area and retrieved a woven bag containing several black, conical sharp objects. These were the fangs and spiny feet harvested from the spiders. Use these as arrowheads when crafting the arrows. By the way, this is what I collected from the spiders. Remember to handle them similarly when you take your turn guarding the fishing area. "Understood, my lord." Hua Xiubing accepted the bag with a glance and departed. Subsequently, everyone continued their diligent work at their respective posts, maintaining an orderly atmosphere, occasionally dealing with the peculiar creatures they caught. Observing the working crowd, Jiang Tian took a moment to count the number of people present. Today, 2 additional hands had joined, bringing the total to 13, including Lu Sandao, who had recently arrived. He needed to arrange accommodations and provisions for these individuals. Fortunately, the new shelter had been completed, and he had previously stockpiled some tents, alleviating concerns about lodging. At most, they would have to squeeze a bit. As for food, the poultry seemed plentiful, and it was uncertain how long they would sustain them. These matters only required simple adjustments regarding their clothing. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Tian opened the trading interface. To avoid complications, he decided to procure some winter garments as well. These clothes were quite affordable. He exchanged a bag of salt for dozens of outfits in various styles. Over an hour later, seated by the campfire and perusing the supplies in the trading interface, he was interrupted by the melodious voice of the leopard woman. "My lord, the animals have been examined." Jiang Tian closed the interface and inquired, "What is their condition?" "All the animals are in excellent health, with no signs of illness." After reporting, the leopard woman continued, "However, their living conditions are less than ideal. Should it rain or snow, some animals with inadequate insulation may easily fall ill. I recommend constructing some breeding shelters here." Jiang Tian nodded. "Indeed, I contemplated these issues today as well. However, it is getting late. We shall address it tomorrow. Have Shi Jigang select some individuals to assist you in erecting the shelters." The leopard woman acknowledged with a nod. Not long after she departed, a figure jogged toward them from a distance. Upon seeing this individual, Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow and asked, "Wang Yun, why have you left the fishing post? Are you attempting to shirk your duties?" No, Wang Yun replied, rubbing his hands in defense. "My lord, I simply felt a bit chilly and wished to warm myself by the fire." "Chilly?" Jiang Tian was taken aback. Was the weather warming up, yet he still felt cold? Looking up, he noticed Kai Wenji at the fishing post, arms crossed, and the elderly Song Yingsheng rolling up his sleeves. It did seem a bit cool. Having remained near the fire, he had not noticed the temperature change. Shi Jigang and his team were working hard, appearing unaffected. Jiang Tian nodded and replied to Wang Yun, "You arrived just in time. I recently purchased a pile of clothing, which is currently in the house. Inform the others that if they feel cold, they may go inside and grab a few garments." After receiving his instructions, Wang Yun hurried off to notify the others. Jiang Tian rose, leaving the campfire to stroll around the island and stretch his limbs. Gazing upward, he observed a prominent crescent moon hanging high in the sky, partially obscured by dark, brooding clouds. A gentle breeze wafted by, and he indeed felt a sharp chill, as if the temperature had dropped significantly. The diurnal temperature variation was rather pronounced. If this cold air continued, hail might truly be on the horizon. That moment, Zhang San and Li Si received the news and rushed into the house to grab jackets. Kai Wenji thoughtfully brought a coat for Jiang Tian as well. Donning the jacket, he opened the world chat channel. Good heavens, what a dreadful weather. It was warm this afternoon, and now it's suddenly cold. Indeed, I was just napping in a short-sleeve shirt, and it woke me up from the chill. What on earth? Are we transitioning to summer or winter? Gather your clothes. Some are whispering. Cursed weather. In my experience, this indicates that hail is imminent. The channel buzzed with complaints regarding the weather. It seemed this cold front was indeed global in nature. Given the current circumstances, it genuinely appeared that hail was forthcoming, though the timing and intensity remained uncertain. To be prudent, Jiang Tian called over Jiang and the others. All right, let's pause on the crossbow bolts for now. Everyone must have felt the sudden drop in temperature. To be on the safe side, let's work overtime today to erect the cattle shed. The group nodded in agreement. Jiang grabbed a branch and began marking the location in the western area, while the others transported shovels and wooden stakes to commence construction. Clang, clang, thud, thud. As the sounds of hammers striking nails and wood echoed, time gradually passed. During this process, the temperature seemed to drop a few more degrees. Halfway through their work, several individuals returned to the house to put on additional layers. With a larger workforce, after 3 hours, a rudimentary cattle shed emerged in the west. The structure consisted of several poles driven into the ground, topped with a triangular roof made of double-layered wooden boards. The lower section was simply enclosed with wooden planks to prevent rainwater from entering the shed. This cattle shed was not overly demanding. For now, it needed only to be sturdy enough to withstand rain and hail. The covered area was relatively spacious, accommodating chickens, ducks, geese, cattle, sheep, and pigs, roughly spanning 50 square meters. Jiang Tian nodded in approval and clapped his hands, stating, "Let's leave it at this for now. We can work on the walls of the cattle shed tomorrow. Everyone can head back to rest. You've all worked hard." Before he could finish, a deep rumble resonated in everyone's ears. Boom. Chapter 98. The pigmen have undergone a transformation. Startled by the sudden noise, the group paused momentarily. Was that thunder? Before they could fully comprehend the situation, another sound erupted. Thud. It seemed as though something had struck the ground. Lubu stepped forward, crouching down to inspect the object. "My lord, take a look at this," he said, presenting an item. Jiang Tian took it, feeling its icy coldness in his palm. It was the size of a soybean and remarkably translucent. Hail. At that moment, several more hailstones fell, thudding against the ground. Realizing the impending storm, Jiang Tian immediately commanded, "Hail is coming. Everyone, quickly bring the fishing rods and the recently caught supplies back inside." Yes, the group responded in unison, momentarily forgetting their earlier labor as they began to transport the supplies. Since the quantity was manageable and there were enough hands, they swiftly moved everything back into the safety of the house. Nearby, a few bound goblin fishmen lay unattended, left outside without a second thought. Before long, all 13 members were gathered in the small living room of the stone brick house. Uncertain of the hail's severity, they worried whether the original wooden hut could withstand it. Consequently, Huitsubing and the 2 elderly men, who had been residing in the wooden house, were also accommodated in the stone house to avoid any potential mishaps. Outside, the relentless sound of hail continued, growing increasingly rapid. Thud, thud. The hail pounded against the cement roof, while white crystalline objects began to accumulate on the ground. Occasionally, thunder rumbled through the sky. The hail, initially the size of soybeans, gradually increased to the size of quail eggs. Thud. A hailstone the size of a chicken egg struck the eaves, scattering ice shards. Fortunately, such large hailstones were rare, falling only sporadically. Otherwise, the wooden house might not have held up. Inside, the 13 individuals donned the thicker jackets they had procured earlier, staring blankly at the door. This sudden change in weather had nearly caught them off guard. At that moment, Jiang Tian observed the unfolding situation outside and sighed in relief. Thankfully, he had reacted promptly and taken appropriate precautions. As long as the hailstorm wasn't excessively severe, this abrupt meteorological shift should not pose any significant threat to them. Additionally, the stove had been moved into the brick house for dinner preparations. He instructed Kai Wenji to boil some hot water to warm everyone up. After consuming the warm water, the group gradually regained their composure, sighing in relief. The daylight was waning, prompting Jiang Tian to arrange accommodations for the night. Naturally, the leopard woman would share a room with Li Xiaoning, while Wang Yun and Song Yinxing would squeeze into Zhang San and Li Ci's quarters. Huitsubing, along with Tang Yin and Lu Sandao, would lay out bedding in the living room. Once the arrangements were made, everyone returned to their respective rooms to prepare for sleep. Jiang Tian lay in bed, opening the regional chat channel to check on the disaster situations faced by others. It's all over now. After all the effort put into planting vegetables, it looks like the hail will destroy everything. Thankfully, I haven't planted anything since acquiring the pigmen. They truly are my lucky stars. I must purchase some goblins to feed them and upgrade them. With this hailstorm, the pigmen I raised have all rushed into my house, making my already small wooden hut feel even more cramped. Goodness. Suddenly, a hailstone the size of a chicken egg smashed into the roof, creating a hole. I just witnessed one of my chickens get killed by the hail. My heart aches. Damn it. I had constructed the wooden hut using the thinnest boards to save on materials for a fan, and now it's been punctured. Huh. Serves you right. I told you to make the fan with good intentions. I previously had a thatched hut, and now the roof is riddled with holes. I'm getting pelted by hail. and it's quite painful. Oh no, it just hit me on the head. 0888. Haha, my wooden house is quite robust, built with 2 centimeter thick boards. The hail can't penetrate it at all. However, my crops are probably suffering. By the way, 1111, how are you faring? Has the hail caused you any losses? 0888's message piqued the curiosity of others. Speaking of which, I haven't seen 1111 in several days. Didn't he mention he was building a brick house? How is that coming along? I'm also curious about 1111's situation. He said his brick house would be 100 square meters. It probably isn't finished yet, right? Given this weather, his crops and livestock are likely in trouble. Upon reading these messages, Jiang Tian was taken aback. However, news of his brick house had already circulated, so sharing it with others wasn't an issue. He replied, since we had plenty of hands, we completed the brick house a couple of days ago. It's indeed 100 square meters, with 4 rooms and 2 halls. By the way, this hail does possess destructive capabilities. Crops and animals might sustain injuries from it. Therefore, I hurriedly constructed a greenhouse over the crops today and built a 40 square meter barn with wood. It should perform well, and I suggest you consider doing the same. After Jiang Tian sent the message, the chat channel erupted. What? You finished a 100 square meter house so quickly? While I was still holding up boards. The big shot completed his wooden house. It took me over 10 days to finish my wooden hut. And he somehow built a brick house that's 100 square meters with 4 rooms and 2 halls. Incredible. The brick house should withstand the hail without a hitch. I'm so envious. A 40 square meter barn. My wooden house isn't even 30 square meters. The chat channel buzzed with discussion, primarily focusing on Jiang Tian's protective measures. Just then, an ill-timed message appeared in view. 2345. What is there to envy? A brick house is just a brick house. What does it matter to you? Come see what I have. My pigmen have mostly turned black from eating monsters during this time, leaving only their heads white. I just bought a goblin. Do you want to see what a fully black pigman looks like? This message successfully shifted the conversation. After all, a brick house was beyond their reach. But acquiring pigmen was quite feasible for everyone. Those feeling envious shifted their focus, urging the individual to share a live update on the pigmen's transformation. Amidst the flurry of inquiries in the channel, before long, 2345 sent another message. I just tossed the goblin to the pigman. It's ecstatic and is now munching away. Ever since it grew black hair, its combat prowess has indeed increased significantly. Once it turns completely black, it might even evolve into a new form. Alright, the goblin's finished eating. It's now fully transformed into a black pig. Wait a moment, something seems off. It's looking at me. No, what are you doing? Oh no. Aya. Chapter 99. Acquiring foam boards, pre-sale speedily. As this message appeared in the regional chat channel, the scrolling notifications came to an abrupt halt. Some survivors raising pigmen, upon reading this message, felt a cold sweat bead on their foreheads. They hurriedly inquired, hey, buddy, what is going on? What happened to the pigman after it turned black? What did it do to you? Clarify. Is 2345 in danger? Could the pigman actually kill? Do not frighten me. I, too, have a pigman here. This fellow is surely just keeping us in suspense. Let us wait and see, for nothing significant is likely to occur. The messages in the regional channel predominantly inquire whether that 2345 has perished and what form the pigman has taken. However, after half an hour, there remains no response from 2345. At this moment, a chill runs through everyone's heart. It appears that 2345 may have met with misfortune and is no longer able to send messages. The root cause must surely be that pigman, now entirely blackened after devouring the goblin. Realizing this, some survivors who raised pigmen glanced at the half-blackened pigman in their abode and shuddered violently. This blackened pigman seems to transform completely into a monster, becoming a danger. It is no longer feasible to keep this pigman. Indeed, I must push this pigman away tomorrow. But what shall we do in the absence of a pigman when confronted by monsters? Must we rely solely on our own abilities? It is true that the monsters are growing increasingly formidable. What if we sustain injuries in battle? Injuries here are quite troublesome. Thus, when the pigman becomes sufficiently blackened, we shall lure it beneath the island with food, and then procure a new pigman. I think that will work. Meanwhile, beneath the moonlight, on a small island of over 100 square meters, hail pelted down upon a modest wooden cabin. Inside the cabin, a black-furred pigman crouched on the floor, using its 3-inch-long black claws to tear flesh from the bodies of 2 corpses, stuffing the morsels into its gaping maw. The following day, as the rooster crowed, Jiang Tian and his companions awoke from their slumber. At this moment, the sound of hail striking the house and ground had ceased, indicating that the calamity had come to an end. After exchanging brief greetings, each person set about their respective tasks. Kai Wenji and Li Xiaoning prepared breakfast while the others ventured outside to commence their work. The instant the door was opened, a chill wafted in from the outside. Ugh! Wang Yin shivered, peering outside and gasping, "My lord, look! Everything outside is covered in ice." At this, Jiang Tian was momentarily stunned by the scene outside. The ground of the island was strewn with ice chunks of various sizes. Collectively, they accumulated to a height of over 10 centimeters, blanketing the entire island in white. Tang Yan's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Goodness! This is truly remarkable. How could so many ice blocks have formed? It looks like an ice city. Are we to be fed shaved ice or what?" Enough with the lamentations, Jiang Tian interjected, somewhat exasperated. "Today, the situation outside is unusual, and I have some matters for everyone to handle." As he spoke, Jiang Tian turned to Shi Gang. "Take 2 people and fashion some wooden scoops. Old Master Song and Leopard Woman will proceed as usual to inspect the condition of the flora and fauna, while the rest of you shall clear away these ice chunks scattered across the island. Collect the cleaner pieces of ice in boxes and pile them together." "Understood." Everyone chorused in unison, promptly embarking on their assigned tasks. The creation of wooden scoops was a straightforward endeavor, requiring merely the nailing together of 3 boards. Once crafted, these scoops were utilized to shovel the ice chunks and deposit them into the wooden boxes previously used for transporting goods. Following Jiang Tian's instructions, they first cleared the path leading to the cultivated plants and animals. Song Yingxing and Leopard Woman also set off to their respective domains to assess the state of the crops and livestock. Once the path was cleared, Jiang Tian instructed the group to clear a 100-square-meter plot in the northern expansion area. When the ice chunks on this land were collected, the wooden boxes had become insufficient, necessitating that other ice chunks be temporarily set aside. Observing this cleared space, Jiang Tian nodded in approval. "All right, now let us promptly construct a large wooden house here." At this moment, Shi Gang looked at the nearby accumulation of ice chunks and asked, "Boss, are you planning to store all these ice chunks in the new house, effectively creating an ice cellar?" Jiang Tian nodded. Given the rising temperatures of late, summer has undoubtedly arrived. This hailstorm can be viewed as a natural disaster, but also as a boon for enduring the summer. The key lies in how well we can seize this opportunity. Generally, ice storage methods involve excavating underground chambers. However, due to the limited thickness of this island, we shall have to construct an ice cellar above ground. Shi Gang nodded and immediately began delegating tasks, gathering tools, digging the foundation, and transporting wood. Kai Wenji, Wang Yun, and Li Xiaoning continued to shovel the ice chunks, clearing the area near the fishing spot. Before long, Song Yingxing and Leopard Woman returned to report. Under the shelter of the greenhouse, some damage had occurred to the flora and fauna. As for the crops, only a few larger hailstones had punctured holes in the plastic sheeting, resulting in the demise of several seedlings. The livestock fared similarly. The chickens, ducks, geese, cattle, sheep, and pigs were unharmed, though over 10 fish in the pond had perished due to the hail. Given the more than 100 fish currently in the pond, this was hardly a significant concern. Jiang Tian waved his hand dismissively, indicating he was unconcerned. He then instructed both of them to join in collecting the ice chunks and piling them together, ensuring this work was completed before the temperature rose. After observing their work for a while and confirming everything was proceeding smoothly, he opened the trading post to begin purchasing supplies. In the past few days, a new item had emerged from the fishing hall, foam boards. When Jiang Tian had first caught this item, he had not yet determined its purpose. Now it appeared that it would likely serve to insulate the ice blocks. Once the wooden house was completed, he could line the walls with foam boards to effectively maintain a low temperature, prolonging the storage life of the ice blocks. Of course, should he construct new buildings in the future, he could also utilize these foam boards to create insulation layers, but that was a matter for another time. Shortly thereafter, the foam boards listed in the trading post were purchased en masse by Jiang Tian, neatly stacked beside him. While these foam boards were sufficient for lining the ice cellar, Jiang Tian was not yet satisfied. After all, preparations for future construction projects needed to be made. He then opened the chat channel and called out, "Purchasing foam boards. Those wishing to sell, act swiftly." Chapter 100. I'm on the brink of collapse, and you still want me to go rob? Upon seeing Jiang Tian's message, the chat channel erupted with activity. Questions flooded in. 1111. What do you need foam boards for? You don't know? Foam boards are used for insulation. Indeed. I slept on foam boards last night. It was quite comfortable. And did you not know that those vendors selling ice pops used foam boxes to keep them cold? My goodness, are you planning to store these ice blocks? Of course. With the rising temperatures the past few days, I suspect he wants to save the ice chunks and make a refrigerator. Wait, it has that function too. I burned foam boards as fuel just a couple of days ago. It seems these things have considerable value. What do you plan to trade for them? I want to exchange for anything worthless. As the inquiries regarding Jiang Tian's offers continued, he glanced toward the north, where the fish, struck down by hail and subsequently retrieved by Song Yingxing, lay. He then replied, I can exchange fish with you. They are freshly killed and ready for consumption. What Jiang Tian did not anticipate was that, today, food, a reliable hard currency, would hold little value. Moreover, his intentions were swiftly discerned by others. Freshly killed fish? I see they were actually killed by hail. Exactly. Who slaughters fish so early in the morning? Even if your fish are fresh, we shall not purchase any today. All my fish have been smashed to death. They are fresh and currently frozen, available for sale. I am also selling frozen cabbage. I too wish to sell food. Specifically freshly slaughtered whole pigs. How absurd. Undoubtedly, they all perished due to hail, and you dare present this charade here. I possess foam boards, esteemed 1111. May I exchange them for clothing? I am quite cold. Upon reading this, Jiang Tian sighed. No wonder he was unable to trade for resources with meat at the marketplace earlier. The pile of foam boards beside him was obtained through bartering flour and some potatoes, which are relatively easy to store. Furthermore, as for clothing, Jiang Tian barely had enough for himself, hence it was impossible to offer any for trade. After pondering for a moment, he decided to exhibit some goodwill. For those with foam boards, I am willing to exchange for living poultry or fish, or even for huazi. Additionally, I am also interested in clothing and blankets. The reason for the abundance of meat today ultimately stems from the fact that those animals have perished. In such circumstances, the living creatures appear even more precious. Consequently, numerous trade invitations flooded in for Jiang Tian, leaving him quite overwhelmed. At that moment, a live chicken or fish could be exchanged for 10 square meters of foam boards. Some, with fewer foam boards, opted to trade 2 eggs with Jiang Tian, hoping to create a miracle with their warmth. Upon acquiring these living beings, the survivors among the poultry, who had escaped the hail, found hope rekindling within their hearts. Each one, clutching their animals, was teary-eyed and expressed their gratitude to Jiang Tian. On the other side, 2111 squatted outside his wooden cabin, feeling immensely despondent. Thanks to the sturdy construction of his cabin, he had suffered no harm during yesterday's hailstorm. However, the sight that greeted him upon venturing outside today nearly shattered his spirit. The vegetables he had planted in the ground were utterly ravaged by the hail. Moreover, the chickens and ducks he had raised in their enclosure, which numbered only 4 or 5, were all found dead. Even the small fish pond he had dug was now filled with ice, with all the fish having perished. After toiling for so long, it was all in vain due to a single hailstorm. Who could he possibly appeal to for justice? The weather changed so abruptly. Without any warning, after a moment of contemplation, he resolved to attempt selling the dead chickens and fish in the chat channel, hoping to deceive a few foolish souls into trading for a couple of living animals. Upon opening the chat channel, his spirits plummeted further. It appeared that many were attempting to sell their deceased animals as well, and the ruse had been seen through. He could not acquire any living creatures in return. Just as he wallowed in his frustration, 2111 was astonished to find 1111 making an appearance in the regional chat channel, engaging in trades involving living creatures. Observing the multitude of thank yous in the chat, 2111 was left dumbfounded. How on earth had 1111 managed this? How could he have so many living creatures? The sight was enough to evoke envy in 2111. After a moment's thought, he opened a private chat and sent messages to a few acquaintances. Hey guys, did you see the messages in the chat channel? That 1111 is so fat. When shall we ally to take him down? Responses quickly came flooding back. Stop joking. I'm on the brink of collapse here, and you want to rob someone? It's too cold to go out and turn on the fan, maybe next time. I'm currently trading resources with 1111. Let us discuss later. Damn. 2111 muttered under his breath, reluctantly closing the chat channel. He continued to carry the dead chickens and fish to the trading post, braving the bitter cold to go fishing and replenish his resources. Unbeknownst to him, 3 hours passed. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian surveyed the foam boards stacked beside him, resembling a small mountain, nodding in satisfaction. He called upon Zhang San and Li Si to transport these foam boards to the warehouse. He then turned to the busy Shiji gang and others. With ample manpower available, the main structure of the cabin was nearing completion and would soon be finalized. After laying down the foam boards and filling the area around the cabin with mud, a cold storage facility would be complete. On another front, a bonfire was ignited at the fishing spot. Kai Wenji and the others took turns fishing for resources while enjoying the warmth of the fire, feeling quite content. At that moment, a fishing rod holding a cloud bent into a U-shape. Bang! The cloud dissipated, revealing a wooden chest before the group. Chapter 101. Natural disasters are more terrifying than man-made calamities. Since they happened to witness this, they decided to approach and see the commotion, taking a moment to rest. Upon arriving at the fishing spot, they could see that this wooden chest was slightly larger. Moreover, the movable wooden planks were slowly pushed open from within, revealing 2 hooves, followed by a plump face. It was a pigman. As Li Xiaoning struck the pigman, Jiang Tian recalled the events from the previous night. Last night, the individual known as 2345 who had been feeding the pigman in the chat channel suddenly fell into a panic before cutting off communication. When he checked the regional chat channel, he noticed there had been no further messages from that individual. It seemed he was likely in dire straits. When the pigman appeared on the trading post with a red name, it signified its danger. Jiang Tian had been aware of this. Yet his curiosity lingered about what transpired after feeding the pigman until it became entirely black-haired. While contemplating these matters, he watched as Li Xiaoning rendered the pigman unconscious and bound it, then tossed it near other captured monsters, awaiting Jiang Tian's decision. Observing the pigman ignited Jiang Tian's experimental curiosity. According to the chat channel, after consuming monsters, the pigman would transform some of its white fur into black fur, subsequently enhancing its combat prowess. He wondered what would happen if this pigman fully blackened. This was not an act of recklessness on Jiang Tian's part, on one hand. Given their current combat capabilities, even if the pigman enhanced its strength, it should not pose a threat. On the other hand, Jiang Tian had a hunch that this breed of pigman was not as simple as it appeared. Furthermore, should they encounter a blackened pigman in the future, they would be better prepared. He carried the unconscious pigman to a more open area and patiently awaited its awakening. 10 minutes later, the pigman regained consciousness, realizing it was bound, and began to grunt in distress. Upon seeing this, Jiang Tian instructed the patrolling Lu Bu to bring over the other captured monsters, skeletons, goblins, fishmen, and spiders. Upon seeing these creatures, the pigman's eyes fixated on them, and it began to drool. Jiang Tian directed Lu Bu to present the spider. The pigman salivated profusely. After removing the spider, he tossed the skeleton over. The pigman's plump face contorted in disgust. When the goblin and fishman were presented, the pigman's eyes lit up, clearly eager. Following Jiang Tian's orders, Lu Bu tossed the fishman over. The pigman hunched over the fishman, opening its wide mouth to begin feasting. Jiang Tian, uninterested in observing its eating process, instructed Lu Bu to keep an eye on it, then opened the world chat channel. Previously, Jiang Tian had seen others in different regions raising pigmen. He wondered if they had encountered the situation of a pigman fully blackening, and if so, how they resolved it. The world channel was bustling with activity. Most were cursing the abrupt weather changes that had harmed their bodies or ruined their crops. Alas, this accursed hail has obliterated my cherished eggplants. Oh, my poor carrots have been reduced to mere fragments. Damn it, my chickens have been struck, their heads drenched in blood. Forget it, let us feast on chicken tonight. Lord, why didn't you forewarn me before this tempest of hail descended? I've been left battered and bruised. Truly, you are a wretched entity. By the heavens, the hail has shattered my jar of pickled vegetables. Sacred excrement. The sails have been torn asunder, and the island is strewn with ice. Tiki, hurry and mend them for me. During this tumultuous episode, Jiang Tian also observed that those who had previously clamored about plundering and thievery, including the one who had caught Blackbeard, seemed to have ceased their operations and remained on the island to repair their losses. A natural disaster has rendered all the pirate gangs utterly bewildered. It appears that calamities wrought by nature are far more terrifying than those inflicted by mankind. Moreover, the seasonal disasters are not yet over. Drought and sweltering heat may yet await them. After observing for a while, noticing that no one had mentioned the pigmen, Jiang Tian seized the opportunity to use his daily speaking chance in the world channel to inquire. Has anyone encountered a situation where a pigman's body turns entirely black? Upon sending out this message, a few individuals responded with their experiences. Some recounted how, just last evening, someone had mentioned a black pigman pleading for help, and then they vanished without a trace. The topic did not persist for long, soon drowned out by a deluge of complaints, leaving Jiang Tian feeling rather isolated. He closed the chat interface and turned his attention back to the pigman. The fishman's body had been consumed halfway, revealing its human-like skeleton. Yet, the pigman seemed insatiable, continuing to gnaw at the remains. Notably, from its left foot to its calf, it had indeed turned black. Jiang Tian reached out, pinching both the pigman's contrasting skin tones. The hair on the blackened portion felt harder, and the skin appeared thicker, allowing Lu Bu to observe it. Jiang Tian proceeded to the site of the ice cellar, joining others in the construction efforts. Finally, after an hour, 100 square meter, 2 meter high, rectangular ice cellar was largely completed. This ice cellar was sunk 1 meter into the ground, with an entrance featuring a downward slope. However, the wooden top had yet to be affixed. Due to the small size of the ice blocks, they could not be stacked as high as conventional ice bricks. Therefore, within the cellar, foam boards were erected from the floor to the ceiling, leaving only a standing space at the entrance. The foam boards were arranged in a concave shape, and the ice blocks collected outside were poured in from above. Even with the ice from Jiang Tian's island, it was insufficient to fill the cellar completely, necessitating a further acquisition from the regional channel. After completing these tasks, foam boards were placed atop, and the roof of the ice cellar was nailed down. At last, before lunch, the interior insulation work was completed, alleviating concerns that today's rising temperatures would melt the hail. However, the construction of the ice cellar was not entirely finished. Finally, the exposed sections of the ice cellar above ground were covered with soil. The ice cellar was now fully complete. Looking at the structure before him, Jiang Tian felt a wave of satisfaction. He now possessed nearly 200 cubic meters of ice resources, although he was uncertain how long the summer would last. With this ice cellar, his group should be well prepared. Having completed these tasks, he instructed his subordinates to take a short rest in preparation for their meal. Jiang Tian returned to the spot where he had left the pigman. At this moment, a fishman had been entirely consumed, and the pigman was fast asleep. From its feet to just above its knees, it had turned completely black. The blackened limbs appeared more robust than before. Seeing this, Jiang Tian nodded. It was time to test the strength of its darkened portions. He called for Lu Bu to bring various weapons and approached the pigman. Chapter 102. Surely, some change has transpired in this world. First, he utilized a bone knife to experiment on the pigman's 2 skin tones. With controlled pressure, he began to cut into the blackened area. The pigman remained unharmed. On the white section of its skin, the knife only managed to leave a shallow mark. When he jabbed both sections with a stone spear, the results were similarly ineffective. Subsequently, he switched to a bronze, short sword, thrusting it toward the pigman. Despite encountering some resistance, the sword's tip penetrated the black skin. Ow! The pigman awakened with a start, thrashing its lower legs. With a mighty effort, it tore through the ropes binding its feet. Staring at Jiang Tian, the now darkened calf kicked furiously, eager to confront the one who had inflicted pain upon it. However, it did not struggle for long before being subdued again by Huotsubing, who knocked it unconscious and rebound its legs with more ropes. Seeing this, Jiang Tian nodded approvingly. The pigman's darkened portions had indeed strengthened, exhibiting a noticeable enhancement in physical prowess. Its defensive capabilities were nearly on par with the previous blue skeleton. Yet, such a pigman posed no significant threat to Jiang Tian and his companions. Next, he summoned Huotsubing to bring forth the crafted bow and arrows. Since the bow had been made, it was only fitting to practice with it. Holding the wooden bow in his hands, Jiang Tian was filled with nostalgia. When he acquired this bow yesterday, he had tested its string's tension. He kept his fingers on the string, gradually returning it to its original position. Oh, the string had not been released. At this point, some arrows had already been fashioned. Half of them were equipped with spider fangs. Following Jiang Tian's instructions, Huotsubing stood 10 meters away, drew the bow, and aimed at the pigman. Whoosh, whoosh. He fired both wooden and reinforced arrows at the pigman's legs. Jiang Tian approached the pigman to inspect the results. The wooden arrows failed to penetrate the blackened skin, leaving only small punctures before snapping. Conversely, the reinforced arrows with spider fangs had buried their tips into the pigman's darkened flesh. Jiang Tian nodded in satisfaction. Under the immense force of this bow, as long as the arrow's quality was adequate, the effect was quite impressive. At that moment, lunch was ready. He instructed Lu Bu and Huotsubing to take turns watching over the pigman, feeding it monsters when it awoke, while the group returned to their quarters to dine. After lunch, the group ventured outside. They could feel the temperature rising significantly. The remnants of ice scattered on the rooftops had begun to melt, leaving puddles of water. With the ice cellar completed, there was no need to worry about maintaining the ice. The next step was to check for damage to other buildings. After a thorough inspection, it was revealed that the only damage occurred in the newly acquired wooden structures, which had sustained some harm. However, those buildings housed little more than wooden tools, so the damage was negligible. Overall, they had successfully weathered the hailstorm without significant losses. Moving forward, all work could resume its regular pace. Commencing the construction of the blacksmith's workshop. The bricks for the workshop were currently being fired, and they would be ready for use by sunset. For now, arrangements were made to excavate the foundation. The site for the blacksmith's workshop was designated near the furnace, delineating an area of over 50 square meters. Shi Jigang, along with Tang Yin and Zhang Sanli Si, took up shovels to begin digging the foundation. In the midst of their industrious efforts, time flew by swiftly. As the foundation was laid, the sun hung low in the sky. They opened the brick kiln for ventilation, and the group temporarily concluded their labors. Returning to their quarters for a meal. At the dining table, Tang Yin was in remarkably high spirits. While enthusiastically shoveling food into his mouth, he chattered incessantly with the others, seemingly unperturbed by the risk of choking. Oh my goodness, it's finally happening. The blacksmith shop is nearing completion. Soon, I'll be able to wield a hammer and get to work. By the way, boss, once the blacksmith shop is finished, don't forget to set up the forge and get me a bellows as well. This food is absolutely delightful. I'm craving stewed pork with vermicelli. Can we make that, boss? Noodles would suffice too. Boss, how much metal do we have? What do you want to craft next? Weaponry, armor, or perhaps hoes and shovels? We need ample materials to create these items. Boss, enough already. Eat your food properly, Jiang Tian interjected, rolling his eyes at Tang Yan's incessant rambling. Goodness, what a chatterbox. Why is he called Tang Yan and not Tang Sing? Although Tang Yin was prone to his incessant prattle, most of his comments were valid and related to manufacturing, except for the stewed pork with vermicelli. Jiang Tian pondered the current metal reserves. After days of acquisitions and fishing, they had amassed over 1,000 pounds of copper, which amounted to roughly 50 to 60 liters in volume. Iron, however, was scarce, totaling only 300 to 400 pounds, much of which had already been melted down to create a rudimentary anvil. They would need to gather more metal. As he contemplated these matters, Jiang Tian opened the regional chat channel and called out for metal acquisitions. Everyone understood that metal held significant value, especially in their current circumstances, where living, breeding animals were deemed even more precious. In contrast, metal, non-edible and a resource for later use, was slightly less desirable. Soon enough, piles of metal surrounded him, and he instructed a few individuals to transport them to the warehouse. By this time, the meal was nearly finished, and the others headed off for extra work while Jiang Tian continued to glance at the chat channel, finishing his meal. Amidst the mundane chatter, a particular message suddenly captured everyone's attention. Holy moly, do you know what I just saw? I saw something massive flying in the distance. Flying? You didn't run into sky pirates, did you? No, it's not an island. It looks like a bug. A winged one. A bug? Flying in the sky? Is such a thing even possible in this cursed place? Yes, it looked quite large and terrifying, and it seemed to be emitting flames, but fortunately, it was far from me. Stop joking. Don't all living creatures on the sky island just hide in boxes? Where would you find flying bugs? You must be dreaming. Jiang Tian glanced at the regional channel. A bug flying in the sky, and a sizable one at that? He had been in this place for 24 days, and he hadn't seen a single bird, let alone a bug. Could this world have undergone some transformation? After all, anything was possible here. Shaking his head, he decided to set the matter aside for now and stepped outside. At this moment, the blacksmith shop was under construction, with Shi Jigang and his crew laying bricks. Unbeknownst to them, the moon had risen, casting its luminous glow over the entire island. Tonight's moon was brighter than any previous night, illuminating the surroundings clearly even without the need for a bonfire. Glancing upward, he saw a full moon hanging in the sky, its light radiating brilliantly. Chapter 103, The Night of the Full Moon, Anomaly on the Sky Island. Under the bright moonlight, the workers occasionally paused to gaze at the full moon. On the other side, a bound pigman lay on the ground, next to a humanoid skeleton. The skeleton's original form was a goblin fed by Huatsubing earlier that afternoon, now nearly devoured by the pigman. The pigman, the primary culprit, exhibited a patch of black, coarse hair beneath its navel. With a few more meals, it would turn entirely black, at which point its state could be assessed. Despite the uproar last night regarding the pigmen consuming monster flesh, some individuals continued to breed pigmen, contemplating pushing them off once they reached partial blackening. Who knows if any unfortunate souls had mismanaged the dosage, resulting in their pigmen fully blackening. Perhaps they could gather some information from the chat channel. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Tian opened the chat channel and was astonished to find that all discussions revolved around pigmen. The moon is so big and round tonight. I love it. My newly acquired pigman is also gazing at the moon. I wonder if it's awakening the bloodline of the great sage to seek out Chang'e in the Moon Palace for some games. My pig is also admiring the moon, appearing quite focused. Wait, why is the black hair on it increasing? What is going on? Holy hell, I just bought this pigman, and it was entirely white. Why has it suddenly turned completely black? Help! My pigman inexplicably blackened after gazing at the full moon for a moment, howled twice, and then killed my subordinate. It's right in front of me, devouring my subordinate. What should I do? Wait, can pigs go insane from looking at the full moon? Does the full moon have that kind of effect? Isn't that a trait of werewolves? Why would pigmen be affected too? It's all about the full moon. My pigmen in my room are fine. Quickly, bring them inside. Don't let them see the moon. The chat channel buzzed with chaos. Seeing this, Jiang Tian furrowed his brow. Pigmen blackening upon seeing the full moon? Such a phenomenon existed? Furthermore, Jiang Tian realized that these pleas for help were just a small fraction. Previously, many survivors who had mentioned breeding pigmen were now silent. Perhaps they had already met with misfortune. Contemplating this, Jiang Tian glanced at the pigman snoring nearby. If this were indeed the case, then the pigman on his island would also undergo a transformation upon seeing the moon. Just as Jiang Tian prepared to instruct Huatsubing to bring the pigman into the wooden house for slow research with monster meat, the pigman grunted twice, shifted its body, and opened its eyes, seemingly just waking up. It then followed the direction of the moonlight, raising its head to fix its round eyes on the moon, utterly still. The black fur that had previously only covered half its body rapidly spread, belly, arms, neck, and finally, its head. The pigman transformed entirely into a black figure. As the fur changed, the pigman's body appeared to swell slightly. Its drooping ears stood upright, its hooves sprouted black claws, and its jaw gradually elongated, revealing 2 tusks. This sudden transformation startled Huatsubing, and Jiang Tian frowned. It seemed that the rumors were indeed true. Pigmen would rapidly blacken upon seeing the full moon. Awoo! Awoo! The blackened pigman writhed and howled at the moon. However, sensing its restraints, it reacted by flexing its muscles, causing the ropes binding its front and hind legs to snap. The pigman regained its freedom, bolting toward the island's edge, raising its head to let out a triumphant roar at the full moon. This scene bore a striking resemblance to many cinematic portrayals of werewolf transformations. Jiang Tian was disinclined to ponder any connection to werewolves and directly commanded Huatsubing and Lu Bu. This creature poses a threat. Prepare for combat. Yes, my lord. Huatsubing drew his bow, knocking an arrow and pulling the string taut. Whoosh. The arrow, tipped with a sharp black point that glimmered faintly, sped towards the pigman. Thud. The arrowhead pierced through the pigman's black fur and into its back, black blood oozing from the wound. The pigman, in pain, turned its head. Its red eyes fixated on Huatsubing. It pushed off the ground with its limbs and charged at Huatsubing, who swiftly knocked another arrow. Whoosh. A sharp arrow sliced through the night sky, hurtling towards the neck of the pigman. The pigman seemed to possess a modicum of intelligence, as it dodged to the side upon sensing the incoming projectile. Yet, the arrow traveled with such swiftness that it could not entirely evade it, resulting in the shaft embedding itself in the pigman's left arm. A pained howl erupted from the creature as it rose to its feet, grasping the arrow with its clawed right hand in an attempt to extract it. At that moment, Lu Bu, wielding a bronze spear, swiftly closed the distance to the pigman. With a powerful thrust of his right arm, he exclaimed, "Ha!" A spray of dark blood erupted as the spear pierced through the pigman's body, delivering a chilling blow. The pigman faltered, a mouthful of blood spilling forth, its outstretched arms drooping as it toppled backward. The impact was so forceful that the wooden shaft of the spear splintered, leaving Lu Bu in a state of bewilderment, staring at the broken piece in his hand. Meanwhile, Huitzubing sheathed his bow and approached the fallen pigman to assess its condition. He nodded to Jiang Tian, stating, "My lord, the pigman has been slain." Jiang Tian acknowledged with a nod, moving to Lu Bu's side and patting his arm. "Enough of your days. Once the blacksmith's forge is established, I shall have a more suitable weapon crafted for you." "Yes, thank you, my lord. Now, go assist in the construction of the forge. Let us expedite the process." After sending Lu Bu on his way, Jiang Tian crouched to examine the body of the darkened pigman. Its entire form had turned black, with a physical resilience comparable to that of other darkened creatures. In summary, the thickness of its hide was commendable. Utilized wisely, it could be fashioned into leather armor. To Jiang Tian, however, it was of little value, perhaps better suited for sale in the trading post at a decent price. He promptly accessed the trading post and listed the darkened pigman for sale. With that matter settled, he cast a glance at the moon above. The round, lustrous orb continued to radiate a bright glow, albeit appearing somewhat ominous under the circumstances. Jiang Tian shook his head, pondering how many of the pig farmers would suffer tonight. Yet, it was not his concern. After all, the fate of the pig farmers was a choice they had made. If blame were to be assigned, it should fall upon the organizers of this game. This full moon night felt peculiar to Jiang Tian. It seemed to hold more than just the capacity to darken pig men, perhaps foreshadowing something more ominous. Additionally, he recalled seeing that strange flying insect in the chat channel earlier. A frown creased his brow as suspicion began to brew within him. He then commanded, "Huitzubing, light the bonfire and have Lu Sandow keep watch." "Yes, my lord." As the night deepened, Jiang Tian and his retinue succumbed to slumber. The house now devoid of light, illuminated only by the moonlight and the flickering bonfire that cast shadows across the island. Huitzubing and Lu Sandow circled the island, vigilant for any anomalies approaching their shores. At that moment, near the edge of the island, a sudden sound echoed. A black spider materialized just a meter above the ground. Landing with a soft thud, its 8 black legs scurried towards the nearby enclosure. Chapter 104. An ominous occurrence last night. The following morning, after freshening up, Jiang Tian pushed open the door. "My lord," Huitzubing greeted, bowing respectfully. Last night, an unusual phenomenon occurred. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tian's brow furrowed. "What transpired? Please, follow me." Jiang Tian nodded and followed Huitzubing to the west, where the leopard woman tended to the animals. There, on the ground, lay 3 corpses, 2 spiders, and a goblin. Huitzubing gestured towards the bodies. "My lord, these creatures appeared inexplicably on the island last night, and were dispatched by Lu Sandow and myself." "Appeared inexplicably?" "Indeed, last night, Lu Sandow and I were not fishing, and we have no knowledge of where these creatures originated." Jiang Tian nodded and crouched to examine the bodies. The spiders bore no yellow hairs, and the goblin was not as robust as those caught days prior. They resembled the products of the last monster reinforcement. The bodies displayed arrow wounds, suggesting they had been shot. Jiang Tian then inquired, "When you encountered these creatures, did they all appear on the western side of the island?" "One spider was found near the enclosure, while the other spider and the goblin were at the island's edge." "I see. Once you both finish breakfast, take some rest." "Yes, my lord." Shortly thereafter, breakfast was prepared. After dining, Jiang Tian had Huitzubing and Lu Sandow recount the events of the previous night, cautioning everyone to remain vigilant and aware of their surroundings. Huitzubing and Lu Sandow then went to rest, while the others resumed their respective tasks. The primary objective for the day was to complete the unfinished blacksmith's forge from yesterday. Jiang Tian also replicated another ballista, bringing their total to 6. Once the forge was operational, they could allocate manpower to produce bolts en masse. Meanwhile, while Huitzubing and Lu Sandow rested, the task of patrolling fell to Lu Bu. Observing Lu Bu encircling the island, Jiang Tian contemplated the situation. Unlike before, when monsters only emerged from fishing chests, they now appeared suddenly on the island, significantly increasing the danger. Lu Bu would need to monitor both the skies for intruders and the ground for emerging monsters, a daunting task for one alone. Thus, Jiang Tian took up his wooden bow and arrows, securing a bronze axe at his waist, and joined the patrol, seeking to uncover how these monsters materialized so unexpectedly. The 2 men, bows in hand, strolled leisurely around the island. Approximately an hour later, as Jiang Tian wandered to the southwestern corner of the island, he suddenly noticed a gathering of luminescent light at the edge. This light coalesced into a humanoid form, hovering about a meter above the ground. With a thud, a fishman wielding a stone trident landed before him. "Aho!" the fishman shouted, charging at Jiang Tian with its weapon raised. Jiang Tian's focus sharpened as he drew his bow, nocking an arrow and releasing it. The arrow whizzed past the fishman, barely missing by half a meter, startling the creature. Jiang Tian felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing his aim was lacking. It seemed he needed further practice with the bow. Lowering his weapon, he unsheathed the bronze axe and dashed towards the fishman. Delivering a swift cleave that severed the creature in two. Leaving the trident behind, he kicked the corpse off the island. Since the pigman incident, these monsters had lost their market value. They were better off discarded. After dealing with the fishman, Jiang Tian began to reflect on the peculiar scene he had just witnessed. The sudden emergence of the luminescent light that formed into a fishman. Luminescent light? Jiang Tian recalled having encountered this phenomenon several times before. The parchment manual he received upon entering this world, as well as the dispersal of his subordinates and survivors. All dissolved into luminescent light. This glow likely represented a form of transportation. In essence, could this be considered a calamity? Lacking sufficient information, Jiang Tian could not delve deeper into the analysis. He decided instead to inform the working group of his findings, advising them to maintain distance should they observe any gathering luminescence and to prepare for combat. He then resumed his patrol around the island, vigilant against unforeseen threats. Not long after, the sun hung high overhead. Throughout the morning, Jiang Tian and Lu Bu dispatched 2 more monsters that appeared suddenly, all of which had materialized at the island's edge, a fact that brought relief to everyone. Given the circumstances, there is no need to worry about sleeping soundly indoors, only to be startled by a sudden flash of fluorescent light beside your pillow, accompanied by the unexpected appearance of a spider. At this moment, the blacksmith's forge has been completed. Once the cement set upon it dries, it can be put to regular use. Tang Yin gazes at the forge before him, his eyes gleaming with excitement, as he caresses the still wet cement, displaying an unmistakable fondness for it. Alas, the blacksmith's workshop is finally finished, though the equipment inside remains to be set up. Boss, could you please arrange for a forge that stands about 1.5 meters tall? All right, Jiang Tian replied, somewhat exasperated. First, let us prepare for a meal. You can discuss these matters with Shi Jigang later this afternoon. He will assist you. What shall we eat? Can we have pork braised with vermicelli? Silence. After silencing Tang Yin, Jiang Tian pondered briefly. Speaking of pork, it seems that their meat supplies are running low again and must be replenished. Over the past few days, he has been reluctant to purchase meat from the trading post. Following the recent hailstorm and the spontaneous monster incursions, it is highly likely that the livestock have met an untimely demise. Regardless of quality, consuming such meat feels rather peculiar. Presently, there are 12 pigs in the pen, and they can slaughter one for some fresh meat. Furthermore, with the ice cellar now available, there is no need to worry excessively about preserving the remaining pork. He then commanded, Shi Jigang, take someone with you and slaughter a pig for some meat. Store the remaining pork in the ice cellar. Yes, boss. Shi Jigang wiped the sweat from his brow and acknowledged the order. He called for Zhang San and headed toward the pig pen in the west. Meanwhile, as Kai Wenji and Li Xiaoning were reeling in their fishing rods and preparing to cook, a bell on one of the rods chimed, and upon lifting it, they discovered yet another wooden box. Li Xiaoning used a hook to pry open the box, revealing a man clad in simple garments. He appeared to be in his 50s, of short stature, with somewhat dark skin. Master, we have caught another person. Chapter 105. What is happening? Why is there suddenly such a commotion? Upon hearing the noise, Jiang Tian instructed Kai Wenji and Li Xiaoning to continue reeling in their lines, then called for Wang Yun to bring this new member over. Master, the man greeted Jiang Tian once he was brought forward. Jiang Tian nodded, scrutinizing him. He was somewhat short, perhaps not even 1.6 meters tall, with dark skin. Could he be Wu Dalong? What is your name? Replying to the master. My name is Ding. Ding? Jiang Tian's face was filled with confusion. So he was not Wu Dalong after all. By the way, what does the name Ding signify? And why is it just a single character? Suddenly, an eerie sound pierced the air. Jiang Tian turned to see Shi Jigang and Zhang San dragging a pig toward the southeastern corner of the island. Shi Jigang wielded a knife, preparing to plunge it into the pig's neck. The pig, sensing danger, began to struggle and squeal wildly. Zhang San, who was holding the pig down, furrowed his brow. The reason they had brought the pig to this location was to prevent the other pigs from witnessing its fate and panicking, which could adversely affect the meat quality. If this pig continued to scream, what would happen if the others caught on? Quickly, Zhang San reached into his pocket and pulled out a brick. With a swift motion, he struck the pig on the forehead. The brick shattered, and the pig collapsed, unconscious. Shi Jigang crouched beside it, contemplating how to wield the knife. Just then, Jiang Tian gestured toward them. If you have nothing to do, why not assist over there? Oh, and from now on, don't call me master, call me lord. Yes, lord. The man complied, and Jiang Tian nodded. Taking advantage of the cooking time, he decided to stroll around the island to check for any monster appearances at the edges. Before long, as Jiang Tian circled the island and approached Shi Jigang and the others, he overheard a cacophony of voices. Your method of slaughtering the pig is incorrect. The skin is still attached to the meat, causing a lot of waste. Hey, that is not how you chop it. You're hitting the bones. This knife won't last long at this rate. Do you even know how to butcher a pig? No. You need to split it into 2 halves first. Soon after, Shi Jigang's voice echoed. Either I do it or you do it. Can you stop standing there critiquing? Do you know how exhausting this is? I have to design, move bricks, and butcher animals, so stop directing me if you think you can do better. Shi Jigang's voice was filled with helplessness. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tian felt a twinge of guilt. Since the arrival of Shi Jigang, the task of slaughtering animals seemed to have fallen solely on him. In truth, butchering was not his primary responsibility. It was merely a result of his orders, and thus he had no complaints. However, while killing chickens, ducks, or fish was manageable, asking him to slaughter a pig was indeed a tall order. Hastening forward, Jiang Tian surveyed the situation. On the ground lay a pig, its skin and flesh exposed, alongside a basin of blood and a large wooden board. Shi Jigang and Zhang San were crouched on the ground, bloodied and somewhat perplexed, while the man stood nearby, maintaining an air of calm. After glancing at the three, Jiang Tian inquired, "What is going on? Why the sudden uproar?" Shi Jigang complained, "Since this person arrived, not only has he not helped, but he has also been standing by, pointing fingers at us, which has made me a bit agitated." The man defended himself. "I merely wanted to teach him how to butcher a pig. I meant no harm. My lord, allow me to handle this pig. I seem to have a knack for slaughtering." Jiang Tian scrutinized the man for a moment before nodding. He instructed Shi Jigang to hand over the knife, then observed the man's technique closely. With his right hand grasping the knife and his left hand gliding over the pig's body, the man skillfully maneuvered the blade. The knife glided effortlessly over the pig's flesh, navigating around the bones without any resistance, and within a brief span, he adeptly placed neatly cut pieces of meat onto the wooden board. Watching this scene, both Shi Jigang and Zhang San, who had struggled to chop the meat moments ago, stood agape. The man's technique was astonishingly proficient. Jiang Tian, taken aback, instinctively recalled two idioms: to slice with ease and the butcher's mastery. "Wait a moment. Butcher?" Jiang Tian looked at the man and asked, "Could it be that you are a butcher?" The man paused, murmuring, "Butcher? That title sounds familiar." Jiang Tian nodded, his mind arriving at an answer. "From now on, I shall call you Butcher. You will be in charge of this pig and any future butchering tasks." Shi Jigang, Zhang San, "You two have worked hard. Go wash up and prepare for a meal." "Yes, boss." Shi Jigang and Zhang San, relieved, jumped up and hurried to the restroom to clean off the blood. Observing the butcher diligently working alone, Jiang Tian contemplated the situation. As monsters could now appear directly on the island, it would be prudent to have Lu Bu come out to keep watch and lend a hand. After taking turns to dine, the group commenced their afternoon tasks, focusing on crafting the necessary equipment within the blacksmith's workshop. Subsequently, everyone began to divide responsibilities, creating the bellows used for blacksmithing. They also prepared ash and cement to construct another forge within the workshop. Jiang Tian, meanwhile, went to the slaughtering area. At this point, the pig had been fully disassembled, its bones and meat neatly arranged on the wooden board. Together with the butcher, they processed the pork and stored it in the ice cellar, while a basin of pig's blood was salted for preservation. With the meat supply successfully managed, it was at this moment that Huitzubing and Lu Sandao arose, seeking Jiang Tian's guidance. At this moment, the patrolling personnel became available, allowing Jiang Tian to take a brief respite. Seated indoors, he activated the chat channel. The conversation was rife with reports concerning the emergence of monsters. "Ah, damn it. While I was fishing, a bizarre spider bit my leg. This morning, a merman suddenly appeared at the island's edge, giving me quite a scare. Goblins have appeared on my island too. My goodness, could it be that after the full moon, these monsters are deliberately coming ashore? These creatures come to deceive and ambush us survivors. How is this acceptable? It is not. I urge these monsters to reflect upon their actions and refrain from such petty cunning." After perusing the messages for a while, Jiang Tian acquired the information he sought. As he suspected, the monsters were appearing at the island's periphery. The currently active monsters were of relatively low strength. Although the difficulty had increased, it afforded the survivors some time to adapt. However, it was likely that these monsters would gradually become stronger as time passed. Just as he was contemplating this, a particular message captured everyone's attention. "Whoa, I see someone is selling the corpse of a corrupted pigman at the trading post. Who on earth is so impressive?" Chapter 106. Corrupted Pigman's Hide, Highest Bidder Wins. A corrupted pigman's corpse? Upon seeing this, Jiang Tian recalled that he had placed this corrupted pigman on the market last night and subsequently discarded the body on the southern side of the island. This morning's monster invasion had consumed his focus, and he nearly forgot about the pigman hanging in the trading post. Simultaneously, discussions regarding this corrupted pigman erupted in the world channel. Generally, the stone spears and bone knives couldn't even pierce its hide. How could someone have slain it? I just visited the trading post and discovered that this is what a corrupted pigman looks like, somewhat terrifying. Last night, I messaged a few acquaintances who raised pigmen, but they never responded. They were likely killed by this creature. During the full moon last night, my pigman had fully transformed and even killed one of my subordinates. I had to knock it off the edge while it was preoccupied with feeding. To be able to slay such a beast is truly remarkable. I wonder if the meat of this corrupted pigman is palatable. Frankly speaking, the hide seems quite thick. It would be splendid if it could be fashioned into armor. As he continued to read the chat messages, he made his way south, crouching down to inspect the pigman's corpse. Having lain there for a while, The black blood had dried up, and the body had sunk slightly, yet it showed no signs of decay. The hide remained resilient. Observing this, Jiang Tian opened the trading post to check the situation. Presently, only one individual had listed a corrupted pigment for sale, himself. Moreover, numerous trade requests had flooded in. Most sought the pigment's hide, while a smaller faction wanted to purchase some of its meat to sample its flavor. After some contemplation, Jiang Tian decided to sell the hide and meat separately for maximum profit. Just then, a voice interrupted his thoughts. "My lord, what is this creature?" "A wild boar." Turning around, Jiang Tian saw the butcher. After preparing the pork, he had allowed the butcher to explore the island and familiarize himself with the surroundings. He also advised him to steer clear of any gathering of luminescent entities and to notify the patrolling personnel. It seemed he had conveniently arrived just in time. Jiang Tian then pointed to the corrupted pigment and briefly explained the situation. Upon hearing this, the butcher glanced at the pigment. "My lord, allow me to handle the skinning." The butcher eagerly volunteered, perfectly aligning with Jiang Tian's intentions. After his agreement, the butcher picked up the knife he had used to butcher the pig. Beginning to explore the pigment's muscular and skeletal structure as he commenced his work, Jiang Tian, not wanting to intervene, opened the trading post to begin acquiring metals. However, after more than 2 hours, as Jiang Tian closed the trading post to take a break, he noticed the butcher, who had previously been adept at slaughtering, now furrowing his brow while cutting. "What is the matter?" "My lord, this pigment's hide is exceedingly tough. Using a kitchen knife is quite inconvenient. If only we had a more durable skinning knife and saw." Understanding this predicament, Jiang Tian replied, "Indeed, this hide is rather challenging to work with. Let us find Tang Yin and forge a proper knife." With that, Jiang Tian rose and made his way to the blacksmith shop. At that moment, within the blacksmith shop, the stone platform and forge had been constructed with cement. Tang Yin was overseeing several individuals as they melted a misfortunate iron block into molten iron. Preparing to create a proper anvil, Jiang Tian summoned Tang Yin over and instructed, "I have a task for you. Collaborate with the butcher to forge a couple of skinning knives." Upon hearing about the blacksmithing, Tang Yin's eyes lit up. "Absolutely, boss. It's just 2 small knives. Once the anvil is completed, I'll have them ready for you in no time." "Very well, I leave it to you. Butcher, you may accompany Tang Yin in this endeavor." "Yes, my lord." Not long after, Tang Yin enlisted Zhang San and Li Si as his assistants. Inside the blacksmith shop, the sound of metal clanging resonated as they began working on the iron bars. Time passed leisurely. As the sun dipped low in the west, the butcher approached Jiang Tian, respectfully presenting a large piece of black hide. "My lord, the skin has been successfully peeled. Please take a look." Well done." Jiang Tian nodded, gesturing for the butcher to lay the pigment's skin on the ground. Ever since the butcher acquired professional tools, his skinning speed had significantly improved. And now he had thoroughly stripped the corrupted pigment's hide. On the other side lay the chunks of corrupted pigment meat, appearing somewhat unappetizing. Jiang Tian instructed the butcher to clean himself up in preparation for a meal. He then opened the trading post, listing the pigment's flesh and hide. Corrupted pigment meat for metal. Corrupted pigment hide for metal. Highest bidder wins. Interested parties may contact me privately. After posting, Jiang Tian glanced at the hide spread out on the ground. To be honest, when laid out like this, it resembled a rather luxurious fur carpet. It might be worth considering for the room later. Though the pigment's hide was somewhat unsightly, a deep, dark shade, I wondered if there were hides from tiger or leopard men as well. Just as Jiang Tian and his companions were heading out for a meal, this trading information caught the attention of individuals in both the world and regional channels. Whoa, the earlier corrupted pigment has vanished. But there is now a hide and a pile of corrupted pigment meat. I wonder how the meat tastes. I've submitted a trade request and hope to sample it tonight. Wait, pig hide. I just attempted to slay a semi-corrupted pigment, but I couldn't even cut through the corrupted hide. How did this person manage to do it? Exactly. I just tried cutting with a kitchen knife. Although it was possible, it was incredibly laborious. Wow, this hide looks so well prepared. Later, after dinner, Jiang Tian surveyed the growing number of individuals gathered in the room. With the influx of people, the small brick house and adjacent wooden structure seemed increasingly insufficient. With ample land available and the blacksmith shop completed, it was time to consider constructing several more residential buildings. Thus, rather than rushing everyone back to work, he called for a meeting to discuss their respective tasks. Kai Wenji was assigned to oversee the care of chickens, ducks, and fish, while Li Xiaoning continued to handle the clearing of monsters at the fishing spot. Wang Yun remained unchanged, simply continuing his fishing. The leopard woman was tasked with the care of cattle, sheep, and pigs, and if assistance was needed, she could coordinate with herself. As for Shi Gang, he began planning the residential buildings for the newcomers. As the number of individuals being caught continues to rise, there is a certain demand for housing. Meanwhile, Lu Bu, Hui Xubing, and Lu Sandao persist in their rotating patrols to prevent the unexpected emergence of monsters on the island from posing a threat to others. Tang Yin has taken it upon himself to complete his forging tasks during this period, with Zhang San and Li Si assisting him to expedite the production of weapons and armor. Once everything was arranged, Jiang Tian stifled a yawn and waved to the group. "All right, if If we are to work overtime tonight, Huitzubing and Lu Sandao will patrol the island, while the rest of you should also craft some crossbow bolts. Chapter 107. My lord, are you hungry? After issuing his orders, Jiang Tian strolled leisurely about the island, taking in the scenery beyond. At this moment, the moonlight was not as bright as the previous night. The full moon had vanished, giving way to a waning crescent. The next time it would return to its full glory would be in 30 days' time. Whoosh! The sound of an arrow slicing through the air rang out as Huitzubing pierced a spider that had appeared on the island. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Tian could not help but sigh. The recent full moon had brought forth so many unforeseen events. He wondered what transformations the next full moon might herald. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Tian found himself above a piece of pigskin. Glancing at it, he opened the trading post. The black pig meat and hide he had listed had already attracted numerous trade requests. Notably, a chunk of meat from an entire pigman had reached a value of 5 iron ingots. After some contemplation, Jiang Tian decided to sell the blackened pigman meat. It served no purpose sitting idle, and he had no intention of consuming it. Better to dispose of it before it spoiled. The price for the hide, however, was astounding, having surged to 15 iron ingots, equivalent to nearly 300 pounds of iron. Before finalizing the transaction, Jiang Tian pondered and decided to check the chat channel for demand before determining whether to sell the pigskin at that price. Ugh! A merman suddenly appeared today and startled me. My men were ambushed by a monster, and one of them was bitten on the leg. It's quite the ordeal. And that yellow-haired spider we caught? Its legs are so sharp that a thin wooden armor is utterly insufficient. I heard from the survivors of the pigmen that the black pigskin can withstand monster attacks. The yellow-haired spider's stabs are ineffective against the pigman's blackened skin. If only we could craft leather armor from it. There's a black pigskin on the trading post. It seems quite pricey. I offered 10 iron ingots, but no one paid me any mind. Well, of course, such items are exceedingly rare. Who could afford them? Is this black pigskin truly so costly? Wait a moment. I'll go hunt down a semi-blackened pigman. I just bought a chunk of blackened pigman meat, and it tastes rather peculiar. Upon reflecting on this, Jiang Tian found clarity. 15 iron ingots was a price that had yet to reach its peak value. He realized he needed to sell the pigskin for a good price before others began trading in it. However, given that everyone was currently rather impoverished, it would be challenging to purchase the entire hide at once. Perhaps he could divide it into smaller pieces, crafting simple leather armor for individual sale. With this thought in mind, Jiang Tian glanced over at the leopard woman, who was wandering after tending to the cows, sheep, and pigs, and the leather top and skirt she wore. Those garments appeared to be made of leather. Perhaps she could fashion leather armor as well. Leopard woman, come here for a moment. Master, what is it? The leopard woman approached Jiang Tian, her expression somewhat bewildered. Jiang Tian inquired directly, what you're wearing, is it leather? Can you make leather armor? The leopard woman hesitated before responding, I think I can. That is splendid. In a moment, communicate with the butcher and have him craft this pigskin into leather armor. It doesn't need to be perfect. It just has to be wearable. All right. With a satisfied gaze, Jiang Tian watched as the leopard woman grabbed the pigskin and sought out the butcher. He then removed the pigskin from the trading post. Instantly, the chat channel erupted. What the heck? How did such a large piece of pigskin disappear? Did someone buy it? My friend just said he offered 15 iron ingots and couldn't he obtain it? Wow, how much did that pigskin sell for? I just traded food for 20 iron ingots and was about to try and make a trade when it got taken down. This is unbelievable. An hour later, the butcher and the leopard woman returned with 4 pieces of leather armor before Jiang Tian. The crafting process was simple. They had punctured a few holes at the joints and tied them together with thin cords. It appeared rather rudimentary, but the quality seemed satisfactory. Until iron armor was produced, this makeshift protection would suffice. At that moment, Tang Yin emerged for some fresh air and happened upon the 3 holding the leather armor. He leaned in curiously, asking, is that leather armor? Yes, what of it? Jiang Tian replied, to which Tang Yin waved his hand dismissively. In this sweltering summer, who would want to wear that and risk breaking out in heat rash? Jiang Tian nodded in agreement. His intention was not to wear it himself, so it mattered not to him. As he contemplated, he glanced toward the patrolling Huitzubing and Lu Sandao. After some thought, he decided to keep 2 pieces of leather armor and place the other 2 on the trading post. Blackened pigman leather armor for trade, high bidders only. Please refrain from inquiries below 15 iron ingots. This announcement sent shockwaves through the channel. What the heck? Blackened pigman leather armor has appeared on the trading post. That pigskin was just bought and transformed into armor? This is fantastic. It resolves many issues for someone like me who struggles with crafting. Upon examining the details of the armor, it appeared to have only 15 units of pigskin, yet it was being sold for the same price as the earlier pigskin. This is outrageous. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian merely observed the chat channel with a silent smile. Though the chatterers vocally expressed their displeasure, the price of the leather armor continued to rise. Ultimately, the 2 pieces sold for a total of 40 iron ingots. Gazing at the iron ingots beside him, Jiang Tian nodded in satisfaction. Just then, Huitzubing approached with an urgent report. Master, a pigman has appeared on the island. Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. Did you manage to capture it? We have it under control. Excellent. A gentle smile graced Jiang Tian's face as he instructed, "Tonight, aside from patrolling, be sure to feed the pigmen some monster meat." "Yes, my lord." Not long after, as night deepened, following Jiang Tian's orders, everyone returned to their quarters to rest, except for Huizubing and Lu Sandow. The newly arrived butcher was accommodated in the previously assigned wooden house, sharing space with the two elderly men. Just as Jiang Tian was preparing to wash up for bed, suddenly, a dark head poked into his room. This unexpected intrusion startled Kai Wenji, who was preparing foot bath water for Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian looked up to see the butcher. "What brings you here? It's getting late. You should rest." The butcher chuckled. "My lord, are you hungry? I can prepare something for you." Chapter 108. What is that aroma? It smells divine. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tian's lips curled in annoyance. "What nonsense are you spouting? Get out of here." No. Realizing Jiang Tian's displeasure, the butcher quickly gestured defensively. "What I meant was, aside from butchering, I am quite skilled at cooking as well." Jiang Tian felt a wave of frustration. As a modern individual, he was well aware of the butcher's culinary prowess. After all, the term kitchen is derived from the character used in the chef, which refers to the culinary master. "My lord, shall I showcase my skills for you? Today, aside from the pigs that have been stored in the ice cellar, we have a spare rib left outside." Upon hearing this, Jiang Tian's expression turned peculiar as he replied, "All right, then make haste." "Understood, my lord." The chef responded enthusiastically and dashed out of the room. After all, he had no intention of retiring early. If this chef's skills proved to be exceptional, he could certainly take charge of the kitchen in the future. With the increasing population, it was likely that the culinary duties would overwhelm just Kai Wenji and Li Xiaoning. Moreover, both of them were amateurs, whereas this chef was a professional. Meanwhile, Kai Wenji, overhearing the conversation, immediately discerned Jiang Tian's intention to have the chef manage the kitchen. Her gaze turned forlorn as she approached Jiang Tian, tugging at his sleeve. "Master, does this mean he will be cooking from now on?" Jiang Tian, without much thought, nodded slightly. This gesture only deepened the sense of injustice on Kai Wenji's face. "Master, what about me?" Realizing her concern, Jiang Tian chuckled and patted her head. "As our numbers surely grow, it will be challenging for just you and Li Xiaoning to handle so many mouths to feed." "But..." Kai Wenji seemed poised to protest further, but was interrupted by Jiang Tian. "Enough of the buts. Just focus on feeding the chickens and ducks when you're not fishing. By the way, how many chickens and ducks do we have now?" Kai Wenji, with a playful expression, counted on her fingers, including those caught in the last 2 days. "We currently have 117 adult chickens and 156 ducks." Jiang Tian's eyes lit up. "Oh, so many? It seems we can set up a stove and open a shop selling roasted duck in the future." "What does it mean to open a shop selling roasted duck?" Kai Wenji inquired curiously, gazing at Jiang Tian. Just as he was about to respond, the chef's voice rang out from outside. "My lord, it's ready. Come out and eat." This announcement captured the attention of everyone in the room, all peering out to see the chef beckoning them. "What is that smell? It's so fragrant." Zhang San, still half asleep, suddenly widened his eyes, his nose twitching. Li Si, standing nearby, also caught the aroma and frowned slightly. "Who is cooking? Is it a late-night snack?" At this, all eyes turned to Kai Wenji, who had just stepped outside beside Jiang Tian. "So late, and you're still cooking?" Kai Wenji waved her hands. "It's not me, it's the chef. He claims to be skilled, so I let him give it a try." "Oh, I see," Li Si shrugged, and the others retracted their heads, losing interest. However, Tang Yen, who had been sleeping in the living room, suddenly opened his eyes wide. He sprang up from the floor, sniffing the air as he approached the dining area. "Is this a late-night snack? Wow, you're having a night feast at this hour? What did you make? Is it pork stew with vermicelli?" Jiang Tian chuckled. "Well, I wouldn't know. You'll have to ask the chef." Thus, Tang Yen eagerly gazed at the chef. The chef glared back. "Hey, I'm making this for my lord, not for you." With that, he turned and returned shortly with a plate covered by another plate, concealing the contents within. Yet, even so, a continuous stream of enticing aromas wafted from it. "Don't. Hurry, take it off, and let me see." Meanwhile, in the regional chat channel, despite the late hour, it remained lively. "Sigh, the hailstorm the other day wrecked my house, and I've been busy fixing it for 2 days. Same here. By the way, how is your house coming along? Don't mention it. The wood is ridiculously expensive now. I could only use a few pillars to make a foundation and thatch the roof. I hope it doesn't hail again. Haha, I've already built my house. It's really impressive. Even if another hailstorm comes, I won't be afraid." Uft, what is so impressive about that? Can it compare to 1111? At this hour, I bet only 1111 can get a good night's sleep. Exactly, probably cuddling with a lowly and who knows what else. On the other side, Jiang Tian was enjoying the food that Kai Wenji had prepared while browsing the chat channel. Upon reading a certain message, he couldn't help but smirk and replied, "CNNS 1111. Stop, stop, stop. You lot should refrain from spreading rumors, alright? By heaven's virtue, we are innocent." Bah. Who would believe that? Exactly, you're already sounding so pretentious. Seeing the flood of messages flashing before him, Jiang Tian shot back, "Sigh. I'm not as idle as you think. Today, I fished out a fellow named Chef, and not only do I have to find him a job, but I also need to arrange his living quarters. There's a myriad of tasks to manage. What? A chef? Is it the same one who dissects oxen? Damn. Why is your luck so good? You catch either renowned generals or celebrities. Right? I caught a fatty today. Greasy and lazy and utterly foolish. When I told him to fish, he nearly lost my rod. Same here. I caught a guy yesterday who you might know. He claims to be Hong Shirxian. He does nothing but recite cheesy lines around me. When I ignore him, he says I'm super flirtatious, almost making me lose my temper. 666, you caught Hong Shirxian. Hong Shirxian? Are you joking? In no time, the regional chat channel descended into chaos. Jiang Tian could hardly keep up. He hadn't expected to encounter Hong Shirxian. Moreover, others chimed in about catching armored warriors. Isn't that absurd? I even caught an Ultraman. Growing weary of the banter, Jiang Tian simply dropped a message and exited the regional channel. You all continue chatting. The chef has made me a late-night snack, and I'm in the midst of enjoying it. I'm signing off now. 886. Chapter 109. Someone is flying towards me from the Sky Island. After sending that message, Jiang Tian smiled at Kai Wenji, who was carefully feeding him a rib noodle dish. Don't just feed me. You should have a bite too. Ah, nom nom. Kai Wenji chewed on the meat, her eyes sparkling. Wow, it's delicious. Let us have the chef prepare more so we can share. All right. Hee. The two chatted merrily as they enjoyed their meal, while Tang Yen, sprawled on the living room floor, watched the pair feed each other with a mouthful of drool, silently shedding tears of envy. At the same time, the regional chat channel erupted once more. What? A late-night snack? I've been working tirelessly for days, trading food for wood, and I can't even get lunch, and you're having a late-night snack? I want to eat the chef's late-night snack too. At this hour, discussing this topic, are you even human? Meanwhile, 2111 had just finished reworking the farmland with a few subordinates and returned a few fish to the pond. Exhausted, he lay on his bed, intending to relax by checking social media before sleep. Upon opening the chat channel, he nearly choked on his frustration. Damn, while we're repairing losses, 1111 is snuggling with a lowly and enjoying a late-night snack. Staring at the messages, 2111 felt increasingly irate. Immediately, I commenced a private chat, dispatching messages to several individuals. Are you all still awake? Have the damages caused by the hail a few days ago been repaired? Almost done. It's been utterly exhausting. I'm faring relatively well, as there isn't much to salvage on the island. I'm rather impoverished. I've been too lethargic to repair anything. Just lying around my abode these past couple of days. What is up? Upon receiving a reply, 2111 urged, check the regional channel. That 1111 is infuriating. Since we've nearly completed our repairs, and the weather has improved, shouldn't we gather and strike against that 1111? I just saw it. It's so ostentatious. It truly irks me. I want to smash that 1111 with a club. All of its wealth is ill-gotten gains. What is there to gloat about? Let us rate it. Teach it a lesson. Seeing the righteous indignation of his comrades, 2111 nodded in satisfaction. He then reminded them about their positions. Those with larger numbers should head southwest, while one starting with 00 should primarily head east. Regarding their positions, 2111 pondered a matter. Based on the coordinates matched with their IDs, he and 1111 should be located in the southwestern corner of the CNNS area, while others were situated to the north, northeast, and east, relatively far from them. However, this was advantageous as it would allow them to develop their strengths first. By the way, as you fly in your respective directions, if you encounter other islands, seize them first. Once we've all fortified our positions, our chances of successfully taking down that 1111 will significantly increase. Understood? Understood. I can hardly wait. I'm off to find an unfortunate soul to target. With all plans in place, 2111 closed the chat interface. Since everyone was off to raid, he decided to change course and seize some land and resources himself. He mused that conversing in this manner was rather tedious. It would be splendid to establish a group chat. With that pleasant thought, he drifted off to sleep. On the other side, on the island of 2345, a black pig sat in a wooden hut, staring blankly at two corpses on the ground. It seemed to have just awakened from a nightmare. Simultaneously, its mind appeared clearer than before, as if it had acquired some memories that did not originally belong to it. Yet, it could not fully access these memories, only catching glimpses of certain images. Wiping the dried blood from its mouth, the black pig instinctively picked up a fishing rod from the hut and stepped outside. The following day, under the brilliant sun, Jiang Tian and his companions emerged from their dwelling to commence a new day's labor. After circling the island, Jiang Tian arrived at the northern region, where a rectangular fish pond, 2 meters deep, was situated. Hundreds of fish shimmered within the pond. This land had been enclosed previously, and over the past few days, Jiang Tian had constructed an additional 50 square meter pool in front. If it rains again, filling this pool could allow for the expansion of the fish pond. On either side of the pond lay farmland, consolidated by Song Ingsheng, totaling 400 square meters. Sunlight streamed through the plastic greenhouse, illuminating a variety of lush vegetables. Seeds caught and acquired earlier had been sown by Song Ingsheng. Although the area was not extensive, the farmland boasted a variety of fruits and vegetables, which were nearing maturity. Noticing Jiang Tian's arrival, Song Ingsheng approached to introduce the crops: cilantro, celery, eggplant, watermelon, cucumber, and various radishes. Observing the flourishing vegetables, Jiang Tian nodded, anticipating the plentiful additions to his meals in a few days. Furthermore, he could trade for vegetables that he had not planted himself. After inspecting the vegetable patch, Jiang Tian proceeded to the southern blacksmith shop, where Tang Yen stood beside Zhang San and Li Si, gesturing towards the forge. Since the two were to assist Tang Yen, it was essential for them to understand the equipment. Jiang Tian approached and pulled Tang Yen aside. This blacksmith shop should be functional, right? Can we work here? Of course. Tang Yen affirmed, prompting Jiang Tian to nod. All right, I'll bring the metals over shortly. Please forge me a few weapons and armor. Unexpectedly, Tang Yen waved his hand. Let us discuss that later. I need to create some other items first. Other items? What do you need to make? Jiang Tian inquired, somewhat puzzled. Tang Yen smirked. What else could it be? Tools. I need to craft various sizes of pliers and hammers first. Otherwise, I won't be able to work later. The small knife I made yesterday was manageable, but to forge weapons, I definitely need a large hammer. Otherwise, how can I create a hammer weapon? Though Tang Yen's words were somewhat convoluted, Jiang Tian understood and urged him to expedite the tool-making process. Speaking of the large hammer, he recalled needing one for a task. Reflecting for a moment, he remembered that a blue skeleton had appeared on the island, and he had intended to crush it into powder but had postponed it due to the lack of a hammer. Crafting a hammer first would be advantageous. He could then smash the skeleton and assess the results. As he contemplated this, Jiang Tian also checked the progress of others' work. Subsequently, he arrived at the crossbow area and replicated a crossbow. Now, there were 7 crossbows in total. He patted the sturdy body of the crossbow and opened the chat channel. He wondered how the 0066's timber was progressing. Once the new batch of wood was ready, he might be able to replicate some other items using his abilities. Upon opening the chat channel, Jiang Tian noticed a private message from 0066. Are you there? Quickly lend me a crossbow. Someone is approaching from the Sky Island. Chapter 110. Can you still throw a javelin? Upon reading the message, Jiang Tian furrowed his brow. A Sky Island? Is someone attempting to raid you? I'm not sure, but they're flying towards me. Hurry, lend me the crossbow. Not a problem. I previously informed you about the specifications for the crossbow bolts. You should have prepared them. Right? Yes. As soon as you told me, I began preparing. I just need your crossbow now. All right then. Jiang Tian accepted 0066's trade request and sent over the crossbow. After the trade was completed, Jiang Tian inquired, by the way, how many Sky Islands are approaching you? Wow, this crossbow looks impressive. There's only one Sky Island. This crossbow should suffice. Nodding at the response, Jiang Tian added, regarding the crossbow. Do not disclose this information. Seek out the leader of the survivors on that island and try to take them down with a single bolt. Ensure they do not speak of anything they shouldn't, understood? After sending the message, there was a brief silence from the other end. Understood, I'll prepare now. With the private chat concluded, Jiang Tian gazed at the sun rising in the east, feeling the warmth of the sunlight upon him. The temperature had already begun to rise. Those sky pirates should be becoming active again. Closing the private chat, he opened the world channel. Indeed, a cacophony of voices greeted him. Oh ha ha ha. The sails have been repaired, and we are ready to set sail. Blackbeard advance. Plunder, plunder. Poor, helpless survivor slaves, bow before the terror of being sold. Francis Drake. Set sail. You robbers are out again. An island is approaching me. Can anyone lend me some hands? My Sunny has been repaired. I'm heading towards the new world. By the heavens, this vessel shall be named the Sunny, and I demand you alter it. Indeed. After a brief respite over the past 2 days, the marauding thieves could no longer contain their restlessness and commenced their nefarious activities. Closing the chat interface, Jiang Tian surveyed the island, noting that Hui Tsubing and Lu Sandow had returned to rest, while Lu Bu was patrolling the island. Within his field of vision, no other islands were in sight, and for the moment, no one had come to seek his misfortune. However, he felt that his solitary patrol was insufficient. He hoped to attract more personnel to his cause. Turning his gaze towards the fishing area, he observed 3 individuals diligently raising their fishing rods, pulling up resources one after another: iron ingots, copper ingots, flour, rice, spiders, mermen, and pigmen. Li Xiaoning, find that pigman and feed it monster meat. Yes, master, came the reply, accompanied by a cacophony of growls. Everything appeared to be in harmonious order. To the east, Li Xiaoning was keeping watch, likely ensuring all was well. But concerns lingered regarding other areas. At that moment, in the livestock area to the west, the leopard woman, having finished tending to the cattle, sheep, and pigs, was meandering about in her leopard-patterned attire. Curiously, she approached the fishing area to inspect the captured monsters. She picked up a stone fork that had fallen to the ground. Her interest piqued. Suddenly, as if she had discerned something, she clutched the stone fork and dashed westward. Jiang Tian, taken aback, turned his attention toward the livestock area. A glowing light was coalescing at the edge, taking the shape of a goblin. Upon landing, the goblin cast a covetous glance at the pigs in the pen, grinning widely as it swaggered towards the barn, intent on raiding the pigs and sheep. The leopard woman was now within 10 meters of the goblin. Raising the stone fork, she swung it with all her might. Just as the goblin was about to enter the barn, a stone fork flew through the air, embedding itself directly into its forehead. The goblin barely had time to utter a sound before it was sent sprawling to the ground, a gaping hole in its head oozing green and white fluids. Seemingly unfazed, the leopard woman strolled casually to the barn, and in the fearful gaze of the plump pigs, she nonchalantly grasped the stone fork and, along with the goblin's lifeless body, tossed it off the island. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Tian felt a sense of bewilderment. He stepped forward, scrutinizing the leopard woman, and asked, "You can throw spears?" The leopard woman blinked, her expression somewhat dazed. "I suppose I can." "Excellent," Jiang Tian replied, delighting in the revelation. If the leopard woman possessed combat prowess, the western side would have a measure of defense, allowing her to keep watch. Meanwhile, Lubu would oversee the northern sector, while he himself monitored the southern edge. The sentinels on the periphery of the island should suffice. However, this arrangement was only viable during daylight. At night, when everyone was asleep, additional personnel would be needed for patrols to eliminate any monsters that appeared on the island. Once resources and manpower were sufficient, perhaps they could even construct iron fences for added security. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Tian instructed Lu Bu to collect the stone forks and place them near the livestock area, designating them as weapons for the leopard woman. After a moment's consideration, he retrieved a piece of pigskin armor and handed it to her. However, the leopard woman shook her head in disapproval. "This is too ugly and very hot. Are you certain you do not want it?" Jiang Tian shrugged. The armor was slightly small, unsuitable for Lu Bu, and the leopard woman was evidently dissatisfied. Although the armor was indeed unattractive, its defensive capabilities were commendable. Only Huatsubing and Lu Sandao showed little aversion to it, so he decided to keep it for them. After tending to these matters, Jiang Tian returned to the dwelling and entered the room of Shi Jigang and Lu Bu. At that moment, Shi Jigang was busy sketching designs. Today, he had been fortunate enough not to be sent out to labor, enjoying the comfort of the cool room. Upon noticing Jiang Tian's arrival, he respectfully greeted him, "Boss." "Yes," Jiang Tian replied, inquiring, "Is the design for the building complete?" "It is finished. Please take a look," Shi Jigang said, presenting the blueprint to Jiang Tian. "This is my design for the staff dormitory, occupying 100 square meters over 2 stories. Each floor can accommodate 4 rooms, along with a larger communal restroom. A dormitory can comfortably house 20 individuals." As he spoke, he led Jiang Tian outside, pointing to a vacant plot near the southern end. "We can construct it here. What do you think?" "Very well," Jiang Tian nodded approvingly. He patted Shi Jigang on the shoulder, saying, "Good, then you take a break and prepare for construction." "Huh, me?" Shi Jigang appeared perplexed, pointing to himself. "Boss, am I to do this alone? I fear it may take an eternity." Jiang Tian was taken aback. Realizing that everyone else had been assigned tasks, with Zhang San and Li Si accompanying Tang Yin to the forge, Shi Jigang was now effectively a lone commander. And expecting him to complete the construction solo was indeed a tall order. "In that case, I shall seek additional manpower. Once we have enough, we can revisit the dormitory issue. In the meantime, could you please construct a roast duck oven? Would that be acceptable?" "Of course, boss," Shi Jigang promptly agreed. Rushing to the warehouse to haul 2 sacks of clay, crouching beside the furnace to begin his work. Just then, Tang Yin poked his head out from the blacksmith shop. "Roast duck? What roast duck?" As he spoke, he squatted beside Shi Jigang. "Ah, you're making a roast duck oven, aren't you? I believe I can assist. Let us quickly get this oven built." Jiang Tian rolled his eyes and approached, grasping Tang Yin by the collar. "This is none of your concern. Hurry back to your forging." Tang Yin, thrown back into the blacksmith shop, expressed his dissatisfaction. "Come on, it won't take long to make an oven. Let us finish the oven and roast the duck." Jiang Tian remained silent, casting a glance at Zhang San. Zhang San extracted a brick from his pocket. "No, Zhang San. What are you doing? Is this how you assist?" Hey, don't. I'm forging now." As the rhythmic clang of metal resumed in the blacksmith shop, Jiang Tian stepped outside, glancing at Shi Jigang, who was busy mixing mud on the ground. The labor force was still somewhat lacking. If only he could fish out more people. At that moment, a voice called out, "Master, we've caught someone." Upon hearing Kai Wenji's exclamation, Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow and made his way to the fishing area. Inside a wooden box situated there stood an elderly man with white hair and a goat beard. Another old man, indeed. "Master," the old man bowed respectfully to Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian nodded, scrutinizing the newcomer. The man appeared robust, but being elderly, he likely could not undertake heavy labor. "What is your name?" The old man inclined his head, replying, "Master, I am Sun Simiao." Sun Simiao? Jiang Tian's interest was piqued. This Sun Simiao, also known as the Wonderful Response True Man, was a renowned medical expert from the Tang dynasty, famed as the king of medicine. In short, he was an exceptionally skilled physician. If any ailments arose in the future, he could be summoned for assistance. It seemed that this old man was indeed a valuable catch. "Good day, old man. You possess medical expertise. The future of our healthcare is secured." Jiang Tian reflected for a moment, noting that no one on the island appeared to be ill. Since he was a master of herbs, it would be prudent to assign him the task of herbal preparation. Previously, some herbal seeds had been caught, which had remained in the warehouse due to the lack of hands to tend to them. Now, with someone capable to assist, Jiang Tian inquired, "Old master son, you should be quite proficient in herbal matters, yes?" "Hee, I have a modest understanding," Sun Simiao replied humbly, smiling. Jiang Tian nodded, fetched the herbal seeds from the warehouse, and led Sun Simiao to the northern side. Let the two elderly gentlemen cultivate another plot of land and work together. Once the arrangements were made, Jiang Tian returned indoors. Although the old man's catch was of decent quality, there was still a shortage of labor for construction. Furthermore, the patrols had yet to be supplemented. Should he recruit someone to procure additional labor? As he opened the chat channel, preparing to call out, he suddenly noticed a private message had arrived. YLSD0517. "Hey, my old friend, do you have any timber?" The foreign acquaintance who had a penchant for bartering for Huazi? Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. Previously, during his resource acquisitions, he had often relied on this individual to call out in other regions on his behalf. Yet, he had always requested Huazi, and today, he was asking for timber, a first. He promptly replied, "I have some. What is the matter? Are you in urgent need of timber?" The response came swiftly. "Indeed, I've had a dreadful time recently. That damned hailstorm destroyed my house. To prevent another calamity from befalling me, I must repair it quickly. However, timber has become exorbitantly priced, and under these circumstances, the locals in my area are unwilling to sell me wood. I can only turn to you for assistance. Please help me, my friend. Perhaps I possess resources you require as well?" Upon reading this, Jiang Tian contemplated for a moment. Timber was indeed quite costly at present. Besides constructing fans, everyone was busy repairing their homes. The situations in both regions were quite similar. When he previously lacked clay and water, he had not hesitated to seek assistance from this very person. He had a considerable stock of timber and could consider selling some to him. "All right, I currently need some hands. Do you have any available?" "I have 3 men, none of them renowned figures, and they are all male, though robust in build. If you are willing to provide ample timber, I can part with one." "Fine, give me the one with the best physique." "The best? Then we must negotiate, my friend." After a round of haggling, Jiang Tian concluded the deal with 20 planks of wood, 2 stakes, and 5 huazi. The moment the transaction was completed, a series of glowing forms coalesced into a human shape. Shortly thereafter, a man appeared in the room. He glanced at Jiang Tian and bowed in a daze. "Hello, my master." Jiang Tian scrutinized the newcomer. Standing at 1.8 meters, he was robustly built, sporting a bald head with green eyes. He appeared somewhat dim-witted, but that was inconsequential as long as he could work. Inquiring about his name revealed it to be quite convoluted and unfamiliar. Jiang Tian commanded, "From now on, you shall be called Xiangzi, and you will refer to me as boss." "Yes, boss." Subsequently, Jiang Tian led Xiangzi outside. Labor was still insufficient, and it seemed unlikely they would have enough for housing construction. He handed Xiangzi a bone sword, instructing him to don pigskin armor and patrol the island like Lu Bu. If he encountered pigmen, he was to bind them. If he couldn't handle them, he was to call for reinforcements. Any other monsters were to be dispatched immediately, and the bound pigmen should be fed with the corpses. With 2 patrolmen now on duty, Jiang Tian felt a slight sense of relief. He strolled towards the northeastern part of the island, where 2 bound pigmen were gnawing on a goblin. One pigman's torso had turned black, while the other had only darkened to the calf. At this rate, they would be able to butcher one by tomorrow and craft several pieces of pigskin armor. He then opened the trading post to procure some supplies and see if he could find a few more suitable subordinates to purchase. Not long after, the sun hung lazily overhead, nearing noon. Jiang Tian stretched and glanced toward the southern side of the island. Not far from the brick kiln, Shiji Gang was constructing bricks with a man named Biaozi, whom Jiang Tian had bought from the trading post. At present, he had only managed to find this one suitable laborer. The subordinates available for sale at the trading post were mostly ordinary folk, and many were either too feeble to be of any use or were asking exorbitant prices, which Jiang Tian disregarded entirely. In addition to subordinates, it seemed there were now quite a few survivors listed for sale. It appeared that many had fallen victim to the sky pirates. This thought reminded Jiang Tian of 0066. She seemed to have encountered the sky pirates as well. He wondered if she had resolved the situation. Opening the chat channel, several private messages appeared before him. Timestamped from an hour prior. 0066. The adversaries were indeed sky pirates. I have dealt with them. Chapter 112. The alliance had scarcely been established, and one had already been eliminated. In addition, there were further expressions of confusion from 0066. The enemy approached to within 100 meters of my island and began boasting right in front of me, claiming he would reclaim me. What a damnable scoundrel. By the way, this crossbow card is incredibly effective. Following your instructions, I managed to pierce that insufferable survivor in one shot. My lumber will soon be sprouting, and you must remember to craft one for me later. Hey, why aren't you responding? What are you up to? Oh my, you Haven T blocked me, have you? Upon reading the messages, Jiang Tian shrugged. The chat system typically provided audio notifications for private messages. However, to avoid disturbances from others, he had silenced all message alerts. Since the matter had been resolved, he could inquire about the situation and retrieve the crossbow card. Have you taken over their territory? Did you acquire any land? Yes, I did. The enemy seemed to have just begun as a sky pirate, possessing only a little over 100 square meters. With this, my territory now totals 300 square meters. And the manpower? Did you recruit any of their subordinates? After I eliminated that survivor, his 3 subordinates went berserk, charging at me with their fans, and Uncle Wang dispatched them without leaving a single survivor. I see. Jiang Tian accepted the trade request sent by her while retrieving the crossbow card and began pondering the implications. Previously, 4144 had mentioned that as long as survivors refused to trade their subordinates, even if they perished, those subordinates would not transfer to another's command. Although some of these subordinates might be lazy or troublesome, they inherently would not betray. To win their allegiance, one could only threaten the original owner to negotiate with oneself. Since 0066 had already eliminated their leader, it was naturally impossible to recruit those subordinates. Originally, he had intended to acquire 2 laborers. It seemed he would have to search the trading post instead. As he glanced at the private messages, Jiang Tian paused. By the way, who is Uncle Wang? Can you really lure neighbors to your island? 0066. What the hell are you talking about? I caught Wang Jian. Not some neighborly Uncle Wang you're referring to, you weirdo. Realizing the misunderstanding, Jiang Tian understood that this Uncle Wang was a military general. Speaking of which, 0066 was indeed fortunate to have hooked such a famed general from the Warring States period. Typical sky pirates would find it challenging to contend with her. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, Jiang Tian closed the private chat window and opened the regional channel, preparing to call out for some reliable labor. CNNS 1111. I'm looking for labor. Does anyone have robust young men who can be exchanged for resources? Boss, I want to trade. I need adult males in their 20s. Feeling physically capable, in exchange for 100 planks of wood. I have a strong man, but with the current prevalence of sky pirates, subordinates are precious. Don't think of trading without 5 pigs. Boss, I have a burly fellow weighing around 200 pounds, with a sizable set of abs. Would you be interested? I believe he can be trained. I have a mature woman in the Tang Dynasty style. 1111, do you want her? I have people available. But with so many mouths to feed, there won't be enough food. Are you still looking for more? How much food do you actually have? Is it enough for so many people? Jiang Tian smirked at the messages. 100 wooden planks? Isn't that asking a bit too much? And over 200 pounds of a robust man with a single abdominal muscle? Isn't that just the hefty fellow? A mature woman, styled in the Tang Dynasty fashion, an old and portly woman? Goodness, such trivial tricks, and they think they can deceive him? When it comes to swindling, he is the ancestor. He sent a message, CNNS 1111. Don't concern yourselves with how much food I possess. It's more than enough to go uneaten. Just focus on finding able-bodied young men. If you have anyone, trade with me. Those who tried to swindle me earlier have been noted. Do not approach me for trades in the future. Unbelievable. Food that can't be finished? I have 4 mouths to feed here, and we're nearly out of supplies. How infuriating. Jiang Tian felt equally vexed. But he could only seethe in impotent rage. On the other side, what is the big deal about having a bit more food? Why the pretense? 2111 glanced at the messages in the chat channel, feeling a pang of jealousy. However, upon reflection, if his group managed to seize Jiang Tian's supplies, it could yield quite the bounty. Yet, 1111 was also gathering people, including a certain Huotsubing, whose armed forces seemed formidable. His own side needed to expedite its development. He opened a private chat to inquire about his ally circumstances. How is it going? Any gains today? Shortly after sending the message, he received several reports of good fortune. This morning we raided a stronghold, acquiring a substantial piece of land and 2 subordinates. Splendid. I too have struck gold. This kid had timber as well. What a boon. Hey, the person I raided seems to have a number close to mine. Is the positioning here based on those numbers? I'm close too. Ahead lies an island. Wait for my good news. At this moment, 2111 noticed a message from someone whose ID began with a 0, who had not replied. Recalling that he had instructed them to head east, he deduced it was the woman known as 0066. Moreover, 0065 had indeed mentioned encountering a woman's island before spotting the island, claiming he wanted to keep that survivor for himself. It should be easily resolved. He promptly asked again, 0065, how goes your situation? Did you manage to deal with that woman? After a brief wait, there was still no reply. Suddenly, 2111 felt a jolt of anxiety. Oh no, could that fellow have met his end? 2111 pondered, bewildered. Was 0066 truly that formidable? The alliance had only just formed, and someone had already been taken down? This would be a significant loss for their alliance. Never mind, I'll just go looting myself. He contemplated, knowing he must avoid the south, where he would encounter 1111. Instead, he decided to explore the east. Since 2345 was no more, perhaps he could seize both others' territories and the deceased's land. Feeling pleased with his plan, 2111 instructed his subordinates, change direction, head east. Chapter 113. One must hasten to conduct business and accumulate resources. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian and his companions had finished their lunch. Seizing the opportunity while preparing the meal, Song Ingsheng crafted a straw hat. The group donned their hats and continued their tasks under the bright sunlight. while Jiang Tian leisurely reclined indoors, gathering his subordinates through the regional channel and trading posts. An hour later, having expended 100 grams of salt, 20 wooden planks, and 2 ducks, 2 new individuals joined the room. One was a foreign friend named Pillar, and the other was recruited from the regional channel, named Iron Egg. Jiang Tian nodded in satisfaction and led these 2 robust men outside. My lord. Just as they stepped out, Huotsubing and Lu Sandao greeted him. You're awake? Yes. My lord, please give your orders. Observing the 2 nodding before him, Jiang Tian contemplated that Huotsubing and Lu Sandao had been on night watch for several days. It was time for a rotation. He instructed, for now, you 2 should eat, continue patrolling in the afternoon. Then, you may rest at night, while Lu Bu takes over the night watch. Jiangzi. Huotsubing and Lu Sandao exchanged glances. Jiang Tian waved his hand dismissively. Today, WeVE added several new members. Don't worry about the details. Just ensure you patrol well. After their acknowledgement, the 2 proceeded to the warehouse for some cooked food. Jiang Tian then instructed Lu Bu to rest after Huotsubing and Lu Sandao returned for their shift and to keep watch at night. Once all instructions were given, Jiang Tian approached the brick kiln, introducing Pillar and Iron Egg to Shi Gang, directing him to have them assist in brickmaking to expedite the construction of the dormitory. He then sought out the cook, asking, Can you roast duck? Roast duck? The cook grimaced, pondering for a moment. You mean placing the duck over the fire? No. I'm referring to something akin to Quanjude or Bianyafang. Jiang Tian waved his hand in explanation, then realized the cook might not recognize these establishments. Forget it. Just pick a duck and prepare it for slaughter. He added, when you butcher the duck, remove the innards, clean them thoroughly, and make a small incision at the bottom. Don't cut it too large. The cook complied and set off to the western side of the island in search of a suitable duck. At that moment, Tang Yin emerged, hands clasped behind his back, surveying the roasting stove with great interest. Upon seeing this, Jiang Tian rolled his eyes. Why are you out here again? Haven't you finished your tasks? Not yet. I've completed the tongs, but I still need to finish the hammer. Then why are you wandering about? Get back to work. Don't rush me. I'm just taking a break. Tang Yin pointed at the roasting stove. Are we going to use this to roast the duck? Yes, why? Boss, don't you think we're missing something? The hook for hanging the duck. Missing? Jiang Tian inspected the stove and realized, to roast a duck, one indeed needed an S-shaped iron hook to hang the duck inside the stove. Additionally, a needle for stitching the duck's skin would also be necessary. At this moment, Tang Yin chuckled, pointing at himself. Boss, how about I go make the hook and other items? Let us get that duck roasted sooner. Jiang Tian felt somewhat exasperated. Goodness, this fellow is so focused on food. He must be what they mean by a foodie. However, reflecting on it, crafting those items would be quick, and getting the roasted duck ready would expedite resource trading. He replied, all right, hurry and do that. Then make the hammer so we can forge weapons soon. Right away. With his approval, Tang Yin dashed back to the blacksmith shop, and once again, the sound of clanging filled the air. Not long after, the cook returned with the butchered and cleaned duck. Jiang Tian inspected it and found no issues. He instructed him to prepare a few more in the same manner and set them aside for later. With so many people now, even if he slaughtered over 10 ducks, he wouldn't worry about them going to waste. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian calculated the island's population. With the new additions today, there were now 18 inhabitants on the island. Clearly, the current accommodations were insufficient, and until the dormitory was completed, these new arrivals would need to stay in tents. Furthermore, as the population grew, the demand for housing or dormitories would increase. The construction of resources would become an issue. He needed to expedite business dealings to amass resources. Selling pigskin armor and prepared food was one of Jiang Tian's strategies. With this in mind, Jiang Tian glanced at the 2 captured pigmen, one of whom had already succumbed to darkness up to its chest and was now soundly asleep. For him, the rate of transformation was still a bit slow. Moreover, the pigmen, while classified among the monsters, possess a significantly lower probability of being caught compared to their counterparts. Throughout the morning, only a single specimen was reeled in. Perhaps it would be prudent to purchase a few from the trading market? Following the full moon, it seems that no one desires the pigmen, even if they were offered for free. Perhaps I might seize this opportunity for a profitable venture. With this thought in mind, Jiang Tian opened the trading market and was taken aback to discover that the price of pigmen had unexpectedly risen once more. Currently, the cheapest pigman could only be exchanged for 2 chickens. Furthermore, besides him, there were listings for pigman hides, albeit in much smaller quantities, appearing to be only half a hide. The quality of the cut was also appallingly poor. The hide appeared oddly shaped and far from smooth. Tentatively inquiring about the price, he learned that this half hide was listed for 25 wooden planks. Jiang Tian frowned slightly and checked the chat channel for updates. In the chat, individuals were discussing the darkened state of the pigmen and the issue of their hides. I just fed a pigman until it was darkened below the neck, and when I tried to slaughter it, it ended up beating me instead. Just like you, I fed it until it was darkened below the neck. Damn it. I can't even defeat it at that level of darkening, and I'm afraid of what it might do if it becomes completely darkened. I had no choice but to push it off the island. Are you all raising pigmen? Is it for their hides? Isn't it? Yesterday, Someone sold pig leather armor for over 10 iron ingots each. TSK, if that were food, it could last quite a while. I thought after the full moon. Pigmen were unsellable. No wonder the price suddenly spiked last night. I managed to feed a pigman until it was half darkened and successfully killed it. But damn, the darkened hide is too thick. I can't cut it with scissors, and using a hatchet to slice it resulted in a complete mess. How on earth can we make armor from this? Alas, we lack the tools and the skills. It seems unlikely we'll profit from this. If all else fails, we could turn the dark pig hides into blankets. Upon reading these messages, Jiang Tian instinctively glanced at the butcher squatting nearby, who was currently butchering a duck. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he sent a message, offering services, pigman breeding, dark pig hide cutting, dark pig hide armor processing. Interested parties may message me privately. Chapter 114, not many, just over 20. Upon hearing this, the entire regional channel was thrown into confusion. What on earth are you trying to do? 1111. This morning you were gathering young adults, and now you're delving into pigman breeding? What does that even mean? Wait, the hides are so thick that we can't cut them. How can you? Hold on, that dark pig hide armor you sold yesterday, was it yours? Right. It must be him. He has a butcher. Goodness, building houses, cooking, and now dealing with hides. Is there anything you can't do? 1111. Don't concern yourself so much. If you're worried that the pigmen will become completely darkened and harm you, or that you can't cut the hides or make the armor, feel free to come to me. Or simply sell the pigmen to me. As Jiang Tian's message was sent, the channel erupted. Holy cow. Help me cut the hides, great one. I have a pigman. I'll hand it over to you, and you can return 2 pieces of armor. I'm not raising this pigman anymore. I'll just sell it to you. But what if 1111 darkens our pigman? Surely he wouldn't be so formidable as to darken your pig? The regional channel was abuzz with chatter. Concurrently, numerous trade offers began pouring in towards Jiang Tian. Some individuals expressed skepticism, fearing that once they traded their pigmen, Jiang Tian might turn on them and darken their creatures. Jiang Tian, however, paid them no mind. Given their scant resources, they were far from affluent enough to warrant Jiang Tian breaking any trade agreements. Furthermore, in the realm of business, adherence to rules is paramount for longevity. The only adjustment was a slight decrease in price. If one were to directly trade a pigman for armor, a fully white pigman, after accounting for the cost of feeding it monster meat, cleaning its droppings, manually cutting the hide, and the production process, would yield at most half a piece of armor. To obtain a complete piece, additional funds would be required. After a period of time, Jiang Tian successfully completed trades with others. Subsequently, he called out in the World Channel, enlisting the help of a foreign acquaintance to amplify his message. However, most remained skeptical, resulting in only a handful of trades directed his way. Yet, Jiang Tian was unperturbed, knowing that such matters take time. He gathered all the pigmen together, creating quite a lively atmosphere on the island. More than 20 pigmen, bound by their fore and hind legs, were lined up in the southeastern corner of the island. Upon seeing so many of their kind, the pigmen gazed at one another, their plump faces filled with confusion. The island was filled with their grunting sounds, creating a constant chorus. This commotion piqued the curiosity of the island's inhabitants. Tang Yin peeked out from the blacksmith shop and promptly made his way to the southeast, pacing around to inspect the pigmen, marveling at the sight. What on earth are these? There are so many piled up, it's rather unsettling. Boss, did you bring these here? What's the plan? Are we going to eat them? TSK, I didn't expect you to have such a heavy taste. Jiang Tian found himself at a loss for words regarding the blacksmith. With a furrowed brow, he inquired, "Why are you out here again? Have you completed your work?" "I have. It's just a few hooks and needles," he replied. With that, Tang Yin dashed off to retrieve a bag of items. Inside were S-shaped hooks and iron needles approximately 10 centimeters long with a diameter of 1 millimeter. Jiang Tian's expression brightened upon receiving the bag. "All right, get back to making your hammer, and be sure to craft those weapons swiftly." Upon hearing this, Tang Yin continued, "Making the hammer isn't difficult, but there are so many types of weapons. What should I make?" Jiang Tian pondered briefly before responding. "First, ask the others if they have any specific requests for weapon designs. If not, just make a few watermelon knives." "Done." Tang Yin nodded and ran off towards the patrolling Huotsubing. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian took the hooks and needles to the butcher. At that moment, the butcher had finished cleaning the ducks. A dozen pristine white ducks were arranged in a row on the wooden board. Seeing Jiang Tian approach, the butcher inquired, my lord, what do we do next?" After contemplating, Jiang Tian instructed him to use the needle to stitch the incision at the bottom of the ducks to ensure they do not leak air, directing the butcher to replicate this method on the remaining ducks. He then took one of the ducks to Shijigang. "Shijigang, pause your work for a moment. I need you to make a blower." "A blower?" "Yes." Jiang Tian handed him the duck, pointing to the incision on its neck. The outlet should be the size of the duck's neck to inflate the duck. One of the processes for making roasted duck involves inflating the duck, causing the skin to separate from the flesh. Shijigang did not ask further questions and took the duck to begin the task. The other ducks were left to rest, waiting for the blower to be completed. During this period, Jiang Tian ventured to the northeastern corner where the monsters were kept. Here, the monsters that appeared at the edge of the island, as well as those caught while fishing, were discarded. At present, there were 3 goblins, 4 fishmen, 3 spiders, and 3 skeletons. What must be done now is to feed these monsters to the pigmen, allowing them to swiftly transform from plump and white to robust and dark. Apart from the skeletons which are inedible, there remain 10 monsters, sufficient for these pigmen to feast upon. Dragging a goblin, I tossed it before the 3 eager pigmen, who immediately brightened with excitement and rushed to devour it. The other pigmen gazed longingly at their peers, emitting disgruntled grunts, not wishing to let them merely watch. I fetched a second monster. Soon, all 10 creatures had been consumed, with each pigman receiving their fair share of sustenance. The sight of over 20 pigmen dining simultaneously was quite a spectacle. I sat nearby, disdainfully shaking off my hands. The task of dragging monsters was too filthy. While handling goblins and fishmen was tolerable, the touch of spiders made my skin crawl. Henceforth, I would leave the feeding of the pigmen to others. Surveying the island, I noticed that everyone was diligently engaged in their respective tasks, leaving no one available to assist. After some contemplation, I decided to inquire via the chat channel, considering the acquisition of another subordinate. Upon entering the chat, I was taken aback to discover that the discussions revolved around me. I just caught a glimpse. It seems that 1111 has acquired quite a number of pigmen. Yes, I have a few friends who mention trading all their pigmen to 1111. Surely, 1111's island must be overflowing with pigmen. I glanced at the area designated for the pigmen and casually remarked, "You all exaggerate. It's hardly a lot. Just over 20 heads." Upon hearing this, the chat participants were left in disbelief. What? Over 20? Are you truly the pig tycoon? Indeed I am. Chapter 115. The pigskin armor was indeed crafted by you. I had little interest in further banter with them. While they discussed the pigskin armor, I revealed my intention to acquire another capable adult as labor. At this point, the individual who had previously lamented their inability to process pigskin proposed a deal. I have half a piece of blackened pigskin. If you can assist me in crafting it into armor, I can offer a strong adult male in return. Upon seeing this, I readily agreed. Accepting the trade request, I obtained half a piece of pigskin. The bellows were not yet completed, so I handed the pigskin to the butcher, instructing him and the leopard woman to process it. Time passed slowly. Jiang and Biaozi emerged from the building, carrying a duck and a wooden push-pull bellows resembling a fan. "Boss, it's ready." I nodded and instructed them to take these items to the slaughterhouse. At that moment, the butcher approached, carrying a piece of armor and a rectangular hide. "My lord, the pig's lower half had little skin, so I could only make 1 piece of armor, along with some leftover material." "That's perfectly fine," I replied nonchalantly. The initial intention was merely to trade a processing fee for another adult, and besides, the leftover material could be utilized for future armor crafting. This transaction was indeed profitable. Subsequently, I did not rush to trade with the individual, but instead took the butcher and Jiang to the kitchen with the bellows, duck, and a hook. "Jiang, heat some water." "Yes, boss." While he boiled the water, I demonstrated to the butcher how to wrap the neck of the duck around the bellows outlet. Then, I operated the bellows to inflate the duck, simultaneously pressing the seam underneath to prevent air leakage. During this process, the duck began to swell, growing larger. Before long, a pot of hot water was ready. I hung the duck neck on the hook and poured boiling water over it, effectively blanching the duck. This step was crucial for tightening the pores, coagulating the skin's proteins, maximizing the expansion of subcutaneous gases, and ensuring the skin became taut. Consequently, once roasted, the duck skin would achieve a delightful crispness. Afterward, I exchanged some white sugar with a person for salt, dissolving the sugar in water. I evenly poured the syrup over the duck skin to enhance its crispiness. Having completed these tasks, I turned to the butcher. At this point, the process of preparing the duck is nearly finished. Place this duck in a cool, ventilated area to dry. This is how we will handle all ducks from now on. The butcher nodded and hurriedly exited. Watching his retreating figure, I contemplated that once the duck was dried, we could commence roasting. I decided not to sell the over 10 ducks today. Instead, I would taste their flavor myself. After all, with so many individuals around, I wasn't concerned about finishing them. Then it struck me, given the number of people I had, meal preparation would likely pose a challenge. To cook for such a large group, relying solely on those 2 stoves would probably be insufficient. I promptly instructed Jiang, "Did we not relocate the 2 stoves from the old kitchen to the brick house? Therefore, take some people and set up 2 more stoves in the old kitchen. In the future, we can cook with 4 stoves simultaneously, thus saving time." Jiang nodded and left the room. I stretched leisurely and strolled to the slaughterhouse, where the pigskin armor was stored. Picking up the armor, I examined it and sent a message to the individual from earlier. "The armor is ready. Bring your subordinate for the trade." The moment I sent the message, the other party promptly submitted a trade request. After placing the pigskin armor on the table, they gazed upon it in awe. "Wow, this is exactly the same as the one I saw in the trading post last night. Indeed, you crafted it. With this armor, I no longer need to worry about surprise attacks from monsters." I paid little mind to their praises, instead observing the individual they placed for trade. A young adult, in good health, appeared strong and capable. Not bad. After a brief exchange, we reached an agreement, and I learned the man's name. All right, you simpleton from now on. I am your boss. Yes, boss. Excellent. Let us get to work. Subsequently, I led the simpleton outside. At that moment, Huitzubing had just slain a goblin. I picked it up and tossed it towards the pigmen in the southeast, demonstrating for the simpleton. I then instructed, from now on, your responsibility will be to collect the corpses of these monsters, as well as those from the fishing area on the other side, and bring them here to feed the pigmen. By the way, if any pigman turns black up to its neck, do not feed it. Promptly notify the patrolling personnel to handle it. Understood? The simpleton nodded. Understood, boss. Good, off you go. I leisurely made my way to the restroom to wash my hands. Observing the bustling activity on the island, I felt a sense of satisfaction. With a sufficient workforce, I need not handle many tasks myself, allowing me to take a well-deserved break. Thus, I settled comfortably in my room, perusing the trading post for supplies. Unbeknownst to me, the sun dipped below the horizon. Stretching once more, I stepped outside and clapped my hands. Time's up, let us prepare for dinner. Coming. Tang Yin was the first to dash out from the blacksmith's shop. Boss, what as for dinner? Is the duck ready? Can we have duck with pork and vermicelli? I couldn't help but smirk. Have you finished crafting the weapons? Aren't you supposed to ask them for their opinions? Huitzubing wants a halberd, Li Xiaoning desires a sword. And the leopard woman is after a spear. Lu Bu is sleeping, so I didn't ask him. The others are indifferent. So, have you finished the weapons? Not yet. Crafting weapons isn't that quick. Seeing Tang Yin shake his head so earnestly, I pointed toward the blacksmith shop. You'd better get back to work. Come back when the meal is ready. The room erupted with laughter from Jiang Tian and Li Si. Tang Yin was in quite a state of distress as he shouted at Li Si. What are you laughing at? Come here and lend me a hand. Huh. What about Jiang Tian? Why don't you call him? Li Si inquired. Don't ask unnecessary questions. After Tang Yin and Li Si departed, Kai Wenji, Li Xiaoning, and the cook proceeded to prepare the meal. Jiang Tian calculated the number of people, including himself. There were a total of 20 individuals. To expedite the process, Jiang Tian commanded, Kai Wenji and Li Xiaoning will cook in the house, while the cook heads to the old kitchen. Shi Jigang. You should join him to hasten the cooking. Understood, boss, Shi Jigang replied. Jiang Tian glanced at Shi Jigang and patted him on the shoulder, stating, You've been working hard these days. It's nothing, Shi Jigang replied as he walked toward the kitchen, glancing at the setting sun and lamenting, I've grown accustomed to it, boss. Chapter 116. The defunct watermelon knife. After the four headed to cook, Jiang Tian organized the others to move the tables outside. With 20 people, the cramped dining area certainly wouldn't suffice. They would have to eat outside. Observing the burly men bustling about, Jiang Tian felt a twinge of headache. Perhaps it would be best to construct a dedicated cafeteria where they could prepare large meals for the new recruits. It would certainly be more convenient. The thought of building a cafeteria reminded him of Shi Jigang. He realized he should find an opportunity to give him some time off. If this continued, he might work himself to exhaustion. If this were in the old world, he might even make headlines. Lost in thought, the meal was soon ready. The table, laden with a variety of dishes, featured a pot of fish soup containing 3 fish, a platter of stir-fried chicken, a bowl of braised pork, a medley of vegetables, and a large bowl of potatoes. Additionally, there was a dish of stir-fried duck innards, sourced from the ducks slaughtered that day. Beside the table overflowing with dishes, there was a large bucket of rice. After Jiang Tian served himself, the others formed a line, taking turns to fill their bowls, with only Lu Bu using a basin. At the dining table, Lu Bu voraciously devoured his rice while Tang Yin stood up, eagerly piling his plate with vegetables, exclaiming, This cabbage is exquisite. And this braised pork is simply divine. Sun Ximiao, observing the leopard woman gnawing on a chicken leg, expressed concern, Leopard woman, don't just eat meat. You should consume more vegetables. It's good for your health. I don't eat vegetables. I only eat meat, the leopard woman mumbled, shoving chunks of meat into her mouth. The other newly recruited laborers chewed their food, smacking their lips, creating a lively scene. Witnessing this, Jiang Tian couldn't help but reminisce about the early days. Back then, Lu Bu, Kai Wenji, and Shi Jigang would sit together in a small wooden cabin, sharing simple home-cooked meals. Although the variety was limited and the environment rather rudimentary, the atmosphere was warm and inviting. Now, as they had developed, it felt more akin to working in a factory and dining in a cafeteria. This sentiment was indeed quite peculiar. Once the dormitory was completed, he would urge Shi Jigang to expedite the construction of the employee cafeteria. Before long, the meal concluded. After a brief respite, the group began to clear the table, wash the dishes, and tidy up the kitchen. Others returned to their respective tasks, with some fishing and others laying bricks. However, Jiang Tian decided against making Shi Jigang work overtime tonight, allowing him to return and rest. Lu Bu and Xiangzi patrolled the island while enjoying their meals. Tang Yin sat on the ground, rubbing his round belly and singing languidly. In the east of the city, there is a Yang family village, where there lives an old gentleman named Yang. Jiang Tian rolled his eyes and retorted, Have you finished your tasks? Do you still have time to sing? Get back to your work. After shoving Tang Yin into the blacksmith shop, Jiang Tian turned his attention to the group laying bricks and headed to the warehouse to access the trading post. beginning to procure clay and water. A few hours later, under the gentle moonlight, Jiang Tian closed the trading post. Observing the warehouse brimming with clay, he shook his head. Goodness, the warehouse is nearly full. I suppose I'll need to construct another one. Sighing, he sat down and opened the world channel to check what events had transpired throughout the day. Oh ho ho, Captain Blackbeard has seized another piece of land today. I shall continue to plunder and trample everyone beneath my feet. Haha, this world is truly marvelous. That scoundrel Blackbeard has already robbed so many. How can we withstand him if this continues? We must act swiftly. We cannot allow Blackbeard to develop faster than us. Hey, I noticed that the survivor I robbed has a number quite similar to mine. I noticed that too. Haha, I need to check the regional channel for affluent targets. I'll be at their doorstep soon. Lord, please bless me and keep me safe from aerial bandit attacks. An island is flying toward me, flying a skull flag. I need weapons. Who can sell me some? I am willing to exchange a large quantity of resources. The aerial bandits are too rampant now. Every region's peacekeepers must unite, sharing weapons with allies to combat them. The world channel buzzed with noise, and many had noticed the correlation between numbers and locations. In truth, the first batch of aerial bandits had already discovered this information but had kept it quiet. As the number of aerial bandits increased, more individuals became aware of this information, which ultimately came to light. Jiang Tian noted that many were seeking to acquire weapons. Once he dealt with the pigskin armor and roasted duck, he could consider outfitting himself with weapons and perhaps even selling some. With this thought in mind, Jiang Tian stepped out and made his way to the blacksmith shop. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal echoed as he entered. Inside, Tang Yin was using tongs to grip a glowing iron piece, hammering it repeatedly. On the ground lay a blade that differed significantly from the watermelon knife he had forged on the anvil. Jiang Tian approached, picked up the blade, and inquired, "What is the story with this blade?" "This," Tang Yin replied casually. "When I first started forging weapons, I wasn't familiar with this furnace, and I used this knife to practice. Its quality might be subpar. I plan to melt it down and forge a new one shortly." Jiang Tian then picked up the completed watermelon knife, weighing it in his hand. Indeed, from the perspective of an amateur, this discarded knife seemed quite inadequate. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and a smile crept across his face. The defunct watermelon knife? While it may be worthless to him, for other survivors, it could be a rare weapon. After all, most people were still using equipment dropped by monsters. Occasionally, those with better conditions used bronze weapons. However, the bronze weapons lacked durability and were prone to breaking when dealing with black pigs. Their sharpness was also inadequate. In contrast, iron weapons were entirely different. Against the darkened pigmen, they were akin to divine artifacts. With this realization, Jiang Tian smiled faintly, saying, "No need to melt it down. Just attach the handle to this watermelon knife and hand it over to me." Shortly thereafter, a product appeared on the trading channel, capturing everyone's attention. Iron watermelon knife for metal. Note: Are you still struggling to pierce the skin of the darkened pigmen? With this watermelon knife, you shall be the most formidable before the pigmen. Chapter 117. I must first go have some late-night snacks. The watermelon knife was placed on the trading post. In other regions, survivors, driven into a frenzy by the approaching air pirates, were desperately scouring the marketplace for weapons. Upon encountering a newly listed item, they were taken aback. Is that a watermelon knife? Just look at its luster. Could it possibly be forged from iron? Someone has actually managed to smelt iron? Good heavens! An iron weapon. With this in hand, my chances of resisting the invaders would be greatly enhanced. The air pirates are almost upon us. I must hasten to procure it to aid my endeavor. In the face of the pigmen, who am I? Indeed, with this weapon, I might even be able to slice the skin off the corrupted pigman. With these thoughts in mind, the survivors began tossing out their bids: 10 pounds of tin, 20 pounds of copper, 18 pounds of iron. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian was in no rush to sell the watermelon knife. Instead, he chose to hang it up, allowing it to gain attention over time and potentially fetch a higher price amid the competition. Strolling out of the blacksmith shop, he gazed at the moon hanging in the sky. Judging by the time, it was probably around 10 o'clock in the evening. Soon, it would be time for a midnight snack. With this thought, Jiang Tian summoned the cook, and together they placed the dried ducks into the furnace. Igniting the charcoal, they began the roasting process, which would take approximately 40 minutes. He instructed the cook to monitor the ducks, adjusting the heat and turning them to ensure even cooking. Once everything was arranged, Jiang Tian returned to his room to check on the price of the watermelon knife. At that moment, the price had risen to 30 pounds of iron. Since only a few pounds of iron were needed to forge such a knife, it was clear that its value had more than tripled post-forging. Satisfied with the steadily increasing price, Jiang Tian nodded in approval. Indeed, the most lucrative business ventures were in the trade of weapons and armor. In the future, should he produce any subpar items, they could be readily sold. As his own equipment gradually upgraded, the outdated gear could also be exchanged for resources. Additionally, numerous private messages began to flood in, with individuals hoping to trade various materials for the watermelon knife, such as wood, food, and water. The IDs of those reaching out varied widely, hailing from different regions. "I know I don't have much metal to offer, but the enemy's air pirates are closing in on me. Could you please sell me the weapon?" I'm begging you. Brother, I don't have much metal. Can I trade food instead? I can offer 3 bags of flour. It's Chengguanxi. I'm currently on the air island. I've encountered a group of very nasty people. Do you understand? I need your help. Trade me the watermelon knife and assist me in reclaiming my island. I salute you. Hello, I am a desperate university student. I urgently need your watermelon knife to help me start a business. Once I succeed, we can split the profits 50-50. What do you say, my friend? Most of the messages were attempts to obtain the knife for free or to trade it for minimal resources, which Jiang Tian ignored. However, he eventually found someone willing to exchange labor for the watermelon knife. After some consideration, he agreed to the deal, as long as there were enough hands. He could send more people to the blacksmith shop to increase weapon production. Before long, a new member appeared before Jiang Tian. Hello, my boss. Jiang Tian patted the newcomer on the shoulder and led him outside. From now on, your name is Xuanzi. Remember to call me boss. Come. I'll take you to the blacksmith shop as an apprentice. On the other side, in the world channel, someone exclaimed, ha ha. I just traded for an iron knife through my subordinates. This knife can cut through the corrupted skin of pigmen. I won't have to fear encountering corrupted pigmen anymore. The only downside is that after a few cuts, the knife broke. What? An iron weapon? I'm still stuck using a stone club from a goblin. In truth, the iron ingots I possess should be enough to forge a watermelon knife, but I don't know how to blacksmith. I can forge, but I don't have the manpower. I'm too busy. I simply don't have the time to craft ironware. Hey, you're all missing the point. In this chaotic situation, weapons should be kept for personal use. Who would sell them to others? Indeed, in the current market, finding bronze weapons is already a feat. Yet someone has produced an iron watermelon knife. How extravagant. The emergence of iron weapons caused quite a stir in the world channel and caught the attention of many from the CNNS region. In the regional channel, a group of people was clamoring. Wow, someone was just selling an iron watermelon knife in the world channel. Watermelon knife? Is it the one used for cutting people? Yes. The same one, the Lu Huqiang model. I saw it too. They say it can kill corrupted pigmen. Seriously? That is so impressive. I want that watermelon knife. If I had that, robbing would become so much easier. I wonder who managed to forge an iron weapon so quickly. CNNS 1111. It was me. Upon hearing this, the people in the regional channel were momentarily stunned. What? 1111, is that you again? Given that 1111 has amassed so much metal, it wouldn't be surprising if he was the one who forged it. By day, he deals in pigmen and gathers able-bodied youth, and by night, he sells knives. You're not capturing them to blacksmith, are you? Big shot, do you still have knives for sale? I urgently need one to cut someone. I want one too. If an air pirate dares to come after me, I'll slay him. Seeing the flood of requests for weapons, Jiang Tian smiled faintly. He had just instructed the cook to slice the roasted ducks. Sitting in the room, he waited for the cook to bring over the sliced duck. While passing the time, he opened the regional channel and was amused to find others discussing his watermelon knife, leading him to casually reply. He had initially intended to shout out in the channel to attract business, but it seemed they were already discussing it. Seizing the opportunity, he responded, "There's nothing strange about it. There's nothing I cannot accomplish that you can imagine. I will also be selling other weapons in the future. If you desire them, message me privately. The highest bidder wins." Just after sending this advertisement, a knock echoed on the door. The cook entered, bowing slightly and saying, "My lord, the roasted ducks are ready. Serve them up. And then have everyone stop what they're doing to enjoy the roasted duck together." After giving this instruction to the cook, Jiang Tian reflected for a moment before adding in the chat channel, "The cook just prepared over 10 roasted ducks, and I'll be eating my midnight snack now. We'll discuss weapons tomorrow." Chapter 118, The Mentality Crumbled. What? Roasted duck? I've roasted ducks before. It's nothing extraordinary. Didn't you hear? He is talking about sliced roasted duck. That's nothing like the duck you roast over an open flame. My goodness, sliced roasted duck? 1111 has even managed to create that? He hasn't even built a roasting oven, has he? After the hailstorm, many people still hadn't repaired their homes. Yet he has gone ahead and constructed a roasting oven? Wait, didn't you notice? 1111 roasted over 10 ducks. Wow, eating so many ducks in one night? Please be reasonable. Why are you talking about roasted ducks at this hour? I'm starving. In the regional channel, many people's mentalities were crumbling. After making that statement, Jiang Tian closed the chat channel and followed the cook outside. Soon, on the table outside, an array of dishes was displayed. On the table lay slices of duck. The deep reddish-brown skin attached to succulent meat, exuding a delightful aroma. Several bowls contained more than a dozen chopped duck carcasses. At that moment, everyone paused their tasks. Standing on either side of the table, apart from the elderly Song Yingxing and Sun Ximiao, the rest of the group gazed hungrily at the duck, swallowing their saliva in anticipation. Jiang Tian was the first to pick up his chopsticks and sample a piece. Lacking familiarity with the technique and method, he found the flavor somewhat different from the authentic Peking duck he had previously tasted. Nonetheless, it was satisfactory. He resolved to have the cook practice further, preparing lotus leaf pancakes, scallions, and cucumbers, which would make it nearly perfect. He then clapped his hands and declared, "All right, whether from ancient or modern times, from home or abroad, everyone, let us partake." At this command, Li Xiaoning organized the group to take their seats. Some wielded chopsticks, while others opted for forks, reaching eagerly for the roast duck. Oh, delicious. The meat was tender, the skin crispy, and with each bite, juices burst forth. Oh my, this roast duck is quite exquisite. Who knew duck could be prepared in such a manner? Absolutely delectable. How could it suddenly be gone? The group, seated, lavished praise upon the roast duck. Observing this scene, Jiang Tian smiled faintly. He instructed Kai Wenji to carry a platter of duck skin and meat, and they retreated to savor it slowly indoors. Meanwhile, on a flying island, 2111 crouched before 2 ducks and their eggs, marveling aloud. 2 duck eggs every day. How fortunate. Having said this, he extracted the eggs and handed them to his female subordinate to prepare fried rice. His gaze then shifted to another sycophantic subordinate, a burly, middle-aged man with a foolish grin, a recent acquisition from his conquests. The man squatted on the ground, engrossed in some task. Seeing him, 2111 recalled the renowned Manhwaedit he had previously caught. Why was it that he could not reel in such illustrious figures? He had to settle for exchanging 1 woman for a somewhat notable Wang Ying and 2 ordinary individuals. He shot a menacing glance at the man and commanded, "You will tend to these 2 ducks. If they fail to lay 2 eggs a day, I shall hold you accountable." Why yes. The middle-aged man hastily nodded. With a huff, 2111 retreated to his quarters. Though dissatisfied with his subordinate, he felt his efforts had yielded commendable results. Earlier that day, while journeying eastward, he had traversed a dense fog and stumbled upon an island. However, this island appeared rather formidable, armed with bows and arrows, prompting him to maintain his distance. He continued onward, circumventing islands that seemed particularly fierce, wary of potential harm. One island bore only the skeletal remains of a survivor, starved and devoid of any fishing rods. It seemed this unfortunate soul had merely arrived at the floating island, losing his rod in the process. This discovery left 2111 feeling quite vexed. He had hoped to seize resources from others to exchange for sails and fans, enhancing his mobility. After all, in this environment, greater speed meant encountering more islands, thereby increasing his plundering efficiency. Moreover, should conflict arise, a swift escape would be vital. To his dismay, this island yielded no resources beyond mere land, and possessing it hindered his speed. Contemplating, 2111 decided against hastily merging this unfortunate island, opting instead to leave it for the time being. He would reclaim it upon returning with his main force. Finally, 2 hours prior, 2111 encountered another island, featuring wooden structures and 3 individuals, seemingly prosperous and not overly strong. Seizing the opportunity to vent his frustrations, he stormed the island and engaged in a skirmish. After a fierce struggle, he emerged victorious, slaying one of their subordinates and recruiting another, the foolish middle-aged man he had just seen. The ducks were spoils of his conquest, and to his surprise, there was even a fan. However, the wretched survivor had, in a moment of carelessness, discarded the fishing rod before being sold off. This thought deepened 2111's frustration. Upon apprehending the survivor, he had noted the individual S number, 2156. How could he have traversed such a distance in a single day? Unable to discern the reason, he dismissed it from his mind, focusing instead on boasting about his spoils in the chat channel. After all, due to the recent hailstorm, many had lost their chickens and ducks, while he had procured 2 live female ducks, granting him 2 duck eggs daily. Such news would surely incite envy among many. With a smirk of disdain, 2111 opened the chat channel, ready to flaunt his achievements, only to be met with a message from 1111, over a dozen roast ducks. With the skin sliced perfectly, I'm off for a midnight snack. Over a dozen roast ducks? 2111 was utterly dumbfounded. A wave of bitterness surged within him. Bah! What is so impressive about eating a sliced duck? You pretentious braggart. Can you really stomach such greasy fare? Disgusting. After venting his frustration, a woman approached with a plate of fried rice, saying, "Dear, the fried rice is ready. Please eat." Eat. Eat what? Chapter 119. Shall we prepare one? As night gave way to day, the rooster in the cage crowed at the rising sun. Cock-a-doodle-doo. With this call, Jiang Tian languidly rose from his bed. "Master, you're awake. I'll go boil some water." Kai Wenji scampered out of the room, while Jiang Tian lingered a moment longer on the bed. After a short while, he stretched and opened the world chat channel to see what had transpired. Upon opening the chat system, a message suddenly appeared. Notification: group chat function has been enabled. Survivors may create new chat channels by adding IDs, with no limit on speaking frequency. Current channel capacity, 1. Group chat? Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. Glancing again at the chat system, he noted a new option beside the world and regional channels. Just then, Kai Wenji entered with a basin of hot water. "Master, the hot water is ready. Shall we begin washing up?" "Yes, thank you." Jiang Tian closed the interface and accepted her assistance. Soon after, freshly washed, Jiang Tian opened the door. "Boss, good morning." Several robust men lined up outside, greeting him in unison, causing Jiang Tian to pause in surprise. He waved his hand dismissively. "All right, I'm not one for such formalities. Go arrange the tools. And once you're ready, come back for breakfast." "Thank you, boss." Watching the men disperse, Jiang Tian felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. How should he put it? It felt akin to managing a sales team, delivering morning pep talks, leaving him quite embarrassed. He resolved to have a word with them. This behavior could not continue. As the subordinates began to lay out fishing rods and tools, Jiang Tian commenced his circumnavigation of the island to assess its current state of development. On the western side of the island, Kai Wenji was tending to chickens, ducks, and geese, while the leopard woman was occupied with cattle, sheep, and pigs. While Kai Wenji scattered feed into the troughs of the poultry, she occasionally glanced at the leopard woman's attire. She then remarked, "Sister Leopard, your outfit is truly stunning." Stunning? The leopard woman paused, looking down at the leopard-patterned fur she wore. "If you like it, when we catch some prey, I shall craft you a similar garment." Similar? Kai Wenji's gaze wandered to the exposed midriff beneath the leopard woman's bandeau and her thighs revealed by her short skirt, lowering her eyes to her own figure. Her cheeks flushed a vibrant crimson. At that moment, Jiang Tian happened upon the two girls from behind and, upon hearing their exchange, was left speechless. "What are you two discussing?" Kai Wenji spun around, her eyes widening in surprise upon seeing Jiang Tian, her face growing even rosier. "Master, you've arrived." The leopard woman also turned, her expression somewhat dazed. Pointing at Kai Wenji, she said, "Just now, Kai Wenji mentioned my..." Kai Wenji quickly raised her small hand, standing on tiptoe to cover the leopard woman's mouth. Then, with a sweet smile directed at Jiang Tian, she said, "Master, I was just inquiring how Sister Leopard makes pigskin armor." The nearby pig looked utterly bewildered. "Is it really appropriate for you two to discuss such topics in my presence?" Jiang Tian refrained from exposing their conversation and continued on his way, though his expression bore an oddity. This cannot continue. If Kai Wenji truly learns to don leopard print like the leopard woman, it would feel exceedingly peculiar. I must persuade the leopard woman to change into something more conventional to avoid corrupting the child. Having previously collected a plethora of clothing, I should suggest that the leopard woman find something more suitable to wear. As these thoughts occupied his mind, he made his way to the south. Tang Yin and several assistants were diligently working in the blacksmith shop. Once Zhang San, Li Si, and that Xiaozi learned the craft of blacksmithing, another workshop can be established to enhance the efficiency of tool production. At that point, I shall expedite the trade of weapons, exploiting, acquiring more resources. Not far off, there was a table designated for butchery. As for the butcher, he had gone to prepare breakfast. Turning toward the east, Wang Yun and Li Xiaoning were arranging fishing rods. The rods were neatly aligned on one side. Contemplating this, Jiang Tian approached and replicated another rod. There were now a total of 25 rods. With the increasing number of people, the efficiency of resource acquisition must also rise. We must avoid a situation where our expenditures exceed our income. Finally, he made his way to the north. Song Ingsheng and Sun Simiao, two elderly gentlemen, were observing the vegetable garden. Upon noticing Jiang Tian's arrival, Song Ingsheng stepped forward and bowed, saying, "My lord, these vegetables have matured. Please take a look." Jiang Tian nodded, leisurely surveying the garden. Most of the produce consisted of common vegetables, eggplants, leeks, various radishes, as well as peppers, scallions, and cilantro, primarily used for seasoning. There were even a few winter melons. Although the garden was modest, covering only about 400 square meters, it boasted a diverse array of colors and varieties. I wonder how the other gardens are faring. Perhaps I could trade for some different produce. With this thought in mind, Jiang Tian accessed the regional channel. It was early morning, and the channel was bustling with exchanges, resembling a bustling market. Frozen cabbage, 4 for a wooden board, Spinach for sale. Spinach. Spinach for sale. Sweet potatoes, frozen sweet potatoes. Mommy, I want roasted sweet potatoes. Big ones, please. 2 pieces enough? Yes, thank you. Mommy, you're the best. Trading corn cobs, frozen cobs, 2 wooden sticks for 1 cob. 5 wooden sticks, and I'll give you 3 cobs. After buying 3 cobs, don't leave, I'll give you 1 more. Who is buying millet? Observing the frantic exchanges, Jiang Tian felt somewhat exasperated. Goodness, is vegetable selling really this chaotic now? How will I manage to sell my own produce amid all this shouting? That would be exhausting. Jiang Tian opened the chat channel, contemplating how best to market his vegetables. Just then, Tang Yin suddenly appeared from the blacksmith's shop, hands clasped behind his back, standing beside Jiang Tian as they both gazed at the vegetables. Abruptly, he began to sing. Cilantro, spicy green peppers, scallions, tender celery, flat beans, eggplant, cucumber, winter melon, selling big sea eggplants, white radish, carrot, flat radish, tender sprouts of scallions, garlic, and how delightful the leeks. With this unexpected performance, Jiang Tian was taken aback as the message was sent out. The moment it appeared in the regional channel, the previously chaotic chatter suddenly ceased. Soon after, a chorus of applause erupted. Bravo, bravo. Although it was merely a string of text, the melody resonated in my mind. Wow, how impressive. By the way, wait a minute, you have that many vegetables? I only have cabbage, and it's been damaged. How come you have so many? Are you trying to turn your place into a farm? I have spinach. Great sir, do you want some? By the way, great sir, we can now create group chats. Have you set one up? I want to join your group to buy things. On the other side, Jiang Tian stared blankly at Tang Yin. How did you come up with that song? Tang Yin chuckled. I don't know. I just couldn't help it upon seeing these vegetables. Have your weapons been forged yet? Not yet. Then hurry back to blacksmithing. Just as Jiang Tian finished sending Tang Yin off, both 0066 and 0888 simultaneously messaged him privately. 1111, are you there? Many survivors on the World Channel have begun forming alliances. Should we create one too? Chapter 120, Group Chats? The Alliance feature is live. Alliance? What alliance? Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow, replying with a question. 0888 responded. Since you just sent a regional message, you must have seen the new chat channel feature, right? It's the group chat function that opened today. A friend of mine joined someone else's group chat and told me that after entering a group chat, you can choose whether to join the inviter's alliance. Once you join an alliance, a symbol will appear before your ID, and with the allies' consent, you can ascertain their locations. By the way, do we really want to form an alliance? Simultaneously, 0066 sent a similar message, outlining the alliance feature and urging Jiang Tian to establish an alliance and add her. Jiang Tian did not rush to respond. Instead, he opened the World Channel. The discussions were all centered around alliances. Everyone, a new alliance feature has emerged today. We can unite in a more organized manner to combat these air pirates. The alliance I've formed has been established, primarily focused on resisting air pirates, with allies sharing weapons with those in need. Everyone is welcome to join. Once you enter the alliance, we become one big happy family. Ha ha ha, an alliance? Is this to form a fleet? Hey, I've created the Blackbeard pirate crew. My mud-legged followers should join quickly. Wait, the name Straw Hat Pirates has already been taken? How outrageous. Who did that? Change it now. YLGL 7758. Hey, my good brothers. Come join my alliance. It's all about brotherhood. Messages scrolled furiously, and Jiang Tian took a closer look. Indeed, those claiming to have established alliances had a small emblem preceding their IDs, a downward-pointing triangle resembling a flag, with what appeared to be some small text inscribed upon it. For instance, this individual identified as YLGL 7758 has a downward-facing triangle ahead. Upon clicking the triangular icon, it reads Base Sword Club. Jiang Tian finds himself momentarily speechless. Speaking of which, earlier in the regional channel, it seemed that several names bore similar symbols, but he was interrupted by Tang Yin before he could take a closer look. An alliance, perhaps? It seems fitting to establish one, especially since everyone else has formed alliances. He should at least create one to explore its functionalities. As for the members, it shall be just the two of them, for in this world, they are the only ones he feels somewhat familiar with. He promptly opens the chat channel, clicks on the newly emerged ID, and creates a group chat. Simultaneously, a window pops up requesting a name for the group chat. Naming it? Jiang Tian pondered for a moment and entered two characters, Business Alliance. He clicks to confirm. The name is available, with no conflicts with other alliances. After the group chat is established, he enters the Business Alliance channel. Upon entering, another message appears. Would you like to create an alliance under this channel name? He selects yes. After making his selection, he successfully enters the group chat channel, which resembles the group interface of a certain social networking application. The upper right corner displays group announcements, while the lower right corner lists group members. At the very top of the right corner, there is a gear-shaped selection button, accompanied by the word Settings. Clicking on this gear reveals several options: add group members, remove group members, view location, and delete group chat alliance. Currently, these options are limited and may change in the future. Jiang Tian nods and chooses to add members, sending invitations to 0066 and 0888. Shortly thereafter, two IDs appear in the Business Alliance channel. 0888. What the hell, it's you? 0066. What the hell, it's you? Jiang Tian, taken aback, inquires. What, do you two know each other? What do you mean know each other? When I first arrived here, this woman was following me around pretending to be cool. Later, I discovered she was a girl. I initially intended to flirt with her, but it turned out she was from Zwan. Not cute at all, quite disappointing. Bah, perverted hooligan. Take your little cucumber and roll away. What the hell, little cucumber? I warn you, don't slander me, or I'll spray you to death. You bastard. In the Business Alliance channel, the two immediately began hurling insults at each other upon entering. Jiang Tian smirked and clicked on their IDs. Indeed, there was an option to mute. After silencing both, he solemnly stated in the group, if you wish to argue, do so in private messages. Refrain from causing a ruckus in the group, or you'll be shown the door. Understood? Upon receiving his message, both quickly sent private replies to Jiang Tian, indicating they understood. He then lifted their muting. The two returned to the group, simultaneously asking Jiang Tian, what does this Business Alliance mean? Also, where are you right now? Share your location so I can find you. As for the Business Alliance, it is, as the name suggests, my intention to engage in trade within this world. After replying, Jiang Tian countered, why the rush to find me? Looking to stir up trouble? What are you talking about? I just saw in the World Channel that many sky pirates have formed alliances. They might come our way, so we need to unite. Besides, if we're connected, it'll be easier for you to gather materials from us. Exactly. I just want to come find you to hang out. It has nothing to do with Lolis. Jiang Tian smirked. While 0066 made a valid point that being connected would facilitate communication and resource acquisition, he pondered the implications. If 0066 and 0888 arrived, how would he continue to replicate daily? Wouldn't the system be exposed eventually? As the saying goes, a tree that stands out invites the wind. Jiang Tian understood the principle of keeping wealth concealed. Even though he currently held a significant status, he could not withstand the combined assault of the 6 major sections. Thus, after contemplating for a while, he decided it was best not to rush into interaction with them. He then advised, "You two should focus on developing for now. Prepare your sales and fans. If anyone attacks, come to me." After a moment of hesitation, 0066 and 0888 ultimately agreed. However, their eagerness to cling to his coattails was quite evident. "Boss, we agreed that if any danger arises, you must protect us. Right? And if you have any good items, sell them to us first. I really liked that watermelon knife earlier. Too bad I was a step too late. Boss, do you have any watermelon knives left for sale?" Jiang Tian gazed at the chatterboxes 0066 and 0888, smirking as he closed the group chat. "You two continue your chatter. I'll take my leave for now." Meanwhile, on the other side, 2111, after rising, first played with his female subordinate. Then he opened the chat system, eager to glean insights into the world's trends. Suddenly, a notification popped up before him. Upon closer inspection, he gasped in surprise. A group chat? Just when he was dozing off, someone presented him with a pillow. Seeing this new group chat feature, 2111 was elated. He quickly attempted to access the chat channel to inquire about this new functionality. Upon opening the world channel, he found discussions surrounding the group chat. It appeared that alliances could be formed through this feature. This news delighted 2111 immensely. After waiting for so long, he had finally anticipated this new functionality. He was about to shout in the regional channel to rally more members for his alliance when he unexpectedly opened the regional chat channel and saw Jiang Tian boasting about a plethora of vegetables. 2111 instantly felt a surge of anger. What the hell? Yesterday he flaunted his roasted duck, and today he is showing off his vegetables? When will it end? Infuriating. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he slapped his thigh with a resounding clap. Eureka! Due to the force of the slap, 2111 winced in pain but quickly accessed the new group chat feature. Before long, the group chat was successfully created. Alliance name, Alliance of Wealth Hatred. After establishing the Alliance of Wealth Hatred, 2111 gazed at the newly appeared channel in the chat system, along with the small flag next to his name, nodding in satisfaction. He harbored grand ambitions for this alliance, aiming to unite all the wealth haters across the globe to collectively combat those survivors living comfortably. Yes, they would target the affluent, robbing them of their resources. For now, his priority was to develop the alliance and recruit members. As he contemplated these matters, 2111 reached out to those allies he had previously communicated with, inviting them to join his alliance. Yes, they could now become true allies. Upon seeing the name of the alliance, those who had spoken with 2111 were taken aback. Alliance of Wealth Hatred? This name feels a bit peculiar. Why choose such a name? Aren't we Sky Pirates? Shouldn't we, like everyone else, adopt a name like Sky Pirate Crew? Indeed, while I do harbor a disdain for the wealthy, is this name not a tad too straightforward? 2111 explained. There's nothing to change. We need a name that is simple and direct. It should be evident to others that we target the wealthy. Now then, gentlemen, during our downtime from raiding islands, remember to pull in more people through the chat channel to expand our alliance. Others had no objections and readily agreed. Observing this, 2111 felt quite satisfied and commenced his day's labor. He arranged for his subordinates to operate the electric fan, then opened the chat channel to observe the ongoing discussions. In the channel, various individuals boasted about their resources and spoils. Haha, I just caught a rooster and then a hen. I can finally start breeding chickens. I struck gold. I just reeled in a ton of wood that I can exchange for goods. My spacious 50 square meter log cabin is finally complete, filled to the brim with provisions. I'm utterly content. Subsequently, some individuals began to criticize these boastful displays with thinly veiled disdain. It's just 2 chickens. What is there to flaunt? Indeed. What is so impressive? Keep pretending. One day, when I catch you, you'll regret it. Noticing these comments, 2111's eyes sparkled with inspiration. He sent private messages to each of the commentators, inviting them to join his ranks. Hey there, handsome, how about joining the Anti-Wealth Alliance? Time flowed steadily by as the sun hung overhead. On an island spanning over 1,700 square meters, Jiang Tian stepped out of his dwelling after spending the morning exchanging supplies. Outside, his subordinates were diligently tending to their respective tasks. The blacksmith's forge rang out with the sounds of metalwork, while Hui Tsubing and Lu Sandow patrolled the island. They had just slain a monster and were instructing a rather dim-witted subordinate to drag the carcass over to feed the pigmen. Meanwhile, at the pigmen's feeding area, the formerly plump pigmen had seen half of their number succumb to a dark transformation, grunting as they devoured various monsters. One pigman's dark fur had grown down to its neck, clearly on the brink of complete corruption. The dim-witted subordinate immediately halted the feeding and rushed to inform Huatsubing. Nodding in acknowledgement, Huatsubing took a sturdy watermelon knife and approached the pigman. Unlike the one sold yesterday, this knife was noticeably heftier. Under the sun's rays, the blade glimmered ominously. Previously, Huatsubing had desired a halberd, but the quality of the available wood was insufficient for crafting a weapon capable of handling the pigman, which could easily lead to the same unfortunate situation encountered by Lu Bu. It wouldn't be long before such wood would splinter. After some contemplation, Jiang Tian figured that the wood from the trees should be ready soon. He could craft a spear for Huatsubing then. For now, the watermelon knife would suffice. Soon, Huatsubing reached the pigman engaged in a scuffle with a goblin and pulled it aside to a more secluded spot. In a flash, the blade struck down. With a swift motion, the pigman's neck was severed, and before it could emit a sound, it convulsed and fell lifeless. Jiang Tian nodded in approval. With this weapon, dealing with the pigman would indeed become much easier. He instructed the butcher to process the bleeding pigman and turned his attention to other tasks. Song Yingxing and Sun Ximiao had delineated the area for herbal seeds and were now working on clearing another plot of land, intending to expand by an additional 200 square meters for crop cultivation. Meanwhile, several burly men were laying bricks. During the morning hours, the island had gained 2 new subordinates, one caught and one purchased from the trading post, both of whom were ordinary laborers assigned to construct dormitories. Bricklaying required minimal expertise, so it was entrusted to these common workers. Today, Shizhi Gang was granted a day off to rest at home. When Shizhi Gang learned from Jiang Tian about his day of rest, he was momentarily taken aback. After confirming several times that he indeed did not have to work that day, tears unexpectedly streamed down his face as he hurried inside to sleep, leaving Jiang Tian feeling rather bashful. Before long, it was time for lunch. After the meal, everyone returned to their respective posts. The butcher began processing the skin and fur of the corrupted pigman. During this time of digestion, Jiang Tian opened the chat channel to check on the current state of affairs. The Justice League is recruiting members to combat sky pirates and monsters. If we unite our islands, working together, those pirates won't dare to challenge us. Our alliance shares this vision, and we've already garnered 3 allies. If we band together, we'll total over 10 people, making it impossible for the pirates to threaten us. Fools. Do you think you can form an alliance while the sky pirates cannot? Justice League, huh? Clean your necks and await your doom. I want to join. As the saying goes, if you can't beat them, join them. By the end of the morning, numerous alliances had formed, each bearing a banner. These alliances generally fell into 2 camps, raiders and anti-raiders. In contrast, Jiang Tian's merchant alliance maintained a neutral stance, aiming to trade goods and acquire resources from both sides. The emergence of alliances appeared to facilitate trade. In the future, when selling items, Jiang Tian would prioritize dealings with those affiliated with alliances. After transactions, he could even request his allies to make announcements to attract orders. As orders accumulated, his production would need to ramp up, necessitating more manpower. With this in mind, Jiang Tian opened the trading post to seek out suitable subordinates. Chapter 122. I have something remarkable. You might be interested. As the day passed in a whirlwind of activity, by evening, the island had gained 3 more laborers, 2 purchased and 1 caught, each of commendable ability. These individuals were all assigned to assist in laying the foundation for the dormitories, hastening construction progress. At this rate, the dormitories would be completed in no time. After dinner, while digesting his meal, Jiang Tian opened the chat channel to observe the current developments in the world. Ha! I just claimed another piece of land today, and my crew has grown even larger. I was targeted by a sky pirate today, but thankfully, I managed to escape. Those pirates are just a bunch of numbers. Once I join forces with my allies, I will surely deal with them. I'm looking for strong men. Who has any? I'm willing to trade chickens and vegetables. Fool, in this chaotic environment, you think you can barter animals for manpower? What would be a more reasonable exchange? Sighing at this, Jiang Tian reflected on how manpower seemed increasingly valuable. This afternoon, while seeking to acquire more subordinates, the 2 survivors offering their labor flatly refused Jiang Tian's offers of food as compensation. With sky pirates rampant and the emergence of alliances, everyone had come to realize that manpower was the most precious resource. After all, to fend off the pirates plundering or to raid others as a pirate oneself, one needed sufficient personnel. Given the current situation, only wood could rival the value of subordinates. Especially now that everyone was rushing to craft fans and sails, the price of wood remained high. As a result, all those selling labor marked their terms with wood, without exception. It could be said that what was once scorned, adult males, had transformed into one of the most coveted resources. This afternoon, while negotiating for subordinates, Jiang Tian presented resources that piqued their interest even further. Contemplating these matters, he opened the trading post once more, locating a well-qualified strongman and sending a message to his seller. Greetings, I lack timber. Might I offer you something else in exchange? Shortly thereafter, a response arrived. If you lack timber, then be gone. Your presence is unwelcome. Very well, I had intended to barter with a watermelon knife, but it appears that opportunity has slipped away. What? A watermelon knife? I must have it. Father, "Father, allow me to trade with you. This robust individual is particularly valuable." Observing the other party's earnest pleas, Jiang Tian offered a faint smile. Arriving at the blacksmith's forge, he picked up a rather oddly shaped watermelon knife and placed it down. This afternoon, Tang Yin had enlisted Zhang San, Li Si, and Xuanzi to try their hand at crafting a watermelon knife. However, the knives they produced were far from satisfactory. Their peculiar shapes were not the only concern, as the thickness of the metal was uneven, signaling poor quality. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Jiang Tian managed to sell these 3 watermelon knives and acquired 3 subordinates in return. Once the dormitory was completed, Tang Yin would instruct Zhang San, Li Si, and Xuanzi, and establish another blacksmith shop, where they would guide newcomers in weapon crafting. Everything was meticulously arranged. Jiang Tian nodded, instructing them to continue their work, before stepping out of the forge to observe the productivity of others. The butcher, having finished slicing black pig skin, was now hanging the prepared ducks in the roasting oven, attentively monitoring the heat. At that moment, the leopard woman approached Jiang Tian and said, "Master, the black pig leather armor is complete." Jiang Tian nodded and followed her to a table. Including the leftover piece from yesterday's processing of pig skin, they had crafted 5 pieces of leather armor, neatly stacked upon the table. A brief inspection revealed that the craftsmanship remained consistent with the previous day. The leather had been cut into various specifications, drilled with holes, and tied together with rope. It was somewhat rudimentary, yet commendable given the current circumstances. Jiang Tian nodded and said, "Very well, leave it there. Leopard woman, you may return to your duties." After she departed, Jiang Tian placed 3 pieces of pig leather armor on the trading post. After some contemplation, he stipulated the trading conditions as either metal or subordinates. No sooner had the pig leather armor been listed than he received numerous trade requests. One piece was exchanged for 30 iron ingots, while another secured him a subordinate. A multitude of individuals also sent private messages to Jiang Tian. Pondering for a moment, he perused the private messages, searching for anyone offering rare items. "Esteemed one, may I exchange food and wood for a piece of pig leather armor? Sir, someone is approaching my empty island. I fear I may be attacked. Could you lend me the pig leather armor? I implore you. Hello, I am an elementary school student." May you. Upon reading these messages, Jiang Tian felt utterly exasperated. The notion of trading pig leather armor for food and wood was absurd, and the audacity of those seeking to acquire items for free was an affront to his intelligence. He promptly closed the trading post and opened the chat channel, contemplating a shout to potentially elevate the price of the pig leather armor. Just as he activated the chat system, a private message arrived. 1111. Is the pig leather armor on the trading post yours? Jiang Tian was taken aback. Had he been recognized? He recalled that while selling pig leather armor yesterday, he had indeed shouted in the regional channel, so being identified was not unexpected. The ID of the sender bore the prefix CNNS, indicating they were from the same region. The number seemed familiar. They had previously boasted about attempting to rob. He wondered what their intentions were. Did they wish to threaten him? He swiftly replied, "It is indeed mine." "What is it to you?" The response came promptly. "I desire that piece of pig leather armor, but I possess neither metal nor wood. Nor can I offer you a person. However, I have something of great interest to you." "What is it?" Jiang Tian's curiosity was piqued. Could it be that they had discovered some rare item? Shortly thereafter, the other party responded again. "Land, are you interested? I have a 200 square meter plot of land, 3 meters deep, which I wish to exchange for equipment." Upon reading this message, Jiang Tian couldn't help but smile with intrigue. Trading land? Long ago, he had attempted to procure some empty land from the trading post, but had found no relevant items. He had also tried to list empty land after acquiring it, only to discover that such items were utterly untradeable. How do you propose to execute this trade? Understand that empty land cannot be traded in this world. Quite simply, came the swift reply. We need not adhere to the trading methods of this world. I can send a subordinate to deliver the empty land to you, and then you can trade me the equipment. A straightforward exchange. Chapter 123. The people are nearing vomit. Realizing this, Jiang Tian understood that this individual was exploiting a loophole in the trading system. However, this mattered little to him, as long as he could obtain the corresponding benefits. The method employed by the other party was of no consequence. He replied, "Very well, 1 piece of pig leather armor, yes? I am ready to trade whenever you are. Just specify the location." Ha ha ha, as if. In this place, the value of land should not require elaboration. Moreover, this plot spans 200 square meters, and it would take at least 6 pieces of pig leather armor to secure it. By the way, I recall you can also craft watermelon knives, so you must add 2 of those as well. The other party clearly did not fall for Jiang Tian's ploy, instead revealing their genuine terms. In response, Jiang Tian merely chuckled disdainfully. The current value of land was not nearly as precious as they claimed, with rampant empty banditry. One could easily seize over 100 square meters of land with a mere raid. Furthermore, the demand for empty land was negligible. They could hardly manage what they had. "I cannot accept your price. If you wish for this plot of land, you must present sincerity. 2 watermelon knives and 2 pieces of pig leather armor. If you do not agree, then so be it. At present, Empty land is abundant, and I could trade with others, perhaps acquiring even more land than what you offer. Jiang Tian put forth his price. After a prolonged silence, the other party acquiesced. Very well, I accept this trade. Let us consider it a gesture of friendship. You should be aware that in this world, the initial locations of islands are assigned according to numbers, yes? Thus, we shall trade tomorrow at noon at location 0200, which is not far from you. How does that sound? Jiang Tian glanced at the other party's ID, which began with a 1. This individual seemed to be following a path of robbery toward the south. However, Jiang Tian recognized their probing to ascertain his current location. After some deliberation, he replied, I have been traveling north for the past few days. This location is somewhat distant for me. How about we trade at location 1200 around 8 o'clock the day after tomorrow? No problem. I will instruct my men to hoist a large sail adorned with a V symbol on the island. When you see this sail, you will know it is me. And we shall conduct our trade. After the other party agreed, Jiang Tian closed the private chat and summoned Huitsubing. My lord, what is your command? Upon seeing Huitsubing bow respectfully, Jiang Tian offered a faint smile. I have just procured a piece of land and require assistance in its incorporation. I entrust this task to you. Is that acceptable? Yes, my lord. Huitsubing knelt with one knee and clasped his hands, his face brightening with joy. Jiang Tian nodded. Instructing, the departure is scheduled for tomorrow evening. You will set out with Jiang San. Prior to this, you must work overtime tonight to craft some arrows, ensuring that weapons and leather armor are properly equipped for the task of retrieving the land. Also, do not forget to take the crossbow cart and bolts. The designated island for trading bears a large sail marked with AV. As he spoke, Jiang Tian picked up a branch and drew a V-shaped symbol on the ground. He then added, the other party likely sent only one person. Should they arrive with a larger contingent or exhibit any unusual behavior, it is up to you to decide whether to engage or retreat. Understood. Huitsubing acknowledged the command and proceeded to the blacksmith shop to inform Jiang San. Outside the blacksmith shop, Huitsubing summoned Jiang San and relayed all of Jiang Tian's instructions. Are we preparing to collect land and arm ourselves? Indeed. I shall return to craft arrows. You should gather the other weapons and meet me. All right, understood. After listening to the account, Jiang San nodded and returned inside the shop. At that moment, 2 newly forged watermelon knives made of tang salt lay within. Jiang San stepped forward, extending his hands to grasp a knife, intending to exit. Tang Salt halted his hammering, curiosity piqued, and inquired, what do you need the knife for? It's the boss's directive. No further questions, Jiang San replied. Then turned to negotiate. By the way, Tang Salt, could you make me an iron brick when you have the chance? What do you intend to do with that? Tang Salt regarded Jiang San, who, holding a watermelon knife in each hand, appeared rather menacing under the glow of the forge. Tang Salt instinctively recoiled slightly. I find knives to be rather ineffective. Bricks are much more useful. Is that agreeable? Fine, fine, just hurry along, Tang Salt urged, dismissing Jiang San before returning to his work. Meanwhile, the cook knocked on Jiang Tian's door and reported, my lord, the duck is ready for roasting. Very well. Let us take a look. Jiang Tian nodded and followed the cook to the roasting station. A table was set nearby, adorned with slices of duck and the carcass. Jiang Tian tasted a piece of duck meat, finding it quite palatable, better than the previous day's fare. Save 2 plates of duck for myself, the rest wrap in plastic bags for sale. Contemplating this, he glanced at the carcass and furrowed his brow, realizing he had overlooked an important detail. He promptly instructed, remove the wings and feet from the ducks. They should be cut off separately before roasting in the future, as I have other plans for them. Yes, my lord. The cook nodded and set to work as directed. Shortly thereafter, the duck wings and feet were severed. Jiang Tian placed the dismembered ducks into plastic bags and hung them in the trading post. He then shouted in the regional channel, freshly roasted Peking duck is now available in the trading post. The skin is crispy, the meat tender. All it takes is a bit of metal for a trade. Pre-order now. Instantly, the previously bustling regional channel fell silent, only to erupt with excitement once more. What? Peking duck? Is it the same kind that the big shot had yesterday? I saw it in the trading post. 1 bag of duck meat, another of duck carcasses. It looks legitimate. I want to buy? I want to buy? Big shot. I have no metal. Can I trade you 2 ducks instead? In no time. A flurry of trade offers flooded Jiang Tian's way. Soon, the table laden with plastic bags of duck disappeared, replaced by stacks of metal around Jiang Tian, along with a few remaining ducks. The regional channel, previously buzzing with discussions about alliances, shifted to fervent debates over the flavor of the roasted duck. Haha. I got my hands on some roasted duck. Oh my, it really is roasted duck. The skin is crispy, unlike the ones I roast myself. It's absolutely delectable. I haven't had such duck in ages, but I can't cook it myself, nor do I have the means. I have limited resources and only managed to get a duck carcass. Same here. Big shot. Why don't you keep some of the Peking duck for yourself? In response, Jiang Tian casually replied, don't mention it. Yesterday, in a fit of enthusiasm, I roasted over 10 ducks. I ate all day and still couldn't finish. I was nearly sick from it. It was overwhelming. Chapter 124, Bring the Island Closer. Upon hearing this, Those who had purchased the roasted duck remained unfazed, but those who had not were visibly distraught. What? He ate over 10 roasted ducks? I wish I could live like that. I want to be overwhelmed too. Big shot. Could you spare me a roasted duck? Let me experience that feeling. Will you be making roasted duck again tomorrow? If so, I'll come to buy. I must get some. This is so frustrating. I detest those who flaunt their wealth. After issuing this statement, Jiang Tian promptly closed the chat interface. Night was falling, and after finishing the duck, it was time for rest. He instructed the cook to distribute the duck wings and feet to others, then took Kai Wenji by the hand, singing a little tune as they walked back to the room. The melody being "The red sun sinks below the western slope." My lord, what are you singing? Oh, it's nothing. Meanwhile, 2111, having been busy all day, was in his room conversing with his allies. Today, while 1111 was preoccupied selling vegetables, he had managed to recruit a few envious individuals to join his anti-wealthy alliance. Seeing the team expand, 2111 felt a swell of pride. At that moment, he was energizing the new members. People are forged through adversity. Everyone possesses potential. Born into comfort, one dies in distress. Therefore, heroes can rise to prominence. And in times of hardship, the poor seek change. Only under pressure does one find motivation. Just then, before 2111 could finish, one member interrupted. What the hell? That 1111 is flaunting again in the channel. This remark immediately captured everyone's attention. 2111's expression darkened considerably. How dare he interrupt my speech with such disorderly conduct? He silently noted the member's ID, contemplating how to trip him up in the future. Regaining his composure, 2111 inquired, "What has he said now?" The member quickly replied, "Roasted duck. It's about roasted duck again. He claims he has eaten over 10. Roasted duck? Over 10 roasted ducks. For heaven's sake, how is he still alive? I can't believe he even said he got sick of it. That arrogant bastard is too much. I can't believe I was too busy chatting to buy any roasted duck." Seeing this, 2111's frustration boiled over. A bunch of worthless fools. It's just roasted duck. You act as if you've never seen the world. With a huff, 2111 declared in the regional channel, "Roasted duck is nothing if everyone follows my lead. I assure you we will grow strong and achieve greatness once again." Upon hearing this, his allies responded with skepticism. "Boss, there are so many thieves around. Can we really do this?" "Yes, boss. We're supposed to confront 1111, who is reputed to be quite formidable. We must not suffer defeat before even beginning our venture." Upon hearing this, 2111's eyelids twitched, and he paused, seemingly lost in thought. After a moment, he spoke, "My brothers and I are ambitious. The fortune teller said that my success would come at the cost of many lives. However, I disagree. I believe that one's fate, life or death, is determined by oneself." Upon hearing this, the crowd perked up. The tone of 2111 suggested he held a significant position. They were, after all, new members of the anti-wealthy alliance and did not know much about their leader. However, they sensed a certain charisma in his words, as if he were a formidable force. 2111, as if sensing their thoughts, calmly remarked, "Let bygones be bygones. Let them drift away with the wind." Every individual experiences moments of brilliance. However, one should not mistake a fleeting instant for eternity. Now that we find ourselves united within a single alliance, let us share both fortunes and adversities alike. In a word, let us act. Upon uttering these words, 2111 was met with an uproar of applause. The leader spoke wisely. "I wholeheartedly believe in what the leader just proclaimed. Today we may sleep on the floor, but tomorrow we shall become the masters, sharing blessings and bearing hardships together." 2111. Upon hearing this, nodded in satisfaction. Observing these individuals, he noted their lack of worldly experience. A mere infusion of enthusiasm had them all fired up. For 2111, such subordinates were ideal. After all, if these fellows were too astute, he would struggle to transform the anti-rich alliance into his own domain. The following day, as 2111 slumbered in the warmth of a soft embrace, a sudden, urgent voice jolted him awake. "Boss, something's amiss." A subordinate burst into his chamber, startling both him and the woman beside him. Already irritable from being roused, 2111 barked, "What's the matter? If it's nothing serious and you disturb my sleep, I shall toss you to the fishes." "Boss, we have spotted an island ahead." With a swift motion, 2111's expression shifted, and he delivered a resounding slap across the subordinate's face, leaving 5 vivid red marks. Discovering an island is hardly a cause for alarm. This is indeed splendid news. Bring the island closer. With that, 2111 flipped out of bed, striding boldly out of the house to gaze into the distance. Before him lay an island, barely visible, not far from his own. At its edge, several rotund figures sat, seemingly engaged in fishing. Behind these portly silhouettes was an expanse of emptiness, save for a dilapidated shack. Aside from that, there wasn't a single tree in sight. Thus, it lay bare before 2111's eyes, unmistakable. Indeed, an island. 2111 stroked his chin, pondering. However, this island appears rather impoverished, doesn't it? No matter, even a mosquito's leg is still meat. Moreover, The renowned philosopher Lao Ba once stated, whether fragrant or foul, once it reaches the lips, it is still sustenance. With renewed determination, 2111 commanded his helmsman, accelerate. Bring us closer to the island. Yes, master, replied the subordinate. As time passed, 2111's island approached the one occupied by the plump figures. The once elusive sight became increasingly clear. Peering intently, 2111 squinted and was immediately taken aback. The figures he had assumed were survivors were unmistakably pigmen. Gasping, 2111 quickly rubbed his eyes, convinced he was hallucinating. But upon looking again, it was indeed pigmen. Good heavens! Have they now mastered the art of fishing? This is truly extraordinary. Chapter 125. The pigmen have gained skills. The unexpected scene left 2111 astonished. He hastily instructed his subordinates. Halt! Stop moving and reel in the sails. Maintain our distance. The subordinates exchanged puzzled glances. Just moments ago, they were instructed to accelerate. And now they were to slow down. Nevertheless, they dared not question him, obediently ceasing their efforts and retracting the sails. Meanwhile, 2111 continued to scrutinize the opposite island. Based on the distance, it was likely the island of 2345. This island, measuring over 100 square meters, was home to 3 pigmen. 2 of them had blackened lower legs, suggesting they had consumed other creatures, while the third was entirely white. Yet, these details paled in comparison to the astonishing fact that pigmen could fish. 2111 had encountered them before. Just a few days ago, he had caught one, only to have it grunt and scavenge for food upon reaching the shore. This creature seemed to do little else besides eat, sleep, and relieve itself, exhibiting no traits beyond those of a pig. How could it possibly have learned to fish in just a few days? On the other side, curious subordinates approached the front of the island, gazing across at the opposing island. Upon seeing the pigmen, they were equally startled. One subordinate stepped forward, asking, Master, what is the situation with the pigmen on that island? How should I know? 2111 replied tersely, continuing to observe the island. The 2 partially black pigmen each held fishing rods, while the white pigman sat nearby, watching. Wait a moment, 2 fishing rods? A thought struck 2111. If he could seize those rods, his development would surely accelerate. Yet, the 3 pigmen appeared to pose a significant threat. He wondered if his subordinates could handle them. As 2111 contemplated whether to command his subordinates to advance, the pigmen became aware of their presence. The white pigman raised its hoof, grunted a couple of times, then dashed toward the shack. Moments later, an even more astonishing sight unfolded before 2111. Following the white pig's lead, a fully black-haired pigman emerged from the hut. Spotting their island, the black pigman scampered to the edge, gesturing enthusiastically as if beckoning them over. The scene was undeniably bizarre. At this moment, propelled by inertia, 2111's island was now less than 20 meters from the opposing one. He then noticed that behind the pigmen's island, an additional piece of land seemed to connect, featuring a sail and a fan. Meanwhile, the black pig, waving its arms energetically, revealed its tusked mouth, which twisted into a grin as if it were exceedingly pleased to see them. Moreover, the pig's mouth opened and closed, seemingly forming words. Come over. Good heavens. 2111 was utterly taken aback. This pig can talk. Has it truly attained sentience? At such a close distance, the state of the black pig became clearer. Its gaping maw was smeared with a mix of white and red substances, with something dangling from it that resembled a severed finger. Good heavens. This pigman seems to have just feasted on a human. At this revelation, 2111 was thoroughly unnerved. It suddenly dawned on him. Those fishing rods. The connected island bore a sail and a fan. Could it be that other pirates intended to invade this island, only to fall prey to this pigman? This is terrifying. I must not tread the same path as that fiend. Realizing this, 2111 swiftly shouted, Retreat. Retreat. Quickly, turn the fan and reverse course. Back away. Yes, yes. The subordinates snapped out of their stupor, responding with urgency. They positioned themselves beneath the fan and began to sway it. The island's forward fan began to turn. And under the opposing force, the island began to slowly retreat. On the other side, on the island of 2345, the black pigman watched as the other island drifted away. Its earlier joy evaporating, replaced by a sullen expression. They're leaving? How infuriating. The black pigman muttered, reflecting on the events of the past few days, where it had instinctively engaged in fishing with its rod. To my astonishment, I discovered that I could fish for sustenance from the clouds above. Among the catch were pieces of wood, grains, and vegetables. There were also some solid, unyielding blocks that seemed ineatable and of little use, which I promptly discarded. Occasionally, I would reel in wooden crates, containing remnants of the monstrous creatures I had previously consumed. Their attacks posed no threat to me. Rather, they became a source of nourishment. What truly astonished me was that yesterday I pulled up a wooden crate, only to find it contained one of my companions. This unexpected event added a touch of intrigue to my otherwise monotonous existence. Simultaneously, glowing lights would sporadically appear on the island. Shortly after their emergence, a monster would materialize, which I would defeat and share with my companion. Just last night, while I was fishing alongside my comrade, I suddenly felt the ground tremble beneath me. Upon turning around, I was astounded to see an island materializing in the distance, merging with my own. From this newfound island, 3 humans approached. Upon sighting me, they exhibited evident panic and attempted to flee back to their island. However, before they could escape, they met their demise at my hands. I then ventured onto their island, where I discovered a fishing rod and several bound companions. I freed them and taught them how to wield the fishing rod, while I dragged the humans back to my wooden abode for sustenance. After devouring the brain of a particularly distinct individual, I felt an odd sensation and decided to take a rest. Upon awakening, I found my mind to be notably clearer. I could now distinguish the various provisions I had previously fished up. Some were carrots, others were cabbages, and some were flour. Moreover, I seemed to have grasped a few commands in the human language. As I sat in my dwelling, consuming the remnants of the humans, I pondered the newfound knowledge swirling in my mind when one of my companions entered, signaling a desire to venture outside. Upon stepping out, I was ecstatic to discover another island drifting nearby. This sight filled me with joy. Yesterday's experiences, coupled with the memories now surfacing in my mind, indicated that the approaching island heralded food and resources. I eagerly waved to the island, hoping to beckon them over. To my dismay, they reacted swiftly, pivoting and fleeing. This turn of events left me exceedingly frustrated. It seemed that in future encounters with humans, I would need to devise a different strategy to attract their attention. Chapter 126, Reaping the Benefits? Meanwhile, on a soaring island, 2111 sat on the ground, fanning himself while sweating profusely, inquiring, "How long have we been running?" One of his subordinates, still fanning, replied, "Master, we should have been fleeing for about half an hour." "Is that so?" 2111 gazed ahead. Beneath the veil of clouds, the island inhabited by the pigman had vanished from his view. He exhaled in relief, ceasing his fanning and wiping his brow. Even if those pigmen appeared slightly clever, capable of fishing for resources, surely the act of fanning was beyond them? It seemed they had not pursued him. This thought rekindled a pang of fear within him. After living for so many years, he had encountered a talking pig today. What an uncanny experience. Was it possible that under the full moon, pigmen became more intelligent? He recalled that he was not the only one who had called for pig farmers. During the full moon, many had been ravaged by the pigmen's ferocity. He wondered how the other islands were faring. Had the rampaging pigmen encountered other aerial thieves? With this in mind, 2111 opened the chat channel. To his surprise, the moment he accessed the chat option, a notification popped up. Survivor count has decreased below a certain threshold. Chat system updating. World chat channel updates to 3 times daily. Regional chat channel updates to 30 times daily. Stunned by this message, 2111 momentarily paused. However, he rarely engaged in conversations within the channel, so he dismissed the update from his mind. After closing the notification, he entered the regional channel, where discussions were rife, primarily revolving around food sales and the recent chat system update, as well as the aerial thieves. Wow, chat times have increased? Does this mean I can spam my messages? Ha ha ha, we just raided another small island. What a thrill. Pricing is determined by my subordinate's physical prowess. By the way, that 2111 who inquired about the situation seems to have gone quiet for a while. He hasn't been killed by the great 1111, has he? No way. I heard just yesterday that 2111 formed a league, and it seems he is doing quite well. Yes, I joined his league yesterday. Our leader is quite articulate. Clearly not an ordinary individual. Is your leader truly that impressive? Perhaps I should join your league for protection. Uffed. That guy ran the moment he saw 1111. What kind of coward can achieve anything? My league has 7 members, including a warrior. Just yesterday, I acquired a watermelon knife and a pigskin armor. Undeniably formidable. If you join my league, you only need to provide 1 wooden plank daily for my protection. However, my island already has 8 members. And I too possess a warrior along with a watermelon knife. What is so great about 2111's league? He is just an envious rich man. If he is capable, let him reveal his location so I can challenge him. Upon reading these messages, 2111 felt a surge of anger. He had never anticipated that his silence in the channel these past few days would lead to such ridicule, particularly regarding the league he had established. Could he endure this slight? Surely, he should retaliate. Assessing his situation, he noted that he possessed over 400 square meters of land, 5 men, and 1 woman, armed with wooden spears and stone clubs dropped by monsters. He then glanced at the information revealed by those mocking him. 8 individuals, a warrior, a watermelon knife, and pigskin armor. Fine, he thought. One must endure minor grievances to accomplish grand schemes. Although he swallowed his indignation, 2111 could not idly watch as his newly recruited members were lured away. After all, he needed their strength to assault 1111, and he intended to extract protection fees from them once they were thoroughly convinced. The best course of action would be to demonstrate his strength. Yet, how could he contend with them? Gazing into the distance, he began to contemplate. As he looked ahead, the image of the talking pigman gnawing on its fingers flashed in his mind, igniting an idea. Eureka! He promptly reopened the chat channel and proclaimed, "Ha ha, fellow members. I just discovered that the island of 2345 appears to have been turned into a storage facility, laden with abundant resources, guarded only by a handful of foolish pigmen. Let us seize this opportunity together. After sending the message, 2111 hesitated, adding, wait, isn't this the Alliance channel? How did I end up in the regional channel? Damn it, does this chat channel have a recall option? With both messages dispatched, the chatter in the regional channel immediately halted. All eyes focused on his proclamation. And soon laughter erupted across the channel. Ha ha ha, this fool actually sent a message to the wrong channel. I told you, 2111 is indeed a simpleton. The island of 2345. You say? Very well, I shall lead my men there at once. I shall accompany you as well. Do not dare to steal my thunder. Upon reading these messages, 2111 could not help but smirk cunningly. Since he was unable to defeat them on his own, he would let that peculiar pigman deal with them instead. Once the two factions suffered casualties and their strength waned, he would swoop in to claim the spoils for himself. He then glanced at the chat channel, eyeing a particularly boisterous individual whose ID began with 33, the closest to the Pigman Island. All he needed to do was lie in wait nearby, and when they commenced their battle, he would reap the rewards. What a delightful prospect. With this thought, a smile returned to 2111's face as he instructed his subordinates to start fishing while he awaited the arrival of these unfortunate souls. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian opened the chat channel, momentarily taken aback by the update regarding the communication mechanism. The number of survivors had dwindled to a certain extent. He had no idea how many had perished. After muttering this observation, he opened the regional chat channel, where he soon came across the message sent by 2111. Hiding all resources on the island? Jiang Tian found this quite absurd. Was this not an attempt to deceive the gullible? If there were indeed resources on that island, 2111 would have undoubtedly hoarded them all for himself. Claiming he had mistakenly sent it to the wrong channel was merely a ruse to lure others to the island. How could so many still believe it? Nevertheless, Jiang Tian chose not to expose 2111's scheme. He was also curious about what 2111 was truly plotting. Since others had fallen into his trap, let them proceed. He would assess the situation later. With that thought, Jiang Tian switched to the World Channel to commence his legitimate endeavors. Chapter 127. At that moment, the World Channel was rife with messages about the plundering of air pirates and the resistance against them. Woohoo! Today, together with my little brothers, we toppled a coalition and acquired a plethora of resources. It was exhilarating. Haha, my little brothers are gearing up to join me. Oh Lord, our alliance has been attacked, and our allies have been captured. Had I not fled swiftly, I too would have fallen into their clutches. I need to join another alliance and rise again. Today, an air pirate attempted to rob me, but thankfully, I spent a fortune on a watermelon knife and leather armor. I managed to slay the air pirate. Members of our alliance have huddled together. All we lack now are weapons and armor. Who has equipment? Upon reading this, Jiang Tian clicked on the name of the individual in need of weapons and armor and initiated a private chat. Greetings, I possess the equipment you seek. Would you be willing to discuss? Shortly, a message arrived in response. You have weapons and armor? What kind? Bone swords and stone forks? Or wooden armor? Those are outdated. The current trend is watermelon knives and darkened pigment leather armor. Do you have any? Watermelon knives? Leather armor? The other party was taken aback and inquired, hey, were you the one selling those items at the trading post? Indeed. Buddy, your timing is impeccable. Our alliance is in dire need of those items. The joy in the response was palpable. We need both watermelon knives and leather armor. There are 8 of us on my island, so we require 8 sets of equipment. Additionally, we need 8 spare sets. That's a total of 16 sets, correct? Precisely, my friend. After receiving the reply, Jiang Tian pondered for a moment. Since some islands had begun to unite, the allocation of manpower seemed more organized than during the previous chaotic times. Others were already crafting knives and leather armor, albeit in limited quantities and poor quality, yet they had formed a degree of competitiveness, allowing for a slight price reduction. After calculating the figures, he replied, watermelon knives and leather armor are 20 pounds of iron ingots each, making one set a total of 40 pounds. For 16 sets, that amounts to 640 pounds of iron ingots, with payment upon delivery. What? 640 pounds of iron? How can it be so expensive? The other party's reaction was quite intense. Having purchased so much, you should offer me a discount. Seeing this, Jiang Tian considered his options and replied, if you are willing to introduce me to business within your alliance, I can offer you a reduced price of 600 pounds of iron. To Jiang Tian's surprise, after a brief silence, the other party sent a lengthy message. Hey, brother, do you understand what we are doing? We are resisting air pirates. We are maintaining peace in this world. In this matter, you should not prioritize your petty interests but rather join us, stand by our side, and contribute to justice. Therefore, for love and peace, I am willing to offer you 50 pounds of iron. Upon reading this, Jiang Tian was genuinely exasperated. Good heavens! To wrap moral coercion in such grandiose language was quite remarkable. Moreover, this coercion was excessively ruthless. Haggling was not supposed to be this brutal. This price was not merely slashed, it was a direct assault on reason. Such rhetoric might fool the naive, but he was far from gullible. If that was the case, Why even bother purchasing weapons? Shouldn't he rely on his love and peace to sway those air pirates? Hey, you can't do this. Fool, begone. With that, Jiang Tian swiftly added the individual ID, HHDX 1313, to his blacklist. He then returned his attention to the World Channel in search of business. Just then, a message appeared in the World Channel. HHDX 1300. Hey, 1313, you hypocritical purveyor of righteousness, hiding like a turtle and still looking for equipment in the channel? What do you expect to acquire? Upon reading this message, Jiang Tian's eyes lit up. He immediately sent a private message to the individual. Do you need watermelon knives and leather armor? If you purchase in bulk, I can offer you a discount. Before long, Jiang Tian gazed at the few iron ingots beside him, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. The deal was struck. The other party required 10 sets of equipment, and the iron ingots he possessed served as a deposit. According to their agreement, the following morning, they would trade 10 watermelon knives and 10 pieces of pigskin armor for the remaining iron. It must be said that the air pirates were quite straightforward and decisive in their dealings. Perhaps due to their plundering nature, they appeared rather affluent. However, it remained to be seen what fate awaited the morally coercive 1313 once 1300 acquired the weapons and armor. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Tian closed the chat channel and made his way to the blacksmith shop, observing the situation inside. Tang Yin was diligently working the iron, while Zhang San, Li Si, and Xuanzi assisted him. Following Jiang Tian's instructions, they were in the process of crafting 3 additional anvils and hammers. Upon noticing Jiang Tian's arrival, they greeted him in unison. Boss, whom Jiang Tian nodded, instructing, hasten the progress on these tools. Once they are complete, Zhang San, Li Si, and Xuanzi, you can come and practice your skills. After giving his orders and casting one last glance at the industrious quartet, Jiang Tian exited the blacksmith shop. Aside from the initial watermelon knife crafted, the weapons subsequently forged by Tang Yin exhibited commendable quality. Henceforth, all weapons for his own people would be exclusively manufactured by Tang Yin. Zhang San, Li Si, and Xuanzi would focus on creating simpler weapons for practice, namely watermelon knives. Once they had honed their blacksmithing skills, they would establish another blacksmith shop to accommodate newcomers and enhance production capacity. Naturally, Jiang Tian would not use any equipment crafted during practice. He would sell them all. The watermelon knives required for the recently concluded transaction had indeed been the handiwork of the 3. While there might be some quality issues, it mattered little, as they were not intended for their own use. On the other side of the island, 2 pigmen, having succumbed to darkness, met their demise at the hands of Lu Bu. Subsequently, the butcher took over the remains, commencing his labor. By the end of the day, he anticipated completing 10 sets of pigskin armor. At that moment, the rather simple-minded scavenger called out, Boss, a person just surfaced at the fishing spot. Bring him over for a look, came the reply. Shortly thereafter, the newcomer approached. After a brief exchange and scrutiny, it became evident that he was merely an ordinary man from the modern world, named Jiang Tian. In his 20s, he was male, yet his physique was not particularly robust, suggesting he might struggle with heavy tasks. Jiang Tian pondered for a moment, glanced at the butcher, and instructed Jiang Tian. Given that your name contains Pai, you have a certain affinity for pelts. Henceforth, you shall learn the art of fur cutting from the butcher. Oh, and you may address me as boss. Understood. Boss, Jiang Tian replied, making his way toward the butcher. Observing the butcher teaching his apprentice, Jiang Tian nodded in satisfaction. Another craftsman was added to their ranks. In the future, the armor crafted by Jiang Tian could be sold for profit. Moreover, once the dormitory and cafeteria were completed, they would have the capacity to accommodate more individuals, allowing for the recruitment of additional apprentices to boost production of roasted duck and similar delicacies. Chapter 128. Quickly, meet your ancestor. Amidst the bustling activities of the members, the morning hours drifted by. During this time, another person was caught and assigned to assist in the construction of the dormitory. At this juncture, the island boasted a population of 28 individuals. The dormitory needed to be completed swiftly to house these new arrivals. Meanwhile, at the construction site, Shi Jigang was actively engaged in work, occasionally surveying the progress of his colleagues and providing direction. After a day's rest, he appeared much rejuvenated, and his spirits were notably high. Under his guidance, the workers operated with the efficiency of diligent ants. The dormitory was nearing completion, expected to be finished by the following day. Additionally, a new brick kiln was established beside the original to accelerate the production of bricks. The construction team was beginning to take shape, with Shi Jigang overseeing the operations. There was no need for Jiang Tian to worry. Future construction tasks could be entrusted entirely to him, with Jiang Tian's only responsibility being to organize the workforce. Reflecting on these matters, Jiang Tian felt quite pleased. He turned his gaze elsewhere. The vegetable garden and herbal planting area had been cultivated, where 2 elderly men, clad in straw hats, were diligently tending to the land. Given their age, Jiang Tian felt a pang of compassion. He resolved to assign a few young and able-bodied individuals to assist them. Furthermore, as the weather grew increasingly warm, he contemplated constructing a small shelter for them once there were enough hands available. Jiang Tian then shifted his attention to the south, where a glowing orb was slowly coalescing. Huitzubing had exchanged a few words with the patrolling Lu Bu before the latter departed. Shortly after, Huitzubing summoned Xiangzi, engaging him in conversation. During their dialogue, the glowing mass transformed into a goblin. Under Xiangzi's watchful eye, Huitzubing advanced, evading and countering the goblin's strikes while calling out instructions to Xiangzi. With a swift stroke, he dispatched the goblin. Jiang Tian realized that Huitzubing was imparting combat skills to Xiangzi, a development he found highly commendable. As the territory expanded, the need for patrolling personnel would undoubtedly increase, and the monsters would grow ever more formidable. Recently encountered creatures, which had previously seemed rather mundane, were beginning to exhibit signs of enhancement. Goblins and fishmen were now sporting muscular physiques, and earlier that morning, a skeletal warrior mounted on a spider had appeared, brandishing a bone sword with a flourish. Just as Xiangzi found himself in a bit of a predicament, Lu Bu swooped in with a fierce blow, shattering both the skeleton and the spider. Beyond these martial figures, it was imperative to bolster the combat abilities of the ordinary populace. Huitzubing would be tasked with their training. With these thoughts solidified in his mind, Jiang Tian turned his gaze eastward. There, various supplies were arrayed, while Kai Wenji, Wang Yun, and Li Xiaoning were engaged in fishing, wiping the sweat from their brows. Jiang Tian considered erecting a shelter in the east to provide them some respite from the heat. At that moment, Kai Wenji successfully reeled in her line. With a thud, a wooden box landed on the ground. Li Xiaoning, demonstrating her expertise, waited a couple of seconds before noticing that the box showed no signs of opening from within. She used a wooden hook to pry open the movable lid. A man dressed in coarse garments, with a square face, stood up, observing his attire and facial structure. Jiang Tian approached with curiosity. Upon noticing Jiang Tian, the man respectfully inclined his head, stating, "Master." Jiang Tian nodded in acknowledgement, perceiving the man as rather unremarkable, not resembling a martial figure. Pondering for a moment, he mused, could he be a laborer from ancient times? Regardless, he would inquire about the man's name and assign him to work the fields under Song Yingxing. "What is your name?" he asked, replying to the master. "I am Gong Shaban." "Oh, and where do you hail from?" Jiang Tian was about to instruct him to tend to the fields when the name struck him with surprise. "You say your name is?" Replying to the master, "I am Gong Shaban." "Lu Ban." Jiang Tian's brow arched. "You are indeed the legendary Lu Ban?" He had not anticipated that this seemingly ordinary man was, in fact, the renowned craftsman Lu Ban, of the Ji surname, from the Gongshu clan. A person from the state of Lu during the spring and autumn period, revered as the ancestor of all craftsmen. Before Lu Ban could respond, Jiang Tian immediately summoned Shi Gang. "Shi Gang, come quickly." Shi Gang, taken aback, approached and inquired, "What is it, boss?" "Hurry, this is Lu Ban. Quickly pay your respects to your ancestor." Jiang Tian playfully kicked Shi Gang in the rear. Caught off guard, he stumbled and fell to his knees. Although he could not recall the name, it felt incredibly familiar, invoking a sense of insignificance before such a figure, as though he truly stood before his forebear. "Ancestor, enough of this nonsense. Take Lu Ban to familiarize himself with the work. Then, you and Gong Shaban can craft a few wooden dining tables. With the growing number of people, the tables are becoming insufficient." Shi Gang was primarily responsible for directing the work now, and many tasks no longer required his direct involvement. He could collaborate with Lu Ban to produce essential tools for daily life. Lu Ban's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "I can do that. Let us get to work." Before Shi Gang could gather his wits, Lu Ban had already whisked him away. "Where's the wood?" Just to the east. Follow me this way." Pleased with the unfolding events, Jiang Tian shifted his focus to other matters, contemplating additional plans. Meanwhile, on the empty island at coordinates CNNS 2345, several pigmen were engaged in fishing for resources. Not far from this island, the island at 2111 lay concealed within a cloud. The inhabitants of 2111 remained vigilant on the regional channel, instructing their subordinates to monitor the surroundings for any approaching islands. Earlier, they had disseminated false intelligence about resources hidden on the island at 2345. Observing the regional channel, many survivors clamored to invade the island. It was unclear whether they were merely caught up in a fleeting whim or were genuinely preparing to take action. Having survived for so many days, it was unlikely that many of the survivors were foolish. However, in the face of immense profit, it is inevitable that some may lose their rationality. At that moment, should a conflict arise between the opposing party and the pigmen, resulting in mutual destruction, then oneself would benefit. While contemplating these thoughts in 2111, an island drifted serenely from north to south, heading towards the pigmen's island. Chapter 129. Bind those 3 pigmen and bring them to me. I intend to sell them. Someone is coming. Upon sighting this island, 2111's heart swelled with joy. Judging by its speed and direction, it was likely that the newcomer was the one whose ID began with 33. Previously, when he had fed the pigmen at 2345, this individual had not spoken in the regional chat, seemingly unaware of the surrounding discourse. This implied that he likely remained oblivious to the events on 2345 Island. One could only wonder how his development had progressed since then. If he had grown too powerful, it would be disastrous. If he were to slaughter those pig men, it would indeed amount to delivering a gift to someone. Ideally, he would be evenly matched with the pig men, resulting in a mutually destructive encounter. As 2111 pondered these scenarios, he crouched on his island, quietly observing the approaching landmass. The distance between them diminished steadily. Meanwhile, on a small island measuring approximately 400 square meters, 3351 gazed back at the three men laboriously manning the fan, and then at the island that had come into view ahead of him, filled with a multitude of emotions. Upon seeing the information shared by 2111 in the regional chat, he felt an exhilarating rush and immediately expressed his eagerness to investigate. However, after a fleeting moment of excitement, 3351 regained his composure. The words of 2111 might very well be a trap, intended to lure individuals to the coordinates of 2345 for an ambush. Yet, after considering this possibility, 3351 was left perplexed. Previously, 2111 had appeared rather cowardly, akin to a mere novice. The statements he had made were visible to all the boastful air pirates in the regional chat. If they all converged upon him, would 2111 truly be able to contend with those formidable air pirates? It would be a classic case of losing everything without gaining anything, perhaps even risking his life in the process. Was it conceivable that 2111 had summoned allies to prepare for an encirclement? As this possibility crossed his mind, 3351's thoughts became increasingly muddled. Over the past few days, he had observed the Wealthiverse alliance that 2111 had established. Utilizing the chat channel, he had managed to glean a rough overview of its members. Those who joined the alliance incessantly lamented about their grievances, expressing their frustrations in a manner that suggested they were a group of impoverished individuals. What purpose could such a ridiculous alliance serve? Moreover, the members were scattered far and wide, making it improbable for them to arrive promptly. It should be fine. If worst comes to worst, he could simply make a run for it. After all, there were fans on both sides of the island, allowing for a swift retreat should the situation turn dire. With this thought, 3351 sighed. As an air pirate, he considered himself rather unsuccessful. Since embarking on this path, he had only managed to successfully rob one air island, and even that had yielded minimal resources. Currently, he possessed merely 400 square meters of land and 2 fishing rods. In contrast, other air pirates had diligently expanded their islands to 700 or 800 square meters, even exceeding 1,000. Some of the more prominent air pirates had begun developing their own underlings, coercing them into paying membership fees. This was, in fact, a more efficient means of acquiring wealth than outright robbery. The competitive pressure in the air pirate industry was overwhelming. If he did not find a way to accelerate his own development, he would inevitably be cast aside by the times. Let us hope that 2111 is indeed a fool who has inadvertently revealed the truth, that there are indeed resources available nearby that he can investigate. After all, fortune favors the bold, and those who have nothing to lose are unafraid of danger. Should he encounter the Wealthiverse alliance attempting to encircle him, he could simply join them, as he too was a poor wretch. As he lamented inwardly, he watched the opposing island draw ever closer. Stand down, furl the sails, he commanded. Once he could clearly see the other island, 3351 issued the order. While his 3 subordinates busied themselves with the sails, he began surveying the surrounding situation. He noted that no other islands were approaching. Then, he turned his attention to the small island before him. A sudden shock coursed through him as he exclaimed, "What the hell? There are 3 pigmen fishing on that island." What an extraordinary world it had become. Even the pigmen were industrious. 2 pigmen held fishing rods, while another busily transported supplies to a wooden structure on the island. Food, water, timber, metal, and more were being moved. There were even several floating objects that appeared to be air soil. This sight ignited a sense of avarice within 3351. Setting aside the other resources, the mere value of those 2 fishing rods was incalculable. If he could acquire them, his efforts would not have been in vain. He scrutinized the island further, noticing that there seemed to be no one else present, just those 3 pigmen. Yet, there was an adjacent air island equipped with fans and sails, creating a rather peculiar scene. Nevertheless, he had come this far and might as well take something back with him. It was possible that someone had intentionally trained these pigmen to mimic human fishing behaviors, occasionally returning to collect supplies. With this thought in mind, 3351 instructed his subordinates to steer the island closer. As they approached within 2 or 3 meters, the island came to a halt. They placed 2 wooden planks across the gap to form a bridge and sent one subordinate to scout ahead. The subordinate acknowledged and gulped nervously as he stepped onto the other island. The island was replete with indescribable objects emitting a foul odor, causing the scout to pinch his nose. At that moment, the 3 pigmen turned their heads to glance at the newcomers. Their gaze caused 3351 and his men to momentarily freeze, cold sweat trickling down their backs. However, after a brief inspection, the pigmen returned to their fishing, seemingly indifferent to the intrusion. The scout exhaled in relief and cautiously approached the pigmen, picking up a stick to prod them. The pigmen merely waved their hands dismissively, swatting the stick away without any further reaction. They appeared to be just like ordinary pigmen, lacking any aggressive tendencies. Moreover, they only bore tufts of black hair extending from their calves, indicating that they had yet to fully transform. This scene was witnessed by 3351 and his subordinates, prompting them to collectively sigh in relief. The scout then circled the island, failing to spot any other individuals. He eventually arrived at the wooden structure at the center of the island. The small wooden house appeared somewhat dilapidated, with a hole the size of a fingernail at the top, revealing a pitch-black interior. Additionally, it emanated a pungent odor, far more intense than that at the island's edge, which stung the eyes. The scout nearly retched, but ultimately refrained from entering. Instead, he picked up a plank near the pile of supplies and made his way back. Master, aside from the unpleasant odor, there doesn't seem to be any other danger on the island, the scout reported upon returning. At this, 3351 felt a wave of relief wash over him. Earlier, his subordinate had safely returned with the plank, and everything appeared normal. The pigmen had not reacted violently to the disturbance of their supplies. Although they had not entered the small wooden house, it was of little concern. The structure was hardly spacious enough to conceal many individuals, and given the stench, it was improbable that anyone could remain hidden within. They would likely suffocate long before encountering any prey. Casting a fleeting glance at the pigmen, he commanded his 3 subordinates, "You lot, go retrieve the fishing rods and supplies for me. And don't forget to bring back the monster and the hemp rope. Find those 3 pigmen as well. I intend to sell them." Chapter 130 Prey. Elaborate on what it did to you? Yes. The 3 subordinates replied in unison, clutching the bound monster and a bundle of hemp rope as they approached the trio of pigmen. The method to control these creatures was rather straightforward. They would toss the monster to the pigmen, seizing the opportunity while they fed to grasp the fishing rods, and subsequently collect the supplies. Once the pigmen had finished their meal and succumbed to slumber, they would bind them and sell them off at a bargain. Everything was meticulously arranged. In the eyes of 3351, the fishing rods, supplies, and pigmen had already become his possessions. The only inconvenience was the foul odor of the island, the remediation of which was uncertain. Meanwhile, the trio of subordinates had reached the fishing pigmen, tossing the monster onto the ground. "Come, eat quickly." Upon seeing the severed spider legs and goblin carcass, the pigmen drooled profusely. They cast aside the fishing rods and lunged at the ground to devour the monsters. However, as they feasted, their gazes lingered towards the wooden cabin, their thoughts a mystery. Observing this scene, the subordinates jested, "These pigs are quite amusing. Aren't they pondering a return to their lair for a nap after their meal? Sigh, these pigmen lead such comfortable lives, indulging in food and slumber, unlike us, who are burdened with relentless tasks daily. Enough chatter, let us retrieve the fishing rods and supplies swiftly, lest our master grow impatient and we face his ire." After exchanging a few words, the subordinates began to reach for the fishing rods on the ground. At that moment, a sudden howl erupted from the neglected wooden cabin. "Awoo! Awoo!" The chilling cries startled the subordinates and 3351, who was on the opposite side of the island. Before they could react, a shadow burst forth from the cabin, charging towards them. In the blink of an eye, it was upon them, pinning one subordinate attempting to grasp a fishing rod to the ground with a resounding thud. Pooh! The subordinate's shoulder was dislocated, and a trickle of blood escaped his lips. Witnessing this, the other 2 subordinates' faces turned ashen. A blackened pigman. A fully transformed pigman. "Run!" they shouted, scrambling forward in a panic. At that very moment, the pigman that had subdued the subordinate let out another howl. "Awoo! Awoo!" Hearing this, the pigmen who had been indulging in their meal rose to their feet, and, with their short legs in motion, pursued the fleeing duo. Startled by the sudden turn of events, the subordinate faltered, soon overtaken and brought down by the pigmen. Observing this, 3351 snapped out of his stupor. He could no longer concern himself with the fates of his subordinates. He violently kicked the plank connecting the 2 islands off, then sat frantically turning the fan. In this frantic scene, he felt every ounce of his potential surge forth, his hands moving at an astonishing speed, like a well-oiled machine. The fan spun, gradually moving in the opposite direction. Meanwhile, the blackened pigman released the lifeless subordinate, and, brandishing its bloodied claws, sprinted towards 3351's island, calling out, "Don't leave. Don't leave. Damn it. A monster." The bizarre spectacle sent a jolt of fear through 3351, nearly causing him to lose control. His hands trembled as he continued to turn the fan, pulling the sail down with gritted teeth. On the other side, concealed within a cloud, 2111 assessed the passage of time and instructed his crew to activate the fan, steering northeast for a distance. At that moment, the island they had previously passed was on a collision course with their current trajectory, as 2111 contemplated whether to fly over and investigate. The island they had just passed was now approaching them. Uncertain of the enemy's current state and combat capability, 2111 instructed his subordinates to remain at the fan, readying themselves for a potential retreat. He then noticed that the speed of the approaching island had significantly diminished compared to when they had flown by earlier. As it drew nearer, he discerned that only one individual remained on the island, laboriously turning the fan. It appeared he was utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the ground after a brief struggle. Witnessing this, 2111 felt a surge of elation. He promptly commanded his subordinates, "Quick, bring the island closer." "Yes," they responded, taking their positions at the fan on the opposite side of the island and beginning to turn it. Not long after, bang, the two islands collided, jolting the collapsed 3,351 awake. What the hell? Did the pigmen catch up? Still reeling, 3,351 beheld several men approaching his island. Among them was a young man, who, with an air of nonchalance, circled a few times before fixing his gaze upon 3,351. "You, who are you? What do you want?" 3,351 exclaimed. Panic etched across his face. Noticing his demeanor, 2111 deduced that this young man had surely been frightened by the blackened pigmen. Furthermore, it was evident that he was the sole survivor on his island. His subordinates likely met grim fates. After a moment's contemplation, 2111 decided to gather some information. "Fear not, I am merely a passerby. What troubles you? What transpired?" As he was prompted, 3351 recalled the earlier events. His complexion paled once more as he stuttered, pointing towards the pigman island. Pig demon. There's a pig demon over there. He can speak." "Oh, such a thing exists?" 2111 inquired with intrigue. "Pray tell, what did it do to you?" After a thorough inquiry, 2111 learned of 3351's harrowing ordeal. He could not help but exclaim internally, "Thank heavens we did not approach the island earlier. That was utterly terrifying." Having expressed his sentiment, he noticed 3,351 gesturing towards the air, mouth agape. In an instant, 2111's expression shifted. Is he attempting to broadcast this information to the channel? This could not be allowed. Should he divulge this information? How could 2111 entice others into conflict with the pigmen while reaping the benefits himself? Without hesitation, he drew a fruit knife from his pocket and aimed it at 3,351's throat. Ugh, blood spurted forth, and 3,351 stared at 2111 in disbelief, before collapsing with a look of utter resignation. With a cold smirk, 2111 commanded, "Dispose of him. Once I have merged this island, we shall return to that prior position and await the next unfortunate soul." "Yes, master." Chapter 131. I've just caught something splendid. Do you wish to know what it is? The sun hung lazily in the northwest. Jiang Tian awoke from his afternoon slumber and stepped outside. Upon reaching the threshold, he beheld a large table set up at the entrance. Luban and Shirji stood on either side of the table, reporting, "My lord, the table is complete." Jiang Tian nodded, instructing Kai Wenji, who had been trailing behind him, to continue her work before approaching the wooden table to inspect it. Simultaneously, Luban elaborated. This table spans a total of 6 square meters, constructed from 6 individual components. By employing a mortise and tenon joint, we have fashioned it into a puzzle-like form. Each component comprises a tabletop and a table leg. At the edge of the setup, there were 2 corners of a table, and the number of mortise and tenon joints on the tabletop varied. The ease of disassembly and assembly was remarkable. When the crowd was sparse, the 2 edge sections could be assembled into a compact 2 square meter table. During busier times, additional components could be added, providing an exceptional degree of flexibility in usage. Upon seeing this table, Jiang Tian's eyes gleamed with admiration. Truly, Lu Ban's design prowess was extraordinary. At that moment, it occurred to Jiang Tian that since Lu Ban had arrived, he and Shi Jigang had been tirelessly occupied with the table making, neglecting even their lunch. He promptly instructed, "Shi Jigang, please take your master to have something to eat. Let him rest for a while before resuming work." "Certainly, boss." "Right this way, master," Shi Jigang replied, bowing slightly as he escorted Lu Ban to the food storage warehouse. At this juncture, a series of beeping sounds echoed in Jiang Tian's mind. He activated the chat system to discover a private message from 0066. In a bid to promptly acquire the totem wood, Jiang Tian lifted the mute on private messages. Calculating the time, he deduced that the totem wood should be nearing maturity. Surely, this message was related to that matter. As anticipated, 0066 wrote, "The totem wood has been harvested and is now available for trade. Remember to sell me a piece once you create a crossbow cart." Jiang Tian pondered briefly before responding. "No problem. Just trade the totem wood to me first, and I can begin crafting shortly." As they planned to embark on an island trading venture that evening, Hua Tsubing and Zhang San were currently resting. However, it was inconsequential. Today, he had managed to acquire a Lu Ban. With his capabilities, as long as he provided him with a crossbow cart to study, production should commence smoothly. Upon arriving at the eastern side, the two began their transaction. The lumber storage area was now filled with a considerable amount of totem wood, approximately double the quantity from the last trade. At this moment, 0066 sent another message. "By the way, since you can craft watermelon knives, you must be able to make axes and saws as well, right?" "Indeed, why do you ask?" "That is splendid. Could you sell me a set of those as well? When I first arrived here, I caught a bronze axe, but it has become somewhat dull with use, making tree felling quite laborious." "I can, but first, you need to provide me with the metal." I will craft them for you in a couple of days. You can't make them for me right now? Currently, my blacksmith is busy completing other items and has no time at the moment. How about this, if you lend me your bronze axe? I'll have the blacksmith sharpen it for you. After a brief pause, 0066 acquiesced. The two parties engaged in another transaction before closing the private chat interface. With some copper ingots, iron ingots, and a bronze axe in hand, Jiang Tian made his way to the blacksmith's workshop. At that moment, the three were busily crafting weapons, having already produced 3 inferior watermelon knives. Li Si and Xuanzi were in the midst of forging the next one, nearing completion. Upon seeing Jiang Tian, the trio greeted him as boss. Jiang Tian acknowledged them and approached Tang Yin, who was diligently crafting a high-quality watermelon knife. Jiang Tian then handed over the bronze axe and the metal, instructing, "Once this weapon is complete, please sharpen this axe further." Seeing the axe, Tang Yin teased, "What is the matter, boss? Do you prefer using axes to slay monsters? You shouldn't use bronze. I can craft you a much better iron one." "It's not for me, it's for a friend." "Boss, is this friend of yours actually you?" "Enough chatter, get back to your work." Jiang Tian smirked and left the blacksmith's shop. However, this reminded him that now that the totem wood had arrived, he could craft a plum blossom spear for Huitsubing. Additionally, he could arrange for the spear the leopard woman desired and the sword that Li Shoning wanted. Given that his weapons were somewhat scarce and the workforce plentiful, crafting these weapons would require a significant amount of time. Hence, he had previously instructed Tang Yin to focus on creating the simpler, less time-consuming watermelon knives. With the exquisite watermelon knives now sufficiently available for his use, he could prioritize the specialized weapons for others. As he contemplated these matters, Jiang Tian circled the island, inspecting the work of others. Lu Sandao and Xiangzi were patrolling and had just dispatched a shrieking merman. After defeating the creature, Lungzi collected the carcass and discarded it into the pigmen's heap. The pigmen grunted as they began to feast on the fallen delicacy. A few had already darkened to their chests, and soon there would be enough to craft several sets of pigskin armor. Pouting was busy cutting black pigskin, while on the other side, Pishang Tian, after some time spent learning, was practicing with a small piece of scrap material. After completing a full round, everything appeared to be in order. After acquiring some supplies, Jiang Tian proceeded to the wooden cabin. Earlier, it seemed Lu Ban and Shi Jigang had entered to eat. He wondered how their break had gone. Seizing the opportunity, he could discuss the crossbow cart production with Lu Ban. Inside the cabin, the two had finished their meal. Lu Ban held a piece of wood in one hand and a small knife in the other, meticulously carving something, while Shi Jigang sat nearby, observing his master's technique with great diligence. Curiosity piqued, Jiang Tian stepped closer to take a look. He observed Lu Ban's small knife deftly gliding, gradually shaping the rectangular piece of wood into a figure. Before long, it resembled a small person, complete with features. Although entirely wooden, there was a certain aura emanating from its eyes. At this sight, Shi Jigang couldn't help but exclaim, "Master, your craftsmanship is truly exceptional. It's nothing special. It's merely instinctive movement. Before I realized it, I had carved it into this form," Lu Ban replied, modestly smiling as he caressed the wooden figure with his calloused hands. Jiang Tian, wishing to offer praise, was interrupted by the sudden sound of an alliance message. Upon opening the message, it was from 0888. "Hey, I just drew something splendid. Do you want to know what it is?" Jiang Tian was taken aback. Indeed, this fellow seemed to have spent too much time playing card games, as he always claimed to have drawn something whenever he caught something. It must be said, he appeared to possess the luck of the gods. Anything newly introduced in this world, he could surely fish up. He wondered what he had caught this time. Meanwhile, within the Alliance channel, 0066, seemingly with nothing better to do, chimed in, "Are you about to say something perverted again? Hey, what are you implying? Don't tarnish my reputation. Watch it, or I'll report you," 0888 retorted. "Huh, you were the one who privately messaged me, claiming you had drawn something great to gift me. Yet later, you said you drew a cucumber and asked if I needed it. You're truly a pervert. I swear. I was merely inquiring if you needed it for a facial mask. You're the one who is thinking awry. Shut up and stop speaking." Seeing their exchange, Jiang Tian felt somewhat exasperated. He interjected to halt their quarrel. "All right, enough bickering. 0888, stop keeping us in suspense. Tell us what you've drawn this time." "Hee hee." 0888 replied with a hint of smugness. "I caught a shiny piece of metal, but it doesn't seem like iron. The ingot is marked with AG. It appears to be silver. Aren't I impressive? Not impressed. Huh, pervert." 0888 huffed. Joking aside, Jiang Tian gazed at the chat records, unable to suppress a sigh of wonder. Goodness, this item is indeed silver, with its chemical symbol inscribed upon it. Previously, when he had been collecting metals, he had never encountered such a thing. Could it be a newly discovered entity in the world? At this moment, 0888 continued, "All right. Consider my previous manner of speaking to be inappropriate. Let me rephrase. I just asked in the world channel, and it seems I am the only one globally who has managed to fish up this silver metal. Do you comprehend what this signifies?" 0066 retorted. "It signifies that you're rathering." 0888 shot back. "You dare, 0066? Don't take it too far. This clearly indicates I am a European monarch, all right? Observing this exchange, Jiang Tian couldn't help but smirk. Enough of your banter, both of you. 0888. Do you need the silver ingot? If not, would you consider selling it to me? Huh. I was waiting for that. I truly have no use for this metal. I can sell it to you. 0888 replied. Make me an offer. What do you need? How about a watermelon knife and some pigskin armor? Jiang Tian suggested. 0066 chimed in. I want some too. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Tian responded. All right. But I've taken on a commission and will be busy for the next couple of days. Hence, it may take some time before I can fulfill your request. In trade, one must adhere to the industry's norms of timely delivery. Furthermore, after completing this current commission, Jiang Tian was considering enlisting Zhang San and Li Si to assist him in expediting the production of weapons for his own side. He pondered how long it would be before he could provide them with weapons. At that moment, 0888 replied, well, we can discuss that later. I'll just give you this silver ingot. It's no trouble at all. Jiang Tian felt a twinge of disappointment upon reading this message. While he was inclined to take advantage of others, the attitude conveyed by 0888 made him feel somewhat uncomfortable, as if he were accepting charity. Since he couldn't provide weapons for the time being, perhaps he could barter something else? He then inquired, apart from weapons and armor, is there anything else you require? 0888 responded, nope, I'm not worried about food, drink, or clothing, and no one is coming to attack me. Life feels boundless. This left Jiang Tian in a quandary. Aside from equipment, it seemed this European monarch truly lacked nothing. What could he possibly offer? Just then, a voice interrupted his thoughts. My lord, we've rested long enough. Is there anything you need us to do now? Jiang Tian returned to reality and closed the chat interface, noticing Luban and Shi Jigang nodding beside him, awaiting orders. On the adjacent table lay the small figurine he had just carved. At that moment, Jiang Tian felt a spark of inspiration and asked Luban, how long did it take you to carve this figurine? Luban pondered for a moment and replied, it seems it didn't take long at all, at most half an hour. Do you have any instructions, my lord? Without responding, Jiang Tian opened the alliance channel and asked, by the way, 0888, from your previous comments. You must be quite the shut-in, right? 0888 retorted, what do you mean by shut-in? I prefer to call myself an anime enthusiast. Do you have a favorite anime character? Jiang Tian inquired. 0888 exclaimed, oh, there are so many. Characters like Ram, Rem, Asuna, Isteth, Akame, Hinata Hyuga, and Kurumi are all my wives. 0066 interjected. Shut-ins are truly disgusting. 0888 protested, what do you mean disgusting? My relationships with my wives are pure. We haven't even held hands. 0066 scoffed. Pa? 1111 chimed in. Enough rambling. Who is your favorite? 0888 declared, if I had to choose, it would definitely be Ram. Why do you ask? Don't tell me you fished her up. I wouldn't believe that. Jiang Tian smirked. What a peculiar conversation. He then replied, no need to be so anxious. How about this? I'll trade you a Rem figurine for that silver ingot. What do you say? 0888 exclaimed, what? You can fish up figurines? Don't lie to me. Jiang Tian clarified. Of course, that's impossible. However, I did manage to fish up a rather impressive sculptor who can carve one for you. 0888 queried. Sculpt? Who? It wouldn't be the creator of the Venus de Milo, Alexandros, would it? No way. You can fish up foreigners too? Jiang Tian found himself at a loss for words. What a bizarre train of thought. Stop guessing wildly. I'll tell you the truth. I just fished up Luban. Upon receiving this message, the alliance channel fell silent for a moment before two messages popped up. No way, Luban. You can fish up someone of that caliber? You must have been born from the fruit of luck. Enough with the idle chatter. Just trade me the silver ingot. Without further ado, Jiang Tian sent a trade request. Shortly thereafter, a rectangular silver ingot appeared beside Jiang Tian. Measuring approximately 20 centimeters, 10 centimeters, and 5 centimeters, around 20 pounds in weight, this silver ingot, while a rare resource at present, was too scarce to ascertain its potential uses. Holding the ingot, Jiang Tian looked at Luban, who was awaiting instructions. You may begin sculpting now. Realizing halfway through his command that Luban might not know what Rem looked like, he thought it might be best to draw one for him. Fortunately, there was a set of paper and pens in the wooden cabin, which Jiang Tian retrieved and laid on the table. As he poised the pen over the paper, he suddenly recalled that he was not adept at drawing. This was rather awkward. Never mind, I'll find someone in the channel to draw one for me later. He then instructed Shi Jigang, return to oversee the dormitory construction. Luban, come with me. I'll take you to see something. Both responded affirmatively and exited the room. Jiang Tian set aside the paper and pen, grasped the silver ingot, and departed. While Shi Jigang headed towards the dormitory, Luban followed Jiang Tian to the north. There, two crossbows they had previously crafted stood waiting. Upon seeing them, Luban's eyes lit up. Without needing Jiang Tian's prompting, he stepped forward to examine the crossbows. Observing Luban's focused demeanor, Jiang Tian chose not to interrupt and instead walked to the side to assess the growth of the plants. Just then, Sun Simiao, who was surveying the herb field to the north, pointed at the silver ingot in Jiang Tian's hand and inquired, my lord, What is this? Jiang Tian paused for a moment before responding. This is silver. Why do you ask? Silver? Sun Simiao's eyes brightened with excitement as he proposed. My lord, if we have silver, could we craft some silver needles for my use? Absolutely. Jiang Tian replied without hesitation. This amount of silver ingot would likely suffice for crafting nothing else, and providing Sun Simiao with silver needles would be ideal. Moreover, there was no reason to skimp on medical supplies. He then took the silver ingot to the blacksmith shop. Upon seeing Jiang Tian, Tang Yin greeted him boisterously. Oh, the boss is back. Make yourself comfortable. Jiang Tian did not engage in small talk. Instead, he placed the silver ingot aside and asked, how is the watermelon knife coming along? It's almost finished. I'll touch up the bronze axe afterward. What's up? Nothing much. Once you finish the bronze axe, make a set of silver needles. I've left the silver ingot here. Tang Yin paused. Silver needles? How do you even make those? I've never seen them. No problem. Before you start on the silver needles, consult with Sun Simiao to ensure he can assist you in the process. With that, Jiang Tian left the blacksmith shop. Glancing at the busy workers, he returned to his room. Now he needed to address the matter of compensation for 0888S silver ingot. He had to find someone skilled in drawing to produce a design that Luban could use to carve a Rem figurine. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Tian opened the world chat channel and sent a message. CNNS 1111. Is there anyone who can draw Rem? Could someone please illustrate a 3-view drawing of Rem for me? The price is negotiable. As soon as these words were uttered, the world channel, which had been bustling with discussions about the Sky Pirates and the Alliance, fell into an abrupt silence. Soon after, a flurry of responses erupted. Oh look, there's a diehard fan. TSK, TSK, TSK. Even in this world, he's still lost in such fantasies. What a pitiful fellow. Hey, what do you want with my wife's portrait? And you over there, what do you mean by that? Rem? What is that? You don't even know who Rem is? Add me for a private chat. I'll explain it to you. The world channel buzzed with chatter, most of it mocking Jiang Tian as a mere otaku. Jiang Tian found himself somewhat speechless. These requests weren't even for him. He was merely assisting someone else. However, he couldn't be bothered to explain and simply watched the channel, hoping for a volunteer to step forward. At that moment, Jiang Tian received a private message. Hello. I understand you are looking for an illustration of Rem, correct? Upon seeing this, Jiang Tian was surprised to find that the person was from the same region as him. It was quite unexpected. He wished he had used the regional channel to post his request. He promptly replied, almost. What I need is a 3-view drawing. Can you do that? Yes. I have previously illustrated custom pillows for someone. All right then, please create one for me. Great. Once I finish, could you give me a watermelon knife? Another watermelon knife? Jiang Tian felt a bit helpless. Yet, this was somewhat anticipated. After all, he had previously shouted in the regional channel, and now everyone in the area seemed to want a watermelon knife in exchange for trades. However, this request was unacceptable to Jiang Tian. After all, the piece wasn't even completed yet. He responded, a watermelon knife won't do. Currently, I can only trade equipment for metal. I cannot accept that price for a piece of art. After a brief silence, the other party replied, then, could I have a roasted duck? That is acceptable. All right. I will start drawing now. By the way, can you give me a duck leg to taste? The roasted duck isn't ready yet. We can discuss that later tonight. And you must draw carefully. If it's not good, I can only give you half a duck. Fine. On the other side, a young woman in her 20s, dressed in athletic wear, stared at the chat logs, utterly speechless. She was an ordinary art graduate who had stayed home after graduation to collaborate with an online shop, creating custom pillow designs. Her days were filled with drawing and revising, often feeling drained by the demands of her clients. Nonetheless, the pay was quite decent. However, just as she was about to receive her first paycheck and enjoy some leisure time, she found herself in another world. Upon opening her eyes in this new realm, her mind shattered. This was one thing, but she never expected to encounter a client in this world. What a bizarre situation. With a sigh, she approached a humble wooden table, picking up a pen and paper. Just as she was about to begin, a thought struck her. She opened the private chat again and asked CNNS 1111, by the way, do you want Rem in her normal form or in a colored version? Colored version. Upon reading this, Jiang Tian smirked. Goodness, if I were to show this to an old man like Luban, how awkward would that be? What do you take me for? The classic version will suffice. Oh, got it. After receiving the response, Jiang Tian promptly closed the chat interface. He glanced at the status of others' work and, while opening the trading post, began to move back and forth between the warehouse and the livestock area. Under Jiang Tian's management, several items such as rice, flour, and some timber vanished from the warehouse, while metal ingots began to materialize beside him. After more than 3 hours, Jiang Tian wiped the sweat from his forehead, surveying the pile of metal around him. After a thorough accounting, he found that through days of fishing and trading, he had accumulated over 2,000 pounds of iron ingots and about 1,500 pounds of copper, with tin being even scarcer. Fortunately, while metals were heavy, they didn't take up much space, only around 300 cubic decimeters when stacked. The warehouse was nearly full, and it was opportune to exchange some bulk items for higher value, smaller metals. Although selling weapons and armor yielded high returns in metal, crafting these required time. To quickly amass metal, He needed to trade other resources instead. Jiang Tian then reviewed the supplies in both warehouses. The one closest to his residence mainly held a large quantity of food supplies he had caught initially, alongside rice and oil. The other, which stored construction materials, consisted largely of clay, boards, and some nails. He then proceeded to the livestock area. Chickens, ducks, and geese filled the cages, each type numbering in the hundreds, completely occupying the multi-tiered cages. Due to space constraints, any additional poultry caught was either sold or ended up on the dinner table. After dinner tonight, he would ask Luban and Shirji to build a few more cages. Jiang Tian had considered constructing a chicken coop to house all the poultry, but such a structure would require significant space, and he feared some chickens might escape to the island's exterior. Cages were a better option, allowing for multiple levels, thus saving space and making management easier. In another section, he housed cattle and pigs. Aside from the one pig that had made it to the dinner table, there were still 15 pigs, 7 sheep, and 3 cows. The odds of catching larger animals like pigs and sheep with a regular fishing rod were about 3 per day. The chances for cows were even lower. Iron and copper ingots weren't too challenging to catch. With one fishing rod, he could expect to reel in about 1 ingot daily, averaging around 10 pounds in total. Wood was relatively easy to catch, and the wooden boxes containing monsters and characters could be sawed for use. However, the demand for wood was enormous, as everyone needed it for building houses, making furniture, or crafting sails. Thus, its value consistently remained high. Those who relied solely on fishing for resources primarily sustained themselves through the sale of wood and monsters. For Jiang Tian, wood was never in short supply. Besides the wooden boards in the warehouse, there was also a large pile to the east. Once he had finished accounting for the supplies, Jiang Tian opened the chat channel. At that moment, the artist seemed to have completed her work and was eagerly messaging him. Boss, I'm done. Please take a look. I think it turned out all right. It shouldn't need any changes, right? Boss, are you there? Seeing this, Jiang Tian replied, all right, let me have a look. As soon as he sent this message, the artist immediately submitted a trade request. A holographic image appeared on Jiang Tian's side, displaying 2 A4 sheets with some sketches. But due to the nature of the hologram, the details were unclear. Jiang Tian felt a bit dissatisfied. Just send the trade over. Why the hesitation? Boss, about that roasted duck. You have to show me the art first before I decide whether to give it to you. Quickly now. Oh, okay. Upon confirmation from the other party, the 2 sheets of paper materialized into reality, appearing in Jiang Tian's hands. Depicted upon them was none other than the beloved female protagonist of a popular anime, Rem, clad in a black and white maid outfit, extending her left hand in an inviting gesture for a handshake. Although lacking color, the artwork was quite impressive and the attention to detail was remarkable. In addition to the front, side, and top views, the back and an upward perspective were also illustrated, revealing a clear view beneath her skirt. Wait a moment. Beneath her skirt? Jiang Tian felt somewhat speechless. At that moment, the other party inquired, how is it, my lord? Is it satisfactory? Indeed, the detailing is quite exquisite. But can I have the roast duck? The roast duck isn't ready yet. I'll have it for you by evening, rest assured. Very well then. Observing the other party's pitiful demeanor, Jiang Tian contemplated for a moment and decided to offer her 2 duck wings he had sliced off the previous day to tide her over. After receiving the drawings, Jiang Tian exited the room. Casting a glance at the sunset on the horizon, he noted that it was nearly mealtime. He strode into the kitchen, where he saw the chef deftly flipping food in a pan. Approaching the chef, he patted him on the shoulder. How goes it? Are you managing all right? Startled, the chef turned to face Jiang Tian, finally exhaling in relief. My lord, could you refrain from startling me in the future? I'm of advanced age and not as resilient to shocks. After a brief pause, the chef continued. I can manage, but the pots here are rather small. With that, he lifted the iron pot in his hand, a common type he had fished out shortly after arriving on the island. Such an iron pot could barely serve 3 to 5 people, indeed inadequate for preparing meals for over 20. Jiang Tian nodded. I shall inform Tang Yin to assist you in procuring a larger pot. Do you have any specific requests? The chef, upon hearing this, was instantly overwhelmed with gratitude. No, just the thought that you consider my needs is more than enough. Jiang Tian patted his shoulder reassuringly. Work diligently, and next year I shall strive to arrange a wife for you. A wife? The chef was momentarily taken aback. At my age? I'm not sure if that is feasible. Lost in thought, he lowered his gaze until the scent of something burning snapped him back to reality. Oh no, my dish. Chapter 135. Let us eat first, and we shall depart immediately after the meal. After leaving the kitchen, Jiang Tian made his way directly to the blacksmith's workshop. Inside, Tang Yin, Li Si, and Xuanzi were busy at work. Upon seeing Jiang Tian enter, Tang Yin paused and glanced at the dimming light outside. He casually remarked, in the midst of all this hustle, I completely lost track of time. Boss, are you here to announce the end of work? Is it time for dinner? Jiang Tian rolled his eyes. What is the rush? How goes the task I entrusted to you? Working on it. The watermelon knife is complete, and I've remade the axe as well. With that, Tang Yin set down his hammer and retrieved the bronze axe from the other side, presenting it to Jiang Tian. Here, your axe. Not mine. It belongs to a friend of mine. Ah, I know. Tang Yin waved his hand dismissively, unbothered. Jiang Tian, disinterested in further explanation, continued. Make sure to communicate with Sun Simiao later to craft the silver needles. Also, please forge a cooking pot for convenience. Is that acceptable? Absolutely. Tang Yin replied enthusiastically. Just tell me the size of the pot, and I'll handle it. You can discuss that with the chef later. Deal. Is there anything else? Nope. Then I'll head off to prepare for dinner. With that, Tang Yin bid Jiang Tian farewell and started to exit. At that moment, he noticed the sheet of paper in Jiang Tian's hand. Hey boss, what is this? Jiang Tian was taken aback, following Tang Yin's gaze. It was the drawing of Rem that the artist had created for him. He had subconsciously brought it along when leaving. This is. Before Jiang Tian could collect his thoughts, Tang Yin leaned closer. His eyes widened as he recognized the character in the illustration. Pointing at the image, he exclaimed, "Oh my. Isn't that someone we know? I didn't realize you had such tastes, boss." His loud voice drew the attention of other island members, who turned to look at the blacksmith's workshop in confusion. What is going on with the boss? What does Tang Yin mean by that? What kind of taste does the boss have? I don't know, did something happen? Let us go check it out. In an instant, except for the chef and the patrol guards, all the other members set down their tasks and moved towards the blacksmith's workshop. Inside, Jiang Tian was startled, quickly clarifying. No, this is something my friend asked me to help with. Boss, is that friend you? No need to explain, boss. Tang Yin interrupted, wearing a knowing smile. I understand. You understand nothing. Jiang Tian kicked Tang Yin playfully. You want to have dinner today? You'll be working overtime at the forge. Leaving behind a disgruntled Tang Yin, Jiang Tian stepped outside the blacksmith's workshop. Upon exiting, he was bewildered by the crowd gathered outside. Boss, what just happened? My lord. What did Tang Yin say earlier? My lord this. As they spoke, the crowd's eyes were drawn to the paper in Jiang Tian's hand. Upon seeing the drawing, their expressions varied. Hey, boss, I think I've seen this person before. Isn't that a maid outfit? My lord, do you fancy such things? At that moment, Kai Wenji stood beside Jiang Tian, peeking at the drawing. Her expression shifted to one of peculiarity, as if lost in thought. Kai Wenji, no I. Before Jiang Tian could finish, Kai Wenji hurriedly scurried back to the stone brick house. Jiang Tian was left utterly speechless. He waved his hand to disperse the crowd. All right, stop staring. Go prepare the ingredients. Once the gathering had dispersed, Jiang Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief. He approached Luban in the north and asked, so, have you thoroughly examined the crossbow cart? Luban nodded. Though the crossbow cart is ingenious, it has some structural flaws that may cause it to collapse after some time. If I were to construct it, I could create a more refined version. Very well, I shall entrust the task of making the crossbow cart to you. Pleased that Luban understood his intent, Jiang Tian handed over the drawing. By the way, can you carve this character out of wood? Luban glanced at the drawing, his expression becoming somewhat nuanced. Earlier, when Tang Yin had called out, he had also joined the crowd to see the drawing. So he was aware of what Jiang Tian was asking. However, he refrained from saying much, nodded in agreement, and took the paper into the wooden house. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian began instructing others to relocate the large sails and fans to an eastern corner of the island. At this moment, the originally pure white sails had been painted with a large commercial symbol in black, representing Jiang Tian's side. Concurrently, the crossbow cart and crossbow bolts were also transported, preparing for the transaction the following morning. Shortly after, everything was set up, and the meals were ready. On the wooden table crafted by Luban, steaming dishes were laid out. At this time, Hui Tsubing and Zhang San had also risen and reported back to Jiang Tian. My lord, when shall we depart? Jiang Tian inquired, nodding in acknowledgement. Let us first partake in a meal. We shall set forth immediately after. Understood. The two responded in unison, joining the others in the queue for food. Today's banquet was once again sumptuous, featuring chicken, duck, and fish soup. Meanwhile, Tang Yin could only occasionally peek out from the blacksmith's shop, begrudgingly salivating. Once the meal concluded, the group busied themselves once more, transporting crossbows, arrows, watermelon knives, and pigskin armor to the eastern side. These items were unrelated to the current trade. They were merely provisions to ensure the safety of several individuals during the transaction. Subsequently, the group began demarcating a parcel of land. Before long, approximately 50 square meters was sectioned off. If the trade proceeded smoothly, an additional 200 square meters would be acquired upon their return. Hence, 3 fans were placed atop the area. To alleviate the burden on Hui Tsubing and Zhang San, Jiang Tian enlisted 2 ordinary individuals to assist the foreign labor. Given the size of the land cut, these people and equipment were adequately accommodated. They covered the crossbows with large tarps, and once all was prepared, Jiang Tian handed Hui Tsubing the previously drawn coordinate map, marking 2 positions on the second line. He cautioned, our location is 1111, while the trade site is 1200. Should they be elusive, do not fret, just remember the path back. And above all, prioritize safety. During the trade, if they willingly hand over the land, return with it without pressuring them. If they are numerous and display hostile intent, you know what to do. Yes, my lord. Hui Tsubing knelt on one knee, clasping his hands in respect. As he rose, a glimmer of ferocity flashed in his eyes. He, along with Jiang Tian and several ordinary individuals, proceeded to completely separate the land, raising the sails and setting the fans in motion as they gradually journeyed eastward. Chapter 136. Quickly, give it to me. Let me take a look. After Hua Xiubing and his party had departed, the others rested for a moment before returning to the dining table to tidy up the dishes. After finishing her meal, Kai Wenji cleaned her bowl and returned indoors, her purpose unknown. Jiang Tian paid her little mind, instructing Sun Simiao to take a piece of bread and a bottle of water into the blacksmith shop, ensuring Tang Yin had a little sustenance for his labor. He also asked Sun Simiao to assist him in crafting silver needles. At that moment, Lu Ban emerged from the wooden house, cradling an object in his hands, presenting it to Jiang Tian. "My lord, it has been carved." Jiang Tian nodded, accepting the wooden sculpture for inspection. Measuring approximately 30 centimeters in length, the wood had been skillfully carved into the likeness of an anime character. The craftsmanship was exquisite, closely resembling the image it was based upon. Although it lacked the precision of modern techniques, Lu Ban's remarkable skill surpassed that of machine carving, delving deeper into the artistry. Jiang Tian stroked his chin, contemplating. Having Lu Ban carve figurines seems somewhat of a waste of talent. Thus, he communicated with the trading firm, posting a request for carved items and carpentry work, offering only metal ingots in exchange. Just as Jiang Tian was engaged with the trading firm, Kai Wenji rushed out from the room, her attire having transformed into a maid costume, identical to the figure she had just carved. "Master," she said, bashfully lowering her head, her delicate hands fidgeting with the lace on her outfit. Although she was unaware of what this attire represented, donning it brought a sense of embarrassment. However, observing the wooden figurine in Jiang Tian's hands, it became apparent that, as Tang Yin had suggested, it was indeed peculiar. Jiang Tian was taken aback. During the previous clothing acquisition, it seemed that such a strange garment had inadvertently been included. Yet at that time, he had accepted all the garments without a second thought and had since forgotten. He had not anticipated that Kai Wenji would unearth it. He scrutinized Kai Wenji anew. "What is this?" Kai Wenji, shyly averting her gaze, replied, "Master, do I look beautiful in this?" Jiang Tian's brow broke into a cold sweat. What on earth was this girl thinking? He lowered his eyes to the Rem figure in his grasp, a wry smile creeping across his lips. "Tang Yin, you scoundrel. You've tarnished my reputation." After an extensive explanation to Kai Wenji, he clarified that he did not possess any peculiar proclivities. Watching her return to her tasks in a huff, Jiang Tian sighed, diligently noting Tang Yan's misdeeds in his little notebook. Soon after, he opened the Alliance group chat and tagged 0888. "The item has been completed. I am ready to deliver it to you." 0888, seemingly awaiting Jiang Tian's message, quickly replied, "Is it ready? Are you referring to the Rem figurine?" "Indeed, it is completed. Hurry and show me. I can't wait to see it." 0066 interjected, TSK, truly perverse. "Away with you. What business is it of yours? Stay where it's cool. I must reunite with my Rem wife." It was evident how significant this Rem figurine was to 0888. Perhaps it could be said that, in 0888's eyes, the Rem figurine represented his spiritual sustenance. Much like when Jiang Tian had caught Huazi, there were individuals who would rather endure hunger and cold, trading with Jiang Tian for Huazi, as it was their vital nourishment. Furthermore, given 0888's fortuitous nature, he likely lacked for nothing at present. Having satisfied his material needs, his aspirations naturally turned to spiritual fulfillment. Jiang Tian was merely catering to his desires. 0888 disregarded 0066 comments, urging Jiang Tian to expedite the transaction, bombarding him with trade requests. Jiang Tian acquiesced without hesitation, approving the trade and presenting the Rem figurine. At that moment, on a deserted island, a rotund figure clad in a hoodie sat upon a stone, visibly anxious, his hands trembling uncontrollably. This individual was none other than 0888, engaged in the transaction with Jiang Tian. "Rem, my beloved, I am finally about to possess you." Fortunately, his subordinates were preoccupied elsewhere. Otherwise, he would surely be perceived as a lunatic. Transaction successful. Suddenly, a wooden sculpture landed in 0888's hands. He glanced down, holding his breath, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Gasp! Rem!" 0888 gasped, marveling at the lifelike quality of the wooden figurine he held. Aside from the lack of paint, every detail was impeccably rendered. Lu Ban truly was remarkable. He had sculpted my Rem into existence. 0888 cradled the figurine as though it were a living being, cautious not to let it slip from his grasp. "Haha, I must have 1111 create more figurines for me. Ram, Asuna, Isteth, Akame, Hinata Hyuga, Kurumi. My beloveds. We shall soon be reunited." As 0888 reveled in his excitement, he opened the regional chat channel, seeking out fellow members who shared his passion for the second dimension, enthusiastically flaunting his new acquisition. After concluding the transaction with 0888, Jiang Tian exited the Alliance group chat, intending to peruse the regional channel for any intriguing developments. To his surprise, he discovered discussions about himself. "Did you know? Today, I heard someone in the World channel asking if anyone could draw Ram. I heard about that too. It seems that person was ridiculed by foreign friends in the World channel. How embarrassing. What do you understand? That individual has gone off to create a Rem figure. What nonsense is this? A figure? Absurd. Indeed, there are people who can barely afford a meal, who would squander their energy on crafting figures. Moreover, what purpose do figures serve? They cannot be consumed, nor can they be used to vanquish foes or perform labor. At this moment, several seasoned enthusiasts of the second dimension, who were on friendly terms with 0888, could no longer contain themselves. You know nothing. It is precisely because one has sufficient sustenance without the need for labor or monster slaying that there exists leisure time to create figures. Yes, you lot, struggling to fill your bellies, must be preoccupied with thoughts of food daily. The old Second Dimension Emperor Alliance welcomes fellow aficionados to join. By the way, 0888, why not become our leader? 0888, I shall not, for I am currently nestled under the wing of a great ally in this alliance. What purpose would I serve in yours? 0888. Furthermore, if I were to leave, would there not be a cessation of figure creation? Upon hearing this, the members of the regional channel were suddenly struck by a revelation. This 0888 is actually in the same alliance as the esteemed 1111. Instantly, a peculiar notion arose in their minds. Could it be that this figure was crafted by the illustrious 1111? Chapter 137 took the opportunity to make an advertisement. With this thought in mind, everyone began to express their curiosity, seeking confirmation from Jiang Tian regarding this matter. Esteemed 1111, did you create this figure? It must be him. Currently, across the entire region, nay, the entire world, he is the most likely individual to have the time to create figures. Esteemed 1111, please come forth and speak. Observing this, Jiang Tian seized the moment to make an advertisement. Indeed, this figure was crafted by one of my subordinates. I have now expanded into a new business. Undertaking, furniture crafting, figure sculpting, and other carpentry tasks. Contact, click CNNS 1111 to send a private message. Once this advertisement was sent out, it instantly sparked fervent discussion among the channel's members. Holy moly, it truly is 1111. You never cease to amaze, even delving into figure creation. Just now, 0888 showed me a glimpse through the trading system. Although it was merely a specter, it appeared astonishing. I want to buy it. How much is this esteemed creation? Please make one for me. Simultaneously, Jiang Tian received a flurry of private messages and orders. Requests varied widely, primarily focused on the sculpting of various anime characters. Jiang Tian instructed them to bring the materials, providing different pricing based on the size and complexity of the items requested. He also included a design fee, resulting in a figure's price hovering around 20 ingots of iron. After all, while Jiang Tian recognized some of these anime characters, he could not draw them and had to enlist the help of an artist. Creating a single drawing would consume a duck, and this cost could not be overlooked. With this in mind, Jiang Tian recalled that the artist was still awaiting her roasted duck. Resolving this, he closed the chat interface and approached the butcher. At this moment, the hides of 2 black pigs had been nearly processed and were handed over to the leopard woman for further handling. The butcher was not lingering at the slaughtering site, but rather stayed with the hides and was explaining the skeletal structure of a pig, detailing where to make the incision during slaughter. The pig stood frozen, terrified of the possibility of an impromptu lesson. Jiang Tian waved for the butcher to come over. Butcher, have today's ducks been prepared? They are currently drying, my lord. Do you have any instructions? Please roast the ducks now. Let us sell them early today. Yes, my lord. The butcher promptly acknowledged and went to wash his hands, then together with the hide handler, transported the dried ducks to the roasting area, instructing as he went while roasting the ducks. After 40 minutes, the perfectly skinned ducks were placed in bags on the table. Jiang Tian retained 2 ducks for himself, placing the rest in the trading post, calling out in the chat channel. Bags of ducks vanished, transforming into blocks of iron ingots and a few live ducks. At this moment, Jiang Tian received a private message. Esteemed one, I saw you selling ducks. What about my share? It was the artist. Jiang Tian smiled lightly and replied, rest assured, I have reserved it for you. With that, he sent a trading request to the other party. Meanwhile, on a small island, a girl clad in sportswear gazed at the roasted duck before her, overwhelmed with emotion. Roasted duck. It's truly roasted duck. Just like the kind I saw in the trading post. Although this 1111 exhibits a communication style reminiscent of a demanding client from school, he does not withhold payments. He is indeed the best client in the world. This individual was the artist trading with Jiang Tian. At that moment, she thought little of anything else. Hastily untying the bag and using chopsticks to pick up a piece of duck skin to taste. Still warm, the skin was crisp, and upon biting down, juices flooded her mouth. It was exquisite. Eating this duck transported her back to her previous world. Initially, she had planned to enjoy a proper feast of roasted duck once she received her payment, but unexpectedly, this moment rekindled her fond memories. Strangely enough, upon arriving in this world, she had braved natural disasters and monsters with grit and determination alongside her subordinates. Yet now, as she sat quietly enjoying this warm roasted duck, her psychological defenses seemed to crumble, tears streaming down her face. As she ate, she messaged the user ID CNNS1111. Esteemed client, will I be able to collaborate with you for resource exchanges in the future? I am a professional and can draw many things. Of course, that is not an issue. Jiang Tian smiled as he sent this message. If a custom sculpting service were to be established, having an artist like her as a collaborator would be ideal. Naturally, her statement referred to exchanging resources rather than roasted duck. Jiang Tian took no offense at this little nuance. As long as the value she could create was sufficient, it would be worth considering providing her with other materials in exchange. After all, the initiative lay in his hands, so there was little to worry about. Subsequently, Jiang Tian reviewed the orders he had just received and instructed, "Now, please draw characters such as Asuna and Ram for me." After sending the order requirements to her, Jiang Tian closed the private chat. Surveying the island, he spotted Lu Ban and Shi Jigang sitting at the location where they had observed the crossbow earlier that morning. The two were engaged in conversation while sketching blueprints to prepare for the construction of an improved crossbow. Seeing this, Jiang Tian picked up the remaining duck and headed over, intending to share it with Lu Ban. This time, Jiang Tian did not save a roasted duck for himself. Having consumed too much duck could indeed become tiresome. Perhaps it was time to consider other culinary delights. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Tian arrived beside the two and offered the roasted duck. "Lu Ban, please have a taste." "Is this duck?" Upon witnessing the method of preparation, Lu Ban found it quite novel. Shi Jigang chimed in, "Master, this is roasted duck, and it tastes delightful. Please try some." At their invitation, Lu Ban took a piece of duck meat and tasted it. As he chewed, his eyes sparkled with delight. He momentarily forgot his image. Stuffing the roasted duck into his mouth, his lips glistening with grease as he praised it incessantly, Jiang Tian then glanced at the wooden table beside the crossbow. There lay 2 sheets of paper. One was the blueprint created in collaboration with Xiubing for the crossbow, while the other included numerous annotations and diagrams of mortise and tenon structures added to the original blueprint. Beside the wooden table lay a saw, suggesting an intention to construct a crossbow tonight. Jiang Tian glanced at the sky and gave new instructions to the 2 individuals. Shi Jigang returned to oversee the dormitory, while Lu Ban, after indulging in roasted duck, would carve a few more limas to exchange for resources. Currently, the workforce was primarily focused on the construction of the dormitory. By tomorrow, once the dormitory was completed, a batch of workers could be allocated to assist Lu Ban in his creations, thus saving time and enhancing efficiency. As for Lu Ban's abode, he was once again assigned to a small wooden cabin. Presently, the cabin housed Wang Yun, Song Yingxing, Pao Ding, Sun Ximiao, and Lu Ban, all elderly gentlemen. Jiang Tian contemplated hanging a sign above the cabin, inscribed with Old Man Concentration Camp. If more elderly individuals were to be captured in the future, it might necessitate the establishment of a nursing home. As Jiang Tian's thoughts wandered, time passed leisurely. The group concluded their shifts and returned to rest. Only the ship departing the island remained, adorned with a merchant sail, gliding gracefully into the distance. Chapter 138. Goodness, why are there so many people? The following day, in the morning, a small island of approximately 50 square meters spun its fan and hoisted its sail, heading towards the rising sun. The sail bore a prominent black character signifying commerce. This was the team dispatched, including Xiubing and Zhang San. Xiubing peered into the distance, muttering to himself. According to the Lord's instructions, they should soon be meeting the other party. At that moment, another flying island entered Xiubing's line of sight. The opposing island also displayed a sail, emblazoned with a large V. Upon witnessing this sight, Xiubing's gaze sharpened, and he commanded, "The traitors have appeared. Steer the island closer, maintaining a careful distance." The burly men behind him acknowledged and began to monitor the position of the opposing island while communicating with one another to control their approach. Meanwhile, the 2 individuals on the opposing island noticed the arrival of Xiubing's group. Startled, they exclaimed, "Goodness, why are there so many of you? Surely, you aren't planning to rob us?" However, compelled by their own master's orders, they mustered the courage to wave at Xiubing and called out, "Hey, are you from 1111? Indeed. Xiubing replied emphatically. The other party continued, "We are from 1330, and our master has previously contacted yours regarding a land transaction. May I inquire who you are? We have received the same directive to come and reclaim the land. Our lord has stated that once we take possession, the reward will be exchanged with you. Now, please bring your island closer." Upon hearing this, the 2 exchanged glances, activated their fan, and maneuvered their island forward. With a thud, the islands came together. Once adjacent, Xiubing waved his hand, dispatching personnel to secure the land on both sides with wooden stakes and hemp ropes. After a thorough assessment, it was confirmed that this island measured 20 meters in length and 10 meters in width, totaling 200 square meters. Besides the fan and sail, there were also 2 shovels present. Additionally, a 30 square meter island was tethered behind, presumably for the return journey of these 2 subordinates. Throughout this process, the 2 subordinates from 1330 observed Xiubing and Zhang San, armed with watermelon knives, without daring to breathe. After confirming the details, Xiubing nodded. "All is well. Return and inform your master to await further updates. Upon hearing this, and sensing no ill intent from Manhwaedit and his companions, the two finally sighed in relief. Once the islands were close, they dismantled the sail and large fan, loading them onto the smaller island. Simultaneously, several robust men busied themselves, securing their own fan and sail onto the newly acquired island. Once both sides were adequately arranged, the two subordinates from 1330 bowed respectfully and said, "In that case, we shall return to report. Wishing you all a safe journey." With that, they quickly activated their fan and drifted away. Manhwaedit did not hasten to dismiss his crew. He instructed them to remain vigilant of their surroundings while he kept a watchful eye on the departing direction of the other island, confirming no unusual movements. He waved his hand decisively. "Hoist the sails, we shall return." On the other side, Jiang Tian pondered the status of Manhwaedit, wondering if the transaction had concluded. He then glanced at the 10 poorly crafted watermelon knives and pigskin armor laid on the ground. By this morning, all these pieces of equipment had been completed and were ready for trade. Opening the chat channel, he noticed a message from the client with the ID HHDX 1300. "Hey, have you prepared the equipment I ordered? I can hardly wait to get started. It's ready. We can proceed with the transaction now." After sending this message, the client promptly submitted a trade request. Jiang Tian clicked to accept, then began to list each watermelon knife and pigskin armor piece. Upon seeing the equipment, the client's excitement was palpable. "Ha ha ha, with this many weapons and armor, my men can surely take down that timid turtle. Do not get too ahead of yourself. These items will only belong to you once the final payment is settled." "Oh, no problem. Bring forth the iron ingots." Soon, the trade window displayed numerous iron ingots. After weighing them, it was confirmed to be at least 300 pounds. Adding the previous deposit of 80 pounds and deducting the 20-pound discount, it amounted to the correct price for 10 sets of equipment. Once both parties verified, the client sent another message. "Haha, iron weapons and the fearsome dark pigment skins. Fantastic. Once I capture that timid turtle, I will return to purchase more equipment. All hands, hoist the sails." With that remark, the client fell silent, likely busying himself with preparations. As for his intentions, it was no longer Jiang Tian's concern. Closing the chat interface, he glanced at the situation on the island. The dormitory was nearing completion, with Shi Jigang currently inspecting the premises. Jiang Tian entered the newly constructed dormitory for a brief look. The building consisted of 2 stories, with concrete and wooden partitions separating the 2 levels. Shi Jigang had later modified the design to maximize the space utilization within the dormitory. Each floor accommodated 5 rooms and a small living area with a table. In addition to the rooms, a restroom was constructed on the same side of both floors, containing a large water bucket for sanitation purposes. According to Shi Jigang's description, the protruding section outside, made of cement, housed a pipe crafted from wood and lined with plastic, connecting the restrooms of both floors for shared cleaning. The interior decor of the dormitory was exceedingly simple, almost devoid of embellishments. The entire structure retained a grayish hue, with each room featuring a window, a small table, and a wooden box serving as a wardrobe. Beyond that, there was nothing else. Once the tools were removed and the dormitory cleaned, it would be ready for occupancy, including a commoner caught in the morning. The island now boasted a total of 30 inhabitants. Aside from the personnel already settled in the previous stone brick house, there are an additional 15 individuals. The newly constructed dormitory is entirely sufficient, allowing them to escape the indignity of sleeping in tents and move into sturdy, cement-built accommodations. With the inspection of the new dormitory now complete, Jiang Tian nodded and departed. With part of the workforce now liberated, considerations for the construction of other buildings could commence. Chapter 139. Later, I shall have the cook prepare pork noodles for you. Upon returning to his quarters, Jiang Tian opened the chat channel. Apart from a few messages regarding the acquisition and sale of supplies, as well as some boastful claims from empty raiders, there were several new discussions about monsters. Good grief. I just hooked a goblin, and it seems like it's been hitting the gym. Indeed, the weapons they wield appear to have been upgraded. I sense their defenses have also increased. My bone knife inflicted minimal damage, and ultimately, I had to use the hammer I hooked earlier to slay it. I just caught a merman, and certain areas of its body have sprouted scales. My subordinates' wooden arrows couldn't penetrate them at all. Thankfully, I had purchased a watermelon knife, which allowed me to dispatch it. What? You possess a watermelon knife? You're a legend. Upon reading these messages, Jiang Tian couldn't help but be taken aback. Had the monsters undergone another upgrade today? Speaking of which, he had entrusted the task of clearing and transporting the monster corpses to others, and he hadn't been paying much attention the past few days. Subsequently, Jiang Tian closed the chat interface and stepped outside. With a resounding thud, a wooden chest was drawn from the water. As Li Xiaoning opened the chest, a goblin sprang forth. It appeared to be even stronger than before. Following Jiang Tian's instructions, Li Xiaoning subdued the goblin and restrained its movements, allowing Jiang Tian to conduct a further inspection. The goblin's abdominal muscles had transformed into a six-pack, and its weapon had shifted from a stone club to a bronze hammer. Though referred to as a hammer, it was essentially a stone club with a lump of bronze affixed to the end. Nearby, several monster corpses were piled. The merman's physique had not changed significantly, but it had indeed developed some scales to bolster its defenses. However, after conducting an experiment, Jiang Tian discovered that its defensive capabilities were merely adequate. It could withstand a bone knife to some extent, but against sharper bronze weapons, it fell short, even inferior to the hide of the darkened pigman. The spiders had also undergone transformation, with the tips of their 8 legs now resembling arrowheads. After being severed by Li Xiaoning, they were neatly arranged to one side. Observing these peculiarities, as well as the copper lump on the goblin's weapon, Jiang Tian found himself both amused and perplexed. Was this not a bountiful provision of resources presented to him? Of course, while he felt indifferent, he could only wonder how other survivors would react upon encountering such monsters. Through the chat channel, Jiang Tian noted that the physical prowess of other survivors and his subordinates seemed to be gradually improving. Although their physiques remained unchanged, their strength and stamina had indeed seen a notable enhancement. In confronting these progressively fortified monsters, while it was challenging, they still possessed sufficient combat capability. As for the notion of enhancing physical attributes through monster slaying, the longer one remained on the floating island, the better their physique became. Jiang Tian was currently unaware of the specifics. After slaying the monsters, he had not witnessed any experience orbs flying towards individuals. After inspecting the monsters, Jiang Tian turned his gaze towards Li Xiaoning. She was still wielding the somewhat dull bronze sword that had previously been assigned to her. This very creature had been subdued with that weapon. Observing this, Jiang Tian curiously inquired, "Didn't I assign you a watermelon knife previously? Why aren't you using it?" Li Xiaoning glanced at the watermelon knife placed nearby, her expression slightly awkward. Holding the watermelon knife felt rather peculiar. Jiang Tian envisioned Li Xiaoning wielding the watermelon knife in combat, and indeed, it seemed somewhat odd. "Well then, if I recall correctly, you had expressed a desire for Tang Yin to forge you a sword, correct?" "Yes, master." "All right, for now, make do with this bronze sword, and I shall inform Tang Yin." "Thank you, master." Seeing Li Xiaoning's grateful demeanor, Jiang Tian waved her off and proceeded to the blacksmith's forge. Inside, several individuals were busy at work. On a nearby stone table lay 2 finely crafted watermelon knives. However, Tang Yin appeared somewhat listless. Due to certain special circumstances, he had not been permitted to join the others for breakfast that morning and had instead been given 2 loaves of bread to sustain himself. In truth, 2 loaves were sufficient to satiate his hunger. His current state was merely due to cravings. Upon seeing Jiang Tian approach, Tang Yin eagerly asked, "Boss, can I have a proper meal for lunch? If I don't eat something good soon, I'll be too weak to forge. Spare me the dramatics." Jiang Tian rolled his eyes and issued a command. "Once you finish the watermelon knife at hand, cease making those and forge a sword for Li Xiaoning." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope appeared in Tang Yan's eyes. "Sure, the watermelon knife lacks any technical challenge. I've grown weary of making them. From now on, you will be responsible for crafting weapons for our own, ensuring their quality is assured. Additionally, after completing the sword, forge the gun requested by Hui Tsubing and the spear requested by Leopard Woman." "Absolutely." Tang Yin responded with enthusiasm, then looked at Jiang Tian with eager eyes. "Boss, can I sit at the table for lunch?" Jiang Tian pondered for a moment. Allowing him to eat after he focused on crafting weapons seemed reasonable. "Fine. If you complete these items diligently, I will have the cook prepare pork noodles for you." "Great." Hearing this, Tang Yin straightened his posture, grasped his hammer, and resumed striking the iron with renewed vigor. Just as Jiang Tian was about to leave, he heard Tang Yin inquire, "By the way, boss, what weapon does Lu Bu want? I seem to have forgotten to ask, and he was on night watch last night, so he's currently asleep. Shouldn't you wait until he wakes to ask him?" "You needn't concern yourself with Lu Bu." Jiang Tian waved his hand and smiled casually. "I am well aware of what weapon he desires." Stepping out of the blacksmith's forge, Jiang Tian happened upon Air Lungzi, who was dragging a monster's corpse back and forth, tossing it into the pigmen pile. Currently, the number of pigmen remained steady at over 20. Feeding the pigmen until they were blackened up to their necks required a considerable amount of time, and the stench was overwhelming. Leaving them piled up was not a viable solution. Moreover, the cook needed time to process the pigskin, and Leopard Woman required time to craft leather armor. Thus, Jiang Tian had refrained from actively engaging in the chat channel over the past few days. If he hooked, or if pigmen respawned on the island, he would simply let them be. For now, maintaining this number was quite satisfactory. Once the time came for Pai Shang Tian to set out, he would consider expanding the scale of pig farming. As Jiang Tian contemplated these matters, Air Lungzi was preparing to discard a skeleton's remains over the edge of the island. Previously, the skeletons he had caught were ground into bone meal and stored in the warehouse. However, the farmland was limited, and there was no need for such an abundance of fertilizer. The accumulation of bone meal was becoming excessive and was of no use for feeding pigmen. During this time, Jiang Tian remembered that he had previously hooked a blue skeleton, which had been too resilient for the stone hammer to break, and thus had been neglected. Now that the iron hammer was ready, he pondered what effect it might have if he turned it into bone meal. Chapter 140, I am their savior. With this thought in mind, Jiang Tian stepped outside and inquired of Li Xiaoning, "Where did you place the blue skeleton?" "Blue skeleton?" Upon hearing Jiang Tian's words, Li Xiaoning immediately recalled the peculiar entity they had caught earlier. After all, among the myriad of monsters caught, it is this one that has left the most profound impression on Li Xiaoning. Moreover, in the ensuing days, no similar creature has been reeled in. As he reminisced, he remarked, this monster was previously kept here, but later it seems to have been discarded into that small chamber. Jiang Tian nodded, stepping towards that very room. It was the cell previously utilized by 4144 to confine survivors, which housed 2 wooden cages, one of which contained the disassembled blue skeleton. Having been preoccupied with other matters, he nearly overlooked this detail. Fortunately, the skeletal structure still emanated a blue luminescence, showing no apparent signs of change. Now that the dormitory has been prepared, with some manpower freed up and a hammer at hand, it is time to arrange for its disposal. Meanwhile, on an island spanning approximately 1,000 square meters, a sail emblazoned with a skull billowed in the wind. Beneath the sail, 9 robust men stood in a line. Each donned armor crafted from wooden planks and wielded an assortment of imperfect weapons, stone clubs, bone knives, and stone forks. They gazed intently at the man leading them. This individual, evidently their chief, sported brown hair, a stubbled chin, and a rugged countenance. He was none other than HHDX 1300, who had just engaged in a trade for equipment with Jiang Tian. At this moment, 1300 beheld a pile of watermelon knives and leather armor before him, bursting into hearty laughter. At last, we have procured these armaments. Quickly, lads, don these leather armors and grab those knives. Aye, Captain. The 9 men responded in unison, their faces alight with joy as they eyed the gear laid out before them. They had long grown weary of their stone clubs. In an instant, the group surged forward, eagerly snatching up their respective equipment. Each man scrutinized the watermelon knife and leather armor once donned. This knife is far more manageable than our previous stone clubs, one observed. Indeed, wielding that cumbersome club made us feel like primitive men. Look at this sharp blade. It would surely deliver a satisfying cut against any monster. Though this knife seems somewhat irregularly crafted, it is of little concern. As long as it has a blade, it suffices. The hide of the blackened pigment is exceptionally tough. I spent ages with my stone knife just to make a small incision. The men animatedly discussed their newfound gear. Observing their excitement, 1300 chuckled heartily. Lads, this is merely the beginning. Greater marvels await us. However, as he gazed at the watermelon knife, his expression turned steely. Currently, the inhabitants of his region were fully aware of his identity as a raider. No one dared to barter supplies with him. His relationships with other raiders were similarly strained, each harboring ambitions of conquest over the other. It seemed prudent for him to seek out that individual in the CNNS region, known by the number 1111, to commission weapons. In 1300's mind, Jiang Tian had undeniably become his most vital ally, even if in Jiang Tian's eyes, HHDX 1300 was merely an unharvested crop. At that moment, 1300 sent a message in the regional channel. Hey, where has 1313 scurried off to? Are you merely a turtle, cowering while urging others to cower alongside you? Shortly thereafter, HHDX 1313 emerged, retorting without reservation. 1300, you vile raider, do not be too arrogant. I have gathered a formidable force and will soon take your life. When that time comes, even if you kneel before me in supplication, I shall not forgive you. Upon reading 1313's message, 1300 was struck with laughter and ire. A raider? Do you even have the right to label me as such? You despicable wretch, were you not the one who pillaged another's island? How else do you think your subordinates came to be? 1313 was momentarily rendered speechless. I was protecting them. Yes, I rescued them from the clutches of those vile survivors. I was safeguarding their rights. The survivors, upon gaining subordinates, showed no regard for human rights, forcing them into the most grueling labor without ensuring they were fed. What difference is there between this and the slave systems of the Middle Ages? I am liberating them, defending their rights. Huh? Do you truly believe that standing on the moral high ground can obscure the filthy truth? Indeed, I, 1300, am a raider. But I do not cloak my plunder beneath the guise of human rights. I may be a rogue, yet you are the quintessential hypocrite. In recent days, 1300 had kept an eye on 1313's movements. This scoundrel even had the audacity to establish a so-called Justice League. What merit did he possess? The very thought made 1300's teeth grind. Without further ado, he typed a message. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. If you are a man, come and confront me. I will grant you a day to prepare. Gather every ally you can, and I shall take them all on. Upon the utterance of these words by HHDX 1300, the entire HHDX region was taken aback. Good heavens, how can this raider be so brazen? Though I too have little fondness for 1313 and support an attack on him. Is this not a touch too presumptuous? Indeed, I am unaware of your numbers, but his ranks are surely not sparse. I have heard he commands 7 subordinates and is the leader of a league. Could you possibly contend with such a multitude on your solitary island? It was lamentable that 1300, a substantial prize, might fall prey to that sanctimonious wretch. Perhaps it would be better for me to consume him instead. On the other side, 1313, having just finished his tirade, glimpsed 1300's response, and his countenance darkened. This was clearly a challenge seeking vengeance. Days prior, filled with bravado after seizing an island, he had encountered the skull-flagged 1300, attempting to usurp him as well. Yet, he was bested and lost several subordinates in a hasty retreat, with his strength severely depleted. His subsequent path of robbery had become fraught with difficulties, facing foes he could not overpower, which greatly vexed him. In that moment, the alliance function became available. As 1313 surveyed the screen filled with alliance recruitment messages, a daring idea took root in his mind. Given the difficulties of strengthening his position through force, why not resort to persuasion? With many individuals yearning to unite against the raider threat, he could establish an alliance. Gathering these people to subsequently assimilate their subordinates and resources, what a delightful prospect. Without delay, he founded the League of Love, Peace, and Justice, initiating widespread recruitment. He urged any allies to converge upon his island, consolidating their territories under the guise of strength in numbers. Soon, 2 allies anchored on either side of his island. However, their numbers were insufficient, and their resources meager, leaving 1313 somewhat dissatisfied. Nevertheless, other allies were en route to join him. Yet, at that moment, the audacious 1300 dared to label him a hypocrite? If such statements were seen by other allies, causing them to harbor doubts and withdraw from the alliance, how could he expand his influence? Faced with this predicament, 1313 pondered briefly before declaring, "Ladies and gentlemen, behold the audacity of these aerial marauders. In such tumultuous times, we must unite and stand together. To ensure the safety of all, we invite you to join our League of Love, Peace, and Justice to collectively combat these sky thieves. And as for the detestable 1300, before our alliance, you shall not prevail. Justice will triumph." Those familiar with the infamous 1313 nearly retched upon reading such words. The sheer audacity of 1313 is astounding. How could this scoundrel utter such statements with a straight face? Truly, the man is repugnant. Meanwhile, a more earnest cohort of survivors buzzed with excitement upon reading the announcement. Indeed, these aerial marauders are utterly intolerable. I wish to join. Count me in. O Lord, is this Justice League your divine intervention to safeguard me? I shall join this league at once. Witnessing these enthusiastic messages, 1313 felt a surge of delight. While extending invitations to the clamoring newcomers, he hummed a cheerful tune. Some nearby would soon reunite with their islands. He was curious about their numbers. Yet, he was unconcerned. With a growing congregation, he would no longer need to fear the troublesome 1300. If that one dared to approach him, he would rightfully seize his resources. Once this menace was vanquished, he would find another pretext to incorporate the ally subordinates into his fold. Everything was falling into place. As 1313 envisioned the future, he eagerly awaited the dawn of tomorrow. Meanwhile, on Jiang Tian Island, the members had completed their midday meal. Those who had previously slept in tents were now taking turns exploring the dormitory, showering it with praise. How splendid! No more cramped quarters and tents. Indeed, it was quite a squeeze with 2 or 3 individuals in one tent. Now, we can occupy rooms. This space is ample, surely about 15 square meters, far superior to a tent. The dormitory even features communal restrooms. No more waiting in line for the facilities. Our leader truly considers our welfare. Observing the jubilation on his subordinates' faces and listening to their accolades, Jiang Tian waved his hand dismissively. These are mere trifles. Work diligently, and you shall not be shortchanged in the future. Yes, boss. The enthusiastic response from his subordinates echoed with vigor as they stood upright, awaiting his orders. With the dormitory completed and personnel freed up, it was time to contemplate the dining hall. Apart from those assigned to other roles and the ordinary folk taken by Huatsubing and his associates, there were now 9 individuals available for construction. Remembering Lu Ban, Jiang Tian recalled that he had yet to craft the crossbow cart. The dining hall could wait. He would first use the procured timber to construct the crossbow cart. Additionally, he intended to have Li Si assist Tang Yen in producing other weapons, replenishing the stock of substandard watermelon knives for sale. Subsequently, Jiang Tian instructed the group, 2 of you accompany me to the blacksmith shop, while the others remain on standby by the wood cabin. Understood. In the blacksmith shop, Tang Yen was hammering away at a large iron plate. Li Si stood beside him, learning from Tang Yen's technique. After lunch, the cook approached Tang Yen to discuss the requirements for an iron pot. Without hesitation, Tang Yen finished his meal and rushed to the blacksmith shop, forgoing any rest. Once the iron plate was completed, it could be cut into a circular shape and forged into a pot. Xuanzi was not in the blacksmith shop, but was following Jiang Tian's orders, wielding a heavy hammer to smash the blue skeleton in the small quarters. Although Tang Yen was not forging weapons, it was of no consequence. After all, creating the iron pot was also Jiang Tian's command, aimed at conserving cooking time and enabling the cook to more efficiently prepare the skin of the blackened pigmen, while also mentoring an apprentice. Jiang Tian approached Tang Yen and said, "I've brought you 2 assistants. Please guide them well." Assistants? Tang Yen paused, glancing at the newcomers. If I recall correctly, they were previously laboring on the construction site, yes? Let me see if they have any bricks hidden in their clothes. Upon hearing this, the 2 ordinary men looked utterly bewildered. Who would conceal bricks in their clothing? Jiang Tian couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. All right, They are not like Jiang Tian. You can teach them. How is the pot coming along? When will it be ready? The iron plate is completed. All that remains is. Just then, Xuanzi entered, looking somewhat embarrassed as he said, Tang, boss. That blue skeleton is quite difficult to smash. Chapter 142. My word, this money is truly easy to earn. What? Jiang Tian turned to Xuanzi and inquired, difficult to smash? What do you mean? Xuanzi explained, boss, you mentioned turning the skeleton to dust, right? I placed it on a wooden board and brought down the hammer. What happened after that? What happened? The skeleton's frame did break, but the wooden board beneath it also shattered. This skeleton is not easy to handle. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tian began to ponder. The previous white skeletons were easily dealt with using a stone hammer on a wooden board. This skeleton, however, was of a different quality. And even bronze tools struggled with it. Its hardness is perplexing. It appears I must find something sturdier to place beneath it and recruit a stronger individual to handle the hammer. With this in mind, Jiang Tian ordered, all right. You all assist Tang Yin in completing the pot first. Weapons can wait for now. Let us melt down some iron ingots and create a thicker base to crush the skeleton. The group readily agreed and wasted no time in continuing their tasks. Jiang Tian arranged for the two ordinary men to observe and learn. He then exited the blacksmith shop, already having a candidate in mind for the task of smashing the skeleton. Once the base was ready, Lu Bu would likely have awakened. He would enlist him to turn that skeleton into bone powder. While contemplating these matters, Jiang Tian made his way to the wooden cabin. After lunch, Shi Jigang and Lu Ban had retreated into the room to rest. During this interval, Lu Ban, while consuming his meal, was diligently carving the wooden figures assigned by Jiang Tian. Shi Jigang sat beside him, watching in admiration. On the table lay two wooden figures of Rem, which could be exchanged for metal later. Just as they were lost in thought, both Shi Jigang and Lu Ban greeted Jiang Tian, boss. Jiang Tian nodded and asked, how is the rest going? Almost done. We can get back to work. Lu Ban replied, then asked, my lord, shall we continue with the crossbow cart? Jiang Tian nodded yes. I came for that purpose. There are 5 more individuals outside. You two will lead them to saw the remaining components for the crossbow cart. And then we shall proceed to make the mechanism box. The two agreed and took their paper and pens, stepping outside together. They greeted the 5 individuals waiting outside, who followed Lu Ban and Shi Jigang to the lumber storage area. Shi Jigang showed the component plans to the group, then used a small knife to mark some lines on the wood for orientation. He and Lu Ban then sought out a piece to demonstrate to the others. After supervising for a while and feeling satisfied with their progress, Shi Jigang and Lu Ban collected copper and tin ingots and headed to the furnace to begin melting them for the mechanism box. This morning, after Shi Jigang assigned construction tasks to others, he busily followed Lu Ban at the lumber pile, already having sought out several components. With so many hands assisting, crafting 2 upgraded crossbows from the previously collected logs should not take long. Moreover, with the master craftsman Lu Ban involved in the production, the quality is certain to surpass earlier versions. Jiang Tian eagerly anticipates the imminent unveiling of the upgraded crossbows. After watching the work of several individuals for a while, Jiang Tian returned to the wooden cabin. He picked up 2 wooden Rem figures from the table, opened the chat interface, and intended to sell these 2 figurines. The moment he opened the private chat, a message appeared. Boss, I have finished the illustrations of Ram and Asuna. Please take a look. It was from the artist. Jiang Tian promptly replied, let me see them first. All right. The response came swiftly, as if the artist had been waiting nearby, simultaneously sending a trade request. After accepting the invitation, 3 blueprints materialized before Jiang Tian. One depicted Ram, whose outfit was identical to Ram's, save for a slight variation in the fringe. So the artist had completed this illustration quite rapidly. The second depicted Asuna in her classic pose, wielding a slender sword. Similar to the previous illustration of Ram, it included various angles, facial close-ups, structural details of her attire, and weapon highlights. This particular illustration appeared to be more intricate. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Tian proposed a price. The artwork is commendable. For both, I will provide you with 2 roasted ducks this evening. Boss, the artist replied somewhat bashfully. I would prefer a watermelon knife. It seems the monsters have leveled up again today, and my subordinates are struggling to handle them. What do you think? Upon hearing this condition, Jiang Tian couldn't help but reflect for a moment. Although he was uncertain about the artist's circumstances and combat capabilities, it was evident that the enhanced monsters would pose a challenge for survivors with subpar equipment. If the artist were to fall victim to the monsters due to inadequate gear, it would indeed be troublesome to find another collaborator. The artist seemed to possess a good temperament, was not overly greedy, and his skills were decent. Thus, he could be considered for a long-term partnership. Offering some equipment as compensation was certainly feasible. Moreover, it was likely that 0066 and 0888 would also trade resources for equipment. Since the previous orders had been fulfilled, a regular person could assist in the crafting of watermelon knives, producing a few more as needed. Just as Jiang Tian was contemplating this, the artist sent several more private messages. Boss, I realize this request may seem abrupt, but I genuinely require these supplies. How about I draw a few more illustrations for you in exchange for the watermelon knife? The urgency in the message was palpable. Jiang Tian chuckled wryly, as if the artist feared he might renege on the deal. He reviewed the orders he had received and replied, "You need not be so anxious. How about this? If you draw another illustration of Hinata this afternoon, I will provide you with a watermelon knife." "All right, thank you, boss. What would be the cost for that pigskin armor?" "The same, 3 illustrations. I believe I previously informed you of the anime characters to be illustrated. You can proceed with those as planned. 1 piece of equipment for each of the 3 character portraits." "Thank you immensely, boss. I will go draw right now." The artist's response vanished, suggesting he had become preoccupied with his work. Jiang Tian then closed the private chat and took a piece of A4 paper with the ID recorded, searching for individuals interested in purchasing the REM figurine, and subsequently sent them a private message. "The REM figurine is ready. Let us commence the transaction." Shortly thereafter, the 2 figurines vanished from the table, replaced by several iron ingots at Jiang Tian's side. Observing these ingots, Jiang Tian marveled at how swiftly Luban must have carved the 2 figurines. Did this yield 40 pounds of iron? Goodness, the earnings are quite lucrative, far quicker than selling weapons. Were it not for Luban and the others preoccupied with crafting the crossbows, Jiang Tian would have genuinely considered establishing a workshop for Luban to create figurines daily. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Tian transported the iron ingots and stepped outside. Chapter 143. Goodness, who did you learn this from? After leaving the wooden cabin, Jiang Tian directly transported the iron ingots to the blacksmith shop and casually instructed Xuanzi to continue crafting watermelon knives with an apprentice. He then meandered across the island, surveying his surroundings. At the fishing spot, he reeled in a wooden box, within which stood an ordinary person. Jiang Tian promptly assigned him to assist Shiji Gang, then turned his gaze elsewhere. To the north, the plants were thriving, with apples ripening and hanging from the trees, red and plump, reminiscent of Kai Wenji's cherubic face. Additionally, a fresh batch of cucumbers had emerged. After dinner tonight, they could slice some fruits and vegetables to cleanse their palates. Once sufficient manpower was available, he would have someone collaborate with Song Yingxing to clear another plot for planting additional fruits, creating a delightful fruit platter. As Jiang Tian contemplated this, Lu Bu emerged from the stone house and approached Jiang Tian, clasping his hands in greeting. "My lord." "Ah, you are awake?" "Yes, my lord. Please give your orders." Noticing Lu Bu's readiness, Jiang Tian glanced back at the blacksmith shop. The base meant for smashing skeletons should still be under construction. He then instructed, "Go have something to eat first, then take over the patrol. I will have tasks for you shortly." "Yes, my lord," Lu Bu replied and made his way to the food storage. Shortly thereafter, after finishing his meal, Lu Bu took over Lu Sandao's watch and patrolled the island alongside Xiangzi. During their rounds, they also dispatched a goblin sporting a well-defined six-pack. Observing this, Lungzi rushed over, efficiently collecting the corpse and tossing it into the pile of pigmen. He then sought out a similarly darkened pigman, coordinating with Lu Bu to drag the creature to the pigman slaughterhouse for processing, before handing it over to the butcher. The entire handover of tasks transpired with remarkable fluidity. By evening, they could craft several pieces of pigskin armor to exchange for iron ingots. Time passed leisurely. Approximately an hour later, at the island's edge, an unusual glow began to coalesce. This luminous mass was larger than before, and as it gathered, a faint blue light could be discerned. "Is this a boss?" Upon witnessing this, Jiang Tian's expression sharpened. He immediately instructed Lu Bu and Xiangzi to prepare their bows and watermelon knives, standing at a distance to assume a combat-ready stance. Before long, the glow took on a humanoid shape, ultimately transforming into a blue goblin that landed before them. Unlike the previous goblins, which were greenish, this one was entirely blue and rather diminutive. Naturally, its visage remained as unappealing as ever. The moment this goblin descended onto the island, it shouted and lunged toward the group. Before it could finish its exclamation, the airborne goblin caught sight of 2 individuals aiming dark arrows at it. It froze in surprise. Jiang Tian calmly commanded, "Fire, but leave it alive." "Yes." Whoosh. 2 arrows, tipped with spider fangs, flew forth, striking the goblin in its right arm and calf, knocking it down as it lay on the ground, wailing incessantly. Jiang Tian, accompanied by Lu Bu and Xiangzi, approached the fallen goblin to examine it closely. The arrowheads had pierced through, oozing blue blood. Remarkably, as this blood flowed from the goblin's body, it began to form a layer of frost upon contact with the air. However, under the sunlight, this frost quickly dissipated. At that moment, Jiang Tian noticed that as he drew nearer to the goblin, the surrounding temperature seemed to drop a few degrees. In this gradually warming weather, it felt quite refreshing. Good heavens, could this be a humanoid self-propelled refrigerator? At that moment, the somewhat foolish scavenger rushed over to the group, pointing at the goblin and inquiring, "Boss, how shall we deal with this goblin?" Jiang Tian pondered for a moment before instructing, "Let us restrain it and drag it to that small room for confinement." With that, Lu Bu and Xiangzi proceeded to break the goblin's limbs, subsequently binding it with several lengths of hemp rope, akin to wrapping a rice dumpling, before the fool dragged it away. Although the goblin was bound and unable to move, it continued to emit a series of high-pitched wee sounds. The fool, annoyed by the goblin's shrill cries, quietly retrieved a brick from his pocket. With a swift motion, he struck, silencing the goblin instantly. Lu Bu, Jiangzi. Jiang Tian. Good grief, who taught you that? With a sigh, Jiang Tian admonished the fool, be careful not to kill this goblin. We need it for Sun Lao to examine later. Understood, boss. He replied, and Jiang Tian strode away, hands clasped behind his back. Upon returning to his chamber, he opened the world channel, eager to see if anyone else had encountered such a mutated goblin. As anticipated, the world channel was abuzz with activity. Oh my goodness. Do you know what I just encountered? A blue goblin appeared on my island. A blue goblin? Are you dreaming, brother? I believe he truly saw it. However, I have not come across such a colored goblin. A blue one? I have a red goblin on my island. Could it be that goblins have mutated again? Come on. It's just a goblin. What is there to fear? A single strike is enough to fell these minions. No, this is not an ordinary goblin. Earlier, I was scratched by a red goblin, and now the wound feels intensely burning, as though someone is roasting my flesh. Hurry, does anyone have ice? Sell me some. I'm about to perish from the heat. Burning? I was just scratched by a blue goblin, and now it's as if I'm trapped in an ice cellar, shivering uncontrollably. Feeling cold in this weather isn't a good thing? A good thing? Have you ever stood outside in freezing temperatures, naked? The world channel erupted into a cacophony. Most individuals reported only encountering the ordinary goblins, while only a few mentioned the peculiar varieties. After reading the comments on the world channel, Jiang Tian speculated that the red goblin likely possessed a fiery effect that caused a burning sensation upon inflicting injuries, whereas the blue goblin had the opposite effect, akin to frost, similar to the one he had just encountered. He wondered if these newly emerged creatures would continue to appear in the future and resolved to instruct the patrol team and fishing spots to exercise increased caution. Speaking of which, he had not seen anyone else report encountering the skeletal figure he had fished up earlier. Perhaps others had crossed paths with that formidable skeleton, but those who did had been slain. After all, that creature was impervious even to bronze swords. Just then, Tang Yin poked his head out from the blacksmith shop and called, Boss, the base has been completed. Chapter 144, Do Goblins Have Other Uses? Upon hearing this, Jiang Tian nodded and summoned Lu Bu to accompany him into the blacksmith shop. At that moment, a sizable iron block, approximately 1 square meter and 5 centimeters thick, lay on the ground. Using this to shatter the skeleton would undoubtedly pose no issues. However, Jiang Tian felt a pang of regret regarding the quantity of iron used. As nearly 1/3 of his supply had been consumed, he would need to engage in more trade to replenish these resources. Of course, now was not the time for lamentation. More pressing matters awaited. He instructed Lu Bu to carry the base and lead him to the small room where the blue skeleton was stored. Inside, there were 2 wooden cages. One contained the skeleton, while the other housed the frost goblin that had just been injured. At that moment, the goblin seemed to have just regained consciousness and was howling loudly. The fool furrowed his brow, preparing to retrieve the brick from his pocket, but Jiang Tian stopped him. No more hitting. It might die with another blow. The fool hesitated but nodded silently, standing by at attention. The goblin in the cage was evidently frightened by the fool's actions, and its cries abruptly ceased. However, upon noticing that it was not being attacked, it resumed its loud howling. Jiang Tian frowned, contemplating whether to strike it again just to silence its incessant noise. As the fool readied to wield the brick, Lu Bu suddenly remarked, This room feels quite cool. Could it be because of that blue creature? Indeed, the room was remarkably refreshing, akin to being in a space with air conditioning. Jiang Tian stroked his chin, reflecting on his earlier hypothesis, and glanced at the goblin. Indeed, it must be due to its effect. At that moment, Lu Bu's eyes brightened, and he inquired, My lord, could we place this goblin in my bedroom? The rising temperatures are becoming quite uncomfortable for sleep. The temperature on the floating island had steadily increased, and although Jiang Tian lacked a thermometer, his experience living in a scorching southern city suggested that the temperature had risen above 35 degrees Celsius. Hearing Lu Bu's request, the fool, still clutching the brick, chimed in. Boss, I want one too. It's simply too hot. Every day spent scavenging on the island and tending to those furry pigmen leaves me drenched in sweat. Just then, a familiar voice interjected. Boss, I want one too. Please, grant me one. To their astonishment, it was Tang Yin. What brings you here? Jiang Tian rolled his eyes. This fellow seemed to do little but slack off. Tang Yin chuckled. I needed a break after working so hard. Spending so long in the blacksmith shop was stifling. Noticing Jiang Tian's mouth opening as if to respond, Tang Yin quickly waved his hand. Don't mind the details, boss. I wish to request one of those goblins to place in the blacksmith shop. It's far too hot in there. Jiang Tian found no reason to refute this statement. After all, with the outside temperature exceeding 30 degrees, the blacksmith shop, with its furnace still ablaze, was likely reaching 50 or 60 degrees. All right. Once more of those blue goblins appear, I will have the fool deliver one to the blacksmith shop. Tang Yan's face fell. What? Can't we just bring this one over? Before Jiang Tian could respond, Lu Bu snorted. What are you thinking? The Lord just mentioned that this creature needs to be studied. Besides, I was the first to suggest this. Even if we are close, we must adhere to a sense of order. Tang Yan rolled his eyes. The boss hasn't spoken yet. Why are you rushing to answer? You're not the boss, so why are you trying to take the lead? Though Lu Bu had learned many new phrases from interacting with Tang Yen and the others, when it came to banter, he was no match for Tang Yen. In that moment, the only thing Lu Bu could do was glare in silence, his martial prowess rendered useless against Tang Yan's incessant chatter. As Tang Yen continued to hurl less than elevated insults, Lu Bu's frustration grew, and he was on the verge of clenching his fists to retaliate. Jiang Tian sighed and patted the back of each of their heads. Enough of this. Tang Yen, silence yourself. Upon hearing Jiang Tian's command, the two immediately fell silent. Standing obediently to the side, the goblin within the cage, noticing the four outside seemingly discussing its fate and occasionally pointing in its direction, felt a profound sense of indignation and let out a series of frantic howls. However, Jiang Tian and his companions chose to disregard its outbursts. Lu Bu, retrieve that skeleton and reduce it to dust. Yes, my lord, Lu Bu replied promptly. He then maneuvered the iron base in front of him and placed the skeletal remains from the cage upon it. Tang Yen, fetch the iron hammer. Certainly, boss. Tang Yen, not daring to delay, hurried off to retrieve the hammer he had fashioned for himself. Speaking of which, the iron hammer crafted for Tang Yen was quite impressive in size. Befitting a blacksmith, powerful and robust. The enormity of the hammer did not hinder his agility as he dashed back. If it were someone like Zhang San, Li Si, or even Xuanzi, they would likely be out of breath carrying such a weight. Jiang Tian mused whether, once they had sufficient manpower for blacksmithing, he could persuade Tang Yen to take up arms. Chapter 145. The Art of Bone Crushing and the Marvelous Uses of Bone Powder. Jiang Tian considered the notion of sending Tang Yen to battle quite feasible. After all, in the games, films, and anime he had encountered, blacksmiths often boasted formidable combat abilities. Yet, this was a matter to be addressed only after he had extracted the skeleton. Returning to the present, the goblin continued to wail in distress. At this moment, Lu Bu had seized the iron hammer from Tang Yen and, with a powerful strike, brought it down onto the blue skeleton resting on the iron base. Bang! It was as though the skeleton met no resistance as it was crushed beneath the hammer, the thunderous collision echoing through the air. The reverberation caused discomfort to the ears of the other three, prompting them to shield their ears and shut their eyes. Goodness, Lu Bu, tone it down. Indeed, Lu Bu. Be gentler. Oh dear, my ears are nearly deafened. Hey, boss, does ear damage count as a workplace injury? Meanwhile, personnel at other workstations paused, drawn by the sudden cacophony. They set aside their tasks, glancing towards the small room. What was that noise? It startled me. At my age, I can hardly endure such shocks. Was it from that small room? I believe the boss and others went in there. I wonder what they're up to. I hope nothing has gone awry. Let us go take a look. As Jiang Tian, along with the others, opened their eyes and released their ears, they heard a knock on the wooden door, followed by inquiries. Master, what is the matter? My lord, are you all right? Boss, what happened? Jiang Tian, somewhat exasperated, responded from within, it's nothing to worry about. Please return to your work. Upon hearing this, the crowd outside dispersed. Inside, the focus of the four returned to the iron base. When Lu Bu lifted the hammer, it became evident that the portion of the skeleton that had just been struck was now transformed into a shimmering blue powder and fragments. Despite the noise being somewhat excessive, Lu Bu's handling of the matter had indeed proven effective. Meanwhile, the goblin in the cage, startled by the loud noise, had shut its eyes and howled in terror. When it eventually opened its eyes, the sight before it left it utterly dumbfounded, staring in shock at the remnants on the base. Its former cellmate in another cage had seemingly met a cruel fate at the hands of these individuals. How merciless! The goblin remained in a stupor for quite some time, glancing at Lu Bu wielding the great hammer, shivering in fear. Its previously unruly mouth now firmly shut, it fell into silence. Jiang Tian crouched down to examine the pulverized bone powder before preparing to instruct Lu Bu to continue. However, recalling the earlier commotion, he decided to first send a few individuals to the warehouse to fetch some foam boards. Shortly thereafter, the foam boards were transported into the small room, where several were arranged against the inner walls to serve as soundproofing. Additionally, some pieces were torn off to plug their ears before Jiang Tian instructed Lu Bu to proceed. With the soundproofing in place and Lu Bu exercising control over his strength, the subsequent bone-crushing endeavor unfolded smoothly, devoid of excessive noise. After a while, Jiang Tian commanded Lungzi and Tang Yen to bring 2 bags, using thin wooden planks to scoop and collect the remnants. Although not entirely pulverized, with some small fragments still present, they were likely still usable. Contemplating their potential applications, Jiang Tian glanced at the 2 bags of bone powder. The previous batches had been utilized as fertilizer. Given that this skeleton was unique, he pondered what effects it might yield when scattered across the fields. Could it be that the resulting plants would possess greater resilience? If the eggplants, cucumbers, and carrots all turned exceptionally tough, would they even be edible? Just as Jiang Tian was lost in thought, a bold idea struck him. This substance is remarkably hard. I wonder what effect it would have if applied to weapons. He then instructed Lu Bu, take 1 bag of bone powder to Song Lao as fertilizer, and be sure to inform him that this powder is different. Advise him to test it on a few plants first. Lu Bu acknowledged and departed with one of the bags. As he opened the door, he glanced back at the goblin in the room, feeling a chill emanate from within before stepping outside. Next, Jiang Tian directed Tang Yan. Take this bag to the blacksmith shop and experiment with mixing this bone powder into your work. Tang Yan, bewildered by the notion, asked, can this really be added? What could it possibly produce? Jiang Tian contemplated for a moment. Let us start by crafting a watermelon knife with it and assess the results before deciding whether to use this substance for our own weaponry. All right then, Tang Yan replied, lifting the bag while casting one last glance at the goblin. What about this goblin? Forget about it for now. I'll see if I can procure more later. Jiang Tian waved him off. After Tang Yan departed, carrying the bag in one hand and his hammer in the other, Jiang Tian turned to Erlingzi and said, in addition to feeding the pigman, make sure to feed this goblin occasionally. We can't let it perish. Erlingzi nodded but then asked, by the way, what does it eat? Can it be fed other monsters? Jiang Tian glanced at the goblin, considering that, by conventional logic, it likely consumed humans. You figure it out. If there are any leftover monster scraps after feeding the pigman, you can try feeding it those. If that fails, give it some bone remnants or spoiled vegetables. Erlingzi agreed and stepped outside. Once the others had left, Jiang Tian observed the ugly goblin, feeling the coolness of the room. Given that this creature possessed unique abilities, particularly its cooling properties, it might be prudent to acquire more. He wondered if they were available at the trading post. Contemplating this, Jiang Tian accessed the trading post and searched for goblins. While many were listed, most were of the more mundane variety, with only a few being sturdier. However, the blue goblin was nowhere to be found. This is quite normal. In this weather, if others were to capture a blue goblin, they would likely keep it in their room as an air conditioner, as no one would consider selling such a precious treasure. Moreover, there are indeed some red goblins available at the trading post. Their form is identical to that of the blue goblins, but their skin is a vivid crimson. However, these creatures are not alive. Only their corpses remain. Given that blue goblins emit cold air, one could surmise that the red goblins might radiate heat instead. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Tian glanced at the cheapest one available and exchanged 10 wooden planks for it. Upon the arrival of the bloodied red goblin's corpse before Jiang Tian, a wave of warmth enveloped him, causing the temperature in the room to rise. The chill previously instigated by the blue goblin returned to a more normal level. Observing the red goblin, Jiang Tian sighed. No wonder no one wanted this creature. In such sweltering heat, what use could it possibly serve? It would only serve to exacerbate discomfort. He then took a rope, dragged the red goblin away, and discarded it on the southern end of the island. Returning to his dwelling, he activated the chat channel in the cool environment, preparing to call out for this humanoid air conditioner to be collected. Chapter 146. Let us commence trading. First, he opened the regional chat and sent a message, seeking blue goblins. Prices are negotiable. Sellers should act swiftly. As soon as this message was dispatched, the regional channel was filled with confusion. Blue goblins? Aren't they that teal green kind? 1111. Did you stumble upon an evolved goblin? Did it sprout abs? Is it possible that fitness can alter skin color? I saw on the World Channel that the blue goblin seems to have refrigeration capabilities. What? It has such functionality? I want one. Who has it? I want one too. I'm also collecting. Jiang Tian scanned the messages and realized he seemed to be the only one in the area who had encountered such a goblin. He then opened the World Channel, where discussions about these anomalous goblins were underway. Earlier, you mentioned a red goblin? I encountered one too. During the battle, it was emitting steam, and one of my subordinates was scratched, screaming in pain. What should I do? Don't let the wound be exposed to heat. It will hinder healing. Quickly take your subordinate to a cool place and apply ice to the wound. What about if a blue goblin scratches you? Earlier, I was scratched by a blue goblin, and I felt icy all over. I lay under the sun, and now I feel much better. Hey, it's actually quite refreshing. But the wound is starting to feel sensitive. It hurts. You all speak so vividly. These goblins seem quite extraordinary. I too wish to encounter one. I asked in the regional channel, but many claimed ignorance. Don't mention it. We didn't even discuss this in our regional channel. Had I not seen it on the World Channel, I would have been oblivious. It seems I am the only one in this area who has encountered one. Could it be due to the number of goblins I have slain? Jiang Tian furrowed his brow as he observed the discussions on the World Channel. It seemed that he was indeed the sole individual to have encountered such a creature in the region. Could it be that only one mutated goblin exists per area? Some survivors who might have encountered goblins could have already perished, hence their silence on the matter. After pondering for a while, Jiang Tian sent out another advertisement. Purchasing blue goblins, sellers should act swiftly. Upon sending the message, the World Channel, already abuzz with discussion about these creatures, erupted once more. Hey, CNNS 1111, are you acquiring these blue goblins to cool off? Of course. I'm sitting next to a blue goblin corpse right now. It's so comfortable. Hey, I want to buy a blue goblin too. Anyone who captures one, please contact me. This is a rare item. It cannot be sold casually. No matter the resources you offer, I will not part with this creature. It's a treasure for enduring the summer. Seeing the fervor, Jiang Tian could only shake his head in resignation. In such increasingly sweltering weather, It was only natural that no one would wish to sell such a creature. However, conducting business is not merely about placing an advertisement. When others are unwilling to sell, perhaps a conversation might yield success. Thus, Jiang Tian sought out an individual who claimed to have a live goblin and sent a private message. "Hello, may we have a chat?" Shortly thereafter, the other party replied. A foreigner? What do you want from me? By the way, you seem to be seeking blue goblins, and I see you have one of these little fellows, right? Indeed. Recognizing that the other party had discerned his intentions, Jiang Tian responded with candor. "I wish to acquire that goblin. Could you sell it to me? The price is negotiable." "Hey, kid, I want to sell this goblin. I rely on it to keep me cool. As for resources, I am not lacking. So no matter your offer, I will not part with it. Just give up on that idea." The other party was adamantly opposed to the transaction. But Jiang Tian had anticipated this. With a faint smile, he remarked, "If you are willing to part with it, I can trade you a watermelon knife." "A watermelon knife? I do desire that, but I could offer something else in exchange. The goblin is off the table." The other party hesitated for a moment and then declined again. Jiang Tian, remaining composed, continued, "Now we find ourselves in a rather peculiar situation. In this place, sensory comfort will not secure your safety. You must have encountered the monsters that continually spawn on this island, filled with air thieves. What you should seek is not momentary relief, but rather means of protection. Wouldn't you agree?" Upon hearing this, the other party chuckled. "Ha ha ha, those monsters? They're nothing. As soon as they appear, my subordinates will promptly take care of them. And let me tell you the truth, I'm an air thief. Others fear me. I've never been afraid of anyone." Seeing the response, Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. He smiled and continued, "To have survived until now and become an air thief, you must possess methods to handle these crises. However, the monsters here are constantly evolving. The rudimentary weapons you've crafted may suffice for now, but what about in the future? If you encounter other air thieves on your island and stumble upon their weaponry, the losses will extend far beyond this mere goblin." After sending this message, the other party did not respond. However, Jiang Tian did not receive a notification indicating that he had been blacklisted, suggesting that the individual was still in a state of indecision. Observing this, Jiang Tian added, "It is better to teach a man to fish than to simply give him a fish. Possessing such a goblin may offer comfort, but it does not enhance your strength. By bolstering your armed forces, you can create value from that power. Perhaps this watermelon knife could yield you more goblins and other resources. Do you comprehend my meaning? This would yield far greater benefits than a single goblin could provide. If you are concerned about the heat, I have some ice to spare, which could help you endure the entire summer if stored properly." As he uttered these words, Jiang Tian felt as though he were speaking nonsense. Everyone was acutely aware that summer was approaching, yet no one could predict its duration. Nevertheless, after dispatching this message, the other party was uncertain whether they had come to a realization or had simply been bewildered by Jiang Tian's words. They replied, "All right, I agree to this transaction. But in addition to the watermelon knife, you must provide me with a bit more ice." Upon hearing this, Jiang Tian smiled faintly. It was a deal. "No problem. Let us commence the trade at once." After finalizing the terms, Jiang Tian proceeded to the blacksmith shop to retrieve a poorly crafted watermelon knife. Simultaneously, he arranged for someone to chisel out a wooden box filled with approximately 1 cubic meter of ice from the ice cellar. He then sent a trade request to the other party, listing these items. Upon seeing the watermelon knife and the ample ice, the recipient was overjoyed, praising Jiang Tian for his honesty while transferring the goblin to him. Observing the goblin bound tightly on the ground, Jiang Tian smiled faintly. It was worth noting that although there had been a hailstorm earlier, many people had failed to preserve their ice properly, resulting in its melting. For instance, those injured by the red goblins had no ice to tend to their wounds. Moreover, even those who managed to preserve some ice had only about 1 cubic meter at most. After all, not everyone possessed the resources or manpower to construct a 100 square meter, 2-meter high ice cellar to store the fallen hail. Despite Jiang Tian's persistent complaints about a manpower shortage, he was likely the only one with a workforce of 30. In the ensuing period, Jiang Tian resumed monitoring the world channel, communicating with clients in a similar manner. However, due to the unique nature of this goblin, the acquisition process was not particularly smooth. Nevertheless, Jiang Tian managed to trade the watermelon knife, pigskin armor, and some wood for 2 goblins and several goblin corpses. Additionally, there were several prospective clients who expressed interest in observing the situation further. As he busied himself with transactions, time flew by, moving between the blacksmith shop, ice cellar, and his dwelling. Jiang Tian glanced at the sunset on the horizon before dragging a goblin corpse into his small room. Inside, there were already 4 live, bound blue goblins and 3 corpses. Looking at these creatures capable of producing cool air, Jiang Tian nodded in satisfaction. With the grand ice cellar and these goblins, he was assured of a comfortable summer. However, as the number of blue goblins increased, it felt quite chilly to be huddled together in this small space. He contemplated ways to maximize the utilization of the cool air within. After securing the door, Jiang Tian left the small room, strolling leisurely on the island. He basked in the sunlight, feeling significantly refreshed. Upon reaching the south side, Jiang Tian noticed a red goblin corpse that he had previously carelessly discarded. He approached to inspect its condition. The blood had already coagulated, and the emitted heat had diminished considerably. It seemed that the effects produced after a goblin's demise gradually dissipated. Fortunately, he primarily sought live specimens. Otherwise, he would not have been able to generate much cool air, as the shelf life would soon expire. The 3 goblin corpses, stored in such an environment, would likely have a longer preservation period. As for the red goblin, he would hand it over to the butcher later to see if anything could be salvaged. Not far from where the corpse lay was the blacksmith shop. Earlier during the trade, while retrieving the watermelon knife, he had noticed that Tang Yin seemed close to completing the watermelon knife infused with blue skeleton bone powder. He wondered if it was finished now. Stepping inside, he was greeted by the sounds of clanging metal. As soon as he entered, he spotted Li Si and Xuanzi working on the watermelon knife, while Tang Yin chatted with 2 apprentices. Upon seeing Jiang Tian, Tang Yin immediately halted the conversation, plopped down onto a stool, and began wiping his sweat. Oh my goodness, this blacksmith shop is sweltering. Being a blacksmith in this heat is no easy task. Jiang Tian chuckled helplessly. Enough with the hints. You need not worry. I will arrange for the cool air for you in the next couple of days. Upon hearing this, Tang Yin jumped up from his stool, exclaiming, "Oh wow, that's fantastic. Thank you, boss." He then kicked the 2 apprentices, saying, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and thank the boss." Thank you, boss." The 2 apprentices, slightly dazed, nodded and expressed their gratitude to Jiang Tian. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I've already stated, no need for such displays of formality. Tang Yin, has the knife I asked you to make, the one infused with bone powder, been completed?" "Yes, it has," Tang Yin replied, pointing to the side where a marked watermelon knife rested. "This is it, just finished. Although I haven't tested it yet. It felt good to work with, so the quality should be decent." Jiang Tian nodded, approached, and examined the knife. This watermelon knife resembled the others Tang Yin had crafted, but it emitted a faint blue glow. To test the quality of this knife, Jiang Tian held another finely crafted watermelon knife in his left hand, blade facing upwards, while wielding the blue glowing knife in his right. With a downward strike, clang, the 2 knives collided, producing a shower of sparks. He then inspected the condition of both knives. The ordinary watermelon knife bore a noticeable nick on its blade, while the blue glowing knife remained unscathed. Next, Jiang Tian set up the same stance and struck the blades together several more times. Clang, clang. After a few more collisions and the emergence of sparks, he laid down both knives for another inspection. The ordinary watermelon knife had developed multiple nicks, whereas the one infused with bone powder remained pristine, showing no signs of flaw. Jiang Tian nodded in approval. Setting aside considerations of sharpness, the quality had indeed improved significantly, embodying the essence of the blue skeleton. At that moment, Tang Yin also leaned in curiously, his eyes widening at the sight. Wow, the forging techniques for these 2 knives are identical. Yet adding this bone powder makes such a remarkable difference. Jiang Tian turned to inquire, "How much bone powder did you add when forging this watermelon knife?" "Not much, really. It's a small knife, so I just sprinkled a small handful." "Excellent," Jiang Tian remarked, observing the glowing bone powder. "Now, let us commence the crafting of swords, spearheads, and javelins using this bone powder." Chapter 148. In the future, feel free to assign any tasks. Seeing the extraordinary results of this watermelon knife, Tang Yin was invigorated, readily agreeing to Jiang Tian's command. "No problem. With this, the items we produce will surely be exceptional." After uttering this, Tang Yin glanced at the outside sky, swallowing hard. "Oh dear, it seems mealtime is upon us. I've completely lost track of time while busy." Hearing this, Jiang Tian found himself both amused and exasperated. However, crafting weapons was a different endeavor than making watermelon knives. The level of effort required was not comparable. He then acquiesced. "All right. You first have them finish the practice watermelon knives, then prepare for dinner." "Certainly. What are you all standing around for? Get to work." As the sounds of metal clashing resonated from the blacksmith shop, Jiang Tian leisurely stepped outside. In addition to the bag of bone powder designated for the blacksmith, he also had a bag to give to Song Yingxing for use as fertilizer. Since this bone powder proved effective in crafting iron tools, he was curious to see what effect it might have when sprinkled on the fields. While pondering this, Jiang Tian had already arrived at the northern fields. Upon his arrival, Song Yingxing and Sun Simiao greeted him simultaneously. "My lord." Jiang Tian inquired, "Has the bone powder that was sent earlier been scattered?" "It has already been distributed," replied Song Yingxing, leading Jiang Tian to the edge of the field. He gestured toward a small patch where eggplants and cucumbers were planted and continued. "Upon receiving the bone powder, I followed your instructions and spread it across this small area, while the remaining zones continued to utilize the original fertilizer." Jiang Tian nodded, surveying the vegetable garden. At present, no discernible effects were evident. "Let us wait until these plants mature and assess the results then. Should the crops nourished by this blue bone powder yield growth comparable to or inferior in quality to those treated with conventional fertilizer, we shall cease using the blue bone powder for fertilization. The watermelon knife we crafted earlier has already demonstrated its worth. We must not squander it." Meanwhile, Under the diligent efforts of the group, the components of the crossbow had been sawed, and assembly was now underway. In no time, 2 new crossbows would be completed. Shortly thereafter, dinner was ready. The members set aside their tasks and gathered around the composite table crafted by Luban, bowls and chopsticks in hand. The table was laden with an array of dishes: stir-fried peppers with meat, braised eggplant, stewed cabbage, and winter melon with pork soup. The tantalizing aroma wafted across the island, causing the weary workers to salivate. Given the large number of people, the dishes were placed on the table, allowing each member to fill their bowls and plates with their desired fare and ladle themselves some soup. They then sat together, dining and engaging in conversation, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a buffet. Nonetheless, the scene was vibrant and lively. Before long, the meal concluded. After cleaning their utensils, the members settled back into their seats to digest their food. Luban and Shi Jigang seized this opportunity to enter the wooden cabin and begin sculpting figurines. Observing this, Jiang Tian joined them. At that moment, Shi Jigang emulated Luban, picking up a small knife and fiddling with a block of wood. However, his skills in this area were quite limited, resulting in clumsy movements. Nevertheless, Shi Jigang found joy in the endeavor. Cultivating an interest in carving in this remote locale proved to be an excellent form of entertainment. Seeing this, Jiang Tian felt a sense of satisfaction. Once Shi Jigang honed his skills, he might well be able to manage the task independently. Perhaps, in the future, he could entrust his figurine business entirely to Shi Jigang. As for Luban, certainly, more significant responsibilities awaited him. After all, to assign a master craftsman like Luban merely to carve figurines would be a gross underutilization of his talents. Although Jiang Tian did not possess an in-depth understanding of Luban, he was aware of the legendary Luban's book. In recent days, he had inquired about it, but Luban had responded that he could not recall its contents. Jiang Tian took this in stride. Some things were simply beyond one's grasp. One should not be overly insistent, especially concerning something as extraordinary as Luban's book. After all, the author, Luban himself, had become one of his subordinates. Tom was on their side. As he watched the 2 men happily engrossed in their carving, Jiang Tian recalled that the artist should have completed Hinata's portrait by now. He promptly opened the chat channel. Indeed, the artist sent him several private messages. Boss, Hinata Hyuga's portrait is ready. Please take a look. Are you eating right now? Boss. Upon seeing these messages, Jiang Tian replied, yes, I've just finished eating and am allowing my food to settle. Please show me the portrait. Certainly. A short while later, 2 pristine sheets of paper appeared in Jiang Tian's hands, their structure and details clearly delineated. He nodded in approval and responded, very good. I will send you the watermelon knife now. Thank you, boss. Please feel free to give me more tasks in the future. With that, Jiang Tian entered the blacksmith shop, picked up a watermelon knife, and sent a trade request. On the other side, the female artist gazed at the watermelon knife in her hand, overwhelmed with excitement. A watermelon knife. It truly is a watermelon knife. With this, her subordinates would gain additional strength to combat the monsters. She had not anticipated that her skills would prove useful in the floating island realm. Perhaps, this would become her means of livelihood. In her mind, this figure labeled 1111 had already morphed into her benefactor. Should this 1111 issue a command, even if it meant drawing an entire set of books, she would comply without hesitation. After all, in this perilous world of the floating island, the value of a stable source of income was immeasurable. Chapter 149. I hope you do not break your promise. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian placed Hinata's portrait on the table without issuing any commands. Allowing Luban to complete the current Asuna figurine was in order, and there was no rush concerning the Hinata figurine. Soon after, everyone finished their rest and resumed their work. After Luban and Shi Jigang exited, Jiang Tian gathered the several already sculpted figurines from the table and messaged those who had placed orders. Transactions were swiftly completed, resulting in the acquisition of 60 pounds of iron ingots. He then left the wooden cabin and headed toward the slaughterhouse. Chef Ding was busy preparing to skin a nearly transformed pigman, accompanied by Pai Shangtian. It seemed Chef Ding had quite a workload ahead, having to cook, skin furs, and roast ducks. He hoped they could finish with Pai Shangtian soon, which would make things a bit easier. While musing over these matters, Jiang Tian called over Air Lungzi and had him drag the corpse of a red goblin over. He then gestured toward it. Chef Ding, take a look at this. Upon hearing this, Chef Ding paused his work momentarily, crouching beside the corpse of the red goblin to examine it. I saw this earlier, my lord. Do you want me to skin this fellow? Jiang Tian nodded. Indeed, I wish to see the outcome of this goblin's skin when fashioned into leather armor. He assessed the goblin's skin, noting that while it lacked the hardness of the transformed pigman's skin, it possessed a degree of resilience. The texture was considerably better than that of the transformed pigman and exuded warmth. Perhaps it could be fashioned into inner armor. Chef Ding acknowledged, then remarked, my lord, I have not dissected one of these before, so I may need to ponder a bit before commencing. Moreover, my first attempt at skinning such a creature may not yield a complete result. That is of no concern. There is no urgency. Please finish your current tasks before attending to this, Jiang Tian replied. Yes, my lord. Chef Ding nodded in agreement and resumed cutting the transformed pigman's skin. Jiang Tian strolled leisurely around the island. 3 hours passed serenely. During this time, another ordinary person was caught and similarly assigned to Shiji Gang. The transformed pigment's skin had been completed and was now being handed over to the leopard woman for crafting into leather armor. After Chef Ding washed his hands, he proceeded to prepare the roasted duck. Once this batch was completed, along with the 5 pig leather armors made earlier that day, -1 used for the goblin, there would be 9 pig leather armors in stock. Once the roasted duck was ready, they would sell them all together for a fresh influx of resources. If they could acquire a few more blue goblins, that would be even better. Subsequently, Jiang Tian opened the chat channel. As I prepared to seek potential clients possessing blue goblins on the global channel, I discovered an incoming private message. One of my subordinates had returned with a report, stating that this morning they had successfully handed over the 200 square meters of land to your men. May I now receive the previously agreed upon remuneration? The sender of the message was none other than the air pirate, who had previously transacted land with Jiang Tian. Observing this, Jiang Tian smiled lightly. The fact that the air pirate had contacted him indicated that his men had returned safely, confirming the transaction had indeed gone smoothly. If they intended to orchestrate any treachery, the air pirate would surely not have seen his men again. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Tian replied, "It is not yet possible. My subordinates have not returned with a report, and thus I am not fully apprised of the actual circumstances. If the transaction was genuinely seamless, my men will arrive the day after tomorrow, at which point I shall deliver the goods to you." In truth, judging by the journey, it was likely that Huitsubing would return with the land by tomorrow at the latest. Such a statement was merely a strategic misdirection. Upon hearing this, the other party fell silent for a moment, seemingly deep in thought. To empathize, Jiang Tian's response was entirely reasonable. After all, subordinates differ from survivors. They possess means of remote communication and can swiftly relay information through private messages. Without the return of his men, what justification did he have to transfer the goods? What if the transaction turned deadly? As an air pirate, he understood Jiang Tian's caution. However, the thought of potential treachery left the air pirate somewhat speechless. According to his subordinates, the other party had sent 6 individuals for the transaction, equipped with bows, watermelon knives, and pigskin armor, creating an atmosphere akin to impending conflict. His 2 subordinates were nearly terrified into submission. Among the participants, one leader, though not tall, exuded an imposing presence, unmistakably someone of significance, most likely the renowned Huitsubing. The air pirate felt a wave of incredulity. Dispatching such a formidable group for a transaction, who could possibly compete with them? He quickly replied, "Very well. I shall await your news the day after tomorrow. I hope you will not go back on your word." Closing the private chat, Jiang Tian returned his attention to the global channel. After a considerable search, he finally located an individual who had captured a blue goblin. Subsequently, he concocted a series of persuasive statements to entice the person into trading equipment with him for the purpose of embarking on an entrepreneurial venture to seize others' goblins. In addition to emphasizing the advantages of his own equipment, Jiang Tian began to diminish the efficacy of the blue goblin. While it could indeed generate cool air, raising such creatures required resources. It was far more efficient to use ice blocks for cooling, which required no feeding and yielded satisfactory results as well. In summary, the blue goblin, despite its apparent rarity, was of little practical use. Following a series of well-meaning reminders, the other party came to a realization and consented to the trade. Consequently, Jiang Tian exchanged 1 piece of pigskin armor, 1 cubic meter of ice blocks, and several wooden planks for the blue goblin. Upon completing the purchase, he called for Air Ling Ling to fetch him a bottle of water, then tossed the newly acquired blue goblin into his small chamber. Jiang Tian sat down on the floor, gulping down water with fervor. After speaking for quite some time, his mouth felt parched. Conducting business was indeed no easy feat after the transaction was finalized. The roasted duck was also ready. He sold the entire roasted duck, keeping 3 inferior watermelon knives and 4 pieces of pigskin armor for future use. While placing the rest on the trading post, the day's labor was drawing to a close. Jiang Tian then stretched luxuriously, calling out to the bustling crowd to signal the end of their workday. He retreated to his room and lay down, drifting into a peaceful slumber. The following morning, as Jiang Tian stretched and stepped outside with Kai Wenji, he noticed a newly acquired plot of land to the east of the island. Upon it were several fans and a large sail emblazoned with the character for commerce. Huitsubing, patrolling the island, approached with a respectful bow. "I have fulfilled my mission, successfully bringing back the land. Please give your instructions." Upon seeing this, Jiang Tian instructed Kai Wenji to begin her work and then inquired of Huitsubing, "What was the nature of the transaction? When did you return?" "My lord, it transpired as follows." Huitsubing began to recount. During the transaction, the other party had sent 2 individuals, and everything proceeded very smoothly. There were no unusual movements from them. After the transaction, the 2 subordinates of the other party fled swiftly, with no one in pursuit. Throughout their journey, the group of 6 took turns resting, ensuring that 4 individuals operated the fans while the other 2 recuperated. The trip was rather expedited. As for the timing of their return, it was 2 hours prior to Jiang Tian's waking. Since Huitsubing had just rested, He decided to patrol the island while awaiting Jiang Tian's awakening to report. The others, including Zhang San, returned to sleep, awaiting further orders. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tian nodded. Thank you for your hard work. Please rest for a while before patrolling again after breakfast. Yes, my lord. Huatsubing bowed, and, after Jiang Tian departed, stepped into the stone brick house. Jiang Tian then approached the fishing spot, commencing the first task of his day. Glancing at the fishing rods, he pointed to one. Copy. As he issued the command, radiant light coalesced. When the brilliance faded, another fishing rod appeared before Jiang Tian. Thus, he now possessed a total of 28 fishing rods. Just as he prepared to leave, a voice resonated within his mind. Ding. The consecutive copying of items has reached 30 times. Hidden ability upgraded. Cooldown time halved. Consecutive copying a certain number of times can further upgrade the ability. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tian was astonished. Wow, this skill has finally leveled up. He had almost believed the system had forgotten this aspect. What a commotion this had caused. Jiang Tian mused for a moment before examining the upgraded ability. Remaining cooldown time, 4 hours, 39 minutes, and 12 seconds. It was approximately 7 a.m., meaning that the usage count would reset at noon and midnight each day. In other words, he could utilize it twice a day. This would significantly enhance the rate at which he could amass resources. Having assessed this, Jiang Tian shifted his attention back to reality and proceeded to the recently acquired land. As he had yet to merge this plot, it was currently secured by a few posts anchored to the islands, tied together with hemp rope. Crouching down, he placed his palm upon the land. Detecting unclaimed land. Do you wish to merge it with the current territory? Yes. After issuing the command, the purchased land soon fused with his island. Through his previous fishing endeavors, the island's area had expanded to over 1,800 square meters. With the addition of this new land, his island had now surpassed 2,000 square meters. Gazing at the ever-increasing expanse, Jiang Tian smiled faintly. An increase in land area allowed for bolder and more assured construction of additional facilities. While strolling thoughtfully around the island, he was approached by Lu Ban and Shi Jigang, reporting, My lord, the crossbow cart has been assembled. Very well, let us go take a look, Jiang Tian replied, nodding, and followed the two to the south. The two assembled crossbows are placed here. At first glance, their structure bears a striking resemblance to the previous models. Yet an unmistakable sense of difference permeates. Upon closer inspection, it becomes evident that certain components are more robust than those of the prior crossbows. Furthermore, a thorough examination reveals the absence of even a single nail. While Jiang Tian scrutinizes the crossbows, Shi Jigang and Lu Ban stand by, ready for any orders. Besides them, the other assisting members obediently stand aside, awaiting instructions. Noticing Jiang Tian's gaze upon them, Lu Ban tentatively inquires, My lord, are you satisfied with the crossbows? If they do not meet your expectations, Shi Jigang and I can disassemble them for modifications. No need for alterations. They are quite satisfactory as is. Jiang Tian replies with a faint smile, gesturing dismissively. Merely observing the craftsmanship, one can ascertain that the quality of these crossbows is undoubtedly exceptional. Truly, Lu Ban is a master of his trade. However, the question remains regarding the power of these crossbows. Have they indeed surpassed their predecessors? It would be splendid if an opportunity for testing were to arise. Yet, such experiments are fraught with difficulty. One cannot merely fire upon one's own constructions. It would be ideal if an islander could approach for a test run. Contemplating this, Jiang Tian scans the periphery of the island. All appears calm and serene. Within his line of sight, no islands drift toward him. With a sigh, he muses, in broad daylight, not a single villain in sight. Just then, breakfast is prepared and laid upon the assembled table. Upon receiving permission, the members proceed to queue for their meals. While dining, Jiang Tian observes the crowd gathered around the table, then glances upward at the sky. He commands, since the crossbows are complete, let us commence the construction of the cafeteria. Perpetual outdoor dining is hardly ideal. After nodding in agreement, Lu Ban and Shi Jigang inquire further, are there any specific requirements for this cafeteria? Quality is a given. I trust both of you in that regard. Primarily, it should be spacious to accommodate the influx of new members. Let us aim for 100 square meters for now, and we can reassess if more space is needed in the future. After a moment's reflection, Jiang Tian adds, moreover, a designated area should be established within for a kitchen and a serving window. The design should resemble that of typical school or corporate cafeterias, where meals are prepared and placed on counters for patrons to collect. Upon grasping the concept, Shi Jigang promptly acknowledges the directive. Following breakfast, he assigns available personnel to the brick kiln to produce brick blanks, preparing for the firing of bricks. He then leads Lu Ban to his quarters to draft a blueprint. Meanwhile, the night watch, Lu Bu and Lu Sandao, retire to rest, while Huatsubing patrols with Jiangzi. Others busily attend to their respective tasks, maintaining an orderly operation. Jiang Tian, too, takes a seat in the warehouse, opening the trading hall to procure essential supplies, such as metals or blue goblins. Upon accessing the trading hall, a notification promptly appears, Trading Hall updated. From now on, every survivor on the island can create their own shop. For further details regarding the shop, Survivors are encouraged to explore the trading hall personally. A shop? Jiang Tian raises an eyebrow. As a merchant, he must pay close attention to such developments. He promptly delves into the trading hall to investigate. Chapter 151. Set sail, we are off to hunt the flock. Elsewhere, the world channel buzzes with a flurry of messages. Good morning, everyone. The trading hall has been updated. Did you see? What? An update? What new features have been introduced? I must check it out. I just looked it over. There's this shop feature, but I'm uncertain how it works. I just created a shop and casually placed some items in it. It appears one can categorize items within the shop, like grouping potatoes and tomatoes into a vegetable section with names of one's choosing. I also established a shop. However, the conditions for purchasing items are quite stringent. For instance, to sell a plank, one must exchange it for 1 kilogram of potatoes. As long as the other party possesses 2 kilograms of potatoes, the transaction occurs automatically. Unlike the previous trading hall, where one had to await the seller's approval after posting an item. I just entered a shop and noticed the interface had changed. It seems the shop interface is customizable. In addition to various items for sale, some items also have notes attached. Moreover, the shop's homepage features a message. Looking to purchase live animals? What on earth can one advertise in here? I observe that now, aside from searching for items, one can also search for shops and bookmark them. Goodness, it resembles the e-commerce websites I've encountered. I hope there are some reasonably priced shops selling affordable food, as my subordinates and I are nearly out of means to procure meals. Just as the group engages in discussions regarding the trading hall's new features, a message with a distinct tone appears in the world channel. HHDX 1313. Greetings, peace enthusiasts. Today is yet another tranquil day. I am the leader of the League of Love and Peace, inviting all peace advocates to join my alliance and approach my coordinates. Here, we stand united in camaraderie, sharing weapons and resources, together combating sky pirates and repelling monstrous incursions, creating a sanctuary in this world. Also, my charitable shop has been launched, named Love and Peace. I hope everyone will patronize it to contribute to the forces of justice. This announcement piques the curiosity of many. The individual who incessantly proclaims love and peace has appeared on the World Channel multiple times. Anyone who regularly observes the channel is somewhat familiar with him. With the recent update to the trading hall, he has established a shop, leaving many to wonder what he might sell. Subsequently, numerous individuals navigate to the trading hall to search for the name Love and Peace, peeking inside. Upon entering the shop, the first sight that greets them is the grand inscription of Love and Peace. As they scroll down, a list of available items catches their attention. 1 small stone in exchange for a mature hen or duck. 1 piece of grass in exchange for an adult pig or sheep. 1 plank in exchange for a watermelon knife. 1 cucumber in exchange for a piece of blackened pig leather armor. Additionally, the shop bears a message. Please exchange your materials for these items to help us create a sanctuary. Upon reading these trading conditions, all present are left utterly astounded. What the? WTF? Suka? Asiba? What in the world is this? How is this any different from giving them away for free? Just as the crowd is overwhelmed with incredulity and prepares to voice their outrage, another message appears in the World Channel. HHDX 1300. You hypocritical charlatan spouting nonsense. Even in dire straits, you persist in peddling these deceitful tales on the World Channel. It's utterly repugnant. Moreover, what are you selling? Who would be foolish enough to part with animals and equipment at such absurdly low prices? You'd be better off begging than attempting to swindle the gullible with such nonsense. As soon as HHDX 1300's words were spoken, they were immediately met with widespread agreement. What a profound statement. Previously, when I listened to HHDX 1313, I felt something was amiss. Only upon visiting his shop did I realize he is nothing but a fool. Establishing that ridiculous alliance and promoting weapon sharing is merely a scheme to deceive. Faced with the barrage of criticism, HHDX 1313 became flustered and promptly retorted, HHDX 1300. Do not slander me. What do you mean by accusing me of deception? As for the peace-loving enthusiasts, can that be considered deceit? My actions are solely for the contribution to peace. Furthermore, what do you mean by saying I am in dire straits? Is it because you threatened my group yesterday? My allies and I are right here at the coordinates of HHDX 1313. If you are a man, uphold your promise and confront me and my allies with your island. We peace-loving enthusiasts are not afraid of you. Meanwhile, on an island roughly 1,000 square meters in size, a man with brown hair sat in a wooden hut, observing the messages on the World Channel with a cold smirk. Does this 1313 truly believe that uniting with his worthless allies will withstand our assault? What a fool. In the past, when our equipment was lacking, sheer numbers indeed posed a threat, but now, he murmured to himself, not bothering to respond to the message, instead glancing at his darkened pigment leather armor and the watermelon knife resting nearby. This man was none other than HHDX 1300, who had previously purchased equipment from Jiang Tian. I have acquired a complete set of gear. With these possessions, no matter how many of you there are, it will be futile. I provided you the opportunity to summon reinforcements yesterday. I hope you gather more plump sheep to huddle together, lest you disappoint me. As he spoke to himself, a fierce grin spread across 1300's face. Yesterday, he had issued a challenge for 1313 to rally more followers. His intention was not out of arrogance, but rather to seize this opportunity to conquer additional islands and plunder more resources. He had already learned that after 1313 had raided a few islands, he returned to his original position. Subsequently, he ordered his subordinates to set sail. Hiding in a cloud of mist not far from 1313's location, now seemed to be the time for harvest. Moreover, given how nauseating HHDX 1313's words were, it would be best to eliminate him sooner rather than later. With that, 1300 closed the chat interface, grabbed his watermelon knife, and stepped outside to see 9 robust men waiting, also clad in darkened pigment leather armor and wielding watermelon knives. Boys, hoist the sails. We are off to hunt some sheep. Oh, the 9 men responded in unison, rushing towards the center of the island. They pulled down the large sail adorned with a skull and then ran to the back of the island, sitting beside the fan and vigorously began to row. They sailed through the mist, heading towards the direction connecting the islands. Chapter 152. Goodness, where did this fellow acquire such resources? On the other side, HHDX 1313 hummed a tune while perusing the messages on the World Channel. At that moment, a voice broke through his reverie. Leader, I just saw on the World Channel that this 1300 claims we are in grave danger. Is that true? 1313 closed the chat interface and turned around. It was a middle-aged man with graying temples, looking at him with evident concern. The middle-aged man continued, Leader, I have heard that this 1300 is a notorious raider. He has reportedly plundered several islands, and if he attacks us, will we be harmed? Seeing this, 1313 ceased his humming, raised an eyebrow, and revealed a broad smile, attempting to project an aura of righteousness. Do not worry. Did you not notice? After I made that statement, 1300 did not dare to respond. That brat is merely a coward who can only boast. There is nothing to fear. Even if he arrives, we have such a multitude that he cannot possibly overcome us. Remember, we are the alliance of love, peace, and justice. We are unbreakable. Is that so? That is wonderful. After hearing these reassuring words, the middle-aged man sighed in relief. 1313 glanced at him and said, All right, you just arrived yesterday. Go ahead and place your supplies in our grand warehouse. Remember, all weapons, armor, food, wood, and so forth must be stored there. Also, bring out the farmland. I will appoint someone to manage these resources. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man hesitated. These resources were painstakingly accumulated by me, you. 1313 furrowed his brow and decisively interrupted. Let us not dwell on what belongs to whom. We are now an alliance, and we are one entity. Is there really a need to differentiate between you and me? Moreover, there will soon be a raider arriving. Once we defeat these raiders, the spoils will be shared equally among us. You will see that what you contribute is hardly significant. The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback. Just as he was about to speak, he heard 1313 continue. Once we repel wave after wave of raiders, will not the resources from their islands become the property of the alliance of love, peace, and justice? You are aware that the despicable 1300 is rampantly pillaging, leaving a trail of survivors close to 10. With the strength of our alliance, we can easily subdue him. At this, the middle-aged man was finally swayed by 1313's words. However, he still posed one last question. Will the resources we obtain truly be evenly distributed among all members of the alliance of love, peace, and justice? Of course. 1313 stated emphatically. Following this, the middle-aged man said no more, nodding and departing. Observing the middle-aged man's retreating figure, it seemed he was going to gather supplies. 1313 then returned to his original demeanor. He surveyed the state of his alliance. Since he had called for reinforcements yesterday, 3 more allies had taken refuge on his island. Among them was an elderly man with blonde hair and blue eyes, who appeared somewhat lecherous and incessantly uttered phrases like, "Oh, Lord." It was quite bothersome. Were it not for the fact that 1313 had something to convey to all members, he would have preferred not to summon that peculiar old man for conversation. Taking a deep breath, 1313 adjusted his posture and forced a smile that radiated righteousness. He then opened the alliance chat channel and tagged everyone. Everyone, please gather at the center of the island. I have something to discuss. Before long, several figures hurriedly approached. The elderly man with blonde hair and blue eyes was at the forefront, dressed in a suit and trousers, with a leather bag tucked at his waist. Despite the sweltering summer heat, he wore a pair of leather shoes. Judging by the material, it appeared to be pig leather. Upon seeing his attire, 1313's eye twitched. However, he quickly shifted his focus away from him to the other members. The attire of the remaining members was relatively normal, devoid of the oddity exhibited by the elderly man. Thankfully, not everyone was so peculiar. As the group drew nearer, the smile on 1313's face widened. He cheerfully remarked, "Has everyone arrived?" As the crowd settled, the old man with golden hair and azure eyes stepped forward first. "Leader, is there something that cannot be conveyed in the alliance channel, that you must summon everyone here?" Before 1313 could respond, the old man retrieved a small box from his waist pouch, swiftly opened it, and extracted a cigarette. He gestured with his wrist, offering it to 1313. "Come on, leader, have a smoke." 1313. Other members. Good heavens, where did this fellow acquire such a thing? He looks just like a street thug from the east. Realizing everyone was staring at him with puzzled expressions, the old man suddenly comprehended that the alliance he had joined consisted entirely of his compatriots. This gesture of offering a cigarette was something he had learned from his previous alliance, where a few members hailed from the east. They spoke in peculiar dialects and greeted others with this very gesture, which seemed to foster amiable interactions. He had committed this method to memory. However, his good fortune was short-lived. Shortly after he joined that alliance, it was besieged by sky pirates. Fortunately, he had been quick-witted, managing to escape with supplies and his island, thus evading disaster. Upon his escape, he noticed 1313 boasting in the world channel. The old man mused that since 1313 could utter such bravado in the channel, he must possess considerable strength. Thus, he brought his belongings to seek refuge with him. Prior to this, he had joined over 6 alliances in succession, only for each to be attacked by sky pirates shortly thereafter. Frustrated, the old man, a devout follower, found himself cursing. He hoped this alliance would be robust enough to shield him, preventing a repeat of his past misfortunes. Amen. Chapter 153. Quite the character. In this awkward atmosphere, 1313 glanced at the cigarette in the old man's hand. Although tempted to partake, he hesitated, uncertain of how smoking might affect his upright image. He then addressed the old man, saying, "All right, you old rascal, 0404, I have matters to discuss with everyone, so kindly return to your position." The elderly man in a suit, designated as 0404, felt a twinge of embarrassment under the curious gazes of the others. To alleviate the awkwardness, he lit the cigarette and returned to his companions, squatting down to smoke. Although 1313 found the situation somewhat exasperating, he rose and began to assess the members before him. There were 2 allies who had previously stood beside him, accompanied by 3 newcomers from yesterday, making a total of 5, based on 1,313's estimation of their territories. Each possessed islands of over 200 square meters. Adding his own 700 square meters, they collectively boasted over 800 square meters of land. In the current climate, such an expanse was rare among survivors. Moreover, observing the subordinates each ally brought, 1313 noted that they each commanded roughly 3 followers, totaling 15 subordinates among the 5 allies. Including themselves, he and his 7 subordinates, the island's population reached a commendable 28 individuals. In this stage of existence, such land and population constituted a significant force. 1313 felt a swell of satisfaction. Indeed, in his mind, he had already claimed the territories and manpower of the other survivors as part of his domain. What remained was to ensure they surrendered their resources. He had already persuaded the middle-aged man, leaving 2 newcomers to engage with. Additionally, he aimed to instill a sense of unity among all members. Clearing his throat, he presented a stiff smile. First and foremost, I extend a warm welcome to both new and old members joining our alliance of love, peace, and justice. The principles behind the establishment of this alliance are. With that, 1313 commenced his speech, detailing his dissatisfaction with the world, the purpose of the alliance, and the aspiration to cultivate a sanctuary amid rampant selfishness. Rambling on for quite a while. Naturally, much of it was fabricated. He reiterated the earlier encouragement to the middle-aged man to relinquish supplies, urging everyone to prioritize the greater good and consolidate resources for more efficient utilization. After delivering this message, 1313 turned his attention to 2 of the allies, the old man 0404 and a rather portly gentleman. Like the graying middle-aged man, they were both recent arrivals. The 2 allies who had initially accompanied 1313 had already surrendered their supplies. The middle-aged man had also been convinced, with his subordinates currently transporting items to their storage. Now, only the old man and the portly fellow remained. Simultaneously, the earliest allies and the middle-aged man cast their gazes toward the old man and the portly gentleman. They had relinquished their supplies, and it was imperative that these 2 do the same. At this moment, the portly man exhibited reluctance at the prospect of surrendering his supplies. Hey, I'm not against parting with my resources. However, should the quantity each person contributes be identical? If others offer less than I do, how is that fair? I should only contribute what corresponds to their share. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 3 who had previously surrendered darkened. Though they had relinquished their accumulated items, they had to concede that they were still rather impoverished, with meager resources. Most of what they had caught previously had been exchanged for food or used to construct basic infrastructure and fans, leaving little behind. Upon hearing the portly man's remarks, a light flickered in 1313's eyes. Observing that this man managed to maintain his girth in such circumstances suggested he was quite fortunate. He must possess a notable amount of supplies. If he could acquire all of that, it would be a tremendous boon. Just as 1313 contemplated his persuasive strategy to coax the portly man into surrendering his supplies, a voice rang out. Child, you are mistaken. The blessings bestowed upon us by the Lord are equal. All are born into this world as equals, and there exists no injustice. Since we have joined this alliance for peace and a shared ideology, we should have faith in it and contribute our efforts to its development. Moreover, given your ample physique, Your consumption of Alliance resources will be greater, will it not? With that, all eyes turned to the speaker. It was the old man. Such words could only have come from him. Yet, as he puffed on his cigarette and exhaled smoke rings while uttering the word Lord, the scene felt somewhat incongruous. Realizing his demeanor might be somewhat askew, the old man extinguished his cigarette, stood up, and retrieved a thick book from his bag. Pressing his hand upon it as he proclaimed, Amen. Upon seeing the book, the expressions of several individuals shifted to bemusement. The cover bore the inscription Holy Bible, alongside 2 Eastern characters that read Holy Scripture. Was this indeed the Bible? Had there been a printing error? Nevertheless, the old man paid little heed to such details. Instead, he led by example, calling upon his subordinates to transport their belongings to the Alliance's storage. The remaining rotund figure observed as the old man's subordinates carried burlap sacks towards the warehouse. Reflecting on the words spoken, he felt a twinge of narrow-mindedness within himself. He then turned to 1313 and said, I apologize, my perspective has been too limited. I shall arrange for the items to be taken over immediately. I understand your sentiments. So it is quite all right. Welcome to our great family. 1313 responded with a gracious smile, then glanced at the enigmatic old man. This 0404 appears quite astute. Judging by his demeanor and the Bible he clutched, he must be a devout believer. Though the tome seems to be a counterfeit, it matters not. Such individuals are typically harmless, and their ideologies align closely with my own. Perhaps I could retain him to assist in indoctrinating future allies. While 1313 contemplated this, one of the subordinates from an ally to the west rushed over, panic etched across his face. Master, there is trouble. A large island is approaching us from that direction. Chapter 154. The disparity in equipment is so vast, how can we possibly fight? Upon hearing this news, several allies standing in the center of the island, engrossed in a speech, were taken aback. What? A large island? It is heading towards us? Has it been taken by sky pirates? Oh Lord, may this be a new ally for our alliance, and not another band of sky marauders. 1313, equally astonished, inquired of the subordinate, a large island? How substantial? Is it 500 square meters? Why did you not inform us earlier? Much larger. The subordinate stammered. I initially thought it was a new ally, and seeing you conversing with several others, I did not wish to interrupt. However, as the island drew nearer, I realized it must be around 1,000 square meters. Its sails bear a great skull flag. Upon hearing this, 1313 hastened to the western side, peering towards the allies' island. A large island was now alarmingly close and still advancing. The high sails displayed a skull, beneath which 2 scimitars were crossed. This was the flag of the sky pirates. Witnessing this, the allies who had come to ascertain the situation were instantly engulfed in dread. Indeed, it is the sky pirates. Leader, what shall we do? Should we flee? To hell with it. I've barely settled in, and now another threat arrives. Oh Lord, are you targeting me? At that moment, a jolt of realization struck 1313. He recognized that flag. Was it not the very emblem of the island belonging to 1300? He had glimpsed it before when contemplating seizing that island. Is this 1300's island? Could it be that 1300 was not merely issuing idle threats, but had genuinely come to attack? Observing his allies' ashen faces, anger welled up within him. What is there to fear from mere sky pirates? In the end, who will consume whom is yet to be determined. Once this 1300 is dealt with, I shall commence scheming for other endeavors, such as appropriating the subordinates of these allies. Though he harbored such thoughts, he would certainly not voice them aloud. Adopting a facade of righteous authority, 1313 gestured grandly and proclaimed, Fear not. For I am well acquainted with these sky pirates. Their island harbors but 10 individuals, and their equipment is comparable to ours. Our numbers are nearly thrice theirs. We have nothing to fear. Now is the time to test the strength of our alliance. Arm yourselves, and prepare to retaliate. Upon hearing this, the allies felt a sense of relief. After affirming his words, they called upon their subordinates to accompany 1313 to the alliance's warehouse to don their gear. 0404 followed suit, leading his subordinates into the warehouse. Inside, besides supplies, there were also some meager pieces of equipment, stone forks, stone clubs, and bone swords, all items of poor quality, dropped by monsters. Additionally, there were some rudimentary wooden bows and armor, which were both inferior in quality and scant in number. These items were all distributed by 1313 to his subordinates, leaving the others' followers to watch in dismay as they picked up substandard weapons. At this moment, 1313 noticed the gazes of the others upon him. With a tone of righteous indignation, he declared, Do not concern yourselves with the quality of the armor. The sky pirates possess subpar equipment as well. Even without armor, they cannot inflict harm upon us. Now, once you have equipped yourselves, let us proceed westward and await battle. Hearing these words, the allies exchanged glances of disbelief. Nonetheless, they said little more, collecting their weapons before following 1313 outside. Once again arriving at the western side, they could clearly see the island bearing the skull flag drawing ever closer, now less than 100 meters away. At the forefront stood an island with several large wooden planks, advancing toward them. Observing this, 1313 promptly instructed his subordinates, Quickly, draw your bows and prepare to fire. Those without arrows, grab stones and hurl them at them. At his command, several subordinates readied their wooden bows and launched arrows. The others scoured the ground for stones to throw at the advancing island. Whoosh! Thud! The arrows struck the wooden planks, functioning as a massive shield, causing no damage whatsoever, merely falling harmlessly away. The stones fared no better, unable to reach their target, and instead splashing into the sea. Damn it! 1313 swore, urging his subordinates to shoot again. Yet this time, the arrows too failed to impact the enemy. Meanwhile, the pirate island continued its relentless approach. Bang! The skull-flagged island collided with theirs. Moments later, a familiar gruff voice rang out, "Ha! 1313, today marks the demise of your pathetic alliance. Men, it is time to hunt." Yes, with another resounding crash. The wooden planks fell to the ground, revealing the silhouettes of the enemies who had been concealed behind them. There were 9 burly men clad in dark attire, brandishing weapons as they charged towards 1313's island. Behind them was a man with brown hair, equally dressed, grinning wildly as he locked eyes with 1313. It was none other than 1300. 1313, fueled by rage, commanded his allies, "Do not panic. Charge forth. They cannot withstand us. Let us eliminate these sky pirates, for their resources shall become ours." At this command, sparks ignited in the eyes of his allies. They rallied their subordinates to attack the invading pirates. In a bid for a swift resolution and to seize the resources of the enemy island, 1313 urged his fully equipped subordinates to engage the foe. However, as their weapons struck the burly men, it seemed to elicit no response. The bone knives and stone forks met the dark attire of the adversaries, but failed to penetrate, even slightly. The men clad in black chuckled, raising their gleaming weapons to retaliate. Thud! The subpar wooden armor was cleaved apart, and a spurt of blood erupted from the waist of one of 1313's subordinates. With a collective cry, several of 1313's men fell, succumbing to the onslaught of the enemy. Those clad in wooden armor are indeed formidable, not to mention the others who lack any protective gear. Our weaponry struggles to breach their defenses, while we seem as fragile as paper, falling to their blows with alarming ease. 1313 and a few allies stood in stunned silence. Was this not a one-sided massacre? It was then that 1313 began to comprehend the situation. Each of these hulking figures wielded weapons that gleamed with a metallic luster. This radiance, could it be from watermelon knives? Moreover, the dark, ominous garb they donned appeared to be blackened pigmen leather armor. 1313 was taken aback. How could they possess such high-grade equipment, each individual outfitted with a full set? The disparity in gear was staggering. What hope did they have of winning this battle? Chapter 155, Act swiftly. Just as 1313 was lost in thought, another subordinate let out a piercing scream, blood splattering forth, jolting him from his stupor. In that moment, 1313 cast aside any thoughts of commanding his allies or considering their fates, and hastily retreated. Survival took precedence. As he fled, a thought nagged at him. Previously, he had encountered 1300, who had considered invading him. At that time, 1300's equipment consisted of mere stone clubs and wooden armor, hardly different from his own. Was the upgrade in his gear the reason for his newfound confidence? Damn it, that explained everything. But how had their equipment been upgraded to this extent in just 2 days? Such an abundance of watermelon knives and pigskin armor. Even if they knew the crafting techniques, could they have produced them so swiftly? Had someone supplied them? It was then that 1313 recalled an individual with the ID CNNS 1111, who had previously attempted to sell him these very items. When he expressed a need for 16 sets, the seller had not hesitated in providing a price. It had to be him. Only he could supply such a vast quantity of gear. At that moment, laughter echoed from behind. Ha ha ha, these armaments are splendid. The investment in metal was well worth it. Once we seize this island, I shall seek out CNNS 1111 to purchase several more sets. Men, since the enemy cannot harm us, let's capture the remaining foes alive. Do not kill them. Aye, Captain. Upon hearing the gleeful banter of 1300 and his cohorts, 1313 felt a surge of rage. Indeed, these were the very armaments sold by CNNS 1111. If that scoundrel had sold the equipment to him instead, the battle would have unfolded entirely differently. Yet, this miser had the audacity to refuse him and even insult him. To add insult to injury, he had provided gear to his adversary. Had he not done so, the conflict would not have reached such dire straits. Perhaps his own faction would have already subdued 1300's island. But now, everything rested squarely on the shoulders of this CNNS 1111. The more 1313 pondered, the more furious he became. While running, he opened the world channel, seizing his last opportunity to speak. HHDX 1313. Damn you, CNNS 1111. You wretched fool. You refuse to contribute to justice, yet you sell equipment to thieves. You are a traitor to humanity, a disgrace. Having vented his anger, 1313 shut the chat interface. With that done, he prioritized his escape, devising a plan to evacuate his island. As he reached the center of the alliance, he was astonished to see several individuals had already made their way ahead, arriving at the alliance warehouse. What the hell? They were faster than him, given the distance. They must have started their retreat the moment they sensed danger. This revelation left 1313 dumbfounded. How could they flee with such practiced proficiency? It was as though they had undergone training. The leader of the group, dressed in a suit and clutching a leather bag, resembled that old man, 0404. At that moment, 1313 noticed that as the group reached the vicinity of the warehouse, under the old man's command, they charged inside. What were they doing? Were they not fleeing for their lives? Soon, 1313 arrived at the same spot and peered inside. Upon witnessing their actions, he was utterly astounded. What the hell? After entering the warehouse, one individual emerged clutching a burlap sack. It seemed they were dumping out the very items they had just brought inside. Upon closer inspection, he realized the sacks contained nothing but food scraps and empty water bottles. Wait, had they just brought garbage into the warehouse? 1313 felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Meanwhile, the old man, with the leather bag, was barking orders at 3 subordinates. Quickly, dispose of this refuse. Then gather the metal and food from within the warehouse. Once we're loaded up, we must make haste. Yes, father. The 3 subordinates acknowledged him and, after emptying the sacks of garbage, swiftly began collecting the supplies stored in the warehouse. Witnessing this scene, 1313 could hardly contain his fury. Not only were they deceiving him with trash, but it appeared they were also intent on stealing his supplies. On the other side, the old man, realizing his crew's actions had been discovered, urged them on. My children, hurry, act swiftly. Yes, father. The 3 burly men responded, their arms laden with heavy sacks as they sprinted away. At this point, 1313 could no longer hold back. He positioned himself at the warehouse entrance and pointed accusingly at the group. Hey, you cur, what in the world are you doing, you wretched old man? Before he could finish his sentence, the 3 men carrying the sacks had yet to react when the old man picked up a stone club from the ground and lunged at 1313. Raising his right arm, he shouted, accept the judgment of the Lord, hallelujah. Thud. The stone club struck 1313's head with force. Darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed forward, just before losing consciousness. He heard the old man's voice, my children, the thieves are upon us. We must retreat to our island and seek refuge in a new alliance. Yes, father. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian had already navigated the world channel and explored the functionalities of the trading shop, thoroughly familiarizing himself with its operations. To the left were the items for sale, while the right displayed the conditions required for customers to make purchases. For instance, exchanging 1 chicken for 1 duck. The shopkeeper was selling chickens, and if a customer wished to buy, they would need to possess a duck. After familiarizing himself with various interfaces, Jiang Tian proceeded to create his own shop. Shop name, Alliance Number 1. He established several categories, starting with equipment, listing watermelon knives, pigskin armor, and various monster-dropped weapons. Next was the food category, featuring items such as flour, rice, and salt. Additionally, he included a collectibles section. After setting up these items, Jiang Tian contemplated and created a special category for blackened pigmen meat. In the future, it is likely that the flesh of other monsters will also be displayed. Once everything is set up, just as Jiang Tian was preparing to shout out on the world channel to advertise his shop, he was taken aback to discover that someone had inexplicably mentioned him. Chapter 156, Earning Ill-Gotten Gains, HHDX 1313, Damn you, CNNS 1111. Upon reading this message, Jiang Tian felt somewhat speechless. He never imagined that someone would attack him on the world channel, as if he were a mere internet troll. After all, he hadn't even spoken much on the world channel. Why was he suddenly being targeted? Upon closer inspection of the opponent's ID and a brief search through his memory, Jiang Tian's expression turned peculiar. Wasn't he this the foolish individual who previously tried to morally blackmail him? It seemed he had seen someone on the world channel declaring an intention to teach this person a lesson, which led him to sell equipment to this rival of HHDX 1313. Could it be that they had crossed paths? No wonder there was such fury. He must have been thoroughly vexed by the other party. The thought of that person, who attempted to coerce him, being beaten by someone clad in the very equipment he sold brought a smile to Jiang Tian's face, though he managed to suppress it. At that moment, Jiang Tian noticed that HHDX 1313's statement had ignited public opinion on the world channel. What? The person identified as CNNS 1111 had provided equipment to the empty thieves? This was outrageous. When I was attacked by the empty thieves, they wielded a watermelon knife, rendering my armor utterly ineffective. It was this very knife that forced me to flee my island. I, too, had once encountered an empty thief clad in pigskin armor, and my attacks were completely futile. Ha! I am an empty thief, and I was just lamenting the lack of anyone willing to upgrade my equipment. CNNS 1111. Is it? I shall send you a private message to purchase some gear. Bah! You despicable empty thieves are still so brazen. CNNS 1111. You are an accomplice to the empty thieves. You scoundrel. None of those who sell equipment are good people. Lord, our alliance has been attacked, and our allies have been captured. If I hadn't run fast enough, I would have fallen into their clutches. I need to join another alliance and make a comeback. Your words sound quite familiar. On the world channel, numerous survivors condemned Jiang Tian for selling equipment to empty thieves. Reading these messages, Jiang Tian felt utterly perplexed. Were these individuals simply fond of moral posturing? Let us not even discuss the most basic natural law of the survival of the fittest in this world. He was merely a merchant, selling goods. This was his primary duty, and he could not alter his behavior based on their misguided notions. If someone wished to purchase items and he had surplus goods, he would sell the appropriate equipment. It was as simple as that. Moreover, he was not exclusively selling to empty thieves. His clientele encompassed everyone in the world. It was utterly nonsensical for these people to blame others for their misfortunes when they failed to upgrade their own equipment. This logic was devoid of reason. Contemplating this, Jiang Tian sent a message on the World Channel, CNNS 1111. My intention in selling equipment is to help everyone upgrade their weapons and armor to resist the invasion and attacks of monsters. I hope that many who purchase my equipment can survive in this increasingly perilous environment, thereby avoiding harm from these monsters. Therefore, my act of selling equipment is not erroneous. One could even say it is a charitable endeavor. Furthermore, at the time of the transaction, I had no knowledge of the character of the other party or what they would do with these items. Besides, the number of individuals I have transacted with is vast. You accuse me of selling equipment to empty thieves? The ID of the other party did not indicate that they were empty thieves at the time of the transaction. If this world had GMs, you could petition them to label the IDs of those empty thieves accordingly. But do you truly believe this is feasible? After sending this message, the once rapidly scrolling World Channel abruptly came to a halt. Those who had suffered at the hands of empty thieves and vented their anger on the World Channel were momentarily taken aback by the presence of the person in question. And the logic he presented left them momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. After a brief silence, the messages began flowing once more. You are mistaken. These empty thieves are so brazen on the channel, and when you see their chat logs, you should recognize them as empty thieves. Indeed, you are clearly acting as their accomplice, profiting from ill-gotten gains. I believe CNNS 1111 is in cahoots with those empty thieves. Wow, is this a good thing? That 1111. I am an empty thief. Can we establish a long-term partnership? Seeing these messages, Jiang Tian chuckled and promptly sent a message. CNNS 1111. Do you think I, like you, have nothing better to do than to idly watch the World Channel? I am quite busy. I have no time to memorize the speech patterns and content of these individuals to judge their character. I lack the energy and the obligation to consider such matters. As everyone exchanged bewildered glances, Jiang Tian sent another message that ignited the World Channel once more. Do you have any idea how arduous it is to harvest countless grains every day and care for hundreds of livestock? My subordinates and I are so exhausted that we can hardly stand. Can you comprehend this suffering? By the way, I recently opened a shop named Alliance No. 1. If anyone is interested, please take a look. We offer a wide variety of goods at reasonable prices. Chapter 157. Do you have membership cards at your store? Upon releasing this lengthy message, the multitude on the World Channel was initially taken aback by the information presented. Soon after, an avalanche of responses flooded the channel. What? So many resources? If I had that much, I would gladly work myself to exhaustion. Didn't you notice that he mentioned my subordinates, implying he doesn't work alone? Where did he acquire so many people? Damn, how ostentatious. Are all these resources accrued from doing business? Speaking of which, his emphasis still lies on that last line of advertisement. Reasonable prices? What a choice of words. I just arrived. What are you all discussing with such fervor? Oh, yet another newly opened shop? I must go take a look. In an instant, many, driven by curiosity, began to search for the shop Alliance No. 1 in the trading hall and entered Jiang Tian's establishment. The shop interface prominently displayed the two large characters, Alliance. An announcement was also visible. Alliance No. 1 is officially open for business, with continuous updates of products. We also provide food during nighttime. Please stay tuned. Additionally, we are collecting blue goblins, price negotiable. Following this, a list of product categories was presented: food, flour, rice, potatoes, condiments, lard, salt, live animals, chickens, ducks, geese, as well as boars and rams, and figurines, furniture. There were even fertilizers, bone meal, and other unnamed substances. Of course, weapons and armor were also included, in stark contrast to other survivors who merely vend individual items. Jiang Tian's establishment resembles a vast supermarket. This spectacle left the patrons bewildered as they wandered through the store. The global channel erupted with astonishment. What in the world? This is unbelievable. How can this store possess so many items? My eyes can hardly take it in. Am I in a supermarket? Just moments ago, this CNNS 1111 mentioned an abundance of food and animals, and I thought he was jesting. I had no idea the store truly boasted such an inventory. Where on earth did these resources come from? It's astounding. Surely, he hasn't pilfered them from others. Upon closer inspection, I was taken aback. The darkened pigment leather armor appears to be of superior quality compared to what others offer, and it's even more affordable. The same goes for the watermelon knife. Although its craftsmanship seems lacking, it's still cheaper than the rest. My subordinates toil daily crafting watermelon knives, while I handle the monster hunting and other tasks. Ultimately, the knives yield only modest profits for our labor, yet this individual sells them at a lower price than I do. Indeed, I've crafted several pieces of darkened pigment leather armor myself, painstakingly slaughtering one and utilizing a purchased watermelon knife to tailor it, selling for merely 20 wooden planks each. This person is offering it for the price of a 20-pound iron ingot? My heavens, this store even has darkened pigman meat? And it's so inexpensive. I must taste it. Are those figures of Rem and Hinata? In this place, they even find the leisure to create such items? This store is extraordinary. I shall bookmark it. As the global channel buzzed with excitement, the commodities listed in Alliance Number 1 were rapidly being purchased. Amidst the shopping frenzy, individuals on the global channel engaged in discussions regarding the pricing and quality of Jiang Tian's merchandise. It seems that the recent surge in attention surrounding the 1313 has inadvertently served as an advertisement for himself. Setting aside other matters, the weapons and pig leather armor vanished from the shelves almost instantly. Surprisingly, this method proved more effective than vocally promoting on the global channel. Additionally, a barrage of private messages flooded in, predominantly from thieves. Boss, why is there no stock of weapons and armor? Hurry. I need to buy a watermelon knife to dispatch foes. Hey, I heard you exclusively sell weapons to thieves. Is that true? I am one of them. Can we collaborate? Shopkeeper, do you have membership cards? Hello, handsome. I urgently require several watermelon knives and pig leather armors to embark on a venture. Could you assist me? Love you lots. Overwhelmed by the influx of messages, Jiang Tian glanced at them briefly and chose to disregard the private chats. The communication system here is remarkably user-friendly. Regular correspondents can be added as friends, creating a distinct grouping. Messages from newcomers are categorized under a stranger's list. Furthermore, all messages from strangers can be searched, allowing easy access to offerings, such as those from blue goblins. Ignoring the unfamiliar messages, Jiang Tian shifted his attention back to the store. This newly introduced feature is quite convenient. Besides presenting a dedicated interface, it allows the listing of all goods simultaneously. This way, as others peruse the shop, they might develop an interest in additional products and make further purchases. Moreover, when items are listed, a specific delivery point can be designated, ensuring that the resources acquired from sales are automatically deposited there. For instance, Jiang Tian has chosen to place his delivery point within the warehouse, eliminating the hassle of unnecessary trips to deposit items. Most importantly, once all goods are listed, there is no longer a need to announce each item individually. Future promotions can simply focus on advertising the store. Customers will naturally spread the word about the merchandise available. Subsequently, Jiang Tian continued to survey the store, his gaze landing on several unsold items, including boars, rams, as well as displayed figurines and furniture. The pricing for large animals like pigs and sheep is understandably steep. Acquiring an adult boar from Jiang Tian would require at least 350 pounds of iron. The average individual cannot muster such an amount. Moreover, selling an entire pig poses challenges regarding meat preservation. If not consumed promptly, it risks spoilage. It might be wiser to have them butchered and sell the meat directly. Then there are the figurines. During the preparation phase for the store, Jiang Tian had instructed Lu Ban to carve several figurines of different characters. He also placed a table and chairs on display, each priced at 999 pounds of iron. While this price is far beyond what anyone could afford, Jiang Tian is unbothered, as he never intended to sell these items. After all, he has yet to fulfill the orders for the previous figurines. The purpose of showcasing these items is to create a display and advertise his shop. Once the figurines are processed, he may even attract lucrative custom furniture orders. Chapter 158. It has been a while since I last viewed this. I find myself unable to resist. Having contemplated these matters, Jiang Tian redirected his focus to other areas of the chat interface. For the time being, he set aside store-related tasks to address other matters. The crossbow card is complete and ready for delivery to 0066. He opened his friends list and sent a message. The crossbow card is ready. We can now trade. Great. Shortly after sending the message, Jiang Tian received a reply and a trade request from 0066. Approaching the crossbow cart, he accepted the request and placed a previously crafted unmodified crossbow cart up for trade. Both parties proceeded without delay, and the transaction was swiftly concluded. At that moment, the Alliance channel buzzed to life. 0888. Guys, you must check the regional channel. Our alliance has struck gold. Jiang Tian was taken aback and promptly opened the regional channel. Messages were rapidly scrolling, discussing the alliance he had founded. I just saw on the global channel that many are talking about a store called Alliance Number 1. I saw it too. That store is absolutely amazing. It has so many items. I heard they have not only common food, but also watermelon knives and pig leather armor, which sold out almost instantly. Currently, there are still some pigs and sheep listed. It's truly extravagant. Wow. And there are figurines too. Wait, figurines? Hold on, Alliance? Isn't the Alliance founded by 1111? Could this store be his? 1111. Indeed, this store is indeed mine. I believe it's quite substantial. Everyone is welcome to come and browse. Feel free to purchase anything that catches your fancy. Ah, no wonder 0888 refused to join our ACG alliance. This is quite the impressive connection. I can't take it anymore. I want to leave my current alliance and join 1111s. I want to join too. Wait, am I not the leader? Should we disband our alliance? Seeing these messages, Jiang Tian was left speechless. After providing explanations, he decided that the alliance would not be expanding its membership for the time being and closed the regional chat channel. Just then, another message from the alliance popped up. 0066 1111. I just visited your shop and noticed that the weapons section is completely sold out. When you craft the watermelon knife and pigskin armor next time, may I purchase 2 sets of equipment from you? 0888. Make it 2 sets for me as well. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tian offered a subtle smile and recited the frequently used phrases of 0066 and 0888. Certainly, I have reserved a few sets of equipment here, and I am ready for a trade. However, what will be the cost? 0066. The newly planted tuwa wood has yet to mature. I have other types of wood here, golden silk namu. Would you like that? 0888. I have silver. 1111. You have silver? 0888. Are you speaking in dialect? 0888. I possess silver and iron blocks. I wish to use these to purchase the watermelon knife and pigskin armor. These sets of equipment were originally reserved for them, so Jiang Tian didn't jest much with them and promptly sent a trade request. Yesterday, he had retained 4 pieces of pigskin armor and 3 watermelon knives, and he had just crafted another watermelon knife, perfectly providing 2 sets for each person. After receiving the equipment, the conversation paused momentarily. Perhaps they were distributing it to their subordinates, and Jiang Tian didn't inquire further. Soon, a message popped up again. 0888. I just strolled through the shop again, and the 3 figurines displayed are utterly tempting. I managed to buy the Rem and Ram and Asuna figurines, but I still haven't acquired Hinata S. What a pity. Observing this, Jiang Tian chuckled softly. If you're envious, just buy them. Isn't the price clearly marked? 0888. Damn it, 999 gene of iron. Where am I supposed to procure that much iron? 0066. These figurines are quite aesthetically pleasing. They must have been crafted by Luban, and the sculpting is indeed impressive. By the way, Luban must not have encountered these anime characters before. How did he manage to carve these figurines? Did you draw them for Luban to sculpt? 0888. No way. 1111. You can draw? Are you the legendary master artist? It wasn't my handiwork, Jiang Tian clarified. I did consider drawing initially, but I lacked the skill. Eventually, I collaborated with an artist. 0066. An artist? Did she create the designs for these figurines? 1111. Yes. This artist seems quite talented. She claims she can draw anything and previously specialized in pillow designs. No way, she drew pillow designs? At this moment, 0888, unusually excited, inquired. 1111. You actually know such a talent? Can this artist draw comics? Quickly, introduce me to her. Alternatively, let us recruit this talent into our alliance. What do you think? Jiang Tian. 0066. Are you serious? Isn't that a bit too wild, revealing your peculiar attributes too openly? Could you tone it down a bit? I've known you were eccentric for a while. 0888. Hee, my apologies. It's been a while since I indulged, and I couldn't help myself. 0066. What are you even saying? I'm merely acting as a gentleman. 1111. Why not consider it? Or you could just give me this artist's ID. I can chat with her directly. Seeing this suggestion, Jiang Tian contemplated for a moment. Based on his interactions with the artist over the past 2 days, he sensed that her character and integrity might be acceptable. Of course, further observation was necessary. If this artist could maintain a long-term collaborative relationship, integrating her into the alliance could be feasible. He then replied, I cannot provide you with the artist's ID to prevent you from harassing her and disrupting her work efficiency. As for adding her to the alliance, I shall consider it. 0066. Are you also? Without further banter with these two, Jiang Tian promptly closed the chat channel. Subsequently, he assessed the current situation on the island. It was around 10 o'clock, and the warmth of the sun had intensified since the morning. The workers led by Shiji Gang were crafting brick molds while wiping sweat from their brows. Song Yingxing and Sun Simiao were dragging black plastic bags to cover the greenhouse, seeking shelter from the sun underneath. Erlingzi, after tossing a monster into the pigmen pile, began watching over the goblin's enclosure, contemplating a respite in the air-conditioned room. Jiang Tian pondered. The temperature felt as if it had risen further. It would be wise to first construct shade structures for both the fishing area and the planting zone. Additionally, a method to harness the cooling effect of the goblins must be devised to distribute their cool air across various workstations. Chapter 159. How can one endure in this room? Jiang Tian envisioned constructing a pavilion in both the fishing and planting areas. This would provide shelter from both the sun and rain. However, creating these structures would require considerable time. Moreover, with the expansion of land and the increase in the number of fishing rods, the fishing area would inevitably change. Consequently, the originally planned pavilion might become somewhat awkward and may even need to be dismantled later. Perhaps, it would be prudent to erect a temporary wooden shelter for the time being. With this thought, Jiang Tian entered the wooden cabin where Luban resided. At that moment, Luban had just completed sculpting a figurine of Hinata and placed it on the table, greeting Jiang Tian. My lord, do you have any commands? Jiang Tian nodded and shared his ideas with Luban. Such trivial tasks were swiftly accepted by Luban, who promptly exited to prepare at the eastern side of the island. After Luban departed, Jiang Tian took the opportunity to check the orders and delivered the Hinata figurine. Subsequently, he picked up an iron ingot and stepped outside toward the blacksmith shop. Clang, clang. As he reached the entrance, the resonating sound of metal colliding was accompanied by a wave of heat. Goodness, it is indeed quite warm. Jiang Tian wiped his brow. Due to the high temperature, the blacksmith shop's door remained largely open, and the design facilitated airflow. Yet, even so, the interior temperature seemed unchanged. It merely felt less stifling. At that moment, Tang Yin was still busy forging the sword for Li Xiaoning. Zhang San was resting, while Li Si, Xuanzi, and an ordinary worker were diligently crafting watermelon knives. Another ordinary apprentice was fanning Tang Yin with a wooden board. Upon seeing Jiang Tian, Tang Yin, while hammering away, pitifully asked, "Boss, has the goblin been assigned yet? When will we get one for the blacksmith shop?" Jiang Tian rolled his eyes. "With the temperature being this high, I fear the goblin would perish in here. Don't worry, if it gets too hot, we can have someone fetch some ice from the ice cellar to make an ice pack to manage for now. I will devise a way to utilize the cool air." After saying this, Jiang Tian tossed the iron ingot into a corner of the blacksmith shop and strode out. The handling of the blue goblin indeed posed a problem, not to mention the potential issues that might arise from placing it in such a hot environment. The thought of having it in his room while he slept felt rather unsettling. He still needed to devise another method to acquire the blue goblin's cool air without having to endure its unsightly face. Subsequently, Jiang Tian approached Shi Gang and the group of workers busy at the construction site. At this moment, a batch of brick molds had been prepared and was set out to dry. After some contemplation, Jiang Tian assigned 2 individuals to assist Luban. He then communicated his thoughts to Shi Gang, who pondered for a moment and replied, "How about this? Let us have a few people keep an eye on these bricks for now. I will bring others to construct a taller pavilion, confining the goblins within, and connecting this cool pavilion to everyone's rooms via several ducts. In this manner, the cool air will be transmitted through the pipes to the necessary locations." Upon hearing this suggestion, Jiang Tian nodded in agreement. "All right, let it be as you say. Let us proceed with this task immediately. By the way, a simple structure made of wood and cement will suffice. Avoid using bricks to save time." "Understood, boss," Stone Ji Gang replied, then gestured towards a group of workers on standby, pointing at several individuals. Soon, the group strode purposefully toward the edge of the island. Having delegated these tasks, Jiang Tian made his way to the small chamber where the goblins were held. The day was particularly sweltering, and he intended to cool down there while also checking on the condition of the goblins. At that moment, Erlungzi was dragging a bucket of kitchen scraps toward the small chamber. Upon seeing Jiang Tian, Erlungzi greeted him, "Boss." Jiang Tian nodded and inquired, "Are you heading to the small chamber?" "Yes, the pigmen have been fed, and now it's the goblins' turn. I plan to check on them as well. Let us go together." "Yes, boss." While conversing, they arrived at the door of the small chamber. Erlungzi pushed the door open, and a rush of cool air escaped from within, prompting both men to exhale with relief. However, a foul stench quickly followed, causing them to pinch their noses in disgust. "What on earth is that smell?" "Boss, it seems to be the odor of something indescribable, along with a rather unsavory scent." Jiang Tian sighed in resignation. Oh, if only these goblins didn't need to eat, drink, or relieve themselves. He had intended to enter for a respite from the heat, but given the situation, how could one possibly remain in such a room? Holding his nose, Jiang Tian felt a wave of cool air before hastily stepping outside. He instructed Erlungzi, "Quickly, clean up this mess, and later, be sure to wash those goblins as well." "Yes, boss." Erlungzi set down the bucket of scraps and glanced at the room filled with filth, unable to suppress a grimace. He picked up a broom and ventured inside. Jiang Tian stood at the doorway, observing Erlungzi's constipated expression, and sighed. It was evident that he ought to find someone to assist him. Thus, Jiang Tian opened the trading hall. Noticing the newly introduced shop feature, an idea sparked in his mind. "I wonder if there exists a shop specifically for selling subordinates. If such a shop exists, it would allow me to increase my population appropriately." Jiang Tian had previously contemplated acquiring additional personnel, but found the prices for subordinates to be exorbitant. During the rampant days of sky pirates, those who were physically robust were rarely available for sale, as they were needed to guard their own islands. Furthermore, when sky pirates ventured out to plunder, they required these individuals to bolster their forces. Jiang Tian had inquired with several sellers of able-bodied men, but they demanded outrageous prices: 2 head of cattle, 3 pigs, or 20 watermelon knives. Ridiculous, indeed. As days passed, the number of people caught by everyone steadily increased. Besides the strong subordinates, the prices for ordinary individuals with average physical capabilities who could not fight should have decreased. It was worth a look. While pondering this, Jiang Tian opened the shop list. Scanning through the various shops, one in particular caught his eye, a store named Subordinate Specialty Shop. Jiang Tian quickly clicked in, eager to explore what it had to offer. Upon entering the homepage, bold letters proclaimed, "Subordinate Specialty, specializing in subordinates." Additionally, a catchy advertisement read, selling subordinates. Fresh subordinates. Men, women, young and old, from Europe, America, and Asia. Various styles available. There is surely one that suits you. Don't miss out as you pass by. Furthermore, we are acquiring young and beautiful female subordinates. Price negotiable. Jiang Tian was left speechless at the audacity of the marketing. What an enthusiastic pitch. The rhymes were quite clever, though it was unclear what the seller's previous profession had been. However, based on the advertisement's implications, it seemed the seller was likely a sky pirate or possibly someone who resold subordinates. Jiang Tian began to browse the product list, and indeed, it was filled entirely with subordinates. John, male, slightly injured. Note, formerly a subordinate of a sky pirate, possessing several days of combat experience. He was captured after the pirate's defeat and is well suited for fighting. Price, 2 adult pigs and 2 female ducks. Klawa, female, healthy. Note, a young and beautiful woman. Her capabilities are for you to determine upon purchase. Price, 6 adult pigs or sheep, or leave a message in the shop for the owner to contact you privately. Kim Haisuk. After perusing the offerings, Jiang Tian realized they had individuals from all regions. However, the pricing for these subordinates remained steep. The costs for able-bodied adult males who could enter battle were particularly high, with the most exorbitant prices reserved for young and attractive women, which were astronomical. Even the sky pirates would find it challenging to afford them without considerable plunder. As for ordinary survivors seeking to develop their community, they were left with no options. Additionally, some weaker ordinary laborers were priced slightly lower, around the cost of an adult pig, which still felt rather expensive. Just as Jiang Tian was about to explore other options, a subordinate at the bottom of the list piqued his interest. Akamale. Status, hungry. Note, please, kind-hearted person buy me. My presence here is detrimental to my shop's profits. Price, 1 loaf of bread. So cheap? Jiang Tian curiously clicked to view more details. An ethereal figure appeared before Jiang Tian's eyes. It was a youth, seemingly around 17 or 18 years old, and exceedingly frail. His lower body was wrapped in a piece of cloth, and his skin was dark. He had thick eyebrows, a broad nose, and full lips. Without commenting on his looks, it was evident that he was not physically robust and likely incapable of performing much work, perhaps only good for eating. No wonder, at such a low price, no one had purchased him. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Tian headed to the warehouse to retrieve a loaf of bread. He decided to buy Aka. After all, it was merely a loaf of bread, and he did not mind. If Aka truly proved to be useless, he could always resell him later. Purchase successful. As the notification chimed, the loaf of bread vanished from Jiang Tian's hand, and a cascade of luminescent light coalesced before him, ultimately forming a frail figure who addressed him, Master. Jiang Tian nodded and instructed, from now on, call me boss. Yes, boss. Come, Aka, I shall take you to work. Before he could finish his sentence, Aka's stomach emitted a low growl. Are you hungry? Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. Aka's face turned slightly awkward, laced with a hint of trepidation. And no, I'm not hungry, boss. Just take me to work first. Jiang Tian waved his hand and returned to the warehouse to procure another loaf of bread and a bottle of mineral water. Here, eat. Upon seeing the 2 items, Aka's face reflected disbelief, pointing at the bread and then at himself. For me? Who else? Boss, I haven't even started working yet, and I get food? You need to be nourished to have the strength to work. Just eat and stop with the unnecessary chatter. At this remark, Aka's eyes widened in astonishment. After receiving the bread, he tore open the packaging with fervor and stuffed it into his mouth. Then, he unscrewed the cap of the mineral water bottle and gulped it down with abandon. Throughout this process, Jiang Tian stood by, observing. The sound of Aka's stomach rumbling had inadvertently reminded Jiang Tian of the first time they caught Lu Bu. Back then, due to a lack of resources, both of them had endured hunger to complete their tasks on the first day. However, as time passed and their circumstances improved, they had not encountered hunger again. Hearing that sound once more evoked a sense of nostalgia. Soon, he had consumed a piece of bread and half a bottle of water. Aka clutched the bread wrapper and the mineral water, gazing at Jiang Tian with an expression of profound gratitude. Thank you very much, my esteemed employer. I am now invigorated and ready to receive your commands. Jiang Tian, without further ado, led him to the small chamber where the goblins were confined, pointing at the dim-witted fellow who was busy tidying up the room. His name is Dimwit. Assist him in cleaning this place thoroughly and then wash these goblins. Yes. My employer. Aka nodded and stepped inside. Faced with such an environment, he displayed no signs of disdain, directly requesting cleaning tools from Dimwit before commencing his work. Jiang Tian nodded, considering Aka to be a promising individual worth keeping around. That said, even if the waste produced by these goblins were cleaned up now, it would only be a temporary fix. Once the air-conditioned room was completed, the cool air generated by the blue goblins would be channeled into his own quarters. What would happen then if they continued to produce waste? Moreover, the bucket used to feed them was quite pungent. When the time came, not only would the cool air be transmitted, but also the foul stench. Would that room still be habitable? He needed to discuss the situation with Shijigang and Luban to see if they had any solutions. Additionally, He wondered if it would be possible to capture more of these mutated goblins. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Tian departed. Chapter 161, The Best Employee? In the southwestern part of the island, Shi Jigang was directing workers to dig the foundation when he noticed someone approaching and greeted, "Boss, what orders do you have?" Jiang Tian nodded and recounted the issue regarding the metabolism of the blue goblins. After learning of this, Shi Jigang gazed thoughtfully in the direction of the confined goblins. After all, the purpose of constructing the air-conditioned room was to ensure comfort during the stifling heat. If a wave of foul stench were to emanate instead, who could endure that? He then replied to Jiang Tian, "Allow me to ponder a solution. Perhaps by modifying the design of the air-conditioned room to ensure we receive cool air without being affected by their waste." "Thank you for your assistance," Jiang Tian replied. After relaying his instructions to several workers, Shi Jigang took paper and pen and made his way to the small chamber where the goblins were kept. After attending to those matters, Jiang Tian proceeded to the slaughterhouse. The butcher had been busy with Pishang Tian, processing the corpse of a red goblin after preparing breakfast. He was curious to see how that task was progressing. Upon noticing Jiang Tian's arrival, the butcher gestured toward a few pieces of skin laid out on the table, saying, "My lord, the skin of the red goblin has been prepared for your review." Jiang Tian acknowledged, stepping forward to touch it. Though the original owner of the hide had passed, it still retained a residual warmth. Once these skins were sewn together, they would provide comfort during the harsh winter months. Of course, that was contingent upon the arrival of winter. Wearing such garments in the current weather would surely lead to heat rashes. Furthermore, unlike the larger pig's physique, the skin of a single goblin could only yield enough material for one piece of inner armor. The remaining scraps could be fashioned into insoles or gloves. Contemplating this, Jiang Tian instructed the butcher to collaborate with the leopard woman to craft a sample from the red goblin's skin to assess its effectiveness. With mealtime approaching, he handed over tasks to the leopard woman and began preparing the meal. Everything proceeded as usual. Before long, bowls of food were served, and the members of the island set aside their tasks, gathering at the dining table. Dinner is served. I wonder what delicious dishes await us today. What are those large bowls? Fish soup? They look brimming with fish. Wow, it seems the fish have multiplied again. The pond is nearly overflowing. While the crowd engaged in lively discussion, Dimwit emerged from the small chamber where the blue goblins were confined, shivering. The 5 blue goblins and 3 corpses had generated an overwhelming chill in the cramped space. After every brief stint of cleaning, he found himself needing to step outside for warmth, even donning an additional layer of clothing. Just moments ago, Shi Jigang, who had been overseeing the construction, squatted nearby with paper and pen, examining the goblins. Initially, he found it quite tolerable, despite the unpleasant odor. However, after spending some time there, he too began to shiver and hastily exited the room. As he walked away, he cast a complicated glance at himself and Akka. From Shi Jigang's expression, Dimwit perceived his shared sentiment. This place was both cold and foul, making it unbearable. Fortunately, they had nearly completed the cleaning. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Dimwit spotted the dining table in the center of the island, adorned with an array of dishes. "It's mealtime." Dimwit's eyes lit up, and he poked his head into the small chamber, calling out to a dark figure inside, "Akka, hurry up. It's time for dinner." Akka, who was kneeling on the ground wiping the edges of the cage with a rag, turned his head in confusion. "Dinner? I just had bread. Now we can eat again? Why not? It's noon now. Of course, we must eat." Dimwit replied, "If we finish our work well, I might get a potato." "A potato? How big?" Akka gestured with his fist, indicating its size. "If the work isn't done well, then nothing at all." "What?" Dimwit exclaimed, astonished. He looked at Akka with newfound pity. "Forget about the past. Just work diligently under our boss. Life can be quite good. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have known anyone lived so poorly. Come on, let us wash up first and then eat." After saying this, he pulled Akka toward the restroom, chatting along the way. "Ugh, it's stank in there. We need to wash the goblins quickly this afternoon and finish that task before moving on to other things." "Stink. I don't smell anything," Akka replied, looking bewildered. "Really? You can't smell it?" Dimwit paused and glanced back at Akka. Just then, he seemed to recall something and scrutinized Akka, who was clad in nothing but a scrap of cloth, asking, "By the way, aren't you cold dressed like that? Didn't you feel chilly in there?" "Cold? Is it?" Akka appeared utterly perplexed. The meal was relatively harmonious, though Akka shed tears while eating, leaving everyone around him in a state of bewilderment. Even Jiang Tian found this scene somewhat disconcerting, pondering the hardships Akka had endured previously. After the meal, the group enjoyed a brief respite. However, Akka had no intention of resting. He grabbed a bucket of water and headed back to the small chamber to thoroughly clean it. Jiang Tian was immensely pleased with this initiative. The employee, without needing to be instructed, instinctively takes the initiative to work overtime. Once conditions permit in the future, he deserves to be awarded the title of Best Employee. Observing the silhouette of AKA, along with the bucket of water he carries, Jiang Tian begins to contemplate subsequent matters. As time progresses, the ready-made food available in the supermarket has become utterly unattainable. However, while snacks and instant noodles have vanished, mineral water can still be procured. Yet, With the rising heat, the likelihood of catching mineral water has significantly diminished. One wonders if the probability has been intentionally reduced to correspond with the sweltering and arid weather. Fortunately, the previous stockpile remains ample, ensuring no issues in terms of hydration. Moreover, he has amassed a substantial quantity of ice. To safeguard against unforeseen circumstances, Jiang Tian is reluctant to utilize the ice stored in the ice cellar, reserving it primarily for the exchange of blue goblins. After all, no one knows how long this summer might endure. In critical moments, a single block of ice could prove to be a lifesaver. However, constructing a house poses some challenges. Not to mention, the production of bricks and cement necessitates water. Naturally, using drinking water is out of the question, and he must conserve some of the water from his pond, as it sustains fish. Recently, collecting rainwater has become increasingly difficult, and the previously stored rainwater is nearly exhausted. The rainwater left behind by other survivors is either reluctant to be sold or comes with exorbitant prices. It would be prudent to visit the trading hall to see if any shops offer such supplies. While lost in thought, Luban and Shiji entered the wooden house, intending to seize the opportunity to carve additional figurines. With their presence, the wooden shed and air-conditioned room should be completed in no time. This morning, he left a message in the shop advertisement regarding the procurement of blue goblins, unsure if anyone had responded. With this in mind, Jiang Tian opened the trading hall. Chapter 162. Is this speed too fast? First, he clicked into his own shop. At this moment, the items in the shop had nearly sold out. Apart from pigs and sheep, as well as exorbitant figurines, everything else had been sold. Jiang Tian did not rush to replenish the stock, but instead perused the shop's messages, searching for news about blue goblins. Among the filtered shop messages, most urged Jiang Tian to prioritize listing weapons and equipment instead of concerning himself with blue goblins, as they were eager to purchase and venture out for entrepreneurship. A few, however, inquired whether Jiang Tian had any blue goblins for sale, expressing their desire to buy. Only 2 individuals claimed to possess blue goblins, but their asking prices were rather outrageous, fixating on the pigs and sheep in the shop, proposing to exchange all large animals for the goblin. After Jiang Tian explained his reasoning, they remained non-committal, stating they would consider it. Additionally, one individual offered a blue goblin corpse, which Jiang Tian acquired in exchange for 20 wooden planks and some ice blocks. Upon finalizing the transaction, the goblin appeared. Jiang Tian knelt down, stroking the goblin's fur. At this point, the goblin had lost its ability to generate cold air and felt merely cool to the touch. After summoning Air Luanzi and handing the corpse to the butcher, Jiang Tian sighed and closed his shop. Subsequently, he opened the shop list, intending to see if any other shops sold rainwater. After browsing through, he found that most shops sold either food or wood. The remaining ones dealt in inferior equipment. Apart from weapons dropped by monsters, there were subpar watermelon knives, pigskin armor, and some bows and arrows. Upon inspecting these spectral items, he noted that most watermelon knives were of poor quality, with misshapen constructions. Some were crafted better, but their prices exceeded his own. It was no wonder that his sale of such inferior watermelon knives remained competitive. Closing the trading hall, he opened the World Channel. As he had exhausted his 3 opportunities for the World Channel today, Jiang Tian could only silently observe the messages, planning to seek out those fortunate individuals boasting blue goblins and engage them in conversation. At that moment, the World Channel was abuzz with rapid-fire messages. Most concerned alliances, such as recruitment notices or reports of alliances being attacked by sky thieves and successfully fending them off. There were also advertisements for shops. The messages were monotonous, lacking anything particularly captivating. Just as Jiang Tian was about to close the chat channel, a message caught his attention. CNNX 9220. Oh my, I just saw a gigantic bug flying in the sky. It's emitting flames. Upon reading this, Jiang Tian halted his action to close the interface. A flaming bug? He recalled having heard of such a creature before. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Tian remembered that there had been discussions about it in the regional channel. Time had passed, and had it not been mentioned, he might have forgotten entirely. Indeed, why was this creature now appearing on the World Channel? Could it be that every region possessed one? At this time, the discussions regarding alliances and shops in the World Channel ceased, and the topic shifted to the bug. A bug? Why haven't I seen it? Can it be eaten? A flaming bug? Does such a thing exist in this world? Perhaps it does. Especially since the cold-producing goblins have emerged, but when I inquired on our regional channel, no one reported encountering such a creature. I also asked in the regional channel, and everyone said they had not seen it. I asked again, and the response was negative. Are you telling a story? In a minute's time, nearly everyone from various regions had expressed their opinions, stating they had not seen it. Just then, a survivor with an ID prefix of CNNX, closely numbered to 9220, interjected. What he said is true. I vaguely saw that flaming creature before, but it was far away, and I thought I was mistaken. I can't believe such a thing really exists. At that moment, several others with the CNNX prefix, whose numbers were close to 9220, chimed in, claiming they had glimpsed the creature from a distance. Observing this, Jiang Tian began to piece together an answer in his mind. The inhabitants of other regions had not witnessed it, only those from CNNX had. It seemed that this creature might possess a unique quality, seen by them alone, perhaps existing solely in one instance throughout the entire world. Its emergence was neither through being caught in a box nor through fluorescent spawning on islands, but rather by its own wings, soaring through this realm. Wasn't this news first discovered in his regional channel? How had it suddenly appeared in the world channel? Jiang Tian soon noticed that the individuals claiming to have seen the bug all hailed from the CNNX region. Moreover, another individual with the prefix CNNS also testified, asserting they had witnessed this creature with their own eyes. This was the same person who had previously claimed to see the bug in Jiang Tian's region. Could it be that this bug had ventured into other regions? No wonder. Ever since the previous outcry in the regional channel, such messages had ceased to appear. Returning to the matter at hand, I find myself situated in the CNNS region, and once again, I encounter this peculiar insect, which has seemingly flown over to the CNNX territory. Goodness gracious, if we arrange the letters in alphabetical order, from S to X, there are 6 letters in total. Has this insect traversed 6 regions in just a few days? Such speed seems extraordinary. While I ponder these questions, the world channel is abuzz. Faced with a multitude of eyewitness accounts, the audience on the world channel is filled with skepticism. Very well, for the time being. I shall entertain the notion that what you say is true. Pray tell, what does this insect specifically resemble? Does it emit flames? Did it not inflict any harm upon you? To be honest, I remain skeptical. It is well known that many insects are carnivorous, and in this world, I find it hard to believe that such a large insect would not cause injury. If you were to come into contact with this creature, would you still have the opportunity to send a message? At this moment, the individual who first discovered the giant flying insect sends another message. CNNX 9220. To be frank, I am a sky pirate, and I was just about to seize an island when a massive insect, sporting large compound eyes and flapping its wings, flew overhead. It bears a resemblance to a fly, albeit with fewer legs. It has 2 robust pincers in the front, 2 slender legs at the back, and a large tail, seemingly covered in scales. If it weren't for its enormous compound eyes and elongated mouth parts, I would not categorize it as an insect at all. Now, it has flown to the island I intended to plunder. It can breathe fire. It has set the island ablaze, engulfing it in flames. Damn it. I must make my escape. Chapter 163. I have a task to entrust to you. Following the arrival of this lengthy message, the world channel erupts with commentary. Flying in the sky, covered in scales, with a tail, and can breathe fire? Is that not a dragon? I concur. Surely this individual must be mistaken. A dragon? If such a creature truly existed, what would become of our game? I believe this fellow is simply spouting nonsense. Indeed, some people seem to be so frightened that they lose their wits and begin to babble. Previously, there were claims of catching Ultraman, and I laughed at that. Surely, there is no such thing as Ultraman in this world. Upstairs, spare me your nonsense. How can you assert that there is no Ultraman? CNNX 9220, my friend, do not run. If you are a man, do not cower. Go investigate the situation. Yes, clarify for us, is it a dragon or a fly? The world channel is in an uproar. Initially, there was infighting, but suddenly they unite in urging CNNX 9220 not to back down and to assess the situation. However, CNNX 9220 has ceased to send messages, likely preoccupied with fleeing. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Tian closes the chat channel and falls into contemplation. Regardless of others' beliefs, Jiang Tian is convinced of the existence of this creature. After all, if goblins can create refrigeration, it is not so surprising to encounter a being that can fly and breathe fire. However, goblins merely emit heat or cold. This creature setting an island ablaze is indeed alarming. Moreover, all eyewitnesses have stated that it is quite large, yet they have not specified just how large. If it were to resemble the dragons of fantastical tales, measuring dozens of meters in length, then what hope would there be for survival? One can only hope not to cross paths with it. Returning to the topic, through observations of the previous witnesses, it seems that only individuals from CNNX and my own CNNS region have witnessed this event. If the prefix numbering does indeed follow alphabetical order, then this dragonfly must have traversed 6 regions, indicating that many more must have seen it. Could it be that the CNNX region is directly adjacent to CNNS? In that case, it would explain how this insect could have flown into another territory. As for the arrangement of the regions, Jiang Tian has yet to decipher that. However, he is presently disinclined to dwell on such matters. Regardless of whether the insect approaches, he must prepare adequately. Should this creature truly fly toward him, it would be prudent to have defenses in place. To combat such a flying insect, a crossbow cart would surely be necessary, excluding the one given to 0066. He currently possesses 8 crossbow carts. He wonders if that will suffice. Perhaps he should procure even more. Furthermore, if others were to encounter such a creature, they would likely require similar weaponry. Perhaps he could craft a few crossbow carts to sell. As he contemplates these thoughts, Jiang Tian closes the chat channel and approaches the modified crossbow cart. Today, after the skill duplication upgrade, he is poised to replicate one. With a flash of light, a new crossbow cart materializes before him. To be honest, he feels a pang of regret in duplicating the crossbow cart. After all, crossbow carts can be constructed with mere timber, but fishing rods are irreplaceable. Previously, someone had attempted to craft one, gathering numerous strands of hemp and fastening them together, then throwing out a metal hook. They waited all day for a catch, yet the handmade fishing rod yielded nothing. Thus, in the current context, the most effective use of his ability is to duplicate items that cannot be crafted, such as fishing rods. As for the crossbow carts, it would be best to allow Lu Ban to create those manually. After all, 0066 has only just handed over the timber, and it will take time for it to mature. He possesses plenty of other woods, but he is uncertain if they can be used to make crossbow carts. Subsequently, Jiang Tian approaches Lu Ban, who is busy constructing a shelter at the fishing spot. Upon seeing him, Lu Ban greets him warmly and then begins to explain the current situation, pointing to the workers busy at work and the timber laid out on the ground. At this moment, the foundation has been excavated and the components for the shelter have been sought. According to Lu Ban's explanation, the shelter is assembled using a mortise and tenon structure. Should the fishing spot's location change in the future, the shelter can be disassembled and relocated for reassembly. Of course, the foundation would need to be re-excavated, but this is already quite convenient. After listening to Lu Ban's account, Jiang Tian nods in understanding. He then inquires about his purpose. You have already studied the crossbow carts on our island, correct? Could they be constructed using other types of wood? Lu Ban hesitates for a moment before responding. Of course, they can be made. However, it depends on the quality of the wood used. If we utilize inferior timber, such as what we currently have, the crossbow cart may not endure for long before falling apart, and its range and power would certainly be diminished. From Lu Ban's words, it seems that if the crossbow cart were made from subpar wood, it would likely only function a few times at most. Jiang Tian nods, instructing, I have a task to assign to you. How long will it take to complete this shelter? Lu Ban observes the other workers before replying. I have already taught them the method of construction. The rest is in their hands. Should there be any tasks requiring my personal attention, please do not hesitate to command me. Very well. Jiang Tian gestures toward the pile of timber nearby. First, take these logs and saw them into components for the crossbow carts. Once the shelter is completed, you can lead the team to assemble the crossbow carts. The sooner these carts are finished, the better. Using these logs. Upon hearing Jiang Tian's words, Lu Ban is momentarily taken aback. He had just mentioned that the quality of the crossbow carts made from these logs would be poor. Why does it seem as though his lord has not heard him? Tentatively, he asks, My lord, have we run out of superior timber? If so, there are a few other types of wood that can be utilized. As for that lumber, let us set it aside. Weapons of this nature are valued for their precision rather than quantity. I am aware of this. Jiang Tian interjected, waving his hand to halt Lu Ban's discourse, replying, I will procure the superior wood myself. You and your team should commence crafting with the materials at hand. The inferior wood used to construct this crossbow, I intend to sell. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoning, who stood nearby, appeared somewhat perplexed. What if others discerned the craftsmanship of this crossbow and decided to acquire better wood to create their own? Jiang Tian smiled faintly, patting Lu Ban on the shoulder. But with Lu Ban here, even if others were to dismantle this crossbow, they would not be able to replicate it. Lu Ban, do you understand my intent? At these words, Lu Ban grinned knowingly. Indeed. Chapter 164. Teaching Jiang Tian the art of combat, with Lu Ban's affirmation and the expression of understanding on his face. Jiang Tian felt a wave of satisfaction. Anything crafted by Lu Ban, as long as he wished to conceal the technique, would remain inscrutable to others. Take, for instance, the Lu Ban lock. Even a knowledgeable individual would find it exceedingly challenging to reassemble once disassembled. Essentially, it is near impossible to restore. Moreover, considering the vast population traversing this world, even with a fraction having passed away, there remain at least 3 to 4 billion souls among whom clever minds undoubtedly reside. However, such individuals would likely prefer to create their own rather than invest substantial sums in purchasing from others. The clientele for these crossbows would predominantly consist of major alliances with concentrated resources or formidable air pirates who acquire resources with relative ease through plunder. Subsequently, Jiang Tian continued to discuss the specifications for the crossbows with Lu Ban, such as ensuring the range is not excessive and to conserve materials wherever possible. Any scrap which should be utilized to the fullest. It is imperative not to craft a product of such impeccable quality that it withstands all usage. Otherwise, how could one continue to profit? Jiang Tian recalled a particular smartphone brand that faltered due to its overly robust construction, even capable of cracking walnuts, leading to its downfall. Conversely, brands that produced devices with a short lifespan flourished, relentlessly profiting from consumers. Eventually, even the headphones and chargers were no longer included, necessitating additional expenditure. After a brief conversation with Lu Ban, Jiang Tian instructed him to expedite the completion of the assigned tasks. Lu Ban nodded in agreement and called out to the busy workers nearby. 2 of them resumed constructing the awning while the others, under Lu Ban's guidance, swiftly gathered the lumber and scraps lying about, energetically racing to their tasks. Watching Lu Ban's departing figure, Jiang Tian chuckled softly. As more individuals began to trade weapons, inferior products such as shoddy watermelon knives would inevitably be phased out. Before that happens, with others still utilizing subpar wooden bows, presenting crossbows for sale would surely yield substantial profits. As for whether others might employ such devices against him, Jiang Tian harbored no concerns. According to his specified range, the adversaries would likely be incapacitated by his superior crossbows before they even approached him. Contemplating these matters, a radiant smile graced Jiang Tian's face. Whistling a merry tune, he strolled towards the blacksmith's shop. Today, the common folk are truly, genuinely, and exceedingly joyous. As Jiang Tian approached the entrance, he spotted Tang Yin emerging from the blacksmith shop with a smile. Hey, boss, you seem to be in good spirits today. What's the occasion? Have you welcomed a child? Get lost. Jiang Tian rolled his eyes in response, then inquired, why are you out here? Has Li Shoning's weapon been completed? Not yet. It's too hot inside, so I came out for some fresh air. With that, Tang Yin produced a crumpled pack of huazi from his pocket, taking one for himself and offering another to Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian waved his hand, glancing at the wrinkled pack. What has happened to this? It's all crumpled and damp with sweat. By the way, did you not finish the half pack of huazi I gave you previously? No. I've been reluctant to smoke it since you rewarded me with this pack after I completed the watermelon knife. All right, you've been working hard these days. Once you finish this pack, I shall provide you with another. Wow, boss, you should have said so earlier. You're so generous. Seeing the delight on Tang Yan's face, Jiang Tian asked, what about the others? How are the watermelon knives coming along? We've managed to produce a few more, Tang Yan reflected. The two apprentices can now craft watermelon knives, albeit of inferior quality. By the way, the knives forged by Li Si and Xuanzi are improving in quality. They are nearing proficiency in this craft. Jiang Tian nodded. That's quite good. In the future, pay close attention to Li Si and Xuanzi while they forge weapons, ensuring the quality of their output is elevated. Let the apprentices continue practicing with the watermelon knives, while Li Si and Xuanzi work alongside you to enhance their forging techniques. We aim to produce a batch of superior watermelon knives in the coming days. Understood, boss. I'll head in to inform them right away. After departing from the blacksmith shop, Jiang Tian returned to his dwelling. Upon reaching the entrance, he noticed Zhang San conversing with Huatsubing. Master, could you demonstrate that set of punches you showcased last time once more? I've been practicing on my way back and feel something is amiss. There is nothing amiss. To put it plainly, your stance is unstable. Practice holding the horse stance more. But, no buts. Just as Huatsubing prepared to further instruct Zhang San, he caught sight of Jiang Tian approaching from the corner of his eye. He quickly stood and clasped his fists, greeting Jiang Tian. My lord, you have arrived. At the same moment, Zhang San was momentarily taken aback, mimicking Huatsubing's gesture to salute Jiang Tian, though his movements lacked the same formality. Jiang Tian paid no mind to the difference, instead smiling warmly at both Huatsubing and Zhang San. Ah, are you teaching Zhang San the art of combat here? Chapter 165. A task awaits in response to Jiang Tian's inquiry. Huatsubing maintained his composure, stating, it hardly qualifies as instruction. While we were incorporating the island, Zhang San mentioned his discomfort with wielding a knife, so I taught him a few moves. However, he later expressed a lack of interest in knives, preferring bricks instead. I considered this and taught him a set of punches that might be useful in conjunction with a brick. Hearing this, Jiang Tian could only chuckle in disbelief. For among the myriad of weapons, bricks were not included. It seemed they would have to focus on honing their martial skills instead. With Lu Bu and Xiangzi just awakening and preparing to take their turn patrolling, it was quite fortuitous to have Huatsubing enhance Zhang San's abilities in the interim. After all, he had previously seen Huatsubing imparting combat techniques to Xiangzi. Perhaps in the future, Huatsubing could be specifically tasked with training new recruits. Very well. Continue your practice. Zhang San, remember to head to the blacksmith shop after your training and keep an eye on Tang Yan. Ensure he doesn't slack off. Yes, my lord. After a brief exchange, Jiang Tian chose not to interrupt the two, retreating into his quarters to indulge in a leisurely afternoon nap. Upon awakening from his slumber, Jiang Tian ventured outside to inspect the ongoing work. At that moment, the construction workers had been divided into 3 groups. One contingent, under the leadership of Shiji Gang, was erecting air-conditioned rooms. Another group was busy crafting bricks in preparation for the upcoming mess hall. The last group followed Lu Ban, sawing lumber as he manipulated several wooden components, ensuring everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. During the afternoon hours, an ordinary individual was brought to the island and promptly assigned to Shiji Gang to expedite construction efforts. Amidst the flurry of activity, time drifted by. Soon, evening descended upon the island. During dinner, AKA's mood fluctuated once more. I never imagined one could enjoy 3 meals in a day. How blissful, he exclaimed as he eagerly devoured his food. After finishing dinner, he turned to Jiang Tian with a serious expression, requesting to be assigned a task. Jiang Tian was naturally pleased with this work ethic. However, the small room where the goblins were detained had been thoroughly cleaned, and he had yet to determine a suitable task for AK. Moreover, considering AKA's physical condition, it was uncertain whether he could handle heavy lifting. After some contemplation, Jiang Tian assigned him to clean the island, particularly tending to the refuse generated by the poultry and livestock, including the unspeakable byproducts from the pigman. AKA accepted this responsibility without objection and promptly made his way to the livestock department. Observing AKA's proactive attitude towards work, Jiang Tian felt an urge to award him an outstanding employee accolade. He resolved to extend a similar recognition to Shi Jigang, who had also worked diligently in the past. After dinner, Jiang Tian opened the chat channel to check for messages. By this time, discussions about the fire-breathing giant fly had concluded. A plethora of advertisements for shops flooded the world channel. Dinner time. For those too lazy to cook, come buy from me. Delicious rice bowls. Selling noodles. Want wontons? Who needs sandwiches? Freshly made vegetarian sandwiches. Selling weapons dropped by monsters. Great quality at low prices. Need fertilizer? Just produced, piping hot. One message exclaimed. How dare you advertise while I'm trying to eat? Get lost. Jiang Tian found these new developments quite refreshing. Previously, most vendors were selling vegetables. But now a multitude of individuals had begun offering finished products. Since the advent of shops, many had seemingly focused on establishing specialized stores, selling a variety of goods. In this environment, numerous island inhabitants were stretched thin, juggling fishing and construction, leaving them little time to prepare meals, often resulting in makeshift eating. Some sought to capitalize on this by creating palatable offerings to trade for resources. As Jiang Tian perused the shop listings to pass the time after dinner, he was taken aback to discover numerous messages in the notification section at the top right of the shop page, indicating a count of 99. Upon opening it, he found many individuals had left comments beneath his shop. Boss, didn't you say there would be gourmet food available tonight? Where's the food? I haven't eaten dinner. Just waiting to buy what you promised. Another chimed in. When will the food be available? I can hardly wait. Jiang Tian couldn't help but chuckle at the messages. He called over the chef, asking, Are the ducks ready? The chef nodded, gesturing toward the stove and kitchen. The ducks are in the oven and will be ready shortly. As per your instructions, the duck tongues, wings, feet, hearts, gizzards, and intestines have all been marinated and are ready for consumption. Good, please bring everything over, Jiang Tian replied. After a while, the chef presented the roasted ducks, neatly sliced and packed into plastic bags. Concurrently, Jiang Tian instructed another assistant to sort the wings, feet, and entrails, packaging each in half-pound portions. Some of the duck offal would be mixed to create a complete set of assorted delicacies. After a busy period, the wooden table was filled to capacity. Jiang Tian busied himself arranging the items on display. The roasted ducks would primarily be traded for metals, while the assorted duck offal could be exchanged for live ducks for further culinary endeavors. Everything was set in order. However, upon listing the items, there was no immediate rush to purchase as had occurred previously. This was to be expected, as the inventory had been depleted before, and with more shops now available. Many had ventured elsewhere instead of lingering in his empty store. Just as Jiang Tian contemplated sending a promotional message for his shop, he remembered that he had already exhausted his daily limit and could not send any more messages. What to do? I can't respond to each person individually, he thought, glancing at the message list. If I were to reply to each one, when would I ever finish? At that moment, a notification for an alliance message chimed in. 0066, 1111. Didn't you say there would be gourmet food available tonight? How is it that I just checked, and it's already listed? 0888, it's listed? Let me see if it's roasted duck. Wait, are there also duck wings and feet? 1111. Did you bring over those shops like Zhou Heiya, Huangshang Huang, and Juwei Duck Neck? 1111. No, these are prepared by my chef. If you want to eat, feel free to buy. It's no trouble. Upon hearing this, 0888 sent a message. Hey, my dear leader, since we are in the same alliance, do we get a discount on these items? 0066. Same question. I haven't had these in ages. I would love to buy them, but it would be great if they could be a bit cheaper. Seeing their responses, Jiang Tian smiled wryly. However, he did not intend to treat his allies like ordinary customers. Pricing would not be an issue. He had no shortage of these items, and even giving them away would be inconsequential. Nevertheless, since they were members of the alliance, they too must contribute to its welfare. Jiang Tian recalled the comments in his shop and formulated an idea. As alliance members, discounts will indeed be available, but you must also contribute to the alliance. He then outlined the tasks he wished them to undertake. Shortly thereafter, in the World Channel, he announced, everyone must be hungry after a long day of work. Come buy some dinner from our shop, named. Take a look. Our shop is now offering meat noodle dishes with pork. We're selling buns. Take a bite and taste the richness. As advertisements for noodles filled the World Channel, several messages appeared. CNNS 0066, selling ducks, freshly prepared ducks. What to do when you're hungry? Try the Alliance's black duck, authentic Eastern cuisine crafted by renowned chefs. Everyone raves about it. CNNS 0888, the largest duck shop on the island has opened. Famous chefs are slicing ducks. Come and indulge. With these advertisements, attention was fully captured. The promised gourmet food from Alliance Number 1 had finally arrived, and inquiries poured in. Oh, Eastern cuisine, here I come. I thought it was just ordinary roasted duck. But it seems the skin has been expertly sliced? Impressive. What is so special? I can slice it too, but I'm too poor to have ducks. Can someone lend me a couple? I'll return the roasted ducks once they're ready. Wow, aside from roasted ducks, all the duck wings and feet are available too. They haven't missed a single valuable part. Why does CNNS 0888's advertisement sound so familiar? My goodness, how could it disappear so quickly? I haven't even managed to purchase one yet. Haha, I got it. Wow, this roast duck has a crispy skin and tender meat, while the duck entrails are fragrant and spicy. Truly, our Eastern cuisine excels at transforming an ordinary duck into such a delectable dish. Foreign ducks are rather unappetizing. Eastern ducks are delightful. On another note, observing the bustling discussions on the World Channel and the rapid sell-out of food shops, along with the nearby ducks and iron blocks, Jiang Tian nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, 0066 and 0888 messaged him on the Alliance channel, inquiring about the situation. How did our advertising campaign fare? It seems quite effective judging by the messages on the World Channel. The advertisements have been launched. Leader, what about our rewards? Jiang Tian smiled faintly, took the remaining duck and some marinated duck entrails, and traded them with the two. Eagerly, they began to savor their culinary delight, sharing their thoughts as they ate. Delicious. Truly a testament to the chef's skill. Yes, remember to seek me out for future advertisements. By the way, I'm craving spicy chicken feet. Can the chef prepare that? Jiang Tian replied earnestly. Advertising is merely one facet of our responsibilities. Our alliance is now officially visible to survivors across the world, and there will be much more to manage moving forward. For instance, in a few days, you may be tasked with customer service. Customer service? What do we need that for? Both were taken aback by the term. Jiang Tian chuckled. You'll understand in due time. The following day, as the rooster crowed, the group awoke from their slumber. After being attended to by Kai Wenji for his morning routine, Jiang Tian stretched and stepped outside. As he strolled through the southern and northern corners of the city, he observed others on horseback while he rode atop a pig, humming a little tune and surveying the island's surroundings. Aside from a few preparing breakfast, everyone else was diligently engaged in their respective tasks. The fishing area's shelter had been erected. Though it appeared somewhat rudimentary, it was sufficient for shade. Moreover, a siege crossbow had been added to the fishing spot. Liu Ban, while engrossed in his work, directed several workers to saw the remaining wood into components. He had gone to bed early the previous night, and it seemed that during his slumber, a crossbow had already been completed. Noticing Jiang Tian's approach, Liu Ban greeted him, my lord. Jiang Tian responded, inquiring. When was this crossbow completed? My lord, it was finished last night. As I took longer than expected, you had already retired by the time it was done. Oh, that explains it. Jiang Tian continued. What was the construction process like for this crossbow intended for sale? Did it take a considerable amount of time? Liu Ban humbly waved his hand, gesturing to a nearby assistant, and replied, this contraption requires little technical skill, and having done it once before, I have experience. As long as someone assists with the components, it doesn't take too long. The main delay was due to the lack of prepared parts for the mechanism and the design of components to prevent disassembly, which consumed some time. Future constructions will be much quicker. Nodding in agreement, Jiang Tian contemplated the potential for producing crossbows specifically for trade and resources, given their swift construction. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he cast a curious glance at Liu Ban, asking, by the way, how does the quality of this crossbow measure up? Upon hearing this, Liu Ban immediately responded with an understanding glance. The wood used is rather inferior. We essentially utilized waste materials, modifying some by nailing waste pieces together. Furthermore, the workers I brought are mostly still in training, resulting in some components being substandard in thickness and shape. In my estimation, it is usable, but during operation, the crossbow may risk disassembling or breaking. Jiang Tian's eyes lit up at this revelation. So, it is essentially disposable. Not quite, Liu Ban clarified, pointing to a few uneven wooden stakes nearby. For crossbow bolts of a thickness similar to those we previously crafted, this crossbow would be inadequate. The ideal bolts for this crossbow should be about the width of a bowl. Perhaps if slightly thicker, it may withstand 3 uses at best. Excellent. Jiang Tian grinned mischievously upon receiving this news. He then commanded, from now on, the crossbows intended for sale will be of this quality. During quieter moments, have the lads produce a few bolts as well. We must cover the accessory market too. Yes, my lord. All right, it's nearly mealtime. Let us prepare for lunch. Chapter 167, truly impressive. Shortly thereafter, having finished breakfast, it was time for a post-meal break. During this interlude, Liu Ban and Shi Jigang nestled in the wooden house, diligently carving figurines. At this pace, the figurine orders they had received would soon be completed. Reflecting on this, Jiang Tian began to plan for future endeavors. Over the past few days, Liu Ban had utilized his spare time to craft figurines before meals and bedtime. This endeavor progressed swiftly and generated substantial value for Jiang Tian. However, most of the purchasers of these figurines were members of the Second Dimension Lucky Alliance, who had been fortunate enough to catch more metal than the average survivor. Yet, after acquiring a few figurines, their metal supply was dwindling, as they had spent the remainder on purchasing watermelon knives and pigskin armor from Jiang Tian. The wool from these members of the Second Dimension Lucky Alliance was nearly depleted. Meanwhile, individuals from other regions had indeed inquired about the figurines and furniture displayed in Jiang Tian's shop, but many were merely curious, with few genuinely interested in placing orders. After all, in such an environment, figurines and furniture serve only to enhance comfort and provide little in terms of safety. While 20 pounds of iron could already procure a piece of equipment. Thus, it might be time to consider diversifying into other businesses. This was also one of Jiang Tian's motivations for producing crossbows for sale. As he pondered these matters, Jiang Tian opened the world channel and called out, "Don't miss out. Today, I have something wonderful to share with everyone." In an instant, the familiar ID attracted the attention of all on the world channel. "Hey, isn't that the leader of Alliance Number 1? Yes, that's him. What is the good stuff? Hurry and tell us. Didn't he sell roast duck last night? Is he planning to sell breakfast now? Do you have steamed buns or fried dough sticks? I doubt it. I think it might be weapons or armor. Oh, speaking of that, I remember. Isn't he the unscrupulous merchant collaborating with the air pirates? Are you planning to sell watermelon knives and pigskin armor to those air pirates again? No way. Is there really such a good deal? Quickly, tell us what equipment you're selling. I'm ready with my medal." Following Jiang Tian's appearance, messages on the world channel began to roll in at an astonishing speed. Clearing his throat, Jiang Tian continued, "This time, we are unveiling a powerful tool for sieging and plundering, the siege crossbow. Limited quantity, currently only one available. First come, first served. Securing this means profit." What? What the heck? A siege crossbow? I initially believed it to be an enhanced watermelon knife. However, the pace at which you are upgrading your equipment seems rather excessive. My goodness, you dare to sell such items? If this contraption falls into the hands of air pirates, will we still have any delectable juice left to savor? Can someone elucidate what a ballista is? To those above, you are unfamiliar with this device? You may liken it to an ancient cannon. With this formidable weapon, in our current environment, victory shall be yours, and your capabilities boundless. What? Such an impressive item is being sold. Does he not require it for himself? In that instant, a bold notion emerged in the hearts of all present. Indeed, the reason CNNS 1111 is offering the ballista for sale is not due to a lack of need, nor does he lack in ballistas. Hiss. Upon this realization, everyone simultaneously inhaled sharply. At that moment, Jiang Tian had already placed the ballista in the shop. Price, 200 pounds of iron, roughly equivalent to 10 iron ingots. Simultaneously, the world channel erupted in excitement. Holy smokes, I want to buy it. I just checked, and this item requires 200 pounds of iron. What? So much? After fishing for so many days, I've only managed to gather a little over 100 pounds of iron. Are you foolish? You could first clear out your grain reserves to exchange for iron ingots. With this ballista, you could venture out to start a business. Would you then fear a lack of resources? Huh, you speak the truth. I am but an air pirate. Once I acquire this ballista, I could recoup not just 200 pounds of iron, but even 2,000 pounds. Fool, while you boast, I have already purchased this ballista. What? Your reflexes are that quick? In the realm of the Jianghu, one must boast before making a purchase. You lack martial virtue. Oh no, I just borrowed a few iron ingots from a friend. And they are charging interest, all for this ballista. After obtaining it, I plan to start a business to earn back the metal. What shall I do now? CNNS 1111. Great one. Could you please put a few more on sale? One is simply insufficient for so many to share. Indeed, you must appreciate the struggles we entrepreneurs face. Each time we venture to the island to slay foes, our hands tire. A multitude of pleas for you to display another ballista? Oh, 1111. 1. Jiang Tian gazed at the flood of ones in the world channel, utterly speechless. Is your world chat so invaluable that you squander 2 characters? That said, Jiang Tian was not unwilling to display more. Crafting such items does require time. By afternoon, he should be able to produce another. They would cross that bridge when they came to it. Just as Jiang Tian pondered the subsequent sale of the ballista, a notification chimed. Upon opening it, he found 0066 and 0888 tagging him in the Alliance channel. 0066, 1111. What on earth did I just witness? You actually sold a ballista? Aren't you afraid others might use it against you? 0888, 1111. Precisely. Are there any ballistas left? Given your nature, surely there are. Don't let the good fortune flow to outsiders. Secure one for me as well. 0888. By the way, 0066, your statement struck me as rather peculiar. Did you already know that 1111 possessed a ballista? What the heck? Why was I left in the dark? Jiang Tian perused the Alliance chat messages and replied nonchalantly. The ballista holds immense value for others, but for me, it is easily obtainable. Moreover, I am not a fool. How could I sell something that might threaten me? The ballistas I have listed are of particularly mediocre quality, with limited range and power, and they will break after only a few uses. Upon reading Jiang Tian's explanation, 0066 and 0888 fell silent, astounded. Truly, that is you, 1111. Chapter 168. Absolutely no exaggeration. Just as the two were rendered speechless, Jiang Tian glanced at the messages they posted and tagged 0888 again. 0888. Do you desire a ballista? Of course. Just prepare some wood and a bit of labor costs, and I shall craft one for you. 0888. What? Is that for real? I'll send the wood over right now. As for labor costs, I'll just give you metal. I just caught another. 1111. I must clarify that the quality of the ballista depends on the wood you provide. The better the wood, the greater the ballista's power and longevity. However, if you supply subpar wood, it will be akin to the one I listed, falling apart after just a few uses or breaking in certain places. Upon reading this message, 0888 fell silent. After a considerable pause, he finally responded. 0888. Oh no. The wood I've caught seems to be of uniform quality. What shall I do? Am I destined to settle for a subpar ballista? 0066. Ha, I have plenty of wood. Although the top grade wood hasn't sprouted yet, I still have ample of the slightly inferior type. 0888. Do you want some? 0888. I do. 0066. Ha, you're begging me. I'll tell you. First apologize to me. Then I'll consider whether to part with this wood. 0888. 0888. Bro, don't play me like that. We're all in the same alliance now. We're family. I'm discussing business, not joking. Don't mess with me. 0066. Who the hell is your bro? Who is your family? Don't slander my reputation. I've never even dated a boyfriend. Don't tarnish my character. 0888. You've never dated? You certainly don't appear to be that way. 0066. What do you mean I don't appear to be? As if you've met me before. Now tell me, do you want it or not? If you do, apologize. Otherwise, the conversation is over. 0888. TCH, what is so impressive about that? I can easily gather some from the World Channel. 0066. Go ahead. If you're capable, find it in the World Channel. Just don't come begging me to sell you the wood later. Seeing the two bickering, Jiang Tian shook his head in exasperation. These two from his alliance were truly a pair of lively characters. Shaking his head, he dismissed their antics from his mind. Jiang Tian closed the chat interface, temporarily silencing the alliance notifications, and walked toward his dwelling. He had not taken many steps before being intercepted by someone. Upon seeing the individual, Jiang Tian exclaimed, "Ah, is that not Song Yingxing?" Song Yingxing appeared anxious, approaching him and inquiring, "My lord, there is something I am uncertain whether to speak of." Jiang Tian, somewhat bemused, replied, "Since you've broached the topic, then do share." Song Yingxing breathed a sigh of relief and responded, "Last night, I observed the celestial phenomena, and it appears a torrential rain may descend in the coming days." Hearing this, Jiang Tian chuckled. He had been fretting over a lack of water for construction, and now rain was imminent. Was this not a timely blessing? He then cheerfully called over Erluan, who was busy collecting corpses. Erluan, arrange for a few people to expand the pond and enlarge the reservoir. Yes, boss. Just as Erluan was about to rally the others, he was halted by Song Yingxing standing nearby. Jiang Tian curiously inquired, "What is the matter, Elder Song?" Song Yingxing explained, "My lord, this rain may not be as you envision, but rather an exceptionally heavy downpour." Jiang Tian was momentarily taken aback. An exceptionally heavy downpour? How intense? Song Yingxing pondered for a moment and said, the elder had heard from Lu Bu about a prior torrential downpour. This time, it was likely to be accompanied by fierce gales, and it was anticipated that some poorly constructed wooden houses might not withstand the onslaught. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tian's expression turned serious, his demeanor shifting gravely. "Old Song, is this truly the case?" "Not a word of exaggeration," Song Yingxing replied earnestly. Jiang Tian then cast a glance at the modest 30-square-meter wooden house he had constructed. He let out a soft sigh, realizing that if what Old Song said was true, that house would surely collapse under the impending storm. Turning to Song Yingxiong, he inquired, "Old Song, based on your observations of the heavens, have you deduced when the deluge might arrive?" "Approximately 2 days hence." "Excellent." Jiang Tian strode with purpose to the center of the island and called for an assembly, summoning all present before him. As his subordinates heard his voice, they instinctively set aside their tasks. Even those fishing nearby, drawn by curiosity, gathered in the island's center. They exchanged glances, questioning, "My lord, what is the matter? My lord, why have you summoned us?" "I, Huat's Yubing, am at your service for all eternity." "Boss, are we convening a meeting?" "Boss, does this mean it's time for a meal? Are we adding an afternoon tea service?" "Oh my, that would be splendid." As over 30 individuals encircled Jiang Tian, chattering animatedly, the atmosphere grew somewhat raucous, resembling a scene of merriment. Observing the commotion around him, Jiang Tian felt exasperated and clapped his hands to gain their attention. "Enough. Quiet down. Line up orderly before me." At his command, the noise ceased immediately. Huat's Yubing took the initiative to organize everyone by height and age, ensuring an orderly arrangement. Once everything was in place, Jiang Tian addressed the assembly with a firm voice. "I have an announcement to make. According to Old Song, we may soon face a catastrophic downpour accompanied by violent winds. Therefore, I urge everyone to prepare mentally to confront this natural calamity." As these words sank in, the newcomers exchanged bewildered glances, some tentatively asking, "A torrential downpour? How severe will it be?" "Boss, we've experienced rain before, and just recently hail. How intense can this storm be to warrant such concern?" "I am not certain of the storm's magnitude. This is merely what Old Song has conveyed to me." Jiang Tian shook his head and called out to one side of the crowd. "Old Song, please elaborate on the situation for everyone. Based on your estimates, how severe do you predict this storm will be?" Song Yingxing nodded and stepped out from the line to stand beside Jiang Tian. He then provided an estimation of the storm's intensity, indicating a few of the older fellow's wooden houses, suggesting that these precariously constructed dwellings might be swept away by the impending tempest. After Song Yingxing concluded his explanation, Jiang Tian instructed the crowd. Everyone should now be aware of the situation, so we need to adjust our work arrangements. Construction and blacksmithing personnel should temporarily set aside their tasks and reinforce the wooden house's foundations. Additionally, we must dismantle the wooden structures of the warehouse, cattle shed, old kitchen, and latrine to reclaim the timber for constructing larger, sturdier replacements, as well as erect a dedicated warehouse for storing lumber on the eastern side. A team must also be assigned to create ash-based cement to coat the exterior of wooden buildings, preventing water infiltration during the storm. Other positions will maintain their current duties. As for you, Old Song and Old Sun, gather all mature fruits and vegetables and store them in the stone brick houses. Any immature crops that can be planted in pots or barrels should be moved indoors for the time being. And no new planting should occur in the next couple of days. The vegetable greenhouse should be temporarily dismantled, and we will reconsider planting after the storm has passed. In response to these directives, everyone nodded in agreement. However, Shi Jigang glanced awkwardly at the water reservoir to the north, his expression shifting. Boss, there's no issue with the rest, but we need water to make the cement. If we coat all wooden structures in cement, it will require a significant amount of water. Our supply is dwindling, and besides, we have many fish in there. Jiang Tian also glanced at the reservoir and waved his hand dismissively. You needn't worry about the water. Use as much as necessary for the cement. Of course, we should conserve it when it comes to washing and sanitation. As for the fish, he pondered briefly before decisively stating, if the water level in the pond isn't sufficient for the fish to survive, I will sell them. Our primary focus must remain on the tasks at hand. Once the rain arrives, the water resources will replenish, so it won't pose a problem. At that moment, Tang Yan, who had yet to leave, interjected, but, boss, what if we use all the water and it doesn't rain afterward? What then? Upon hearing this, the remaining members turned their concerned gazes toward Jiang Tian. In the current weather, depleting their stored water could jeopardize their survival. Song Yingxing's face flushed with embarrassment upon hearing Tang Yan's words. After all, it was he who had predicted the rain. Should it fail to materialize, it would reflect poorly on him and jeopardize the entire island's welfare. The atmosphere grew tense and delicate. Jiang Tian, however, did not chastise Tang Yan for his interruption. After all, even he could not ascertain whether the storm would indeed arrive in 2 days. The necessity for water in their current climate was evident, and it was only natural for his subordinates to be concerned about their water supply. Noticing the unease on Song Yingxing's face, Jiang Tian placed a reassuring hand on the elder's shoulder and smiled gently at the group. Do not fret over such matters. I trust Old Song's judgment. Furthermore, even if it doesn't rain, I have measures in place to secure our water resources. Now, let us proceed with our tasks promptly. Yes, boss. With Jiang Tian's reassurance, Shi Jigang comprehended the gravity of the situation even more. After affirming his understanding, he and Lu Ban began delegating tasks to the workers. Tang Yan ceased his inquiries and returned to the blacksmith shop to resume his work. Once Jiang Tian had finished issuing his orders and watched as his subordinates returned to their respective duties, he stepped back into his quarters. He felt no regret about his decision. Had it been any other survivor faced with such a choice, they might have hesitated, given the increasingly warm weather. If they exhausted their water supply based on an elder's prediction, only to find that no rain fell, it could lead to dire consequences. Yet Jiang Tian remained undaunted. He had ample reserves of drinking water and a significant quantity of ice. Even if the water ran low, they would not perish from thirst. At worst, they would simply find themselves in a tighter situation. Since he had resolved to trust Song Yingxing, there was no need to dwell further on the matter. What he needed to focus on now was preparing for the impending storm. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Tian opened the trading post. To produce such a large quantity of ash-based cement, he would first require a substantial amount of clay and ash. He then activated the global and regional chat channels, calling out loudly, looking to purchase clay, seeking ash. Who is selling clay and ash? The demand is high, and the price is negotiable. Moreover, there are fresh fish available for sale. As soon as this proclamation echoed, the previously clamorous world channel fell silent at the sight of the message dispatched by the ID Jiang Tian. CNNS 1111. This ID seems rather familiar. I recall CNNS 1111. He is the proprietor of Alliance No. 1 shop. Collecting clay? Is he planning to construct a house? Undoubtedly. For I had also contemplated using clay to fashion bricks for my own abode, but had to abandon the idea due to insufficient water. By the way, what is the purpose of collecting wood ash? Wasn't it previously offered for sale in his shop? Why is he now collecting it? I've heard of a rustic method that allows one to create stones using wood ash and clay. Could this lad be aiming to build a stone brick house? My heavens. This is the first time I've encountered such a technique. You all are missing the point. It is well known that constructing a house requires water. In this current environment, where there is hardly enough water to drink, this person intends to use it for building. Such audacious and extravagant thoughts. Just how much water does he possess? Chapter 170. It's not as exaggerated as you imagine. In an instant, the minds of those perusing the World Channel began to entertain a singular conjecture. Could this CNNS 1111 have an abundance of water? It's worth noting that everyone is preparing for drought, and they are reluctant to use the limited water they have stockpiled. The mere thought of someone using it to construct a house sent shivers down their spines. As this speculation arose, all were taken aback. How in the world is this possible? In reality, their assumptions closely mirrored the truth. The only distinction being that Jiang Tian had completed his house long ago. Additionally, he had constructed a dormitory apart from his own residence. In no time, a multitude of trade requests and private messages flooded Jiang Tian's way, predominantly offering clay and wood ash, seeking to engage in commerce with him. Some individuals, capitalizing on Jiang Tian's current status as a buyer, attempted to extort exorbitant prices for clay and wood ash. I have 0.3 cubic meters of clay, which I had been saving for my house. You must offer me more materials in exchange. I'll give you 0.5 cubic meters of clay for 5 tons of water. Otherwise, we have nothing to discuss. You want clay? I have it. Bring me your watermelon knife and pigskin armor in exchange. Those who inflated prices justified their demands by claiming that without their clay, they would be unable to build their houses, insisting that Jiang Tian should pay more. Jiang Tian couldn't help but marvel at their audacity. In this dire situation, even his water resources were scarce, let alone those of other survivors. At present, clay was virtually worthless, akin to refuse. Were they so capable? They could use their water and clay to construct their own houses. Naturally, with the overwhelming number of private messages, Jiang Tian found it tedious to reply to each one individually and had no intention of squandering his chances to speak in the World Channel to retort. So he simply blocked them and turned a blind eye. Many continued to privately message Jiang Tian, hoping to procure some water from him. However, the reality of Jiang Tian's situation was not as they imagined. He did not possess a surplus of water that could be squandered at will. In order to fortify all wooden structures with cement, Jiang Tian's own water supply was not ample. Hence, such trades could not materialize. After being rebuffed by Jiang Tian, several survivors resorted to vitriolic outbursts. How can you lack any sense of public virtue? You have water to build houses but refuse to share even a little with us? Ugh, just thinking of your own comfort without regard for others' survival. You're merely trying to drive up prices, and you dare to claim your water is insufficient? Who would believe that? You've merely stockpiled a bit more water. What is so grand about that? You're just showing off. The rich dine on delicacies while the poor freeze on the streets. Jiang Tian found himself at a loss for words regarding such individuals. However, the number of those employing moral coercion was minimal. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Tian decided to respond to their furious remarks one by one. Indeed, having abundant resources is commendable. What can you do about it? Fool. Those who saw this reply were nearly driven to fury. What the? WTF? This guy. Just as they prepared to retort, they discovered they had been added to the blacklist, leaving them without a chance to retaliate. This merchant is exceedingly arrogant. On the other hand, Jiang Tian instructed the hapless fellow scavenging corpses to grab a net and accompanied him to the pond. Some traders, with modest demands, directly exchanged fresh fish for clay. Additionally, they caught a batch of fish to stock in the shop. Given the impending depletion of the water in the pond, it was unlikely these fish would survive much longer. Thus, for the time being, these fish were the primary items for barter over the next few days. Even if all these fish were sold, it would be acceptable. Eating fish daily was beginning to make Jiang Tian feel queasy. Let them sell. As long as a few fry were preserved in a large barrel to maintain the stock, that sufficed. The terms of exchange were quite simple: clay or wood ash. Speaking of, the method of stocking was rather convenient. Once these fish were caught and displayed, they could be returned to the water. If someone made a purchase, that fish would simply vanish from the pond, eliminating the need for anyone to keep watch. After organizing these arrangements, Jiang Tian allowed the hapless fellow to return to his tasks. He then turned his gaze towards the small chamber housing the goblins. Should there be a deluge, the resources on other survivors' islands would be adversely affected, while Jiang Tian had little concern for the well-being of other survivors. If the mutated goblins were to suffer any harm, it would be a different matter altogether. Thus, he needed to secure these creatures promptly. Through the past 2 days of goblin procurement, Jiang Tian discovered that merely posting an advertisement in the channel or shop, stating his intention to buy mutated goblins at negotiable prices, yielded minimal results. After all, others were also keen to retain them and would not relinquish such valuable assets merely due to an advertisement. It was akin to the real estate and securities industries. In addition to extensive advertising, one must actively seek out customers. Expecting someone to approach you for a high-value transaction based solely on a single advertisement is a fool's errand unless your resources are exceptionally formidable. After all, this involves extracting a substantial sum from someone else's pocket and placing it into your own. It is not such an easy feat, alas. He would have to venture onto the World Channel to seek out those possessing goblins. This task was indeed exhausting. Jiang Tian sighed and opened the chat system. At that moment, he considered switching to the Alliance channel. He had just muted the audio of the Alliance channel and was unaware of what discussions had transpired. Had those two lively characters finished their quarrel? Upon entering, he found that their debate over timber had ceased, but they were fervently tagging him. 1111, quick. Check the regional channel. Someone is discussing you again. 1111, whoa, did you just start collecting clay again? Are you planning to build a house? Where do you get all that water? Seeing these messages, Jiang Tian was left utterly bewildered. He switched back to the regional channel. Indeed, the chatter continued. The news within the chat surged in waves, all centered around the recent statements made by myself on the World Channel. To my astonishment, while perusing the World Channel, I noticed that 1111 was aggressively acquiring clay. Just days ago, he seemed quite nonchalant about gathering clay. Why the sudden urgency to announce it on the world stage? Is he truly in such desperate need of clay? Could he be planning to construct yet another building? Goodness, hadn't he 1111 just completed a stone brick house? It hasn't he been long at all since then? Is he already embarking on new construction? It appears that 1111 has quite a number of subordinates. Could this new building project be intended for them? To provide his subordinates with stone brick houses? Are his subordinates afforded such generous accommodations? Meanwhile, my own subordinates are still sleeping in tents. My subordinates are reduced to lying directly on the ground at night. To say nothing of my own situation. I am still residing in a wooden hut. TSK, TSK, TSK. Those with resources truly can do as they please. Seeing this, Jiang Tian could only chuckle in disbelief. He interjected in the chat, "You're misunderstanding me. My acquisition of clay is not as you imagine. The two-story dormitory for my subordinates was completed long ago. So you've guessed incorrectly. My current acquisition of clay is merely to reinforce structures like the barn. It's not as exaggerated as you think." Chapter 171. This is what you call a stereotype. Do you know that? As Jiang Tian's words fell, the previously lively chat room fell into an abrupt silence. After a considerable pause, the chatter erupted once more. What? What did 1111 just say? He mentioned that the dormitory for his subordinates is already completed? And it's a two-story one? Am I seeing this correctly? You are not mistaken. I saw it too. 1111 also claimed that his massive clay acquisition is for reinforcing the barn. This is utterly shocking. Here I am, still cramped in a wooden house, while your cattle have already moved into a concrete abode. I initially thought my assumptions were exaggerated, but the reality is even more astonishing. Look at this. Is this even reasonable? 1111, I warn you, don't push it too far. The disparity between us is maddening. I'm still crammed with my subordinates in one room, and one of them has body odor that makes it impossible to sleep at night. Just as this uproar continued, Jiang Tian took the opportunity to acquire more clay through the channel. After a bit, he opened the Alliance channel and discovered that 0066 and 0888 were chastising him. Goodness. 1111, you're flaunting it again in the regional channel. I can't bear to watch. Building dormitories for your subordinates is one thing, but even a barn? What else more? Our leader hasn't he even responded to us. Instead, he's busy showing off in the channel. Indeed, we're conversing here and he's ignoring us. He's not muting the Alliance channel sound, is he? What? Is that even possible? He's the leader. How could he mute the Alliance sound? Upon reading their conversation, Jiang Tian rolled his eyes and replied, "It's because you two are too noisy. Otherwise, why would I mute the Alliance sound?" Seeing Jiang Tian, the two resumed their inquiries. 0066 remarked, "Can I be blamed for this? It's just that this 0888 keeps saying nonsensical things that irritate me and want to apologize. This lazy glutton is insufferable." 0888 retorted, "What? How do you know I'm a bit overweight? Have you seen me? How dare you call me a lazy glutton? By your logic, anyone who enjoys anime, plays video games, loves snacks, stays home, exercises little, spends most of their allowance on figurines, and frequently watches foreign cultural exchanges must be a lazy glutton? You're going too far." 0066 interjected, 1111. "Can you be any more revealing?" 0888 coughed. "What I said earlier wasn't he about me. It was about a friend's situation. I was merely defending him." 0066 added, "This is what you call a stereotype. Do you know that? Back in the day when I went to internet cafes to play in teams, I even dressed in a suit to avoid being judged by people like you." 0066 exclaimed, "What are you talking about? What do you mean by judging? I warn you. Stop thinking about such things, or I won't let this go." 1111 chimed in. "Well, if you hadn't brought it up, I wouldn't have thought of it." 0888 protested, "I didn't mean it that way. You misunderstood." 0066 sighed, "Let us pretend I didn't say anything. Can we change the topic?" 1111. "Why the sudden extravagance in upgrading the barn? While I know you have ample resources, isn't it a bit wasteful to suddenly undertake such projects? Or are you just saying this to show off?" As soon as this was said, the topic shifted. 0888 immediately added, "By the way, what you said in the regional channel was indeed quite ostentatious. Speaking of which, I felt for quite some time that I can't match your flair for showing off. Why is it that both of us enjoy showing off? Yet you manage to do it so effortlessly, catching everyone off guard? Could you teach me?" Reading their comments, Jiang Tian couldn't help but chuckle. He replied, "What I said is entirely true, and I didn't intend to show off. It's crucial to reinforce these structures with cement. If you have nothing else to do, Join me in gathering some clay. Crucial? The two were taken aback by this message. How important can this be? Is your cattle truly that precious? Is it some noble breed that would cough in a subpar barn? No, Jiang Tian pondered. As they were his allies and could continuously provide resources, it would be best to share the news about the impending storm so they could prepare. In a couple of days, a torrential downpour is expected. Some foundations are not stable, and poorly constructed wooden houses might be destroyed by this rain, so you both should reinforce your homes as well. 0888 gasped, "Are you serious?" 0066 exclaimed, "What kind of rain is this? Is it really that severe? Where did you get this information?" Jiang Tian, uninterested in further debate, stated plainly, "Don't worry about it. I've put the information out there. Believe it or not, that is up to you." Once this was said, both immediately responded, "We believe you. I'll arrange for my subordinates to reinforce the buildings right away. Of course, I trust you. Whatever you do, I will follow your lead." Although Jiang Tian's warning was abrupt and lacked context, 0066 and 0888 chose to believe him without hesitation. The reason was simple. In this realm, the individual known as 1111 consistently managed to preemptively eliminate future dangers. Since he had taken precautions, they felt compelled to follow suit. Chapter 172, Working for Boss 1111 is our honor. Seeing their attitude, Jiang Tian felt quite satisfied. He then shared the method for producing ash lime cement in the Alliance channel, advising them to fortify their warehouses and similar structures to prevent material loss. Upon hearing this method, both were taken aback. 0066 exclaimed, "What? There is such a technique?" 0888. "No wonder you managed to construct the stone brick house so swiftly. It's truly impressive." 1111. "All right, now that you're aware, hurry up and prepare. By the way, do you have enough water for making cement over there?" The two of them were rather indifferent about the water situation. Their constructions were not as numerous or expansive as Jiang Tian's, thus requiring only a modest amount of water for cement production. If necessary, they could simply utilize all the water from the pond, as long as some remained potable. Moreover, with the impending heavy rain, replenishment of water would be instantaneous. Before long, news of 0066 and 0888 acquiring clay emerged in both the world and regional channels, leaving the crowd utterly astonished. What on earth? What is going on? Are the people in the CNNS region actually starting to build houses now? Are they truly that capable? Surely, there must be an abundance of water in that area. Meanwhile, after giving out all the necessary instructions, Jiang Tian surveyed his shop status. A considerable number of fish had already been sold, and the warehouse should be overflowing with clay. He called over Erlungzi to instruct him to tidy up the warehouse during his free time, then turned his attention to his subordinates on the island. Everyone was busy reinforcing the wooden structures, and the construction of the house intended for the goblins had been temporarily set aside. Before the torrential rain arrived, it was vital to collect more goblins. He then opened the Alliance channel and directed 0066 and 0888. "I have another task for you both. If there are no pressing matters, please keep an eye on the World channel for any chatter from mutated goblins and help me gather some." 0066. "Gather? How do we even do that?" 1111. "If you see anyone boasting about having blue goblins or lamenting only catching red ones in the World channel, negotiate with them to sell the goblins to us. If you can't reach an agreement, just let me know their numbers and I'll handle it." 0888. "Isn't this just sales? Although sales involve selling, we're on the buying end. I'm not particularly fond of this line of work. It's exhausting both mentally and physically." 0066. "I share your sentiments. I really dislike this job as I have to consider others' feelings, which I absolutely cannot do." Upon reading their remarks, Jiang Tian couldn't help but smile faintly. He then sent a message. I was initially thinking of compensating you based on your sales performance in the future, perhaps with pigskin armor, improved watermelon knives, and crossbows. By the way, I also wanted the chef to develop new dishes during these days and was planning to let you taste them first, but at this rate, it seems that opportunity has vanished, so I'll seek someone else." 0066. No, I'll do it." 0888. "Hey, I was just joking. I actually enjoy interacting with people." 1111. "Joking? I thought if you weren't willing, I'd have to find someone else." As soon as Jiang Tian's message was sent, both 0888 and 0066 became anxious, especially since Jiang Tian had just mentioned the compensation. With such rewards, not only 0888 and 0066, but likely every survivor would vie for the opportunity. 0066. "Of course, we're willing. How could we not be?" 0888. "Indeed, working for Boss 1111 is our honor." 1111. "Hee, your shamelessness truly reflects my own past. Enough chit-chat. Let me train you on your work responsibilities." Approximately half an hour later, satisfied, Jiang Tian closed the Alliance chat channel. Meanwhile, 0888 and 0066 promptly opened the World channel in accordance with Jiang Tian's training. 0888. "Good day, sir. I am the Acquisition Director of the Trading Alliance. May we have a moment to converse?" 0066. "Hello, handsome. I'm with the Trading Alliance. Just to clarify, in the afternoon, Jiang Tian sat at the fishing spot on the floating island, chatting with Kai Wenji and Li Xiaoning to pass the time. while contemplating his next moves. Presently, the system could replicate items twice a day. Following Jiang Tian's strategy, he planned to replicate one fishing rod and one crossbow daily to ensure resource acquisition while also bolstering his military strength. Once his armed forces were sufficiently fortified, he would accelerate land expansion and increase the population, gradually ushering in industrialization. The road ahead is long and arduous. For now, he must focus on completing the tasks at hand. After bidding farewell to Kai Wenji, Li Xiaoning, and others, he proceeded to the blacksmith shop. At this moment, Tang Yin and his group had been urgently reassigned to assist in reinforcing the wooden structures, leaving the blacksmith shop empty save for himself. On one of the stone platforms lay 3 previously crafted watermelon knives, alongside 2 ordinary versions likely produced by Li Si and Xuanzi. Jiang Tian picked up one of the ordinary knives for inspection. While it fell short compared to Tang Yan's version, it was still commendable. He then displayed the 3 inferior watermelon knives for sale, while keeping the ordinary ones as reserves. For now, he intended to sell off the inferior weapons first. The slightly better ones would either be utilized by his own people or sold to acquaintances. Once the blacksmith team's skills improved, he would then offer the higher quality items for sale. Given that the watermelon knives in the trading post were of poor quality, he had no worries about customer complaints. After listing the watermelon knives, he moved on to the slaughtering area to display the crafted pigskin armor. Currently, Luban and Shiji Gang were busy reinforcing the construction, and even Tang Yin and the blacksmiths had been pulled to expedite the process. Over the next few days, trading resources for watermelon knives and crossbows seemed unlikely. At most, he could have the chef produce a few pieces of pigskin armor for sale. The profit margins on crossbows were substantial, and it was a shame to have sold only one thus far. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Jiang Tian recalled the fortunate individual who had purchased the crossbow. He wondered what that person was currently up to, and if they had already ventured out to start their own enterprise with the crossbow. Chapter 173. Dear, this product does not include crossbow bolts. Meanwhile, on a floating island spanning over 500 square meters, a man with slightly darker skin was admiring a crossbow before him, unable to tear his gaze away. Heavens! A crossbow! This is truly a crossbow. In this environment, possessing a crossbow is tantamount to invincibility. He marveled at its intricate structure, thinking to himself how fortunate he had been to snatch it up before someone else could. This individual was none other than webtoon 8848, the one who had successfully acquired the crossbow from the Trading Alliance's first shop. Previously, while others lamented their financial woes, he discreetly sold some of his timber and food, amassing the 200 pounds of iron required to purchase it. Securing this weapon filled him with a sense of elation. Just then, upon hearing webtoon 8848's exclamations, his subordinates, busy on the island, approached out of curiosity. Upon seeing the crossbow, their eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, what is this? Is it a weapon? Such a massive bow weight. It's a crossbow. Master, with this crossbow, we have nothing to fear from other sky pirates. Hearing his subordinates chatter, webtoon 8848 reminisced about his past. He, too, had once been a sky pirate. As a member of this popular trade, his entrepreneurial journey had been fraught with challenges. Upon discovering the method of island mobility, he immediately liquidated his assets, crafting both a fan and a sail, and initiated an invasion against others. However, he realized this means of movement had come to him rather late. When he commanded his subordinates to activate the fan and seize other floating islands, he found that the destinations he aimed for had either already been pillaged by other sky pirates or had developed to a point beyond his capacity to conquer. After considerable effort, he managed to capture 2 rather underdeveloped islands, which yielded scant resources. Moreover, during his entrepreneurial journey, he encountered competitors, namely other sky pirates. As fellow entrepreneurs in the same field, a confrontation was inevitable. Unfortunately, due to the advancement of others, he found himself unable to best any of the rivals he encountered. Frequently, he failed to seize islands, instead finding himself pursued and assaulted by other sky pirates. Had his islands not been smaller and faster, he would have likely been consumed by his competitors long ago. Reflecting on these experiences, 8848 felt a wave of frustration. Life had become exceedingly stifling. During these trying days of evasion, he had been awaiting an opportunity, a chance for resurgence, a moment for revenge. Today, that opportunity had arrived. The crossbow he had procured represented that chance. With this thought, 8848 revealed a faint smirk. To defend against other sky pirates? No. With this device, they would seize the other pirates, demonstrating their prowess. Upon hearing this declaration, his subordinates' eyes lit up in unison. Indeed, with this tool at their disposal, they could strike from a distance. With this newfound power, whom should they fear? Instantly, they began to chant fervently, "Seize the sky pirates. Show them who the true master of this domain is. Let us act." Observing the fervor of his subordinates, 8848 felt immense satisfaction. He commanded with a booming voice, "Now? Hoist the sail, activate the fan. Let us embark on our expedition." In unison, his subordinates complied, hoisting the sail and busily adjusting beneath the fan. After a while, 8848 was perusing the regional channel, searching for the locations of other sky pirates when he heard a shout from his subordinate. "Master, Ahead appears to be an island. Upon hearing this, 8848 promptly closed the chat channel and gazed in the direction indicated by his subordinate. An island materialized within his view. However, he did not see any fans atop this island, suggesting it belonged to a diligent individual focused on their own development. Although this deviated from his expectations, it mattered not. He could use this unfortunate soul to test the power of his crossbow, steer closer to the island, but maintain a safe distance. Otherwise, the crossbow won't be able to launch. Just then, one of his subordinates inquired, "Master, how far should we keep from the target?" "Fool. Naturally. We should remain within the effective range of the crossbow." "And what is the range of this crossbow?" At this question, 8848 found himself momentarily at a loss. While he knew the device was formidable, he was not entirely certain of its range. Since he lacked knowledge of this product, he would inquire with the vendor. The newly introduced shop feature was quite user-friendly. After purchasing an item, a specific communication channel could be established between the seller and the buyer, allowing direct dialogue in the shop's messaging option. Contemplating this, 8848 accessed the trading markets shop, clicked on purchased items, located the crossbow order, and contacted customer service. He sent a message, "Dear seller, what is the effective range of your crossbow?" Shortly thereafter, a reply arrived. CNNS 1111. "Dear, I just inquired with our technical team. The effective range is a full 50 meters. Upon reading this message, 8848 immediately instructed his subordinates, "Quickly, maintain a distance of 50 meters. "Yes," his subordinates replied, skillfully operating the fan and sail, adjusting their speed toward the opposing island. Soon, the two islands were within a distance of over 40 meters. 8848 gazed at the other island with a sly grin. "Bring the crossbow forward. Let us test its might on this hapless individual." "Yes," several subordinates responded, pushing the crossbow to the forefront of their island. Just then, one subordinate asked, "Master, it seems we only have the crossbow. How do we launch it without bolts?" Hearing this, 8848 fell silent. He approached the crossbow and observed that indeed, it was merely a frame without any bolts attached. In his excitement over the crossbow, he had overlooked this detail. He opened the shop again and inquired, "Dear seller, why does this crossbow not come with bolts?" The response was swift. CNNS 1111. "Dear, this item does not include bolts." Stunned by this reply, 8848 exclaimed, "Isn't it customary for such items to come with bolts? Even a single one would suffice. How am I to use it now?" CNNS 1111. "Dear, this issue falls outside our service scope. Bolts must be purchased separately." YDTA 8848. "How much do the bolts cost?" CNNS 1111. "Each original bolt is 10 pounds of iron." YDTA 8848. "Why is it so expensive? Is there a more affordable option?" CNNS 1111. "Dear, this bolt is already the cheapest available, as it is crafted entirely from solid wood and handmade. The cost reflects that." Acknowledging the vendor's reasoning, 8848 conceded that what had indeed become quite costly. However, he had exhausted his metal reserves when purchasing the crossbow and lacked additional funds to acquire the bolts. YDTA 8848. "Seller, I have no iron left. Considering I was the first to purchase the crossbow, could you perhaps give me a few bolts?" CNNS 1111. "Dear, we operate on a small profit margin. We do not provide extras." Stunned by this response, 8848 thought, 200 pounds of iron, and you call this a small business? Are you jesting? Chapter 174. Take it slow. There must be a process of training. Just as 8848 found himself at a loss, the vendor sent another message. CNNS 1111. "Dear, after reconsideration, as we are a new shop, if you provide us with a positive review, we can gift you a bolt." Upon reading this message, 8848 raised an eyebrow. "A positive review? How does one even provide a review for this?" CNNS 1111. "Simply advertise our shop on the World Channel. It's very easy." YDTA 8848. "Alright, I'll post it right now, just watch." Shortly thereafter, a message appeared on the World Channel. YDTA 8848. "Everyone, do you remember me? I was the one who snatched the crossbow from Merchant Alliance No. 1. As soon as I received it, I immediately activated the fan to test it out. This crossbow is fantastic. With just one shot, I took down the opponent. I shall return for more purchases." As this message emerged, the World Channel erupted in a frenzy. "Holy cow, this person bought a crossbow and immediately went to raid someone? I'm itching to buy one too." CNNS 1111. "Hurry and restock." Indeed, I too yearn to experience such a sensation. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian observed the news on the global channel, his expression reflecting dissatisfaction. The advertisement was overly rigid. Though the results were not entirely unfavorable, perhaps it would be prudent to devise additional slogans for future promotions. Since the other party had already advertised for his shop, Jiang Tian had no intention of disparaging them with a scathing remark. It would serve no purpose. He then proceeded to the location where the crossbow bolts were stored. Although Luban and his companions were currently preoccupied with other tasks, the creation of crossbow bolts was relatively straightforward. He had managed to craft a few during his spare time. Now, it was opportune to deliver one to the other party. He promptly sent a trade request, which was accepted. A bolt, as thick as a bowl, materialized before 8848. Overjoyed, 8848 hastily commanded his subordinates, "Quick, install it at once." "Yes," they replied, swiftly assembling the crossbow bolt. Once completed, 8848 took to the front lines, activating the mechanism. With a sharp crack, the bowstring tautened, and the bolt soared directly towards the opposing island. Thwack! The bolt embedded itself into the island, startling the inhabitants of the empty isle. My heavens, how massive and formidable is that bolt! Such power is terrifying. If that were to strike a person, it would be utterly devastating. What weapon are these sky pirates employing? Could it be a crossbow cart? This is disastrous. We have encountered an exceptionally powerful sky pirate this time. The survivors and subordinates on that island were engulfed in panic. Previously, they had encountered sky pirates. But one of the subordinates had a notably high combat prowess, and they had managed to defeat the earlier group of pirates. Therefore, when the opposing island approached, they felt no fear. However, the emergence of the crossbow cart left them utterly bewildered. Goodness, how are we to contend with such weaponry? On the other hand, 8848 was exceedingly pleased with the power of the crossbow cart. The only drawback was that it seemed not to have caused any direct damage to the enemy. If only I could fire another. He pondered, then opened his shop to send a message. "Having used this bolt, may I request another in exchange for another advertisement?" CNNS 1111 replied, "That is not permissible. Each new customer is entitled to only one promotional offer. If you wish for more, you must make an additional purchase." Upon reading the response, 8848 felt quite helpless. Nevertheless, there was little to lament, as he had already received one free of charge. At that moment, his subordinates, witnessing the power of the crossbow cart, began to cheer excitedly. "This is incredible. Master, if you fire another bolt, we may very well seize this island." "Master, let us do it again. I can hardly contain my eagerness to plunder." Listening to their eager exhortations, 8848 scanned his surroundings, contemplating what resources he could exchange for iron to procure another bolt from the shop. While surveying the island's resources, he spotted several wooden stakes on the ground, and his eyes lit up. "You lot, grab saws and let us craft one ourselves, following the previous specifications." Yes. Shortly thereafter, a bolt mirroring the earlier specifications was affixed to the crossbow cart. Activating the mechanism, they launched it once more. The bolt flew forth again, this time striking the most robust man on the enemy island. The man immediately coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground alongside the now inert bolt, blood spilling profusely. "Ha ha ha. This time, we have hit the mark. We have eliminated their strongest combatant. This crossbow cart is truly remarkable. What a thrilling sensation," 8848 exclaimed, patting the crossbow cart in admiration. Suddenly, on the other side, the sun shone brightly. A group of members on Jiang Tian's island, having finished their lunch and enjoyed a brief respite, busied themselves with their tasks. Jiang Tian, meanwhile, was inspecting the work status across various posts while addressing customer service inquiries. Following the dispatch of a crossbow bolt, he was inundated with private messages from eager individuals wishing to purchase a crossbow cart, even at a premium. Observing the enthusiasm of these customers, Jiang Tian felt a swell of satisfaction. Were it not for Luban's current preoccupation with other matters, he would have eagerly enlisted him to expedite the production of these items. However, he reasoned that orchestrating a hunger marketing strategy could also prove beneficial. The customer service aspect was somewhat tedious, and he would need to delegate these responsibilities to 0066 and 0888 in the future. Thus, while communicating with previous purchasers of the crossbow cart, Jiang Tian simultaneously broadcasted the conversation within the Alliance channel. After displaying the chat, he remarked, regarding customer service, "That is essentially the gist of it. It is best to maintain a courteous demeanor when conversing with customers, as one must be polite in business." 0888 replied, "Understood. By the way, if we also undertake customer service duties, might we receive a pay increase?" 1111 responded, "I shall consider it. An increase is likely." 0066 added, "Being polite to others may be difficult for me. I ended up arguing with those mutated goblins earlier." 1111 advised, "Take your time. There must be a process of growth." Just then, the distinct sound of the shop's notification chimed. Jiang Tian opened it to find a message from the individual who had purchased the crossbow cart. YDTA 8848. It collapsed. The crossbow cart fell apart after firing 2 bolts. It has disintegrated into a pile of parts. What on earth is happening? YDTA 8848's message was laden with bewilderment. Upon reading it, Jiang Tian could not help but smile faintly. Here it comes. Judging by the tone, the sold crossbow cart has indeed fallen apart, and it has done so quite thoroughly, scattering into a multitude of components. Truly, Luban is remarkable. Contemplating this, Jiang Tian replied, "Dear customer, under normal circumstances, our crossbow carts do not collapse after firing 2 bolts. Might there have been an issue with your operation of the cart? I suspect you may have used non-genuine bolts, which could have caused the malfunction." After a brief silence, the other party responded, 8848, "I don't care. The cart is in pieces now, and my subordinates have no idea how to reassemble it. You must fix it for me, or provide me with a new one." 1111 replied, "I apologize, but we do not offer a return service. However, I can certainly repair it. The repair fee is 40 ingots of iron. Please trade the cart and iron over, and I will arrange for our technician to restore it. 8848 exclaimed, What? Why must I pay more? Is there no warranty on this item? I demand a refund. Upon reading this message, Jiang Tian smirked. I'm afraid not. The item has been sold and is non-returnable. Should you wish, we can reclaim the crossbow cart parts and refund you 30 ingots of iron. After sending the message, Wydite 8848 was left in a state of utter perplexity. In all his years, he had never encountered a shop with such a rigid policy. After a considerable pause, he began to curse. The quality of this product is utterly lacking. It broke shortly after arriving, and you refuse to accept returns or exchanges. This is outrageous. You operate like a black market shop. I will take to the global channel to denounce you. Shortly after uttering this, the storm was far from over. On the global channel, a person's remarks suddenly appeared. YDTA 8848. Everyone, listen to me. I was the very first to snatch up the crossbow. You must not purchase anything from Shop 1 of the Merchant Alliance. That place is utterly unscrupulous. The crossbow fell apart after just one use, and they refused to exchange or refund it. This shop is nothing short of a den of thieves. Upon hearing this, many in the global channel were left bewildered. Wait a minute, 8848, weren't you just praising their products? How did you suddenly switch to disparagement? TSK, such is the nature of men. Once they don their trousers, they forget their friends. Surely, you're not afraid that others will snatch up the remaining crossbows, prompting you to say such things? I sincerely hope none of us buys this crossbow, leaving it solely for you. I find this notion highly plausible. This fellow was previously boasting about acquiring the crossbow, and even mocked us, strutting around like a peacock, which is quite infuriating. But could there be a grain of truth in his words? Does that crossbow truly disintegrate after just one use? The quality must be abysmal. How could it possibly fall apart after only 2 uses? If that were the case, how could he continue to operate his business? Wouldn't no one return to purchase from him again? Indeed, did he not previously sell watermelon knives and pigskin armor? No one complained about those. The watermelon knife I bought from him worked quite well. Wait, I purchased a watermelon knife from his shop too, thinking it seemed decent. Who would have known that after slicing through a few foes, the blade shattered? The quality is indeed rather poor. Goodness, is he not a black-hearted merchant? With such shoddy quality, who would dare buy anything from him? I propose we collectively boycott such unscrupulous merchants, those heartless capitalists. Thus, in an instant, countless individuals began to tag Jiang Tian on the global channel, demanding he provide an explanation regarding the product quality in his shop. At that moment, Jiang Tian was holding Kai Wenji's hand, assisting her in examining her fortune. As the saying goes, the 5 elements must harmonize, embodying both form and spirit. The essence of the 5 elements lies in their interconnectedness. Evaluating one aspect alone disregards the nuances of fortune and misfortune. And only by considering the combination of features can one discern the truth. The eyes belong to fire, the ears and mouth to water, the cheekbones to metal, the nose to earth, and the head and eyebrows to wood. Any organ that is disproportionately large or small can cause an imbalance in the flow of the 5 elements. Kai Wenji felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, thinking, Master, are you not here to read my fortune? Why do you insist on holding my hand? Jiang Tian, however, was oblivious to her expression, instead focusing intently, observing the nose with the eyes, the mouth with the heart, presenting a demeanor of utmost seriousness. Of course, whether it be reading fortunes or palmistry, he was quite inept. He merely wished to amuse himself and Kai Wenji, as boredom on the island compelled him to jest. Just as Jiang Tian prepared to delve into more esoteric discourse, a series of loud notification sounds erupted. Taken aback, he finally released Kai Wenji's hand. You may continue your work. I have a matter to attend to. Oh, Kai Wenji replied, regaining her focus as she lifted her fishing rod. Jiang Tian then opened the chat channel. Meanwhile, in the Alliance channel, 0066 and 0888 had sent several messages in quick succession. 1111. Someone is claiming our shop is a scam. Indeed, that individual who purchased the crossbow has been ranting on the global channel, urging others not to buy from Merchant Alliance 1. Many are accusing you of being a black-hearted merchant, calling for a boycott of Merchant Alliance 1. As they sent messages, they also tagged themselves. Upon seeing these messages, Jiang Tian opened the global channel and found it was indeed a cacophony of noise. Almost everyone was demanding he provide an explanation, cursing and asserting that the quality of his goods was appallingly subpar. Some even claimed the watermelon knife shattered at a mere gust of wind. Surely this is absurd. Even if these were products crafted by apprentices, they could not possibly be broken by a breeze. Subsequently, after pondering for a moment, Jiang Tian sent out a message, CNNS 1111. You get what you pay for. Quality goods do exist, but they cannot be sold at such low prices. If you examine other weapon shops, you'll see that for comparable quality, our prices are the most affordable. For the same price, our quality is the best. And to the one who bought the crossbow, if you spent 200 gene of iron to obtain it, you should be content. If you find it unsatisfactory, go purchase from someone else and see how much you'll need to exchange for it, especially with equipment like crossbows and watermelon knives. These items are essential for survival in this world. Keep in mind that with the rampant kondak and constant natural disasters, acquiring an additional piece of equipment is akin to gaining another life. Is 200 gene of iron not worth a life? Currently, there are only a handful of shops selling weapons. With so many people arriving on the Sky Island, do you really believe no one else is capable of crafting weapons? They can, but they choose not to sell them, as they cherish their own creations. Chapter 176. Love it or leave it. If you don't want it, seek alternatives. Upon hearing this, the global channel erupted in an uproar. You're merely evading accountability. After all that talk, you're just trying to excuse your poor product quality. TSK, TSK, TSK. You make yourself sound so noble. Why not just give your products away for free? All black-hearted merchants are the same. You speak so grandly. Yet you merely seek to profit from deceit. In that case, 1111. How about you give me 2 crossbows, 50 watermelon knives, and some pigskin armor for free? And then I might believe you. Exactly. I was swindled by someone who sold me a blackened pigman's armor, which itched so badly I broke out in rashes. Indeed. I bought a pair of shoes made of pigskin, and after only a few days, my feet itched uncontrollably. Later, I discovered I had athlete's foot. By the way, does anyone have medicine for athlete's foot? Can you sell me some? My toes are completely festering, leaking black fluid. EW. Gross. How dare you mention such things on the global channel while I'm eating? I almost vomited upon reading that. What is the big deal? I'm just saying what happened to me. Instantly, the global channel was filled with discussions about athlete's foot and the ensuing disgust. However, the conversation eventually circled back to the matter of Merchant Alliance 1. Honestly, I think 1111 has a point. Here, possessing an extra piece of equipment does indeed safeguard one's assets. I, too, have purchased watermelon knives from other shops, and their quality was abysmal, dulling after a single slice of a pigment. I've also observed the weapon sellers. In terms of quality, Merchant Alliance 1 does indeed offer the most affordable options. What the owner of the Merchant Alliance said rings true. Where else can one find crossbows for sale? This is the only shop, and you still refuse to buy? Those who just disparaged his goods were merely seeking to slander. The one who claimed the watermelon knife shattered at a gust of wind. I'm familiar with that ID. You're the owner of that weapon specialty shop, aren't you? Your comments were clearly an attempt to malign 1111. Goodness. It seems only competitors harbor such blatant animosity. In that moment, the tide of opinion shifted once more. Those who had previously purchased from Merchant Alliance 1 began to speak in Jiang Tian's defense, hoping he would view them favorably for future discounts. As the old saying goes, the world is bustling, all for profit. The world is chaotic, all for gain. Seeing this, Jiang Tian merely smiled faintly. There are not many merchants selling knives and armor currently. Moreover, with an abundance of resources at one's disposal, the commodities offered by the Merchant Alliance can assure the utmost quality or the greatest value for money in such an environment. Whether these individuals choose to purchase or not is inconsequential. After all, we currently find ourselves in a seller's market. After a brief interval, the buyer of the crossbow cart, YDTA8848, sent a message through the storefront. I apologize for my earlier impulsiveness. Please proceed with the repairs for me. It was 40 pounds of iron, correct? I shall send you the crossbow parts and the iron ingots right away. In response, Jiang Tian could not help but smirk coldly. 40 pounds? Are you mistaken? It is clearly 60 pounds. 8848, WTF? You can't just raise the price like that. 1111, raise the price? Are you aware of the significant losses your careless remarks on the global channel have caused our shop? Do you understand that I handle hundreds of pounds of iron in mere moments, and here I am wasting time arguing with you? Have you the means to compensate for that? 8848. 1111. Let's not delve into irrelevant matters. The bottom line is this. Whether you wish to repair or not is entirely up to you. If you choose not to, find someone else. 8848. Fine. I will repair it. It's just 60 pounds of iron. I have it. Along with the message, a trade request was sent. Soon after, the transaction was completed. In front of Jiang Tian lay several iron ingots and a pile of wooden components. Observing these items, Jiang Tian could only smile wryly. Just moments ago, the buyer claimed to lack metal, and now the trade was executed so readily. It seemed that 8,848 had indeed seized an island with the crossbow cart. Wasn't it quite functional? Why contemplate a return? Furthermore, once Jiang Tian sold something, there was no rationale for it to be returned after use. That would truly be a misguided expectation. At that moment, the sound of the Alliance channel chimed once more. Upon checking, he found the two individuals had once again filled the channel with messages. 0066. Despite my understanding of your character and the comparison to the crossbow cart you provided, I realize you are indeed trying to take advantage of me. However, your words carry substantial merit, leaving me speechless. 0888. Indeed. Just moments ago you advised us to treat consumers with courtesy, yet you were hurling insults at them on the global channel. Upon reading these comments, Jiang Tian's expression turned stern as he replied, "No returns is the foundational principle of our merchant alliance. All our services adhere to the no-return policy. By the way, should you handle after-sales service in the future, feel free to confront anyone wishing to return items. Do not feel obliged to spare my feelings." 0888. Understood. 0066. If confronting people is part of the job, I am more than capable. Having said this, Jiang Tian called over Lungzi, instructing him to have the iron ingots and wooden components separately placed in the blacksmith shop and the lumberyard. As Luban was currently occupied, he could not spare the time to repair these items. They would have to be set aside for now. In preparation for the impending downpour, everyone on the island was busy with tasks. Jiang Tian pondered whether there were any personnel available for purchase. With these thoughts in mind, he opened the shop list in the trading hall. Chapter 177. I will take them all. After initiating the search, a list of stores appeared before Jiang Tian. At the top was the same subordinate specialty store from which he had previously purchased Aka. He had a vivid impression of this store, as it boasted a comprehensive selection of subordinates. However, the prices were indeed somewhat steep. As the saying goes, one should compare prices among 3 vendors to avoid being swindled. Jiang Tian decided to explore other shops first. After surveying the offerings, he discovered that most of the other subordinate vendors primarily dealt in empty raiders. For empty raiders, subordinates with any combat capability were generally kept for personal use. As for female subordinates, they were even less likely to be sold, as they were typically retained for personal purposes. Moreover, the types of subordinates available in these shops were rather homogeneous, mostly comprising frail, ordinary individuals, and the prices were exorbitant. The exchange conditions often involved 2 or 3 pigs, hundreds of pounds of iron, or large quantities of ice and wood. Not even food was sought, evidently indicating a sense of affluence and abundance. It appeared that the entrepreneurial journey was proceeding smoothly, with no lack of sustenance. Conversely, Jiang Tian also noted a significant shift in the resources being traded. Previously, food and wood were the most sought-after commodities in the trading hall. Now, many vendors were offering metal as their exchange medium. It seemed that many individuals had managed to secure their basic needs and were preparing to craft their own weapons. Therefore, acquiring metal in the future might prove somewhat challenging. After a thorough survey, Jiang Tian had not managed to purchase a single subordinate. It appeared that he would have to visit a larger subordinate specialty store. While contemplating this, he scrolled back to the top of the trading hall and entered the premier subordinate specialty store. Upon entering, the internal interface unfolded before Jiang Tian. The categories remained singular, focusing solely on subordinates. However, within this broad category, there were several subcategories based on the conditions and regions of each subordinate. Jiang Tian examined the status within. A male subordinate with combat capability generally required around 800 pounds of iron or 3 pigs. Ordinary individuals, on the other hand, needed around 300 pounds of iron. In comparison, this subordinate specialty store offered a higher value for money. Although the prices were similarly elevated, they remained slightly lower than those of subordinates in equivalent conditions. It seemed that the store owner had conducted thorough market research. On another note, Jiang Tian began to wonder if the price of his crossbow cart was set too low. Selling a crossbow cart for merely 200 pounds of iron was even less than that of an ordinary person. He realized he would need to raise the prices in that regard moving forward. While mulling over this, Jiang Tian continued browsing through the other product categories in the subordinate specialty store. In addition to classifications by age, gender, and region, 2 new subcategories had been introduced: store manager's recommendations and desperate clearance sale. Upon seeing this, Jiang Tian couldn't help but exclaim, "How remarkably professional." He then clicked on the store manager's recommendations. This category featured predominantly younger female subordinates, with the highest priced one listed at over 2,000 pounds of iron or equivalent resources. Most of them appeared to be the same individuals he had encountered previously, still unsold. After all, such a steep price was not something an ordinary person could afford. Even if some alliances or major empty raiders managed to acquire such resources, it was unlikely they would spend so much on these individuals. Would they even sell? Jiang Tian was left pondering the store owner's rationale. Exiting the store manager's recommendations, he ventured into the desperate clearance sale. To his astonishment, he discovered that this category also featured women, 4 in total. Wang Chunfeng, female, healthy. Note: as the owner of a conscientious store, I do not wish to deceive anyone. This woman is approximately in her 40s, with rather average attributes. It remains unclear what she is capable of. Those with specific tastes may take her away directly. Price: 50 pounds of iron. Neo Dongmei, female, healthy. Note: the conditions and price for this subordinate are identical to the above. Li Qiuling. Upon viewing this, Jiang Tian felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. Goodness, this store is refreshingly honest. Indeed, there is a variety of individuals available. However, he could not fathom the purpose of acquiring such subordinates. They seemed unlikely to sell. Useful subordinates would not be worth the investment, while cheaper options left one questioning their utility. To his dismay, after a thorough exploration, he had still failed to find a suitable purchase. As he expressed his grievances, Jiang Tian began to scrutinize the entire interface of the store. The categorization of this shop is indeed quite meticulous. Perhaps I could make some adjustments on my end as well. At this moment, Jiang Tian noticed that the homepage slogan of the shop had changed. We do not produce subordinates. We merely serve as their transporters. Upon reading this slogan, a smirk tugged at the corner of Jiang Tian's mouth. Wasn't that just a trivial statement? Can one truly manufacture subordinates? Wait a moment. The notion of producing sparked a bold idea in Jiang Tian's mind. I wonder if subordinates can be produced. Why not attempt to have a few subordinates procreate? Speaking of which, I currently have over 30 individuals under my command, most of whom are single and unattached. Aside from their daily sustenance and labor, they likely experience a sense of emptiness, loneliness, and perhaps even coldness during the stillness of the night. Although the notion of coldness seems implausible given the sweltering heat. In any case, as a leader, I ought to find a way to enrich my subordinates' emotional lives. Perhaps I could acquire a few female subordinates to keep them company. With this thought in mind, Jiang Tian glanced at the prominently displayed female subordinates within the shop. He couldn't help but shake his head. Such female subordinates are prohibitively expensive. Currently, spending over 1,000 or 2,000 pieces of iron to improve my subordinates' welfare would be an extravagant endeavor, one that even I cannot afford. Moreover, given Jiang Tian's nature, it is unlikely he would engage in such a venture, allowing himself to be exploited. Perhaps I should reconsider later and see if there are more affordable options. Just then, Jiang Tian's gaze fell upon the category labeled heartfelt liquidation. A spark ignited within him, and a faint smile graced his lips. Here lies the solution. He promptly clicked to contact customer service. CNNS 1111. Boss, are you there? Shortly after sending the message, a vibrant ID responded. CRQQ 3650. Hello, welcome. How may I assist you? Upon reading this message, Jiang Tian felt utterly bewildered. Although it was merely a text, he could almost hear the cheerful tone in his mind. It felt as though he were purchasing bubble tea from a certain brand store. My goodness, this boss is quite the showman. Setting aside this fleeting distraction, Jiang Tian boldly sent a message. I'll take all 4 female subordinates from your heartfelt liquidation. Please give me a discount for purchasing in bulk. Chapter 178. I have some good news to share with everyone. After sending this message, the recipient fell into a moment of silence. Soon after, a reply came through. What the hell? Did I just misread? There are only 4 old women in my shop, and you want to buy them all? Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow and inquired. Yes, what is the problem? Why such a dramatic reaction? Are you unwilling to offer a discount? Not long after, the other party collected themselves and regained their composure. CRQQ 3650. Ahem, it's not about the price. If you truly want to buy them all, there will naturally be a discount. However, may I ask what you intend to do with so many of these women? In response, Jiang Tian candidly replied. To take them home to bear children. What else would I do? By the way, can these female subordinates still reproduce? After sending the message, he waited for quite some time, but there was no reply. Jiang Tian found it rather perplexing. Where are you? Are you even willing to sell these subordinates or not? If not, just say so and I'll leave. Sell, sell, sell. 3650 finally replied, followed by an explanation for their earlier silence. My apologies, buddy. To be honest, your request is a bit too unconventional. I was momentarily taken aback and couldn't process it. Theoretically, they should still be able to have children and could likely bear you a few healthy boys. Jiang Tian responded with a hint of exasperation. You misunderstood. It's not for me, but for my subordinates. 3650. So, your friends need them, huh? I understand. Over the years, I've encountered all sorts of people with varying tastes. No need for further explanation. They're just 4 older ladies. It's nothing too significant. By the way, I checked the order, and the dark-skinned woman, aka, was also purchased by you? Wow, your taste is indeed quite unique. At this, Jiang Tian felt a twitch in his eye, rendered speechless. It had been the same when he was crafting figurines. He had prepared them for others. Yet everyone assumed they were for him. What was happening? Why did no one believe him when he spoke the truth? However, Jiang Tian did not feel inclined to explain, as it would be futile. At this juncture, the shop owner thoughtfully consolidated the 4 female subordinates into a single product, with a package price of 160 pieces of iron. The transaction was swiftly completed. The 4 ladies appeared before Jiang Tian. Their appearances need not be elaborated upon, as they were the most commonplace types. Upon seeing Jiang Tian, the 4 ladies simultaneously placed their hands on their waists and bowed, addressing him as master. Faced with this display, Jiang Tian felt somewhat awkward. Before he could utter a word, a notification sound echoed from the transaction interface. CRQQ 3650. Dear, I have a good grasp of your preferences now. If there are any other unsold individuals in the future, I will reach out to you. If your subordinates are satisfied, please remember to give a 5-star review on the World Channel. We look forward to your next visit. Upon reading this message, Jiang Tian was left utterly perplexed. While the service attitude was commendable, it seemed the owner had developed a slight misunderstanding about him. Never mind. Jiang Tian felt no desire to clarify further. He should first settle these 4 individuals. Turning to the 4 bowing ladies, he inquired, from now on, address me as boss. Please introduce yourselves and let me know if you possess any special skills or talents. Jiang Tian still harbored a glimmer of hope for these 4 subordinates. Perhaps they concealed unique skills that could contribute to his development. However, their responses extinguished his hopes. Yes, boss. I am Wang Chunfang, 44 years old, unmarried. I am Lu Xiaoxiang. This year the 4 ladies introduced themselves as Wang Chunfang, Lu Xiaoxiang, Li Qiuling, and Niu Dongmei. As for special skills, aside from being adept at square dancing, it appeared they had none. Upon learning this, Jiang Tian couldn't help but sigh. This was to be expected. Before being placed in the heartfelt liquidation, they had likely been thoroughly vetted by 3650. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been sold at such a low price. Nonetheless, it didn't matter. After all, the primary purpose of bringing them here was not to rely solely on their skills. Once the introductions were complete, Jiang Tian led them to the employee dormitory, placing them in an unoccupied room. Out of humanitarian consideration, he briefly explained his arrangements for them and inquired about their opinions. If they were unwilling to date his subordinates, he would not force them. Upon hearing Jiang Tian's intentions, the four ladies blushed. Though they did not provide a definitive answer, they subtly conveyed their acceptance of the matchmaking arrangement. Jiang Tian nodded and stepped out of the room. Now that the female parties were in place, it was time to inform the male parties. Earlier, when he had escorted the four ladies, the others had been busy, and no one had truly noticed his actions. Now, he could share this good news with them and see what their reactions might be. Currently, there were 38 individuals on the island, with only 4 potential matches. I wonder who among them would be the fortunate ones. Subsequently, Jiang Tian made his way to the southern part of the island and addressed the busy crowd. All right, everyone, let us set aside our tasks for a moment, as I have some splendid news to share. Upon hearing this, the subordinates halted their work, dropping their tools, and turned their gazes toward Jiang Tian. My lord, what is this good news? Is the torrential rain no longer coming? Boss, can we finally take a break and have a meal? Jiang Tian replied, focus on your work. The good news I speak of is unrelated to food. What is it then? Faced with the puzzled expressions of his subordinates, Jiang Tian smiled slightly and explained, having spent so much time together, witnessing your tireless efforts daily. It pains me to see you all still single. Would you like wives? If so, I can arrange for them to be delivered to you right now. Currently, there are only 4 lucky souls who will have the chance to embrace beauty. At these words, the crowd was left in shock, staring at one another in disbelief. They had never expected their lord to suddenly broach such a topic. For a moment, they were at a loss for words. However, Tang Yin, upon hearing this, was overtaken with ecstatic joy. Is it true? Oh my goodness, boss, you are too generous. And you're even providing partners. I want one. I want one right now. No one else can snatch this from me. I'll secure one first. Seeing Tang Yin's exuberance, Jiang Tian's face lit up with satisfaction. Since you're so eager, come with me. Your future partner is waiting for you in the dormitory. Woohoo! Tang Yin strutted behind Jiang Tian, heading towards the dormitory, boasting to the others along the way, haha, I knew it. Working in that sweltering blacksmith shop every day, the boss wouldn't let me down. This time, I'm ahead of the game. Don't lose heart, everyone. There will be wives for all of you. By the way, boss, how many wives can one person have? Can one have more than one? Chapter 179, Something Seems Amiss. As Tang Yin chattered incessantly, Jiang Tian led him into the dormitory. TSK, boss. Where are the wives? I don't see them. Tang Yin exclaimed eagerly. Jiang Tian chuckled lightly. Your excitement is palpable. They are in the last room on the 2nd floor. You'll see them shortly. Wow, boss, you're quite mysterious. But I like it. Tang Yin, grinning from ear to ear, patted his chest and declared, since you're so good to me, I promise I won't slack off at work anymore. Oh, hearing you say that brings me great comfort, Jiang Tian replied as they ascended to the 2nd floor. Soon, they arrived at the door of the room where the newly acquired female subordinates were housed. Jiang Tian gestured toward the closed door. Your future partner is inside. Hiss. At that moment, Tang Yin stared at the door, his breath quickening. A sly smile crept across his face, his expression akin to that of a mischievous child. Boss, hurry up and open it. I want to see what my wife looks like. All right, here we go. Jiang Tian knocked on the door and pushed it open. As the wooden door creaked ajar, Tang Yin eagerly peered inside. There stood 4 ladies, who rose simultaneously and shyly greeted him. Oh dear, young handsome, are you my partner? One asked. Wow, you're quite charming. Another chimed in. Hey there, young man, don't just stand there. Come sit with us. Seeing the 4 ladies smiling invitingly and beckoning him over, Tang Yin was rendered speechless, gasping in shock, his eyes wide. His previously rosy cheeks turned ashen in an instant. With a resounding thud, he slammed the door shut, staring at Jiang Tian in disbelief. Boss, you can't be serious. The wives you've arranged for me are these ladies? Indeed, they are, Jiang Tian replied with a calm smile. So what do you think? Do you like these sisters? Sisters? Tang Yin's eyes widened further as he pointed at the door and then at himself. Boss, they all look old enough to be my mother. Look at me. Look at my youthful face. I'm still young. Couldn't you find me someone closer to my age? Tang Yin, Jiang Tian said, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. I understand you may feel some resistance. However, as you can see, our living conditions are not ideal, and many are still single. You should be grateful for the opportunity to have a partner, rather than wishing for more. I can't. No, thank you. Tang Yin hastily waved his hands. Boss, I haven't been working diligently enough to deserve this. Please, give this opportunity to someone else. I still have work to finish. With that, He hurriedly fled the dormitory. Meanwhile, a group of construction workers reinforcing the buildings engaged in casual conversation. Did you see how Tang Yin lit up when he heard he was getting a wife? He was practically soaring. Of course. We're all men here. Of course. We do want a partner, another replied. Tang Yin is just lucky to have stumbled upon such a good fortune. Still, it's only natural, after all. He works hard in the forge every day, someone remarked. I hope the boss notices me and assigns me a partner as well. Just then, a flurry of footsteps echoed as Tang Yin rushed towards the construction site. He bent down, fervently mixing the lime and cement. His fellow workers were taken aback. Goodness. Isn't that Tang Yin? He's back already? Not long ago, he was slacking off, sitting around. Now, he's working like a man possessed. Is he trying to repay the boss for assigning him a partner? Hey, Tang Yin, did the boss really set you up with a wife? How is it going? Are we going to celebrate your wedding soon? With each inquiry, Tang Yin's heart raced. He ignored their questions, hastening his work and pretending not to hear. As the conversation continued, Jiang Tian emerged from the dormitory and approached the worksite. Hearing the chatter about Tang Yin, he couldn't help but smile wryly. His intention in arranging a partner for Tang Yin was not only to see if a little one might come from it, but also to encourage him to focus on his work. Although Tang Yin declined, the outcome was still favorable. If he was unwilling, Jiang Tian decided to arrange partners for others instead. Turning to the crowd, he announced, just now, Tang Yin's introduction to the female subordinates did not go as planned. But fret not. One less competitor means more opportunities for you. There are still 4 ladies left in the dormitory. If anyone is interested, come with me to take a look. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to Tang Yin. Just moments ago, he had been so eager for a partner, yet now the introduction had failed? Given his usual demeanor, even if the ladies were not to his liking, he would have at least said something. So effortlessly has one returned, laboring with such fervor, as if threatened by some unseen peril. Could there be a hidden agenda behind this affair? At this moment, Tang Yin sensed the perplexed gazes of others upon him. In a bid to allocate this fortunate task to his colleagues and prevent the boss from imposing it solely upon himself, he promptly rose, mustered a smile, and proclaimed, "Let us not overthink this. These sisters are quite splendid. I merely feel that I am still youthful, and thus should devote my abundant energy to work, rather than indulge in personal matters of the heart." Upon hearing this, the other subordinates furrowed their brows, suddenly realizing that something was amiss. One by one, they fell silent. Returning to their tasks, Jiang Tian, hands clasped behind his back, observed his industrious subordinates and inquired, "If you are interested, you may take turns setting aside your work to join me in seeking potential partners," addressing the matter of lifelong companionship. To his surprise, the subordinates hastily waved their hands in refusal, responding, No, boss, I am still young and in no rush to contemplate such matters. I seek not love, but work. Women would only impede my productivity. I am still inexperienced. Perhaps these benefits should first be extended to those with greater tenure. Team leader Shi Gang, what do you think? Boss, I believe we should first reinforce our shelter, weather this storm, and only then consider such matters. At that time, I shall also arrange matchmaking for these young folks under my charge. What do you think? The subordinates of Shi Gang. Witnessing this, Jiang Tian could only chuckle in disbelief. Very well, Shi Gang's reasoning holds merit. It would be prudent to wait until the storm has passed before organizing a matchmaking event for them. Subsequently, he refrained from further interrupting their work and turned to the trading post in search of necessary supplies. Chapter 180. Surely, I must possess some semblance of authority? Meanwhile, on an island spanning approximately 800 square meters, 2111 sat, observing his subordinates diligently engaged in fishing and construction, his visage marred by gloom. Previously, he had orchestrated a trap using the pigmen on the 2345 island. The plan was straightforward: deceive others in the channel into believing that abundant resources lay upon the 2345 island. The intent was to lure survivors and their subordinates into a deadly confrontation with the pigmen, allowing him to seize their islands and resources, effectively compelling the pigmen to work for him. On the first day, the plan was somewhat successful, ensnaring a hapless victim. During the escape, 2111 seized the island and resources, along with 2 fishing rods, a bountiful harvest, indeed. However, subsequent ambushes did not unfold so favorably. Over the past few days, a handful of rather dim-witted survivors had flown towards the 2345 island, but none returned. It appeared all had fallen victim to the pigman. In that moment, 2111 felt as if he were laboring for the pigman. Particularly today, at this hour, not a single island had ventured forth. What a colossal waste of time. What manner of absurdity is this? Had he not lingered here these past few days, but sought trouble with others instead, he might have already made significant progress. Yet now, curses. 2111 vented his frustration. After squandering several days, attempting to seize from others now seemed rather daunting. He resolved to seek alternative methods to expedite his own advancement. With these thoughts in mind, 2111 accessed the World Channel, hoping to glean some inspiration. At that moment, the World Channel buzzed with activity. WTF? As I passed an island, I saw a talking blackened pigman. Huh, such a thing exists? Is it true? Indeed. Although I lost 2 subordinates, I managed to vanquish this blackened pigman. How can a pig speak? Are you dreaming? I too saw something similar in my local channel. It seems someone encountered a talking blackened pigman. I wonder what transpired afterward. Perhaps blackened pigmen can speak? Enough. I encountered one the day before yesterday. It nearly frightened me to death. Fortunately, I had bought a watermelon knife from Alliance Shop No. 1. Otherwise, it would have been quite the challenge to handle. However, now that the knife has broken, I must return to that shop for more. Wow. Is that knife truly that effective? Can it really slay blackened pigmen? Of course. It's iron, superior to copper. While it may break easily, it can indeed pierce the skin of a blackened pigman. My heavens, I thought it was all just hot air. It seems those who disparaged the watermelon knife this morning were indeed envious. I must purchase a few myself. I too wish to buy. Yet since the uproar this morning, Alliance Shop No. 1 has not restocked. I wonder what the proprietor is doing. Indeed, I have been urging the owner of Alliance Shop No. 1 to replenish their stock. This negligent owner is reminiscent of those authors who delay their updates. Upon seeing these messages, 2,111's ire surged. Alliance Shop No. 1? Is that not the establishment of 1111? What is this 1111 up to? First, he profits in the local channel, and now he has opened a shop, even engaging in business within the world channel? Such ventures would surely enrich him further. When, then, would he find the opportunity to settle the score with him? Especially after wasting these days. The more he pondered, the more incensed he became, wishing to slap himself for relief. After a moment of agitation, he once again gazed at the world channel. At that juncture, the world channel was inundated with advertisements. Many were posting messages to attract customers to their shops, promoting a variety of wares. Observing this, 2,111 began to contemplate. Given his current lack of combat prowess, perhaps he should also attempt to open a shop and sell some items? Yet what could he possibly sell? His current supplies were uncertain even for his own sustenance. Perhaps he should explore the Alliance channel to see if he could procure items for sale? After all, as the Alliance leader, he ought to possess some degree of authority, should he not? With this notion, 2111 felt a plan taking shape. He promptly accessed the Alliance channel. During this time, although his island's development had been lackluster, the Anti-Wealth Alliance had seen commendable growth, welcoming several newcomers. While waiting on the island, he had occasionally instructed these individuals in the Alliance channel. Most of these newcomers were those whom 1111 had incited to ire in the regional channel. For instance, when 1111 proclaimed he would construct cement shelters for the cattle, he had attracted several to his cause. This was undoubtedly a swifter method than laboriously advertising. As long as 1111 continued to boast, his alliance would expand indefinitely. Chapter 181. I have something to discuss with everyone. Having contemplated these matters, 2111 accessed the Alliance channel. At this moment, the Alliance channel had grown to over a dozen members, engaged in casual banter. Good afternoon, fellow anti-wealth comrades. Hello, greetings to all. How has business been lately? I'm faring well. I've seized 2 islands. How about you? My luck has been rather poor. I found an island, but it seems to be quite a tough nut to crack. The minions of that individual on the island don darkened pigman leather armor, and I remain uncertain whether my feeble weapon can even inflict damage. Perhaps you should procure a few watermelon knives from Merchant Alliance No. 1. They might resolve your predicament. Watermelon knives? Are they truly effective? Indeed. I previously had a friend acquire one for me, and the handling is remarkably smooth, making it effortless to cleave through adversaries. Is it truly that formidable? Might the price be exorbitant? It is somewhat pricey, requiring 20 pounds of iron. However, as entrepreneurs, we must treat ourselves well. Necessary investments are essential. Who can fathom the struggles faced by us entrepreneurs in this current environment? If we do not care for ourselves, who will extend kindness to us? Indeed, while many only perceive the lavish lifestyles of the grand raiders, who acknowledges the hardships of us grassroots entrepreneurs, it brings a tear to my eye. You speak true. I shall reserve a few immediately. Upon witnessing these messages, 2111 felt an uncontainable surge of anger. He never anticipated that someone within his own alliance would be promoting that 1111. Nevertheless, one must wonder, are these watermelon knives truly as silky smooth as claimed? Can they genuinely slice through the hide of the dark pigmen? Perhaps he should purchase several himself. He could even contemplate eliminating that loquacious dark pigman directly at 2345. As 2111 pondered this, a message appeared in the Alliance channel, capturing everyone's attention. I have not been robbing others lately. I have been preparing for my shop. I believe I am on the verge of a significant windfall. 2111 was taken aback. Preparing a shop? A major profit? What could this mean? Could it be that a mere underling in his alliance had struck upon the profitable wave of commerce? At that moment, other allies in the Alliance channel began to inquire. Hey, buddy, what do you mean by a windfall? Are you opening a shop? How does one go about this? You aren't selling weapons, are you? Wow. You possess such skills? What are you concocting? Share your methods with us, as we are all family here, and we could all use a little fortune, given how dire our circumstances have become. With each query from the Alliance members, 2111's gaze remained fixed on the Alliance channel. He initially envisioned engaging in trade to earn resources and subsequently flaunt his status within the Alliance. Unexpectedly, someone had already begun taking action on that front. This revelation left 2111 feeling somewhat incredulous. What would become of his dignity as the leader? At the same time, he was eager to uncover the method by which this ally was profiting. If he could learn the technique, perhaps he too could reap rewards. In the midst of this attention, the ally who claimed to be on the brink of a fortune spoke up. It's quite simple. The weather is heating up, and I pondered whether drought conditions might arise, leading to a scarcity of water. Moreover, aside from 1111, others are also beginning to contemplate construction, which will necessitate water. Consequently, water will undoubtedly become a scarce resource. Therefore, I have been privately contacting individuals while acquiring water at the trading post, so I can sell it later. Upon hearing this, the Alliance channel erupted in astonishment. What? How did I not think of that? I was too preoccupied with drinking to consider stockpiling water. One lamented. Recalling a previous opportunity he had squandered. However, water is already quite expensive. How can we afford to stockpile it? The others quickly grasped the implications. Indeed, even if we were to engage in this trade, we would need sufficient capital. They pondered, reflecting on their alliance's impoverished state and the lack of resources for such ventures. At this juncture, the water stockpiler interjected. You are correct. The price of water is indeed high. Thus, when I acquired water, I sold nearly all my wood, food, and metal resources, leaving myself only enough food to survive. I deliberated extensively before making that decision. I admit, it was a gamble. However, should a drought occur, the water I have stockpiled will yield significant profits, at least tenfold. Hearing this, everyone inhaled sharply. What he said held merit. Although the initial investment was steep, the potential returns were equally remarkable. Soon, everyone was clamoring to procure water for stockpiling. Observing this, 2111 felt a stir of ambition. It must be said, this individual with the water foresight was quite astute, and this endeavor held considerable promise. Why not stockpile some water himself and await the opportune moment to resell? However, 2111 soon realized the complexity of the undertaking. The price of water was ever increasing. If he had acted earlier, it would have been manageable. Now, the prices had escalated beyond reasonable limits, leaving him uncertain about how much water he could acquire. Although he anticipated some profit, the volume would likely be minimal. Furthermore, tracking down individual survivors for water would be a cumbersome task. If only he could secure a substantial quantity at once. At that moment, 2111's gaze fell upon the idea of the water stockpiler. A bold idea blossomed in his mind. This underling of his alliance was a veritable reservoir of water resources. If he could seize the water this individual had amassed, he could certainly turn a substantial profit. Yet, how could he discreetly acquire this water without resorting to overt theft? He was the leader, after all, and could not simply snatch it away. Besides, he was unaware of the location of this individual's island, rendering a direct approach impossible. Furthermore, if his allies all became wealthy, would they still heed his commands? No, he needed a strategy to mitigate these potential pitfalls. Shortly thereafter, 2111 devised a plan. A sly smile crept across his face, revealing his cunning intent. He then dispatched a message in the Alliance channel. Everyone, hold off on acquiring water for now. I have something important to discuss. Chapter 182. If I do not enter hell, who will? At this moment, within the channel of the wealth-hating alliance, upon seeing their leader speak, the allies shifted the conversation and began to respond. Good afternoon, leader. Hello to you, and to everyone. Leader, will you be instructing us again this afternoon? Earlier, this family member revealed a lucrative opportunity. Do you think it feasible? After acknowledging their messages, 2111 proceeded to address the main topic. Just now, I noticed someone discussing the issue of stockpiling water. Based on my extensive experience over the years, I believe this approach is impractical. As soon as 2111 uttered these words, the Alliance channel erupted in chaos. Oh my heavens! The leader claims it is impractical. I was just about to acquire water, and the leader interjects with this. Why is it impractical? I find his analysis quite reasonable. Another ally exclaimed. Indeed. What is the issue, leader? Please enlighten us. The members of the wealth-hating alliance bombarded him with questions, eager for clarity. The individual who had just collected the water exhibited an unmistakable curiosity in his response. Observing this, 2111 contemplated that to procure water from this person, he must first establish a rapport. Although he typically addressed his allies as family to ensure they heed his counsel, this alone was insufficient. A deeper connection was necessary. Thus, he inquired in the Alliance channel, "Pardon me, esteemed family member who instructed us on water collection, what is your name?" Upon reading this, the young man who had gathered the water replied, "Leader, my ID is not your ID," interjected 2111, "for that feels rather impersonal. What is your name? The way close acquaintances would refer to you." Upon hearing this, the water collector earnestly responded, "Leader, my friends usually call me Gotsi." "Ah, Gotsi, greetings. Henceforth, you need not address me as leader. Simply refer to me as uncle, or second uncle." "Certainly, second uncle." Gotsi's agreeable demeanor pleased 2111 immensely. With the groundwork of camaraderie laid, it was now time to execute the plan. He then stated in the Alliance channel, "When you were instructing everyone on water collection earlier, I observed you intently. Tell me, do you heed your second uncle?" Gotsi, with sincerity, replied, Yes, I do. 2111 continued. If my memory serves me correctly, when I inducted you into our anti-wealth alliance, you were quite incensed by the ostentation of 1111. You harbor a strong disdain for such capitalistic pretentiousness, do you not? Indeed. Gotsi affirmed. Then why, pray tell, are you now contemplating engaging in such capitalistic pursuits yourself? Do you aspire to become like 1111? The moment those words were uttered, the alliance channel ignited with fervor. Indeed, why is that? Have I nearly morphed into the very type of individual I despise? In truth, I find 1111's lifestyle rather enviable. Gotsi reflected. At this juncture, 2111 silenced the ally who had been candid. He then spoke with gravitas. Now, let us collectively analyze Gotsi's predicament, dear family members. Gotsi, your desire to collect water boils down to two motivations. 1. A quest for prestige, aiming to accumulate wealth for the sake of flaunting it. However, as the saying goes, a man's vanity can lead to his suffering. The second motivation is your aspiration to amass resources to transcend our anti-wealth alliance. Is that not so? Gotsi appeared anxious, hastily explaining, that is not my intention. If we sell the water after the drought arrives, wouldn't our lives improve? If that is not your intent, 2111 retorted, then cease your fixation on superficial pursuits and hoarding. Instead, labor diligently, sustain yourself, and find joy in simplicity. Following this declaration, he added earnestly, you might find my decision difficult to grasp. You are still young, easily swayed by fleeting desires. Gotsi, these aspirations are ephemeral, and you lack the experience necessary to navigate such treacherous waters. Upon hearing this, the allies of the anti-wealth alliance were left bewildered, bombarding him with questions. What is there to be uncertain about? Leader, isn't it simply a matter of purchasing water and selling it later? Yes, please clarify for us. Seeing the flurry of responses, 2111 elaborated. Why do I advise against water collection? Collecting water now to sell later is akin to engaging in futures trading. I once dabbled in finance and suffered great losses due to a miscalculated assumption. For instance, the water you collect today may command a high price. Yet tomorrow a torrential downpour could render it worthless. If such a scenario were to unfold and you led others in water collection, any losses would adversely affect our entire alliance. At that point, you would betray the trust of all our alliance family. A collective gasp echoed throughout the anti-wealth alliance. The leader's words resonated with truth. Although water may appear precious, should it rain, it would be utterly valueless. Indeed, if I sold all my possessions to trade in water, what if I were to incur a loss? Observing the reactions of the others, 2111 reveled inwardly. Truly, they are a naive bunch. While they speculate about rain, the reality is that the climate will only grow hotter. Drought is inevitable. Now is the time to act decisively, to persuade Gotsi and transfer the resources to himself. He continued, here, I do not wish for you to emulate my methods. I adhere to a principle of avoiding petty schemes. I aim to acquire only what I need, never seeking to exploit or live a life of excess. Gotsi, he pressed, do you lack resources? Given your current status, do you find yourself wanting? Before Gotsi could respond, 2111 waved dismissively. No, you do not lack. You should be focusing on expediting the disposal of your burdens. Release your anxieties, settle down, and confront the wealthy with earnestness. This is the task of our anti-wealth alliance. Understood, Gotsi replied. Uncle, I have attained enlightenment. I shall sell off these burdens immediately. No, 2111 quickly interjected, then, with a sly smile, suggested, as the saying goes, if I do not enter hell, who will? Allow me to alleviate your burden of water entirely. Under 2111's orchestration, everything proceeded remarkably smoothly. On 2111's island, food, timber, metal, and the few remaining chickens and ducks had vanished, replaced by numerous barrels of water stored in the warehouse. Beholding this bounty, 2111 was elated. Ah, splendid. With this water, when the weather reaches its peak heat in a few days, I shall sell it and emerge as the most distinguished figure in this region, perhaps even surpassing 1111. Lost in these thoughts, 2111 hummed a cheerful tune, reveling in the day's fortune. Just then, one of his female subordinates rushed into the warehouse, her face a mask of panic. Darling, I just checked, and all our poultry is gone. Unfazed, 2111 replied, I know, I sold all those animals. What? His subordinate was taken aback. With the chickens, ducks, and geese gone, how will we make fried rice? Fried rice? 2111 shot her a sidelong glance. Not only are the poultry gone, but I've also sold every grain of rice and drop of oil. Fried rice is the least of your concerns. Upon hearing this, his subordinate was utterly flabbergasted. Darling, you sold all of that. What will we eat now? Your perspective is simply too limited. Always fixated on meals. 2111's lips curled into a devilish smirk as he gestured toward the barrels of water. See those? As long as we possess this water, we can sell it later and eat whatever we desire. There's no need for you to fret about these matters. Return to your duties. With that, his subordinate said nothing further and exited the warehouse. After the female subordinate departed, 2111 crouched down once more, caressing the water buckets with an affectionate touch. At this moment, He was even contemplating whether to dismantle the house and the fan to hoard them for himself, quietly amassing a fortune. Meanwhile, on the other end, a message arrived. Boss, here is the portrait I have drawn. Please check. Good work. As Jiang Tian glanced at the message from the artist, he accepted the transaction request sent by the latter. Upon completion of the trade, several illustrations of anime characters appeared in his hands. After a brief inspection of the images, Jiang Tian nodded in approval. Indeed, the quality of this batch remains commendable. Is that so? Thank you, boss. I will send the pigskin armor to you right away. Transaction successful. Thank you, boss. I have nearly completed the characters you assigned me to draw. What shall I work on next? Upon receiving the artist's inquiry, Jiang Tian pondered for a moment. Typically, Liu Ban was engaged primarily in managing crossbows or reinforcing buildings, only indulging in sculpting figurines during his breaks after meals. Moreover, conceptualizing new figurines generally consumed more time, while sculpting previously crafted ones was undoubtedly more efficient. Currently, he possessed around 10 figurine illustrations, a sufficient variety for the time being, rendering further creations unnecessary. Thus, Jiang Tian replied, at present, there is nothing more to draw. You may take a rest. Really? Very well then. The artist, deprived of work, appeared somewhat pitiful. Observing his expression, Jiang Tian found himself torn between amusement and exasperation. He then recalled the prior discussions in the Alliance channel about inviting this artist to join. The individual seemed honest and trustworthy, making a compelling case for his inclusion. However, once he joined the group, he might be relentlessly pestered by 0888 and subjected to the verbal jabs from 0066. At that moment, the Alliance channel was notably quiet. The two individuals had ceased their bickering, likely preparing for the impending heavy rain. Suddenly, Jiang Tian remembered a pressing concern. If a torrential downpour truly occurred, what would happen to this artist? Having collaborated for quite some time, they had developed a solid rapport, and he might even become a member of Jiang Tian's business alliance. The last thing Jiang Tian wanted was to see him swept away by the downpour. Consequently, he sent a message. In a couple of days, there may be a severe storm. Some inadequately founded wooden houses likely won't withstand it. Please instruct your subordinates to reinforce the foundations, preferably securing the houses with cement. He then proceeded to explain the method for creating cement. After a brief pause, the artist responded, Huh? Boss, what did you say? A storm? Such weather? Noticing the artist's skepticism, Jiang Tian could not be bothered to elaborate further. He simply replied, This is a prediction from one of my subordinates. I cannot guarantee its accuracy, but I am currently reinforcing the houses. Understood. Since you are preparing, I shall do the same. After sending this message, the artist paused before asking, I have instructed my subordinates to fortify the houses. Regarding the cement, boss, does it require a substantial amount of clay and water? My current water supply is barely adequate. And if it doesn't rain, that is a concern you must consider. If you doubt the reliability of my subordinates' words, you may opt not to use cement. That decision rests with you. All right, I understand. He closed the chat window. The artist gazed at his small pond. During this period, both he and his subordinates had been reluctant to utilize the water within, meticulously maximizing its value for every drop. If he truly needed to use this water to create cement, it would indeed be a considerable risk. Nevertheless, he chose to trust 2111. Given his consistent reliability in fulfilling payments and his refusal to whimsically demand numerous revisions on his artwork before ultimately reverting to the original version, such a person would undoubtedly not deceive him. Fortunately, clay was relatively inexpensive, and since his house was modest in size, the available water should suffice. Shortly thereafter, a message appeared in the World Channel announcing the artist's acquisition of clay and water. Upon seeing this, Jiang Tian nodded in approval. The artist demonstrated commendable awareness. His willingness to trust and follow Jiang Tian's lead indicated that he could be a valuable addition to the alliance. Naturally, once the artist joined, Jiang Tian would surely exploit his talents to commission substantial design projects. Previously, pirates enjoyed commissioning figureheads for their ships. Now, with the prevalence of aerial pirates, it remained to be seen if any larger aerial pirates desired a figurehead for their islands. Speaking of which, he had previously shouted in the regional channel, offering to delete custom furniture, yet no one had approached him. It appeared he would need to announce his services in the World Channel. What is the deal with Merchant Alliance number 1? Why hasn't the watermelon knife arrived yet? Indeed, I am growing impatient. Currently, the entire shop contained nothing but tables, stools, and a few figurines, aside from pigs and sheep. TSK, he longed for those furniture and figurines, but the prices were exorbitant, 999 pounds of iron. Only a fool would purchase such items. Surely, the shopkeeper intentionally set those prices to convey some message. Just then, a message appeared in everyone's view. CNNS 1111, accepting, furniture production, figurine sculpting, and other carpentry work. Contact, click CNNS 1111 to send a private message. Please include the keyword custom and the item you wish to customize. Materials are to be provided by you, and processing fees will vary based on the complexity of the work. Chapter 184. Today, I unexpectedly encountered a fool. Upon seeing Jiang Tian's message, the World Channel erupted into chaos once more. My heavens, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Chow chow. Is this CNNS 1111 chow chow? Foreigners, you wouldn't understand this. Regardless, this guy suddenly emerged to promote something, catching me off guard. Furniture customization? CNNS 1111, not only are you dealing in weapons, but you're also delving into carpentry? I want it. I want to make a figurine. I have an excess of wood lately. Could you make me an esports chair? I feel uncomfortable in any other chair. Haha, an esports chair? Do you think he can make a figurine of a character dressed lightly? You upstairs. Something seems off. You upstairs. You're not entering the conversation. You upstairs. Did you get overly excited and misspeak? No, he did not misspeak. The world channel was rife with noise. The discussion, which began focused on carpentry work, quickly veered off course. Several individuals, due to their vulgar language, were muted for 3 days by the world channel. Jiang Tian rolled his eyes and promptly closed the world channel. He then opened the messages from strangers and searched for the keyword custom. Indeed, a series of messages surfaced. It seemed that advertising in the world channel was quite effective. Jiang Tian began perusing the incoming messages. A significant portion consisted of requests for custom figurines of anime characters, detailing the desired attire and poses. Jiang Tian temporarily set aside these requests. Whenever the time came that he could no longer sell the figurines of these anime characters, he would address them. Currently, Liu Ban recognized each of these anime characters with remarkable accuracy. Each time he inquired about characters like Ram, Rem, or Kurumi Tokisaki, Jiang Tian felt a twinge of embarrassment. If all else fails, he would wait for Shi Jigang to complete his training before proceeding. The request was to custom-make life-size sculptures of anime characters and celebrities, particularly those adorned in scanty attire. Upon encountering such messages, Jiang Tian rolled his eyes in disdain and chose to disregard them. Even if these sculptures were to be created, he questioned whether they would pass the necessary reviews. Indeed, reviews of various kinds. There were, however, a few requests for furniture, specifically for benches, chairs, and drawers. These tasks lacked technical complexity and would likely yield minimal profit. After a cursory glance, he noted there were no requests for island leader statues. Perhaps, in these times, the airborne thieves were more pragmatic, conserving resources for weaponry instead. At that moment, a new message appeared amidst the filtered requests. CHGJ 3333. Can you custom make a dragon throne? Upon reading this, Jiang Tian was momentarily taken aback. A dragon throne? Did he mean the kind upon which emperors sit? His surprise was palpable. He had not anticipated such a request to materialize, especially not one for a dragon throne, far more extravagant than an island leader statue. Nevertheless, the grandeur of the request bore no relevance to him. First, let me know what kind of dragon throne you envision, he replied. Meanwhile, in an expanse of empty sky, over a dozen floating islands were collaborating to form a 2,000 square meter area. In the center of this space, a pile of lumber lay waiting. Beside it stood a man, his hands clasped behind his back, chest puffed out with pride as he surveyed the surrounding islands. His allies were diligently working alongside their subordinates, occasionally stopping to transport a few logs. When they encountered the man, they would bow and proclaim, "Long live our emperor." "Ah, Chief of the Wood Conservation Bureau. You may return to your duties," he commanded. "Yes, my emperor." The chief bowed and turned to leave, but the man called out to him once more. "Wait a moment. Have Taitsong feed the pigs, and have the Minister of Rights water the vegetables. By the way, it seems my toilet is clogged. Notify the Construction Bureau to attend to it. Also, have the Imperial Kitchen prepare dinner. Make sure to whip up an extra dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes tonight." "Yes, my emperor." After bowing again, the chief walked away with several planks in hand. The man's face beamed with pride as he surveyed his surroundings. Since establishing the alliance, he had appointed official titles to every ally, arranging roles within the 3 departments and 6 ministries, even bestowing positions like commander of the Imperial Guard to their subordinates. It could be said that, within his alliance, there was not a single ordinary individual left. Now, the only thing missing was the dragon throne itself. He glanced at the lumber on the ground and then at the chat window, which displayed the following message: CNNS 1111. What kind of dragon throne do you wish to create? What kind? The man smirked arrogantly and replied, "Of course, one that exudes an aura of power, embodying the essence of a true dragon emperor." CNNS 1111. In this day and age, the concept of a true dragon emperor has lost its significance. Perhaps you might consider a different title? Upon reading this message, CHGJ 3333 was infuriated. "Do not concern yourself with such matters. I am the true dragon emperor of this world. Did you not see the sequential numbers following my ID are all 3s? CNNS 1111. So am I." On the other side, after Jiang Tian sent his message, a smirk crept across his face. Well, after all these days, he had finally encountered a fool. Chapter 185, Division of Labor, Orderly Coordination. After Jiang Tian dispatched his comment, a considerable amount of time elapsed before a reply came in. CHGJ 3333. Yours is different from mine. Mine is 3,333. It's bigger than yours. Enough of this chatter. Can you make the dragon throne or not? It should be feasible. Jiang Tian smirked. Oh well, a fool is a fool. Resources from fools are likely easier to acquire. In terms of carving, he had no doubt that Liu Ban could manage. Now, it was merely a matter of whether the artist could bring the design to life. He pondered briefly and decided to ask for more details, intending to relay the requirements to the artist later to ascertain whether they could execute the task satisfactorily. Primarily, your concept of a throne exuding power is too vague. Our designer may find it challenging to interpret. CHGJ 3333. Vague? It's quite straightforward. It should convey a sense of nobility and grandeur. You understand? I understand nothing. Jiang Tian thought the individual was truly quite unwell. Just specify the dimensions. How long, wide, and tall do you want it? Not long after, a response arrived. CHGJ 3333. Since it's a dragon throne, it must be grand. It should be 2 meters long and 1 meter wide, allowing one to recline comfortably. It ought to be tall enough to instill a sense of superiority overall. Upon hearing this description, Jiang Tian felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. He tentatively inquired, "Are you perhaps referring to the upper bunk in a student dormitory?" "What upper bunk?" CHGJ 3333 was incensed. While the specifications might resemble it slightly, it is not that at all. Let me be clear, it's the kind featured in television dramas, embellished with dragons, and it should be grand. Oh, if you had mentioned that sooner, it would have sufficed. Jiang Tian sighed in relief. The kind depicted in dramas, he was somewhat familiar with. Even if such a piece were rare and precious, it ultimately remained a chair, merely a matter of carving dragons atop its structure. Subsequently, Jiang Tian approached the artist and inquired, "Are you available?" Indeed. I've dispatched my subordinates to reinforce the house, and am currently working on the foundation. Do you have any instructions? Is there an order?" The artist responded promptly, "Indeed, I just received an order. By the way, can you draw dragons?" "Dragons?" The artist paused, asking, "Are you referring to the dragon made from Kobayashi's Dragon Maid?" "I can manage that. Is it Toru or Kana?" Jiang Tian was taken aback by these names. What on earth was he talking about? Had he inadvertently sparked the artist's obsession with anime due to the previous orders? He then explained the specifics of the order, clarifying what was to be created. The artist soon comprehended. "Ah, I see. A dragon throne from a television drama, correct? I've watched a bit of those dramas and vaguely remember the design. Furthermore, I've studied this before. I can draw dragons. But if you want every dragon on the throne to be rendered clearly, it will take quite some time, considering the multitude of scales." Upon reading this response, Jiang Tian contemplated for a moment. "In that case, do not rush into drawing just yet. I will assess the situation first. I will notify you when it's time to begin." Afterward, Jiang Tian returned to CHGJ 3333, continuing with the next steps. "The throne can be made. First, you must provide the materials for it." CHGJ 3333. That's naturally no issue. I have lumber, specifically mahogany. Jiang Tian nodded and continued with his inquiries. "And how intricate do you wish the throne to be crafted? Is that even a question?" CHGJ 3333 declared proudly. "It must be as exquisite as possible. A perfect replica of the authentic dragon throne. There should be various dragons carved on it, and the armrests must be entwined with dragons as well." Upon seeing this response, Jiang Tian contemplated for a while and provided his answer. "That aspect is certainly doable. To achieve a flawless replication, a price of 500 pounds of iron is required." What a staggering amount. How could it be so exorbitant? "I provided the wood. After all, why is the cost so high?" Indeed, it is costly, but such expense is justified. Crafting a dragon is no simple task. From conception to creation, it demands a substantial investment of labor. Jiang Tian smiled faintly and continued, "Cherish the fine things, for their value is inherent. Did you not proclaim yourself the true dragon son? In the days to come, you shall undoubtedly need to affirm this to others. The ID of leopard is not particularly rare. Simply having the number 3333 is insufficient and does not convey your extraordinary identity. However, the dragon throne is entirely unique at present. With it, you shall be the most resplendent being in the entire world." After a brief pause, he reflected, "You are indeed correct. Nevertheless, I shall ponder this further after dispatching this message." CHGJ 3333 fell silent. Observing this, Jiang Tian could only smile wryly. In trade, when a buyer expresses the need to consider, it often signals a lack of interest. Yet, he understood the predicament. The price was undeniably steep for the average individual. Moreover, Jiang Tian remained uncertain of this young man as circumstances. He might merely be an overly fanciful fool, likely unable to muster such resources. Never mind. It would be best to return to his own endeavors. With that, he closed the chat interface. Jiang Tian exited his quarters to assess the work situation on the island. In preparation for the impending heavy rainfall, a significant portion of the workforce had been entrusted to Liu Ban and Shi Gang to fortify the structures. Biaozi, Zhuzi, Taidan, and 10 ordinary laborers, alongside Tang Yan, Zhang San, Li Si, and Xuanzi, who were responsible for blacksmithing, even including Pai Shangtian who was learning from the cook, were all assigned to this crucial task. A total of 20 individuals were engaged in the fortification efforts, and with ample manpower, progress was satisfactory. At this moment, A foundation measuring 100 square meters and approximately 15 meters deep had been excavated near the eastern side of the island. This was intended for a new general storage warehouse. Once completed, the previous two smaller warehouses would become redundant, centralizing all supplies in this new facility. Liu Ban was currently directing a portion of his subordinates to drive wooden stakes into the ground, given the number of buildings requiring reinforcement, to expedite the process. 2 additional kilns were constructed adjacent to the new warehouse for the purpose of burning plant ash to produce cement. Another group of workers was collaborating under Shi Jigang's supervision to burn the plant ash, while several others busily transported clay and plant ash to mix into the pit. The resulting cement was then relayed to the construction crew. Under the guidance of Liu Ban and Shi Jigang, everything proceeded with remarkable order. Once the foundation for the general storage warehouse was completed, additional laborers could be allocated to establish the foundation for another warehouse specifically for timber. Furthermore, the foundation of the wooden house required reworking, and the cattle shed also needed expansion and reinforcement. The goal was to complete all these tasks by the following morning, allowing ample time for the cement to dry and cure. This implied that the majority of the workforce would need to pull an all-nighter, alternating rest periods to ensure the progress of the fortifications. Of course, this was a rare circumstance, and it was essential not to maintain such a strenuous pace indefinitely. Jiang Tian resolved to grant them a day of respite afterward, allowing them to relax properly. When the heavy rain fell, working outside would be impossible, making it an opportune time for a break. Pleased with this plan, Jiang Tian nodded in satisfaction, deeming this approach a form of adjusted leave. Chapter 186. All right. Let us commence the drawing. After some time had passed, dinner was prepared. Following Jiang Tian's instructions, the evening meal consisted of simple fare, a large pot of potatoes, various vegetables, and a hearty pot of pork to replenish everyone's energy. Moreover, the pork had been meticulously prepared by the cook, with bones removed to ensure a satisfying dining experience, enabling everyone to eat heartily and return to work swiftly. Observing the weary, grimy faces of the crowd as they sat on the ground devouring their meals, Jiang Tian felt a twinge of compassion. Once the storm had passed, he needed to prioritize the construction of the dining hall. When the rain fell, water would certainly be abundant. However, the primary concern was clay. This construction would also consume a significant quantity of clay, and he was uncertain if there would be enough available. It would be prudent to procure some from the trading post. With this thought, Jiang Tian accessed the trading post and began searching for clay. Due to the scarcity of water resources, the current price of clay was remarkably low. After all, without water, clay held little value. Many were offloading it at a bargain. Jiang Tian seized the opportunity to exchange fish for clay, acquiring a substantial amount which he promptly dispatched to the worksite for the laborers to utilize. After completing these transactions, Jiang Tian settled onto the ground, casting a glance at the industrious workers, and opened the world chat channel. As mealtime approached, the atmosphere within the channel became lively once more. Typically, 3 moments during the day see the most activity in the chat. Morning, when many, despite being on the floating island, cannot break the habit of lounging in bed while scrolling through their phones, often checking messages and engaging in light banter. Midday and evening, particularly around mealtimes when food is being sold. For instance, at this moment, one could hear buns for sale, dumplings and wontons, a variety of freshly made noodles available, affordable and delicious, stir-fried noodles and rice, with options for meat and eggs, stir-fried with cabbage. Welcome to Wong's Diner for your selections. Hello everyone. Tonight, our fast food establishment features braised fish chunks, sweet and sour shredded potatoes, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Friends who have yet to dine, feel free to come in and make your selections. Eastern cuisine, so delectable. Foreign friends, do take a look at my shop. Traditional Eastern delicacies await your satisfaction. Oh, Eastern cuisine? Do you have mapo tofu? Don't just gaze at Eastern dishes. You're being overly enamored with foreign food. We have rice balls, spicy cabbage. Selling spicy cabbage. Wow, I just checked out your shop, and your food sells so quickly. I envy you culinary experts. I possess no skills. I do have some skills, but I'm a barber. How should I attract clients? Can you pass me your head so I can give you a haircut? Wow, how refreshing. Is there really such a thing as a barber? My name is Kira Yashikage. I'm 33 years old, unmarried. I am a renowned hand care specialist. Would any ladies be willing to send me their hands for treatment? I actually possess skills, but I can perform acrobatics. Can such a talent be conveyed through text? Behold as I leap and perform a 720-degree twist in midair, then land on the shoulders of my subordinate. I can perform magic. Watch as I stuff a chicken into my pants. Now it's time to witness the miracle. Abracadabra. As I pull down my pants, the chicken has vanished. Wow, truly astonishing. Are you a professional provocateur? Can this truly astound you? I can perform mime. The world channel buzzed with activity. Jiang Tian watched the lively exchanges with interest, finding it rather invigorating, akin to an evening stroll through a bustling pedestrian street. Returning to the matter at hand, Jiang Tian discovered that those engaged in selling finished food products operated on a strategy quite akin to his own. Besides exchanging these culinary creations for metals, timber, and other resources, they also utilized the finished foods to procure additional ingredients or seasonings, thereby enhancing their resource acquisition while ensuring the sustainability of their business. Moreover, it appeared that their trade was thriving. With the establishment of a trading hub, the convenience of having prepared meals delivered directly to one's doorstep surpassed even that of takeaway services. Once the cafeteria was operational, it would undoubtedly require staff, who would not remain idle but would be tasked with producing food for sale. As Jiang Tian perused these updates to pass the time, a notification of a private message began to blink. Upon opening it, he found it was from the prospective client interested in the furniture. CHGJ 3333, are you there? I've made up my mind. I will craft the dragon throne. However, I find myself short on materials. I inquired with the finance minister, and it seems I can only access 100 pounds of iron. Is that sufficient? The mention of a finance minister caught Jiang Tian off guard, but he dismissed such details with a faint smile and replied, "It's quite simple. You get what you pay for. If you have 100 pounds of iron, I can arrange for someone to create a budget-friendly version of the dragon throne for you." A budget-friendly version of a dragon throne? What might that entail? It will lack some of the finer details, yet it will retain the essence of a dragon throne. After a moment of contemplation, the client responded, "All right then. In addition to the iron, I can provide a bit of copper and some wood. However, you must at least carve the dragon head for me." "Very well. Please bring the wood over." Having concluded the exchange, Jiang Tian received the client's trade request. The materials consisted of pale wooden stumps, some already shaped and bearing rough carvings, though the craftsmanship left much to be desired. It appeared that the young man had attempted carving before, but had met with failure. At that moment, Jiang Tian was situated on the eastern side of the island, where he placed the wood alongside other timber. He then sent a message to the artist. "I just spoke with that client. The request is all right. I'll begin drawing right away." With the artist's prompt response, the two fell silent. Jiang Tian was pleased with the artist's diligent work ethic. He then closed the chat window and resumed his previous tasks, seeking out the butcher and leopard woman to procure the pigskin armor for sale, while also attending to the roasted duck. After giving instructions to Shi Jigang and Lu Ban regarding overtime work for the evening, he returned to his quarters to rest. Chapter 187. You are the best client in the world. The following day, sunlight streamed through the plastic panels into the room. Jiang Tian stretched lazily, completed his morning routine, and stepped outside. At this hour, his subordinates were already hard at work. Some were rousing their slumbering companions from the tents, prompting them to rise and hurriedly make their way to the construction site. Once those individuals had gotten up, their collars slipped inside the tents, indicating a shift change. On the work site, only Shi Jigang, his eyes bloodshot, was directing operations. Lu Ban's absence suggested he had been sent to rest while Shi bore the burden alone. Jiang Tian chose not to inquire further and began inspecting the fortification progress around the island. Under these conditions of extended labor, the efficiency of work was remarkably high. The general goods warehouse had been completed, its exterior coated in a layer of cement. Meanwhile, the timber storage area was nearing completion, with one group applying cement while another handled the foundation of a wooden house and the expansion of a cattle shed. To the north of the island, Song Yingxing and Sun Simiao had begun collecting fully grown plants. Those that were not yet mature were either temporarily transplanted into wooden boxes or would be dug up later to await sale by Jiang Tian. Following Jiang Tian's instructions, Aka was assisting the two elderly gentlemen in the northern vegetable garden. Everything was progressing in an orderly manner. As for selling these partially grown plants, Jiang Tian harbored no regrets. As long as seeds remained, replanting would merely be a matter of time, and it was far preferable to letting them perish in the rain. Soon, breakfast was ready. Lu Ban awoke, looking well-rested and rejuvenated. After their meal, Shi Jigang retreated to his quarters for a rest, leaving Lu Ban to take charge. The others returned to their respective tasks. Jiang Tian made his way to the fishing spot, picked up a fishing rod, and crafted a duplicate. Now, there were 30 rods in total. This meant that, in terms of resource acquisition speed through fishing rods, Jiang Tian's island surpassed those of others, who typically possessed only one rod, by a factor of 30. Even those marauders who preyed on others had not achieved such efficiency. Based on Jiang Tian's observations in the world chat, the most notorious marauder had only managed to seize a handful of islands, possessing at most half the number of rods that Jiang Tian now wielded. Of course, while the abundance of rods was advantageous, the growing population on the island, now totaling 38 individuals, resulted in significant resource consumption. When averaged out, the resources obtained per individual had yet to reach the point of 1 rod per person. However, this was of little concern. The stockpiled resources were substantial enough to alleviate any immediate worries. Furthermore, conducting business at the trading hub continued to yield resources. Although the production of weapons and crossbows had temporarily ceased, with only pigskin armor and roasted ducks remaining for sale, once the fortifications were completed, Tang Yin and his crew would return to the forge, allowing Lu Ban to resume crafting crossbows and furniture. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Tian opened the chat channel, eager to see if anyone had sent further orders following the Dragon Throne request from the previous day. At that moment, the notification icon began to flash. Upon opening it, He found a message from the artist. Boss, I have completed the drawing of the dragon throne. Please take a look. Jiang Tian refrained from immediately accepting the trade request and raised an eyebrow, inquiring, you finished it so quickly? You didn't stay up all night working on it, did you? Yes, the task was quite intricate, and I lost track of time until dawn. All right, let us see it then. With that, Jiang Tian accepted the trade request. Upon successful transaction, 3 sheets of drawing paper appeared in his hands. The first sheet displayed the outline of the dragon throne. Though the limited size of A4 paper meant that the details were not particularly clear, the intricate aspects were illustrated on the other 2 sheets, one detailing the dragon head, body, and other structural elements, with the dragon's horns and teeth clearly depicted. The final sheet featured the carvings on the lower half of the throne. Upon viewing such detailed blueprints, Jiang Tian found himself at a loss for words. He messaged the artist, goodness, you've gone into far too much detail. Did I not mention that the client lacked resources and only required a budget model? Haha, well, after a night of labor, I appreciate your understanding. What compensation do you seek this time? After sending this message, Jiang Tian anticipated that the artist would request more watermelon knives, pigskin armor, or perhaps a crossbow. However, the response left him momentarily stunned. I need nothing. If there truly is a torrential downpour, you would have done me a great favor. Are you certain? Absolutely. Jiang Tian's expression turned peculiar. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, the rain this time is not guaranteed to fall, perhaps in the days to come. Everything will proceed as usual, and no droplets will be seen at all. What will you do then? If such is the case, I shall compensate you later. After sending the message, the other party fell silent for a moment, then provided a response. What else could I do? Let the matter of compensation go. This is my own choice, and I must accept my misfortune. It is still quite good to be able to receive orders in this place and apply what I have learned. Upon seeing the artist's reply, Jiang Tian felt a twinge of discomfort. It seemed as though he were bullying the other. Yet, he had not done so. He had merely shared the information he had acquired. How should one put it? This ally is indeed worth keeping. Well, we shall discuss it further later. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Tian went to the warehouse and retrieved 3 bottles of mineral water, sending a trade request. I do not know if your drinking water is sufficient, so make do with this for now. Thank you, esteemed benefactor. You are the best client in the world. The artist was not pretentious and accepted the trade without hesitation. Client? Upon seeing this term, Jiang Tian couldn't help but chuckle. To be fair, he had always been the one sending requests to the artist, thus existing in a client-contractor relationship. However, once this artist joined the alliance, he would no longer be merely a contractor, but rather a worker under Jiang Tian's command. Chapter 188. This particular item is rather difficult to manage. As for the artist's remuneration, beyond ensuring that the other party joins the alliance, Jiang Tian had formulated a plan. Should it not rain, he would ensure that the artist did not suffer any loss. Once everything returned to normal, weapons and items such as the watermelon knife would be prioritized for supply, just like other allies, and of a higher quality at that. While lost in these thoughts, Jiang Tian received another private message. CHGJ 3333. Are you there? How is the dragon chair coming along? Is it finished yet? Upon reading this message, Jiang Tian rolled his eyes. Good heavens, how impatient can this fool be? Dreaming of being an emperor every day, one wonders how he has managed thus far. While grumbling, Jiang Tian replied, not yet. Designing these items takes time. It cannot be rushed. Please be patient. After sending this message, he promptly closed the private chat. He then opened the world channel, intending to see if any changes had occurred in this realm today. Fresh vegetables for sale. Prices have dropped. Selling pancakes. Fried dough sticks. Those who haven't had breakfast. Hurry and buy. Fresh milk. New pig milk. Pig milk? Can that even be consumed? There is no choice. Currently, there are no cows, so why question so much? Will you buy or not? Our shop has introduced a membership system. As long as you sign up, we will deliver milk to you every morning. Can someone please tell me how a barber survives here with his craft? Same question. How can a magician leverage his advantages here? Acrobats ask the same. Mime. Oh Lord. Our alliance has been attacked by sky pirates. Please grant me your blessing. Let me encounter a powerful alliance once more. I wish to rise again with their aid. After scanning through the messages, Jiang Tian noted that most were advertisements for goods. There seemed to be no changes regarding monsters. After closing the world channel, Jiang Tian noticed the private message notification icon flashing continuously. Upon opening it, he saw that the lad requesting the dragon chair was persistently urging him. Please hurry up. I can't wait any longer. Do you have a VIP express service? Please expedite the completion of the dragon chair. I can pay more. I have all the resources ready. Reading these messages, Jiang Tian felt utterly speechless. It's just a chair. Is it really worth such urgency? Is this chair a mental anchor for him, akin to the desires of Huazi? Were it not for Luban being preoccupied with rainproofing measures, Jiang Tian would have simply instructed him to expedite this task. As he pondered this, a thought struck Jiang Tian. If a torrential downpour were indeed imminent, resources such as metals and timber might experience a significant price surge. Would the chair still be sellable then? It would likely be challenging to reclaim the deposit. Perhaps it would be best to have Luban complete this item sooner to secure the materials? Consequently, Jiang Tian approached Luban. Luban, how goes the situation? When can we expect these items to be completed? My lord, Luban greeted, glancing at the current state of construction. After stroking his chin thoughtfully for a moment, he replied, We worked tirelessly throughout the night yesterday. The most troublesome tasks are nearly completed. All the tasks you assigned should be done by noon. Is that so? So soon? Jiang Tian was taken aback. However, this was to be expected. The most challenging tasks were the construction of the 2 new warehouses. Once those were finished, the remaining measures would merely involve applying cement on top. The main delay was the lengthy drying time of the cement. He hoped it would harden into stone before the storm arrived. Nodding in agreement, Jiang Tian concluded that they could consider proceeding with the production of the dragon chair. Jiang Tian looked at Luban but had yet to speak when Luban preemptively asked, My lord, do you have instructions? Yes. How is the current construction status? Do you need to oversee the work personally? No need. I have already explained the process to them. Even in my absence, work will continue smoothly. I will inspect it once completed. Please feel free to give any commands. Jiang Tian nodded and handed Luban the blueprint. Study this today and see if you can quickly produce it. The timber is located to the east, water Nanmo, which you should recognize. Luban glanced at the blueprint and was momentarily stunned. He then looked at Jiang Tian with a mixture of shock and astonishment. My lord, is this the blueprint for the dragon chair? The blueprint depicted a grand chair, adorned with a dragon motif symbolizing royal lineage. Indeed, my lord. Is this for your personal use? If so, why would you use such inferior timber as water Nanmo? At the very least, you should use golden silk Nanmo. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tian chuckled and patted Luban on the shoulder. I have no such penchant. This is for someone else. Just expedite the construction of this item. Also, it need not be as refined as the blueprint suggests. This is an economical version, and it won't matter if it's of lesser quality. Understood, my lord. Luban nodded and went to the worksite, giving a few instructions to his busy subordinates. He then took the blueprint and began contemplating how to proceed. At that moment, Jiang Tian seemed to recall something and sought out Luban again, adding, Once the chair is completed, feel free to apply some yellow paint to it. Yellow paint. Luban was taken aback. This item is indeed rather challenging to procure. After all, in his understanding, paint is derived from plant juices. Jiang Tian had never mentioned paint when creating anything for himself. Luban scratched his head and glanced around. Suddenly, he looked towards the building housing the goblins. Chapter 189 Everyone may take a day off tomorrow. Upon seeing this structure and contemplating the inhabitants residing within, Luban's mind sparked with a bold idea. After all, this chair is not intended for the Lord's use. What materials are used should not matter. With newfound determination, Luban thumped his chest. My lord, leave this matter to me. Accompanied by Luban's gaze, Jiang Tian cast a glance toward the small chamber where the goblins were confined. He surmised Luban's thoughts to a considerable extent. Nevertheless, since the chair was not intended for his own use, the choice of materials seemed inconsequential. He then patted Luban on the shoulder, expressing, Well done. Not at all, my lord. I shall return to craft the chair now, Luban replied, clutching the blueprints as he made his way to the lumber storage. Jiang Tian's attention shifted back to the small dwelling housing the goblins. This diminutive wooden structure would undoubtedly be inadequate as the torrential rain approached. It would be prudent to place the blue goblins inside for the time being, providing a respite for his party as well. In recent days, 0066 and 0888 had been preoccupied with reinforcing their own construction, leaving little time to gather goblins. Consequently, the number of blue goblins remained at 5, alongside 3 corpses. He decided to confine 1 living goblin in the small wooden house, another in his stone abode, and 3 in the dormitory, which accommodated more people. The remaining goblin remains could be disposed of in the ice cellar. Speaking of the ice cellar, its exterior also required a layer of cement to prevent damage from the rain. With this thought in mind, Jiang Tian proceeded to the construction site, issuing a brief directive to his subordinates. He then opened the chat interface and sent a message to the custom dragon chair requester, CHGJ3333. I shall commence crafting your chair now. Please prepare the materials, and we should be able to transact this afternoon. CHGJ3333 responded promptly. I've been ready for ages. Hurry up. I can hardly wait to announce this to the world. Jiang Tian paused in surprise. The world? You intend to flaunt this in the global channel? That's none of your concern. Just prepare your goods. After sending this message, the other party quickly followed up. By the way, while I now possess the dragon chair, I still lack the jade seal. You must create one for me. Inscribe upon it. Endowed by heaven, may it endure and flourish. A jade seal? Jiang Tian smirked slightly. This fellow desired quite a comprehensive array of items. Would he soon require a dragon robe as well? Carving a jade seal wasn't out of the question, but it would demand additional payment, and he would need the jade stone to proceed. Additional payment is not an issue. However, I lack jade stone. You must find a way to acquire one for me. Jiang Tian tentatively inquired. Shall I have the technicians carve one from wood? Wood? Absolutely not. That lacks prestige and does not suit my status. What about metal? Metal won't suffice either. It doesn't look the part. After this remark, There was a brief silence from CHGJ 3333, who then added, "It seems no one has jade stones at the moment, though the raw materials are insufficient. You must procure something similar, preferably crystalline and translucent. I will offer you an additional 50 pounds of copper." Faced with these demands, Jiang Tian felt exasperated. Very well. He would assess the situation. He needed to complete the task swiftly and deliver the goods. Continuing this conversation might render him absurdly juvenile. He closed the chat interface and surveyed the industrious individuals on the island. Heading eastward, he approached the floating soil and placed his palm against it. The entire island's ethereal image materialized before him as he selected a suitable location for placement. Subsequently, he proceeded northward. Under Jiang Tian's guidance, a new 50-square-meter swimming pool, 2 meters deep, had formed in front of the original 100-square-meter pond. Once the impending rain filled these pools, the island would suddenly possess over 200 tons of water resources. With such an abundance, swimming would surely be feasible. Reflecting on this, a smile of satisfaction graced Jiang Tian's face. At that moment, several figures nearby caught his attention. As Song Yingxing, Sun Ximiao, and AKA, busily planted various flora in boxes. Upon seeing Song Yingxing, an idea struck Jiang Tian, the elder, with his vast knowledge. Might find a way to source a crystalline material suitable for crafting the jade seal. If he failed to find an appropriate material, he could forego the jade seal altogether. Song. As Jiang Tian began to call out to the busy Song Yingxing, his gaze was drawn to an object on the ground. Just then, Song Yingxing noticed the commotion and jogged over, inquiring, "My lord, did you call for me? Do you have any instructions?" "Ah, it's nothing. Please, continue your work." Jiang Tian waved him off, allowing him to return to his tasks. He then gazed down at the object, a faint smile appearing on his lips. "I believe I have already discovered the suitable material." After lunch, the subordinates divided into 2 groups. One continued producing cement for the exterior of the buildings, while the other transported various items from the old warehouse to the new one. After some time, the groups reconvened. "We've completed our tasks. How about you?" "We are done too. The lumber has been placed in the lumber warehouse. The foundation for the wooden house has been prepared, and the cement has been applied. What about the ice cellar? Is it finished?" "Indeed. Excellent. Quickly, report to team leader Shi Jigang." Knock, knock, knock. "Come in, boss." Once the door swung open, Shi Jigang entered the room, nodding in greeting to Jiang Tian. "Shi Jigang, you're awake?" "Yes, boss." Shi Jigang bowed and reported, "All the tasks you assigned have been completed." "Good, let us go take a look." With that, they exited the stone brick house. Under the blazing sun, the majority of the island's constructions were enveloped in a layer of gray mud. Additionally, 2 more buildings had emerged, similarly coated in a mud-like substance. Jiang Tian inspected these structures and found no issues. Very well, he nodded in agreement with Shi Jigang's overview. Everything was now ready. They merely awaited the cement to harden into stone. The sun blazed intensely, prompting Jiang Tian to shield his eyes with his hand. Nearby stood his neatly arranged subordinates, drenched in sweat and visibly fatigued, yet their expressions radiated the joy of a job well done. "Thank you for your hard work," Jiang Tian remarked, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "I hereby declare that all of you who have been diligently laboring on the construction may now clock out. And, regardless of whether it rains tomorrow, everyone is welcome to rest in their quarters for the day." "Oh!" In response to Jiang Tian's proclamation, the subordinates erupted in a chorus of exclamations. Oh, my goodness, does this mean we have a day off tomorrow? Splendid. I've been here for quite some time, and this is the first time I've heard the word holiday. The boss is simply extraordinary." They then bowed in unison, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, boss." "Thank you, my lord." As the crowd bowed in appreciation, Tang Yin appeared to have a thought, wiping the sweat from his brow as he approached Jiang Tian tentatively. "Boss, did you just say we can rest now? That we don't have to work tomorrow?" Jiang Tian was taken aback. "Yes, what of it?" "Boss," Tang Yan's expression grew peculiar. "You mentioned that only those responsible for construction could rest. I was previously in charge of blacksmithing. I hope I'm not excluded from this arrangement, right? You won't be summoning me tomorrow to continue working, will you?" Upon witnessing Tang Yan's demeanor, Jiang Tian found himself in a state of bemusement, torn between laughter and tears. "Surely, what are you thinking? You've endured quite enough these past few days. Just relax and take it easy." Upon hearing these words, Tang Yan's previously anxious heart was set at ease, and he burst into hearty laughter. "Oh my goodness, this is simply splendid. I never would have guessed, boss, that you possess such a sense of conscience." "Ha ha." Jiang Tian narrowed his eyes in response, prompting Tang Yan to retract his neck slightly. "No, that's not what I meant. I simply wanted to say, boss, when dinner is ready, please do remember to call for me." With that, Tang Yan scampered into the stone brick house. Jiang Tian merely rolled his eyes and shook his head in exasperation. What did it mean to not recognize one's own integrity? He was indeed quite principled, wasn't he? If there were a ranking for the top 10 bosses in the Sky Island, Jiang Tian would surely secure a place among the top 3. After a round of expressions of gratitude from his subordinates, they all headed toward their dormitory. Jiang Tian summoned Shi Jigang, instructing him to escort 3 goblins to the dormitory for some respite. Naturally, How those 3 goblins were to be allocated was not Jiang Tian's concern. At that moment, Luban approached Jiang Tian, reporting, "My lord, I have completed the item you entrusted to me. Is that so? Come, lead me to inspect it." Under Luban's guidance, the two made their way south. There, they found a square chair, meticulously constructed through mortise and tenon joints, measuring 2 meters in length, 1 meter in width, and slightly over a meter in height. Judging by the thickness of the wood, its quality appeared to be quite assured. However, the details did not quite align with the artist's original illustrations. Originally, the edges of this so-called dragon chair were to be adorned with golden dragons. Yet, due to insufficient resources from the other party, the chair's appearance lacked the expected grandeur. The backrest featured a carved dragon motif, with a dragon adorning each armrest, all secured to the chair's edges through mortise and tenon joints. The dragon heads were decently carved, though the bodies lacked intricate details. Upon seeing the chair, Jiang Tian nodded in approval. Achieving this level of craftsmanship in such a short time was indeed commendable. However, the color of the chair was somewhat peculiar. Although it was yellow, it did not possess the golden hue one might expect, and the coloration was uneven, presenting a mottled appearance that seemed to emit a strange aroma. Noticing this, Jiang Tian pinched his nose. In response, Luban offered an embarrassed smile. "My lord, after completing the chair, I collaborated with AKA to create a golden lacquer to apply over it. Although it has been sun-dried for a while, getting close still reveals a certain odor." Jiang Tian pondered for a moment before instructing. "In that case, you and AKA should build a small fire nearby and smoke this item to mask the scent." "Yes, my lord." Once Luban and AKA had lit the fire, Jiang Tian inquired, "By the way, what about the other item I asked you to create? Is it finished?" "Indeed. Follow me." With that, Luban led Jiang Tian into the wooden house. Arriving at a wooden table, he presented an object before Jiang Tian. "This is the jade seal you instructed me to make. Please have a look." In Luban's hands lay a jade seal, perfectly square, adorned with a minimally detailed dragon atop it. Most importantly, it was lustrous and translucent. Jiang Tian picked it up for inspection and noticed 8 grand characters carved beneath. "Receiving the mandate of heaven, may you enjoy eternal prosperity." Seeing this, Jiang Tian was immensely satisfied. Who would have thought that in addition to wood carving, your skills in creating this piece are also quite impressive? "You flatter me, my lord." Luban replied humbly, bowing his head. "Very well, you should take a moment to rest. I shall notify you when there is work to be done." "Yes, my lord." After Luban departed, Jiang Tian opened the chat channel. At that moment, the client who had commissioned the dragon chair and jade seal was bombarding Jiang Tian with messages. "CHGJ 3333. Boss, is the item ready yet? Are you there? It's just a dragon chair and a jade seal. It can't still be unfinished, can it? Hurry and ship it, or it will be too late." Seeing these messages, Jiang Tian rolled his eyes. Is it really necessary to be in such a rush? What do you mean by too late? Surely, he isn't so eager to sit in this chair and hold court with his subordinates, is he? Historically, emperors would convene for morning audiences. What could possibly be discussed at this hour? An afternoon meeting for junior leaders. He promptly replied to the client. "The chair and jade seal you requested are complete. Let us commence the transaction. You've finally come. Let's expedite the transaction." With the client's response, Jiang Tian stepped outside, jade seal in hand, making his way toward the dragon chair. Shortly thereafter, the chair and seal vanished, and in their place appeared several iron and copper ingots, along with some timber. Although this transaction did not yield a substantial profit, it was satisfactory nonetheless. Meanwhile, in the CHGJ region, at the heart of a coalition of over a dozen islands, CHGJ 3333 gazed at the dragon chair and the jade seal resting upon it, overwhelmed with excitement. This is the symbol of my imperial authority. Splendid." After admiring the items for a moment, 3333 felt a twinge of discomfort. He quickly opened a private chat to question the seller. Why does this dragon chair seem somewhat different from the ones depicted in television dramas? Moreover, it appears that the dragon lacks scales. The seller replied promptly, "Of course. It cannot be an exact replica. As I previously mentioned, you get what you pay for. Besides, you were so insistent on a quick turnaround. Did you expect dragon scales? Rest assured, I have handled the dragon head as per your specifications. Not crafting a water-tap dragon already demonstrates my integrity." Upon reading this, 3333 found a reasoning sound. While the design was indeed simpler, the dragon head was skillfully rendered. However, he still felt that the color was somewhat off. He asked, "But wait, isn't the dragon chair supposed to be a golden yellow? This chair, while yellow, lacks the regal golden hue I envisioned." The seller soon clarified. "It certainly cannot be golden yellow. The hue has been outdated for quite some time. Our version features this year's trendiest autumn fragrance yellow, ensuring you remain at the forefront of fashion, showcasing your exceptional taste." "You're absolutely right." Elated by the seller's explanation, CHGJ 3333 even considered giving the boss a thumbs up. Just then, however, he caught a whiff of an unusual scent and furrowed his brow. "Wait a moment, what is that odor? It's rather peculiar. And there seems to be a hint of smoke, evoking a sense of familiarity." CHGJ 3333 sent this inquiry while sniffing the air, rummaging through his memories. At that moment, the seller's reply arrived. "Isn't this scent reminiscent of wandering through fields?" Yes, that is exactly it." 3333 quickly responded, elaborating. "When I was a child, playing in the fields with friends, I would catch whiffs of this aroma. It embodies that essence of the countryside." Precisely. We commissioned renowned artisans to meticulously design this coating, intended to evoke the refreshing spirit of nature, allowing you to relish it even amid your busy work schedule. "Is that so? My lord, you have truly considered everything." 3333 mentally applauded the seller. As he gazed at the dragon chair, he found himself increasingly enamored. With a direct approach, I reached out and caressed the chair. However, a sense of unease soon washed over me. Upon flipping my palm, I was taken aback to find it stained with a garish yellow hue. Startled, I inquired of the seller, "This is quite peculiar, my good sir. Why does this dragon throne appear to be fading in color? My hand is covered in paint." To this, CNNS 1111 responded, "Fading? Perhaps the royal essence of the dragon throne has transferred onto you. It signifies that the throne has begun to acknowledge its rightful owner. Such an occurrence is entirely normal. Dear friend." Upon receiving this reply, I was momentarily taken aback, then promptly gave a thumbs up to the empty air. For someone of my distinguished lineage, the throne acknowledging its master seemed perfectly reasonable. Having thoroughly assessed the dragon throne, I felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Now, my attention turned to the jade seal. I extended my hand, carefully cradling the modestly sized jade seal in my palm. Its appearance was indeed crystalline and translucent, adorned with a commendable dragon carving, while the inscriptions below exuded a robust vitality. Yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that this object appeared to be carved from a vegetable. I sought clarification from the seller. "Pardon me, good sir, but why is this jade seal seemingly crafted from a radish?" CNNS 1111 replied, "Dear friend, there are no true jade stones available at present. Only the white radish embodies the image of crystalline transparency most accurately." Finding some merit in this explanation, I nonetheless pondered the 50 pounds of copper I had expended, feeling it was somewhat unjust. I had anticipated you would procure something of genuine material for me. For merely half a radish, you charged me 50 pounds of copper? Is that not a tad excessive? Excessive? My dear friend, are you jesting? Do not be deceived by its humble appearance. This radish has been meticulously carved by a master artisan of legendary status, justifying the 50 pounds of copper you have spent. You have indeed made a wise investment. Furthermore, as the saying goes, a mountain need not be high to be known for its immortals, and a river need not be deep to be imbued with dragons. Even a radish, in the hands of one who claims the throne, possesses immeasurable worth. "Ah, you truly understand me," I exclaimed, clutching the radish with exuberance. The opportunity to acquire such a remarkable item for this price felt exceedingly worthwhile. My satisfaction with this purchase was profound, and I resolved to return for future custom orders. Thankfully, the shipment arrived swiftly. With no one around at the moment, I now have pressing matters to attend to. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian observed the chat interface, releasing a sigh of relief. Goodness, this after-sales service is no easy task. Half the value of this transaction is reflected in the after-sales work. He then recalled the earlier conversation, curiosity piqued. "By the way, you mentioned that if you didn't obtain these items promptly, it would be too late. Now you say you intend to use them for important business. May I inquire as to what purpose you have for the throne and jade seal?" CHGJ 3333 replied, "Huh? It is this. After you accepted my order yesterday, I hosted a banquet for the lords of the 2 other alliances in our region, inviting them to participate in the 6-week celebration of our dynasty's establishment. At that time, I shall sit upon the dragon throne and proudly showcase the might of our empire." Jiang Tian was left dumbfounded. A 6-week celebration of the dynasty's establishment? What in the world is that? It seems you merely wish to flaunt this in front of others. As Jiang Tian pondered these thoughts, another message arrived. CHGJ 3333 continued, "All right, they should be arriving shortly. For now, I will conclude our discussion and reach out to you again for future custom orders." On the other side, as CHGJ 3333 closed the chat interface, a figure approached him at a brisk pace, reporting, "Your Majesty, the lords from other nations are nearing. We can already see their islands." "Is that so? Perfect timing," I exclaimed with a proud smile, gesturing towards the dragon throne and jade seal, commanding, "Scout, summon the others to transport my dragon throne and jade seal to the Golden Palace. We shall convene there to discuss significant matters." "Understood." The scout acknowledged and hurried off to gather others. Meanwhile, I strode confidently to an island on the edge of the alliance. Not far away, 2 small islands were gradually drawing closer. Before long, the 2 islands were at the threshold of the alliance. Amidst a cadre of guards clad in pigskin armor, wielding watermelon knives, 2 elegantly dressed men disembarked onto the island I occupied. Observing this, I exchanged knowing glances with my allies and subordinates. They quickly formed 2 lines, unfurling a banner crafted from wrapped cloth and wooden sticks, inscribed with, "Welcome to the 2 lords, to our grand new empire, for the 6-week celebration of the dynasty's establishment." Upon unveiling the banner, everyone enthusiastically chanted, "Welcome, welcome, a warm welcome." Witnessing this spectacle, the two lords were left speechless. I had known these two gentlemen even before the alliance feature was introduced, and to be candid, our relationship was quite amicable. This individual, while generally astute and well-organized, had a penchant for ostentation and a touch of youthful arrogance. After the alliance feature emerged, he audaciously named it the XX Empire, which was utterly embarrassing. I could only wonder what motivated these allies to join his alliance. If it were up to them, they would never have chosen such a name. Such an alliance title seemed overly pretentious and lacked a sense of groundedness, which could prove detrimental to the alliance's development. While they internally criticized, I approached them with enthusiasm. Lords, you have finally arrived. Despite their inner thoughts, the two lords could not voice their true feelings, donning warm smiles as they greeted. Indeed, we could not miss the 6-week celebration of your grand new empire. Here, I, as the Lord, extend heartfelt congratulations on behalf of the entire Dog-Riding Rabbit Alliance. Yes, the Electric Donkey Alliance congratulates the new empire on its enduring success. Hearing these kind words, I beamed with delight, extending my hand toward both lords, eager for my allies and subordinates to witness this moment of amicable diplomacy. In response, the Dog-Riding Rabbit Lord and the Electric Donkey Lord also extended their hands. At that moment, both lords paused, astonished to see my hand, which was inexplicably stained with a garish yellow hue.